Jingzhe, a quaint riverside town, February 14th. Drizzles falling softly. The Tao is vast, and its use is never exhausted. The abyss seems to be the source of all things, dulling its sharpness, untangling its complexities, harmonizing its radiance, merging with its dust. Profound and tranquil, it seems to endure. The melodious voices of children reciting their lessons echoed from the schoolhouse. Before long, over 20 youngsters, exuberant and carefree, rushed out of the classroom. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Having completed a day of lessons, the children returned to their respective homes. Su Jingzhe was the last to exit the classroom, clutching a stack of books. He cast a glance at the splendid peach tree flourishing in the courtyard of the Cultivation Academy and smiled faintly. This year, the blossoms are particularly beautiful, but tomorrow marks the arrival of Jingzhe. I have been here for a full 2.5 years. Lost in thought, Su Jingzhe strolled through the courtyard, ready to return to his dwelling. He looked down to find his shoes caked with yellow mud, prompting a wry smile and a shake of his head. On rainy days, the paths of the courtyard resembled the delicate foot of a female cultivator at Hola. It would be wise to lay down some stone slabs tomorrow. After the students dispersed and he returned home, Su Jingzhe retrieved a storage pouch from his waist. He poured out 25 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in concern. The number of children enrolling in the academy diminishes, and without the support of spirit stones, not only is a breakthrough in chi refinement indefinitely postponed, but I can scarcely afford the rent. Each time he reflected on his predicament, Su Jingzhe could not help but indulge in self-mockery. Before his transmigration, he worried monthly about rent. Surprisingly, in this world of cultivation, he still found himself fretting over the same issue. What difference did his transmigration make? Yet, this was not his greatest source of distress. Upon entering his quiet chamber and settling onto a meditation cushion, a line of small characters appeared before his eyes. Time until the host's Dantian shatters eternally. 503 days remaining. The Dantian is fundamental to a cultivator. Once shattered, one loses all cultivation, relegated to the status of a mere mortal. At that point, even wishing to reside here would be out of the question. He would have to return to the mundane world. With such thoughts, Su Jingzhe resolved to make a last-ditch effort. Should he take the risk? His gaze shifted to a small alchemical furnace that had been gathering dust in the corner of the room. At that moment, Mr. Su, are you there? A melodious voice resonated through the courtyard. Su Jingzhe opened the door to find a graceful woman making her way along the muddy path. She was scraping the mud from her shoes on the eaves. Ah, it's Sister Zhang from the Ning family. Has Ning Yao not returned yet? It has been quite a while since school let out. Su Jingzhe inquired of the woman. Sister Zhang, named Zhang Xiu, though a mere housewife, was one of the few latest-stage qi refiners in Jingzhe. In the town, she was considered a minor figure of note. In Taohua Alley, all cultivators paid their spirit stone rent to Huayang sect through Zhang Xiu, who collected and delivered it to the sect's branch in Jingzhe. Zhang Xiu's husband, Ning Kaishan, was also a latest-stage qi refiner, and he was regarded as the most promising candidate in Jingzhe to break through to the foundation. Establishment stage. Regrettably, 2 years ago, while exploring relics with others, a tragic misfortune befell them. Only Zhang Xiu and her daughter remain, a pair of devoted mother and child. 2.5 years prior, Su Jingzhe had traversed into this body, already rendered a mere shadow of his former self, and it was Zhang Xiu who rescued him. As they spent time together, it became evident that Su Jingzhe possessed an admirable character. It was revealed that he had once achieved considerable cultivation, yet his Dantian had suffered severe damage, reducing his prowess to the initial stage of qi refining. This was indeed a lamentable fate. Zhang Xiu proposed that he establish a foundational academy for cultivation, allowing him to earn some spirit stones to sustain his livelihood. In the realm of cultivation, not everyone has the opportunity to practice. Those without spiritual roots can only train in mundane martial arts. And even reaching the pinnacle of such practices would merely equate to the abilities of a qi refining novice. Ultimately, their fate remains tethered to the mortal realm. Possessing spiritual roots is essential, yet among the myriad of beings, even the offspring of cultivators cannot be assured of having such roots. Consequently, cultivators have devised numerous methods. For instance, if a well-versed cultivator offers guidance before a child reaches adulthood, the process of awakening their spiritual roots may become considerably smoother. In his previous life, Jingzhe had engaged in debates while reading novels, amassing a wealth of knowledge. Thus, he found himself well-equipped to educate children. The system of traditional Chinese medicine, particularly its meridian and internal cultivation theories, have been expounded upon. Various adaptations of cultivation novels have been discussed. With the wisdom of Laozi, Confucius, and Giguzi, he synthesized the teachings of the ancient from his memories of past debates, producing a wealth of insightful content. Initially, he felt a twinge of insecurity. However, whether by fortune or genuine efficacy, the awakening of the children in Taohua Alley has indeed improved since his arrival. Thus, the foundational academy could, albeit with some difficulty, be established in this regard. Zhang Xiu is not only Su Jing's savior, but also his provider. At this moment, Zhang Xiu smiled and remarked, "Yaoer has long returned home. The reason I, your sister-in-law, have come to see you is that there is splendid news." Su Jingzhe paused, momentarily taken aback. Without waiting for further inquiries, Zhang Xiu continued, "You're no longer a child. I must ask you, do you desire a companion in cultivation?" Hey, Dao partner. Su Jingzhe was somewhat bewildered. Before his transmigration, he had never experienced love, and after crossing over, he was preoccupied with maintaining his identity as a cultivator, constantly troubled by the need for spirit stones to sustain his existence. The thought of romance had never crossed his mind. Zhang Xiu wiped the soles of his shoes clean and approached the eaves. "Although your cultivation has regressed, your spiritual roots remain intact, which sets you apart from ordinary people. While it is true that a cultivator's offspring may not necessarily inherit spiritual roots, the odds are significantly more favorable than for mortals, are they not? In this realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are the sole criterion that distinguishes the extraordinary from the mundane. Even someone like Su Jingzhe, possessing the lowest tier of mixed spiritual roots encompassing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, surpasses countless mortals." Before Su Jingzhe could respond, Zhang Xiu continued, "In fact, for the past 2 years, your sister-in-law has been contemplating this matter, but she has yet to find a suitable candidate. Given your severely damaged dantian, it is generally perceived that maintaining your cultivation at the initial stage of qi refining would be the best outcome. The prospect of finding a wife with spiritual roots seems rather unlikely. Recently, however, your sister-in-law has identified a promising candidate, a young lady named Yanxia. Although her spiritual roots did not awaken during her initiation, she is at a semi-awakened level. She can be considered a talent with pseudo-spiritual roots, and if fortune favors her, there remains a possibility of future awakening. The key point is that both her parents are cultivators with spiritual roots, providing her with a solid foundation. Should you two become Dao partners, the likelihood of your offspring possessing spiritual roots would undoubtedly be high." After speaking, Zhang Xiu looked at Su Jingzhe with eager anticipation. In the realm of cultivation, it is a common phenomenon for parents to rise in status through their children. For two ordinary individuals, the birth of a child with spiritual roots could instantly alter their destinies. While it may not guarantee immortality, such a child would earn them respect and ensure a life of abundance free from worries. Even a Dao partner who is unable to cultivate, if blessed with a child possessing dual or even single spiritual roots, could attract the attention of major sections. That would indeed enable a rise to prominence, lifting the entire family. Su Jingzhe scratched his head. "But, you know my situation, sister-in-law. Does she truly have an interest in someone like me, when she still has the potential for her own roots to awaken?" He was not being self-deprecating. Rather, he possessed a clear understanding of his circumstances. His dantian was damaged, and it was uncertain if someone with pseudo-spiritual roots would even look his way. Not to mention, he was acutely aware of his own condition, perhaps not just damaged, but completely shattered. While pseudo-spiritual root individuals may still lack the qualifications for cultivation, they could excel in mundane martial arts, demonstrating absolute genius, and would likely reach the level of an initial stage qi refiner in due time. Zhang Xiu smiled again. "Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. Anyone who accompanies you would be fortunate indeed. Tomorrow, I shall act as the matchmaker. You two will meet, and as long as Mr. Su finds her agreeable, this matter is bound to succeed." Zhang Xiu spoke with unwavering conviction. Su Jingzhe opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and simply nodded. Zhang Xiu was genuinely concerned for him and had been a benefactor, so he could not dismiss her enthusiasm. After all, meeting someone wouldn't hurt. If it truly unfolded as his sister-in-law suggested, finding a new way of living might not be so bad. Seeing this, Zhang Xiu was overjoyed. Excellent. It is settled then. After school tomorrow at the Chuanqi restaurant, my sister-in-law will bring you over. You must not fail to keep your appointment. With that, Zhang Xiu hurriedly trod down the muddy path, her figure disappearing at the school gate, leaving Su Jingzhe momentarily entranced. Soon, he noticed the deepening puddles along the path marked by footprints. A smile crept onto his lips. This humble abode indeed requires some tiles. It is high time to tidy up this place. Even though the peach tree in the immortal cultivation realm flourishes with spiritual energy, once it has bloomed to its fullest, it must eventually wither. After the spring breeze passes, the courtyard of the school is covered with a delicate layer of pale pink petals. Thanks to this peach tree, the scenery in the courtyard changes daily. However, for Su Jingzhe, teaching the children entails a repetitive recounting of yesterday's tales. Goodbye, Mr. Su. Following a burst of laughter, tranquility returned to the school. Su Jingzhe quickly made his way back to his residence, changing into a well-fitted sky-blue robe. This attire was tailored by the maidens of Qixia Workshop, crafted from the exquisite Tianqiwei silk, unique to Yuming City and Qizhou, which offers warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Apart from the inaugural day of the school, Su Jingzhe typically refrained from donning it. Indeed, as the saying goes, attire enhances one's presence. Once clad in this garment, the trace of his previous modest demeanor vanished entirely. Within Linjiang City, Chuanqi Restaurant ranks as the most prestigious establishment. It is directly operated by the Linjiang branch of Huayang sect. The spiritual beast meat and elixirs offered here are immensely beneficial for cultivators. Generally, those frequenting this establishment are cultivators at the mid-level of qi refinement or above. A casual meal here costs several spirit stones, which is rather unkind to those at the early stages of qi refinement. Today, Mr. Su has the leisure to stroll. Mr. Su, it has been a while. Upon seeing Su Jingzhe enter Chuanqi restaurant, many greeted him warmly. Although the spiritual energy of Taohua Lane pales in comparison to other streets in Linjiang City, it is still home to numerous cultivators. The pursuit of longevity drives them. Yet when cultivation seems futile, they often, like Su Jingzhe, seek partners to gamble on the next generation. With its low rent and generally modest cultivator ranks, many have entrusted their children to Su Jingzhe's tutelage. Despite his current weaker cultivation, he commands considerable respect. Su Jingzhe smiled and acknowledged the cultivators of Taohua Lane. Making his way to the table by the window, as he entered, he spotted Zhang Xiu waving at him. Today, she appeared to have made a special effort in her attire, a white-collared shirt and a flowing blue skirt, elegantly accentuating her figure. A jade hairpin secured her hair, with a strand of silken tresses cascading down her cheek, enhancing her fair complexion, which rivaled the purity of winter snow. Upon seeing Su Jingzhe, her peach blossom eyes sparkled like spring water in the snow, her smile radiating warmth and charm, a delicate blend of vibrancy and subtlety. Su Jingzhe immediately took notice of her. At the octagonal table, Zhang Xiu sat across from a slender young woman of considerable beauty. This must be Yinxia, I suppose. Sister-in-law. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Su Jingzhe offered an apologetic smile before taking a seat across from Yinxia. Upon closer inspection, Yinxia was indeed stunningly beautiful. Were she to exist on Earth before Su Jingzhe's journey through time, she would likely have garnered a fair share of admirers. Su Jingzhe found no fault in her appearance. I am Su Jingzhe, he introduced himself. Although it was likely that Zhang Xiu had already informed her of his background, the customary process of introduction still needed to unfold. Miss Yinxia, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Su, she replied, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Su Jingzhe, possessing a tall and handsome demeanor, radiated a refined elegance reminiscent of a scholarly gentleman. Coupled with his identity as a cultivator, he was entirely in line with Yinxia's expectations. Observing this, Zhang Xiu could not help but smile knowingly at Su Jingzhe, as if to convey, see, sister-in-law did not deceive you. This will surely come to fruition. With a smile gracing his lips, Su Jingzhe gazed at Yinxia. I trust my circumstances have been conveyed to Miss Yin by my sister-in-law. Nonetheless, I find it necessary to reiterate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu, who had intended to discreetly withdraw and avoid being a third wheel, felt a slight change in her expression, silently cursing her misjudgment. Su Jingzhe continued, my cultivation once reached the latter stages of qi refinement, but due to damage to my dantian, it has nearly shattered. And my cultivation has regressed to the initial stage, leaving me with but a single layer of power. However, some of my past experiences and insights remain. Before Su Jingzhe could finish, Yanxia's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, she interjected, her face displaying a mix of astonishment. Zhang Xiu, he has a shattered dantian? You did not mention this before. Zhang Xiu appeared somewhat embarrassed. Without waiting for an explanation, Yanxia coldly remarked, Elder Zhang previously told me that Mr. Su is exceptionally talented and would surely advance beyond the initial stage of qi refinement. Yet now I learn that his dantian is already shattered. It seems uncertain whether he can retain his status as a cultivator. If I am unable to enter the qi refinement stage, will I find myself cast back into the mundane world alongside him? At this revelation, Su Jingzhe was taken aback. This woman indeed turned her temperament as swiftly as one might turn the pages of a book. He had assumed that Zhang Xiu had conveyed his circumstances to her. Miss Yin, Mr. Su is truly a remarkable individual and would make a suitable match for you. He still possesses spiritual roots, and should you unite. Before Zhang Xiu could conclude her thought, Yanxia interrupted once more. Enough. Elder Zhang, you have failed to comprehend my desires. You believe Mr. Su is admirable. But I see that you two appear quite compatible. Should you both become partners, your profound cultivation would ensure that even if Mr. Su were to become an ordinary mortal, you need not fear being cast back into the mundane realm. I lack such auspicious fortune. I bid you farewell. With that, Yanxiao offered no opportunity for Zhang Xiu to retain her and promptly departed. While this action might offend Zhang Xiu, she was unperturbed, as both her parents were cultivators. After Yanxia's departure, the ordered dishes finally arrived. Having spent several spirit stones, it would be unwise to let them go to waste. However, Zhang Xiu and Su Jingzhe found their meal utterly tasteless. The atmosphere was rendered exceedingly awkward by Yanxia's recent remarks. In Zhang Xiu's heart, she harbored immense admiration for Su Jingzhe. Given his prowess in teaching and nurturing, their offspring would likely be exceptional. Numerous times she found herself on the verge of speaking but faltered. As they finished their meal, Zhang Xiu cast her beautiful gaze upon Su Jingzhe. Frustrated by his lack of ambition, yet wary of hurting his pride, she lightly tapped her finger and elongated her tone, saying, You are simply too honest. Upon returning from Chuanqi building, Su Jingzhe continued to contemplate Zhang Xiu's final words. Honest? Perhaps. Zhang Xiu had concealed the matter of his shattered dantian from Yanxia, intending for them to first consummate their relationship. Yet, Su Jingzhe understood that such matters could not remain concealed for long. He did not wish for future conflicts with Yanxia once they had children. In the realm of cultivation, a partner is merely someone who is agreeable. There are no binding commitments. Countless individuals have severed ties with those they found unsatisfactory. Individuals like Zhang Xiu, who remain loyal to their partners, are ultimately a rarity. If they were not destined to walk the same path, it was perhaps better that their journey ended before it truly began. Nonetheless, he comprehended the reasoning. Lying on the stone bed of the quiet chamber, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, his first blind date in this new life had ended in failure, accompanied by such disdain. Who could bear such a situation with ease? Days remaining until the host's dantian is irreparably shattered. 502. At that moment, a line of golden text reappeared before his eyes. Ever since his dantian had fractured, this notification had manifested daily. Su Jingzhe was perplexed by the situation. If one were to call it a golden finger, it was merely this simplistic reminder. Despite his attempts, there had been no further reactions. Perhaps it was time to explore alternative avenues. Each time he encountered this notification, a sense of urgency grew within him. While 500 days seemed ample, with the passage of time, conditions would only deteriorate, and his available strength would wane. The qi refinement stage is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 are the initial stage, the next 3 the intermediate stage, and the final 3 the advanced stage. After reaching great perfection, one could aspire to foundation establishment. When he first traversed into this realm, Su Jingzhe had possessed the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Now, he was left with but a single layer. Though both were initial stages, they were worlds apart. Should he squander more time, he would likely lose even that layer of cultivation, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Ultimately, self-rescue was imperative. During this period, he could not afford to be expelled from Taohua Alley. Su Jingzhe mused to himself as he rose and approached the elixir furnace. Though the spiritual energy in Taohua Alley was modest, it was still within the realm of cultivation, allowing his body to be nourished continually. This provided him with the opportunity to repair his dantian. If he were to leave and return to the mundane world, it would be entirely over. In Jiancheng, the Huayang sect had established a spirit-gathering array, continuously channeling the sparse spiritual energy from a 100-mile radius. The closer one ventured to the center of the array, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. In this world, individuals are categorized by their spiritual roots, distinguishing between the mundane and the cultivators. The region is divided into the realm of mortals and the realm of cultivators, delineated by the presence of spiritual energy. Areas abundant in spiritual energy, where practitioners congregate, constitute the realm of cultivation. Naturally, regions rich in spiritual energy have long been claimed by individuals, rendering them inaccessible to lower-tier cultivators. Powerful sects like the Huayang sect can create places like Lingzhang City, which are rich in spiritual energy. But such resources are not freely available to all. Although the rent in Taohua Alley is slightly lower than in other streets, the area occupied by his academy is considerable, requiring 50 low-grade spiritual stones annually. Given Su's current financial situation, he is on the brink of failing to pay the rent next month. Should that occur, this foundational cultivation academy would be forced to close, severing all sources of income. He would then be relegated to the outskirts of Lingzhang City, where he might still draw upon the fringes of the gathering spirit formations. However, without the management of the Huayang sect, that area is rife with chaos. And with Su's current cultivation level, survival beyond 3 days seems implausible. Contemplating these matters, Su Jingzhe promptly removed the small alchemical furnace from the corner. After dusting off its surface, he revealed several inscribed spiritual patterns. These patterns formed a miniature flame formation. Placing his hand upon them, he infused a modicum of spiritual energy, igniting a roaring fire within the furnace and illuminating the entire quiet chamber in a crimson glow. This apparatus is still operational, and he harbors hopes of reviving his former skills. He struggles to recall how the original host's dantian was shattered, only retaining the memory of his adeptness in alchemy, having even successfully concocted low-grade pills at the peak of his prowess. This explains why, despite possessing 5 elemental roots, he once reached the late stage of qi refinement. Yet, after his transmigration, many of the original host's memories and techniques have been lost. The profession of cultivators is diverse, including alchemists, formation masters, artifact craftsmen, talisman creators, and fortune tellers. Among these, alchemists hold a particularly esteemed status. However, nurturing an alchemist is virtually impossible for ordinary loose cultivators, as it is an endeavor fraught with financial demands. Post-transmigration, Su Jingzhe finds himself grappling with rent issues, leaving little room for the funding of alchemical pursuits. Thus, despite the original host's foundational conditions, Su Jingzhe cannot afford to engage in such practices. Yet now, faced with a lack of alternative means of income, he feels compelled to take a desperate leap. Success could restore his dantian, while failure merely results in his exit from Taohua Alley. Rather than languishing in uncertainty, he chooses to gamble everything. As the night deepens, cultivators in the qi refinement stage typically require rest. However, Mr. Su is filled with anxiety. He has located a recipe for a qi recovery pill left by the original host, along with 2 remaining medicinal ingredients. Unfortunately, he has already ruined one in his initial attempt. Gazing at the pile of dregs he has produced, he is overwhelmed with emotion. Though the ingredients are not expensive, acquiring them still demands a low-grade spiritual stone. The success rate for average alchemists is already low. Producing 3 or 4 pills from 10 ingredients is considered exceptional, particularly for those who have become alchemists. Su Jingzhe is uncertain how many ingredients he will need for his practice. Looking at the 25 spiritual stones and the remaining medicinal ingredient in his storage bag, Su Jingzhe is filled with despair. Nevertheless, having resolved to take the plunge, he recognizes there is no need for further contemplation. After a moment of introspection, he picked up the remaining herbs. Ultimately, they needed to be refined. He would have to procure more herbs tomorrow. However, at that moment, a sudden sound echoed in the courtyard. Su Jingzhe halted his actions. The ears of a cultivator are remarkably acute, and he was certain he had not misheard. Extinguishing the fire in the alchemical furnace, Su Jingzhe stepped outside. The rain had long ceased, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence. Su Jingzhe's expression grew slightly grave. Could it be a wild cat? Beneath the eaves, shards of tiles lay scattered across the ground. Who is it? No one answered. A sense of doubt lingered in Su Jingzhe's mind, yet he did not dwell on it. Just as he was about to return indoors, a few petals of peach blossoms drifted by. His brows furrowed once more as he approached the peach tree in the courtyard. As he drew nearer, a sense of foreboding intensified within him. He detected a faint metallic scent wafting through the air. Suddenly, he noticed a dark figure leaning against the peach tree. Jingzhe felt a surge of anxiety. As a mere novice in the qi refinement stage, he feared he would be unable to withstand an ill-intentioned intruder. If he called for help, despite the amicable relations with his neighbors, cultivators are often heartless and ungrateful. Not a single person would risk their life to assist him. The only one who might come was Sister Zhang, yet she had gone to Huayang's sect after drinking, leaving behind only a protective formation around her home. Couldn't he possibly summon her daughter, Ning Yao, could he? If he used the Huayang sect's token to signal for help, while the sect's members had a duty to protect, the cost of their arrival would be exorbitant. If he misjudged the situation, it would be a loss that outweighed the gain. Ultimately, he was still too impoverished. Who goes there? Why do you intrude upon my humble abode at night? Jingzhe mustered his courage to inquire. Yet, the figure remained unresponsive, not even shifting an inch. Pray tell, who are you? If you do not provide an explanation, I shall be compelled to expel you. As he spoke, Jingzhe took 2 steps forward. The figure remained still. A wave of uncertainty washed over Jingzhe as he approached further, attempting to discern the stranger's face. However, once he finally caught sight of it, he was taken aback. Retreating several steps in shock, Jingzhe's heart raced as he beheld the figure beneath the peach tree, their face a ghastly crimson. Blood smeared across their visage obscured any semblance of features. The black garments they wore were thoroughly drenched in blood, reflecting the faint moonlight in a disquieting shimmer. Your injuries are grievous, Jingzhe called out, standing 3 paces away, clutching the distressed talisman of Huayang's sect in his hand. For over 2 years since his arrival, he had lived a modest life as a humble teacher, rarely venturing beyond the confines of Taohua Lane, always treating others with kindness. Though the world of cultivation was fraught with peril, Taohua Lane was shielded by the presence of Zhang Xiu, and he had never truly witnessed anything of great magnitude. Despite the tension, encountering such an event for the first time stirred a strange sense of exhilaration within him. As his words hung in the air, the figure remained unresponsive. If they were dead, it would bode ill for him, just as he had resolved to embark on a daring venture into alchemy. A lifeless body appeared in his courtyard, surely an ominous sign. Frowning once more, he felt compelled to approach. If it were indeed a corpse, he must cleanse the area thoroughly to dispel the odor of death and the taint of decay. Cultivators were particularly sensitive to such disturbances, and any hint of abnormality would jeopardize the following day's classes. Still clutching the Huayang sect's talisman, he knew that with a mere infusion of spiritual energy, it would soar into the sky, summoning the inner disciples of the sect post-haste. Although its use was straightforward, it came at a steep price, and with his limited resources, he would find himself destitute by the following month. As he drew near the shadowy figure, the acrid scent of blood intensified, yet there was no other discernible reaction. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the person's arm, the warmth lingering beneath the fabric suggesting that blood continued to seep forth. Being a nascent cultivator himself, he could ascertain that the individual was still alive. Apologies, fellow cultivator, he murmured softly, and with that, he prodded the stranger's abdomen, seeking to assess the extent of their injuries. Suddenly, the figure expelled a torrent of blood, and had he not evaded in time, he would have been drenched. While examining the injuries, he had attempted to gauge the stranger's cultivation level, but found himself unable to penetrate their defenses. This implied that they were at least at the foundational stage or higher. A sense of urgency gripped Jingzhe as he clutched the talisman tighter, acutely aware of a formidable energy locking onto him, as if he were on the precipice of annihilation. Do not make any sudden movements. Assist me to a clean place. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to end your life. The mysterious figure spoke, their voice chilling yet melodious. It dawned upon Jingzhe that the individual was, in fact, a woman. Very well, I shall assist you. Let us remain calm. We are strangers and harbor no enmity, correct? His expression shifted momentarily before returning to composure, discreetly stowing the talisman within his sleeve. In the world of cultivation, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The disparity in cultivation levels between individuals can be described as vast and insurmountable. Had the roles been reversed, one might have swiftly employed soul-capturing techniques to eliminate the opponent without a second thought. Yet, self-reflection leads Jingzhe to recognize his own complacency. This also indicates that his adversary is not a skilled killer. Fortune, however, has smiled upon him, for he has encountered a destitute cultivator reluctant to call for aid. Noticing the other party's silence, Jingzhe cautiously supported her arm. Fortunately, her delicate frame allowed him to assist her with ease. As the peach tree swayed gently, petals cascaded like rain, adorning both of them in a whimsical display. The juxtaposition of peach blossoms and crimson blood created an oddly harmonious spectacle. having rained just yesterday. The ground remained slick and treacherous, rendering their progress slow. After a failed matchmaking attempt earlier that day, the mood to lay tiles had dissipated, leaving the muddy path unchanged. Soon, the pair returned to the tranquil chamber, where he gently laid the woman upon the stone bed. As she settled, silence enveloped her. Seated nearby, Jingzhe contemplated his next course of action. With her stillness, he too hesitated to move, letting out a quiet sigh. These past 2 years had been far too comfortable. Suddenly, he discerned that the oppressive aura which had lingered around him had vanished. Had she perished? Or merely succumbed to unconsciousness? Alarmed, he turned his gaze to the woman on the stone bed, her visage obscured by blood, rendering her appearance grotesque. "Miss, should you require assistance?" "I may be able to help," Jingzhe ventured tentatively, yet received no response. Cautiously, he checked her breath. Truly unconscious? He exhaled in relief. Glancing at the distress signal that had reappeared in his hand, he pondered before deciding to stow it away. If there were hidden circumstances surrounding this woman, would the Huayang sect not eliminate him without a second thought? To them, he was merely an inconspicuous early-stage qi cultivator, easily disposed of. Within the entire Linjiang city, perhaps only Zhang Xiu inspired a modicum of trust in him. Regrettably, Zhang Xiu was not present. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation. Having come to this realization, Jingzhe settled onto a nearby mat, silently keeping watch, refraining from any unnecessary actions. If the woman were to perish, he would simply bury her and consider the matter as if it had never occurred. If she awakened, he would adapt to the circumstances. As long as he remained inactive, he could avoid errors. The realm of cultivation adheres to the principles of cause and effect. Malevolent deeds yield malevolent outcomes, while virtuous actions foster benevolence. Furthermore, the disparities in cultivation levels render the relationship between individuals and ants strikingly similar. With her cultivation, even in her weakened state, she could have dispatched him in an instant, without the need for delay. Once his thoughts were clarified, his mind opened, and he soon entered a state of focused cultivation. With his dantian compromised, he understood he must exert himself more diligently than others. Although this method of cultivation can no longer elevate his realm, it at least slows the depletion of his spiritual energy. Yet, it was precisely this choice that saved his life. At this moment, the tension in the heart of the woman on the stone bed began to ease. Her previous fainting was merely a test. Now, Jingzhe had secured her initial trust. Had he acted recklessly earlier, he would likely be a lifeless corpse at this moment. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the woman on the stone bed erupted into a fit of violent coughing, expelling a considerable amount of congealed blood. Jingzhe, who had been in a meditative state, was abruptly awakened. He observed that the woman had already sat up. It appeared that after expelling the blood, her condition had improved significantly. Without waiting for him to speak, she said, "I need a bucket of water." Jingzhe noticed that she was still bleeding from her body and face, yet her aura had become more formidable. He nodded. "Please wait a moment." Taking a deep breath, he swiftly left the quiet room. Upon reaching the kitchen, he retrieved a long-ignored bathing tub and filled it with a large bucket of water. At this time of year, the lingering chill of early spring made the water icy and piercing. After a moment's thought, he exerted some effort to heat it. When he returned to the quiet room, nearly half an hour had passed. The woman was now sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Her aura was subdued, yet she seemed to be in a slightly better state than before. Upon seeing Jingzhe enter with the large bucket, she remarked, "I thought you would flee." Her voice was somewhat cold, tinged with mockery. "I did consider fleeing, but where could I go?" He replied, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Terrified, indeed, Jingzhe responded candidly, testing the water's temperature. "You wish to bathe, do you not? I have heated the water. Please make yourself comfortable." As he spoke, he placed a prepared bundle on the bed. "If you lack suitable clothing, you may make do with this for now. Should you require anything else, simply call for me." After delivering this message, he closed the door and exited the quiet room once more. Inside the quiet room, the woman gazed at the clean garments on the stone bed and the steaming bucket of water. For a brief moment, she was taken aback, and a hint of emotion flickered across her bloodied face. In the cold and ruthless world of cultivation, where one finds little compassion, such attention to detail was truly rare. This fellow had a heart that was not entirely unkind. After murmuring to herself, the woman hesitated no longer and swiftly removed her garments. Her body was riddled with numerous wounds, some still oozing blood. The moment she entered the water, the sharp pain made her tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, outside the quiet room, the familiar golden characters once again materialized before Jingzhe. This time, the content within the small script experienced its first alteration. Time remaining until the host's Dantian is irreparably shattered. 502 days. The daily reminder still appeared. Below it, several lines of smaller text followed in succession. Activation condition. First encounter with a high-level energy entity status. Achieved. Empathy level with the other party. Mutual non-hostility level bonus. 1x reward points. 1 remaining assignable points. 1. As lines of golden text flickered before Su Jingzhe's eyes. He found himself in a state of bewilderment. This is my golden finger. After 2.5 years, it has finally been activated. After a moment of confusion, excitement coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. It took nearly half a stick of incense for Su Jingzhe to regain a semblance of calm. He could only blame himself for having remained at the lower echelons of the cultivation world, devoid of encounters with the formidable beings of this realm. Thus, the activation conditions for his golden finger had remained unfulfilled, wasting 2.5 years. The arrival of this mysterious woman was, indeed, fate. Yet, what realm does a high-level energy entity belong to? It seems to surpass the inner disciples of the Huayong sect, perhaps even beyond the foundation establishment stage? Su Jingzhe mumbled to himself. The strongest beings he had previously encountered were merely the inner disciples of the Huayong branch, at most at the foundation establishment stage. With the activation of his golden finger, a wealth of information regarding it began to manifest in his mind. As the name suggests, as long as the empathy with others reaches a certain level, corresponding points can be acquired. What does empathy entail? It can also be understood as evoking warmth or emotion in others, thereby enhancing their perception of the host. Empathy has 8 levels: mutual non-hostility, slight affection, mutual admiration, mutual affection, you and me together, supporting each other, growing old together, and fated to life and death. Remaining usable points: 1. Chi refinement stage, early, level 194-100, gold spiritual root, common 23-100, wood spiritual root, common 99-100, water spiritual root, common 25-100, fire spiritual root, common 89-100, earth spiritual root, common 32-100, wood spiritual root, common 99-100. Upon seeing this option, Su Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. In the cultivation world, spiritual roots are categorized as common, mysterious, earthly, and heavenly. Generally, the fewer attributes a person's spiritual roots possess, the greater the likelihood of producing high-quality roots. After all, possessing multiple attributes means being diluted across gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, resulting in subpar potential. Moreover, resources in the cultivation world are inherently limited. Even disciples of major sects find it challenging to cultivate multiple systems simultaneously. As the saying goes, too much leads to failure. Typically, accomplished cultivators possess singular attributes, as specialization allows for greater advancement. Unfortunately, Su Jingzhe's 5 spiritual roots are all of the common variety. Each attribute he presents is the most undesirable type, and having all 5 makes his roots particularly infamous among cultivators. At this moment, Su Jingzhe licked his lips and, without hesitation, allocated the point to the wood attribute. In the cultivation world, most alchemists hail from the wood and fire attributes. After all, the majority of medicinal herbs contain wood attribute spiritual energy. The higher the quality of the wood attribute spiritual root, the greater its compatibility with medicinal materials, thus increasing the chances of successful alchemical concoction. The higher the quality of one's fire attribute spiritual root, the greater the ability to control flames and the easier it becomes to form pills. However, in the realm of cultivation, alchemical furnaces are equipped with inherent flame arrays, allowing fire control to be achieved through these formations, rendering it not particularly essential. For Su Jingzhe at present, investing limited points into the spiritual root, particularly in the wood attribute, proves to be a more cost-effective choice. Although he yearns to directly enhance his cultivation level, possessing only a single point is insufficient for a breakthrough, leaving him with a sense of regret. After allocating the points, Su Jingzhe did not experience any remarkable sensations. Yet, the golden characters once again materialized before him. Host, Su Jingzhe cultivation level, Chi refinement early stage, layer 194-100 empathy count, 1. Degree, mutual non-hostility, gold spiritual root, common 23-100, wood spiritual root, mysterious 0-200, water spiritual root, common 25-100, fire spiritual root, common 89-100. Earth spiritual root, common 32-100. He was momentarily taken aback. realizing that his would attribute spiritual root had indeed reached the mysterious grade. This was merely the lowest level, having increased by just 1 point. If he were to elevate its grade further, how remarkable would that be? Although this transformation represented the most basic level of spiritual root evolution, it was something he had previously deemed unimaginable, even breaking certain unspoken rules within the cultivation world. At this moment, despite his dantian still being in a damaged state, Jingzhe felt an overwhelming sense of optimism about the future. Come in. As Jingzhe envisioned his future, that cold voice echoed once more within the quiet chamber. Upon hearing it, he quickly composed himself. The woman had become someone he regarded as a benefactor, and it was imperative that he served her well. In a mere incense stick's duration, Jingzhe's demeanor had shifted dramatically. He dared not delay and promptly pushed open the door. However, the next moment, he was left speechless once again. The woman remained in the bathing tub, her back turned to him. Jingzhe had assumed that her call meant she had finished bathing and was fully dressed, only to discover she had yet to emerge from the water. Though her shoulders were partially bare, they were far from alluring, for on the pale skin exposed above the water's surface lay several horrifying scars, deep enough to see the bone. The wounds, having been soaked in warm water, appeared somewhat pale, enhancing their ghastly appearance. "Miss, what happened to you?" Jingzhe instinctively averted his gaze. His instinctive action did not go unnoticed by the woman, leaving her somewhat astonished. "Help me out," she stated, her tone revealing a hint of something unusual. Jingzhe was once again taken aback. Miss, are you asking me to assist you in getting out of the bath?" He felt confident that his interpretation was correct. "Indeed. But it would be best if you covered your eyes. Although I am weakened, I still possess the ability to strike you down." Her voice reverted to its previous icy and domineering tone. However, she was not attempting to intimidate Jingzhe. For her, eliminating someone at the initial stage of chi refinement required no physical effort. This decision was not made lightly. She had pondered it for a considerable time. Just moments ago, while in the bath, she had painstakingly resolved to seal her own acupoints to prevent her injuries from worsening. However, after completing this act, she awkwardly realized that she lacked even the strength to rise from the bath. Such trivial matters were hardly worth the backlash of sealing herself, as that would only exacerbate her predicament. Yet, should Jingzhe dare to overstep or behave inappropriately, she would not hesitate to eliminate him at any cost. Although cultivators like them were not overly concerned with trivialities, there remained an inherent boundary between men and women. Jingzhe understood clearly that the figure before him was a fearsome entity, one that must never be desecrated. Having read countless novels before his time travel, he was all too aware of the foolish fate that befell those who, in such situations, recklessly crossed the line, leading to their inexplicable demise. Moreover, the current state of the woman was hardly alluring. She appeared disheveled, and witnessing a strong person in such a state often came with a price. "Enough of your prattling. Do as I command." As she observed Jingzhe's hesitance, her voice grew increasingly frigid, though he felt no fluctuations in her aura. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. This was the malevolence that emanated from her being. Jingzhe swallowed hard. Having just awakened his abilities, he could not afford to perish before his rise. A true man must be adaptable, able to bend and stretch as circumstances dictate. With that thought, he tore a piece of cloth to blindfold himself, then removed his outer garment to wrap his hands. Only then did he slowly approach the bath. This was the epitome of his survival instinct. After a quarter of an incense stick's time, Jingzhe had returned the bath to the kitchen and finally re-entered the quiet room. His heart raced with excitement, although his previous actions had been somewhat cowardly. They had unexpectedly earned him a point. For someone as desperate for points as Jingzhe, this was immensely valuable. The mysterious woman had donned his sky-blue robe and was now seated cross-legged on the stone bed. It was at this moment that Jingzhe beheld her face clearly. To be honest, upon seeing her visage, he felt a stir of emotion. Her features suggested a certain beauty, yet they were marred by several long scars that cruelly traversed her face, rendering her almost unrecognizable. The wounds had yet to scab over, with flesh still slightly protruding, creating a ghastly appearance. Countless such scars adorned her body, leaving Jingzhe to ponder the harrowing experiences that could lead to such disfigurement. Nevertheless, the woman maintained an expression of utmost calm, devoid of any trace of pain, as she quietly regulated her breathing. Jingzhe remained seated on the mat, vigilantly observing. His earlier actions had ensured that there was no physical contact between them, which pleased the woman, as she felt no hint of murderous intent directed towards him. My relationship with her exists at a level devoid of hostility, which signifies that she bears no murderous intent towards me. As I contemplated this, a sense of gratitude began to blossom within me for this benefactor. Observing the scars upon her visage, I felt an involuntary pang of compassion. As the night deepened, approximately an hour later, the woman completed her meditation and reopened her eyes. Those eyes resembled a crystalline spring in the heart of winter, clear yet frigid. Tell me your name. I shall repay today's kindness. Alternatively, you may directly express your desires. At this moment, her voice lost some of its earlier chill, yet it still conveyed an air of superiority. What I desire, you have already granted me, I replied, feeling quite at ease as I waved my hand dismissively. Our meeting is a matter of fate. I merely performed a trivial act. In rescuing the woman, I had indeed sacrificed little, rather awakening my own potential. It was evident that I had gained. She regarded me with a cool glance. Opportunities are scarce. I am not one to owe favors. In her eyes, while my earlier actions had pleased her, my current words struck her as rather pedestrian. Those who profess to seek no reward typically desire more. Taken aback by her statement, I pondered briefly before responding. In that case, I would like to request some spirit stones from you. Merely 100 low-grade spirit stones will suffice. If she truly wished to express her gratitude, assisting me with 2 years' worth of rent would be splendid. However, as soon as my request was voiced, an awkward expression crossed her face as she gazed deeply into my eyes. Are you certain that this is your only request? I nodded with conviction. She continued, Very well. Consider this a favor owed to you. I shall repay it in the future. Having been compelled to wear my clothing and with her personal storage ring lost, she found herself devoid of possessions. 100 low-grade spirit stones, which previously she would have never stooped to collect, were now unattainable for her. I was momentarily taken aback, having overlooked this fact. In that case, let it be forgotten. Given your injuries, you may require a few more days of rest here. I am Jingzhe, a teacher at the Enlightenment Academy located in Taohua Alley of Lingjiang City. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? This was an educational institution, frequented by many individuals daily. Should she inadvertently be seen and her identity revealed, it would be prudent to be prepared. My sudden self-introduction caused her to pause. Yet she softly uttered 2 words, Shuangjiang. Shuangjiang. Jingzhe. How intriguing, I murmured, not particularly concerned whether this was her true name. Then, Shuangjiang. Please rest well. Tomorrow morning, this place will be quite lively. Should you wish to avoid company, simply remain within this quiet room. Having spoken, I did not wait for Shuangjiang to respond and exited the tranquil chamber. The clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the full moon emerged like a bashful bride, finally willing to reveal herself. The moonlight cast its gentle glow upon the eaves, and Jingzhe gazed upwards, his face illuminated with a serene clarity. Tomorrow promises to be a splendid day. As he murmured to himself, Jingzhe made his way to the kitchen, planning to make do there for the night. At that moment, a line of golden text flickered before his eyes. Empathy, level 1. Another increment. Jingzhe had yet to fully comprehend this peculiar boon, feeling somewhat bewildered by the sudden influx of points. Yet, life often harbors delightful surprises, does it not? At this juncture, Jingzhe felt that resting in the kitchen might indeed possess a certain charm. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, as the first light began to seep into the world, Jingzhe departed from the school. Shortly thereafter, he returned. Beneath the old peach tree, the rhythmic sound of pestle and mortar filled the air. After a brief interval, Jingzhe concluded his task and approached the door of the quiet room. Pausing for a moment, he knocked gently. Miss Shuangjiang, it is I. Come in. Pushing the door open, Jingzhe entered, cradling a large bowl in his hands. Inside the quiet room, Shuangjiang remained in her meditative posture, deep in concentration. Miss Shuangjiang, I procured some medicinal herbs and prepared a bowl of medicinal paste for you. While it may not be a miraculous remedy, I believe it will prove beneficial for your wounds. After airing out overnight, it is the perfect time to apply it. I shall place it here. Jingzhe discerned that Shuangjiang's complexion had markedly improved since the previous night, indicating she was likely capable of tending to herself. After his words, he quietly exited the room. Unless she requested assistance, he would never presume to intrude. His motivations for this act stemmed from a mixture of sympathy and gratitude towards Shuangjiang, as well as the influence of his newfound ability. Although their relationship was merely one of mutual non-hostility, with a modest enhancement, he believed that with diligence, accumulating enough points from his interactions with Shuangjiang to ascend to the second layer of qi refinement should not pose a significant challenge. After all, despite Shuangjiang's formidable prowess, She was not devoid of compassion. Su Jingzhe held confidence in his own capabilities. At this moment, his thoughts stirred, and the familiar panel reappeared before him. 501 days remaining until the host's dantian shatters irrevocably. This reminder remained glaringly prominent at the top. However, Su Jingzhe now felt considerably lighter in spirit. With his golden finger awakened, if he could not resolve the issue of his dantian within 500 days, he would have to devise a solution. Empathy level with Xuanjiang reached, mutual non-hostility. Remaining points available for enhancement. 2. This section had updated, replacing the term the other party with Xuanjiang. Cultivation level, initial qi refinement, layer 194-100. The other sections remained unchanged, and Su Jingzhe refrained from immediately allocating his points. He intended to save up to 6 points for a direct breakthrough. For now, he would not invest in enhancing his spiritual root. The Xian grade with spiritual root sufficed for the time being. Each point must be utilized judiciously. His gaze returned to the quiet room, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Ah, the esteemed one. Inside the quiet room, Xuanjiang frowned once more. At a glance, she discerned that the medicinal paste Su Jingzhe had brought was of exceedingly low quality. Its worth unlikely to exceed 3 low-grade spirit stones. However, she had previously heard the sound of pounding herbs coming from the courtyard, causing her brows to furrow once more. In the lower echelons of the cultivation world, being so sincere and kind to others, and yet managing to survive until now, was indeed no small feat. Such innocence. Truly, it was foolish to the core, Xuanjiang murmured to herself. Nevertheless, she lifted the bowl of herbal paste and gently applied it to her face. Though this concoction was inexpensive, it was a meager comfort in her current state. Outside, Su Jingzhe, on his way to the academy, paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before long, just as Xuanjiang finished applying the herbal paste, a burst of laughter echoed from outside. Having exchanged greetings with Su Jingzhe the previous night, she did not pay it much mind. However, moments later, the sound of clear recitation suddenly left Xuanjiang in shock. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. This was a principle of the Tao she had never encountered before. Xuanjiang abruptly rose from her stone bed, her gaze directed towards the classroom beyond the courtyard. Her heart raced with excitement, almost compelling her to push open the door. Yet, after touching her face, she restrained herself. He claimed to be the teacher here. Yet from his aura, he appeared merely to be at the initial stage of qi refining. How could this be possible? At this moment, Xuanjiang was utterly perplexed. Zhang Xiu held great admiration for Su Jingzhe and consistently found his teachings to be extraordinary. However, she herself was only at the late stage of qi refining and could not fathom the intricacies. As for the other cultivators in Taowai Alley, although they feigned friendliness towards Su Jingzhe, they harbored a sense of disdain within. Even though the children taught by Su Jingzhe, particularly Qi Ling, had shown remarkable progress, they attributed it merely to luck and the innate talent of the children. Thus, no one genuinely cared for the knowledge Su Jingzhe imparted. Xuanjiang, however, was different. She could distinctly sense the presence of the Tao's resonance within his words. A few casual phrases concealed profound rhythms of the Tao. Xuanjiang focused intently. The rhythms of the Tao being both mysterious and profound, unrelated to cultivation level, yet immensely beneficial for someone like her who faced a bottleneck in her growth. She propped herself by the window, gazing at Su Jingzhe, who now appeared somewhat ethereal, her heart a tangle of emotions. Suppressing her impulses, she closed the window and returned to her stone bed, silently awaiting Su Jingzhe's return from class. Time swiftly passed. With only 20 or so students in the academy, Su Jingzhe soon completed his day's lessons. The children joyfully rushed out of the classroom. As he closed the classroom door, his gaze shifted towards the quiet room on the other side of the courtyard. Just as he was about to head over, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the academy. It was Zhang Xiu. Today, she wore a sleek and simple black gauze dress, her hair casually secured with a wooden hairpin, yet her alluring curves were impossible to conceal. With graceful steps, the ripe fragrance of a peach seemed to waft towards him. However, Su Jingzhe noticed that her expression was somewhat different than usual, revealing an air of seriousness. Furrowing his brows, he sensed that something troubling was afoot. Sister-in-law. Has something happened? Su Jingzhe inquired proactively. Zhang Xiu approached him, her demeanor still heavy with concern. Mr. Su, a grave situation is brewing in Linjiang City. It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside for the time being. Their relationship had already become subtly strained due to the events at Chuanchi building yesterday. However, the news she received last night compelled her to personally warn Su Jingzhe for her own peace of mind. Upon hearing her words, Su Jingzhe felt an increasing sense of confusion, accompanied by an inexplicable unease. Sister-in-law, what exactly has transpired? Zhang Xiu instinctively glanced around, then said, "It is rumored that at midnight last night, an extraordinary treasure appeared outside Linjiang City. A great phenomenon erupted in Qingfeng Mountain, where thunder and lightning clashed in an otherwise starry night. This morning, many formidable figures from Huayang's sect have arrived, along with other sect masters and various independent cultivators hastening towards Linjiang City. The city is currently teeming with experts, and I fear that you may not be aware of the situation. Venturing out recklessly could be perilous. With the situation at such a critical juncture, Huayang branch may not be able to shield you effectively." Upon hearing Zhang Xiu's warning, Su Jingzhe instinctively recalled Shuangjiang, who had also appeared at midnight. There seemed to be an underlying connection. Maintaining a calm facade, he feigned shock before offering a wry smile. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, I typically lead a reclusive life. Given the current unrest, I shall remain indoors." "Very well. Once this turmoil subsides, I shall find you a suitable companion." With that, Zhang Xiu prepared to leave in haste. "Sister-in-law, hold on," Su Jingzhe called out, retrieving a jade pendant from his sleeve and presenting it to her. "In these uncertain times, you must assist Huayang's sect in stabilizing the situation. This pendant has been my talisman since childhood. Though it is not a magical artifact, it carries my heartfelt intentions." After hesitating several times, Zhang Xiu ultimately decided to accept the pendant, her gaze towards Su Jingzhe reflecting a mixture of emotions. At that moment, she felt a surge of impulse, yet certain words remained unspoken as she hurriedly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Su Jingzhe fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a line of golden text appeared before him. Empathy with Zhang Xiu reached. Mutual affection level bonus. For X Zhang Xiu's cultivation bonus, 1x reward points. 50. Remaining usable points. 53. The sudden emergence of the golden text left Su Jingzhe bewildered. "What? This must be a mistake. I have always regarded her as my sister-in-law." But he quickly realized that this golden finger had been bound to him since his transmigration. And although it had not been activated at that time, it had been calculating from the very beginning. For more than 2 years, he had indeed interacted most frequently with Zhang Xiu, who had almost always been there to assist him, and he treated her and her daughter with genuine kindness. The empathy had gradually accumulated in these trivial matters. With 8 levels of empathy, he had directly ascended 4 levels, with the points from the previous levels also being added. Thus, he found himself with as many as 50 points, though he felt it was somewhat lacking, as the accumulation from 4 levels amounted to only 50 points. However, putting aside the points, the budding feelings were rather embarrassing. Su Jingzhe assured himself that, for the most part, he had no inappropriate thoughts towards his sister-in-law. Well, he decided to take things one step at a time. Su Jingzhe was aware of his own circumstances. Until he resolved his shattered dantian, he would not burden sister-in-law Zhang. Moreover, sister-in-law Zhang was a rare individual among cultivators, devoted solely to honoring her partner. The unexpected gain of 50 points brightened Su Jingzhe's spirits. Now, he was poised to directly break through to the second layer of qi refinement. However, he was puzzled by the unexpected cultivation enhancement from sister-in-law Zhang. He did not dwell on it too long. Just as he prepared to allocate his points and then return to the quiet room to assess his benefactor, someone approached the entrance of the academy. "Mr. Su, you're here," greeted the newcomer with a broad smile. "Lin Daoyu, it's been a while." Su Jingzhe responded with a smile. The visitor was a middle-aged man in gray, named Lin Ping, who was at the mid-stage of qi refinement. His son had previously sought knowledge from Su Jingzhe but had not returned in over a month. "Indeed, Mr. Su, it has been a long time. I have come today to discuss a significant matter with you," Lin Ping continued with his ever-present smile. "Oh?" Su Jingzhe felt a flicker of curiosity. He was not particularly familiar with Lin Ping, so what great matter could he possibly wish to discuss? Without waiting for further inquiry, Lin Ping elaborated, "Recently, hasn't the Tsuelyo Lane opened an Enlightenment Academy?" "Yes, that's the academy my son is currently attending. The person in charge, Daoyu Chinchong, intends to integrate all the academies in Linjiang City. Thus, he has asked me to inquire if Mr. Su would be willing to merge the academy on Taohua Lane with his. You would still be invited to teach, with an annual remuneration of 50 low-grade spirit stones. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Su?" Su Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. Hiring himself? 50 inferior spirit stones a year? During the peak of his teaching, he earned merely 50 to 60 inferior spirit stones annually, and that was before deducting expenses such as rent. Yet, the Cui Lu Academy was offering precisely that amount. It was pure profit. Su Jingzhe scoffed inwardly. Was there truly a disregard for intelligence in such an insult? Most cultivators were inherently selfish, with no past affections and little current loyalty. No one would believe that fortune simply fell from the heavens. Did Lin Ping truly underestimate his intellect, thinking he would fall for such an enticing offer? Mr. Su, in truth, Daoist Chen's suggestion is indeed commendable. Although you have Daoist Zhang supporting you, sustaining an academy alone is undeniably challenging. As the saying goes, it is pleasant to rest beneath a large tree. Daoist Chun, being the head of Cui Lu Alley, possesses strength that is at least equal to Daoist Zhang's. Offending him lightly could lead to self-sabotage. Lin Ping spoke again, seemingly attempting to undermine, yet in reality, it was a veiled threat. This was the tone he sought. The preceding words were mere filler. Finally, Su Jingzhe replied with a smile. That is a valid point. However, I have grown accustomed to my current life. I have been running this academy for quite some time and have developed an attachment to it. Once a person grows fond of something, they are often reluctant to part with it. Thus, I fear I must decline the good intentions of Daoist Lin and Chen. Lin Ping's smile faltered, taken aback by Su Jingzhe's forthright rejection. His voice turned slightly colder. Mr. Su, are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Thank you for your trouble. Daoist Lin. Su Jingzhe clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and smiled. If that is the case, I shall not trouble you further. It is indeed regrettable. I hope both you and the Enlightenment Academy fare well. Lin Ping smiled with a veneer of politeness, yet the threat lingered beneath. With that, he turned and left. He held no personal connection with Su Jingzhe, and despite Su Jingzhe's amiable demeanor, his resolve was clear. Further persuasion would yield no fruit. Besides, if Su Jingzhe sought his own demise, Lin Ping would not stand in his way. Watching Lin Ping recede into the distance, Su Jingzhe's expression darkened. Initially, when his academy thrived, it was merely a means of survival. Now, the Enlightenment Academy was barely alive, yet his adversaries showed no signs of relenting. He had thought that by teaching quietly and harboring no desires, he would avoid conflict. But trouble had indeed come knocking at his door. Irritation brewed within him. He had always detested troublesome individuals. Cui Lu Alley was already the most powerful faction in Linjiang City. His refusal today would undoubtedly provoke retaliation. If a public acquisition failed, covert methods would surely follow. Chen Chong, akin to Zhang Xiao, managed Cui Lu Alley on behalf of the Huayang subsect, wielding broader connections and genuine influence within the sect. Previously, they had maintained a cordial relationship out of respect for Zhang Xiao's strength. However, with the current overtures, it seemed they no longer cared for Zhang Xiao's sister-in-law's sentiments, indicating that the previously tranquil days were set for significant upheaval. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingzhe suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Heaving a sigh, Su Jingzhe realized that pondering over such matters was futile, as he was currently beset by numerous predicaments, until the issue concerning the spirit stones was resolved. There was no need to consider how Chen Chong might act. He was unable to even reside in Peach Blossom Lane any longer. With a thought, the golden characters reappeared before Su Jingzhe's eyes. Host, Su Jingzhe, Empathy Count, 2, remaining usable points, 53, Qi Refinement Stage, Layer 194 100, Gold Spiritual Root, Common 23 100, with Spiritual Root, Mysterious 0 200. Water Spiritual Root, Common 25 100, Fire Spiritual Root, Common 89 100, Earth Spiritual Root, Common 32 100, though the situation was progressively deteriorating. The Golden Finger ultimately provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Moreover, he now possessed as many as 53 usable points. With another mental command, Su Jingzhe allocated 6 points directly to his cultivation. As he anticipated, the panel indeed underwent another transformation. However, when the golden characters manifested, Su Jingzhe was once again taken aback. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Stage, Layer 1, 97 100, remaining usable points, 47. Hint, Host Dantian is damaged. The effect of cultivation points is halved. Damn it. Su Jingzhe felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Fortunately, he had unexpectedly obtained 50 points from Sister Zhang. Otherwise, he would have lost a significant opportunity. After a moment's reflection, Su Jingzhe opted to add another 6 points to his cultivation. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Stage, Layer 2, 0200, remaining usable points, 41. He decided to conserve the remaining points. believing it would be more beneficial to use them once his dantian was healed. Engaged in such musings, he soon found himself once more at the threshold of the quiet room. Reaching out, he was about to push the door open when he suddenly hesitated and lightly knocked twice. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing the figure of Shuangjiang before him. Jingzhe was somewhat surprised that Shuangjiang had personally opened the door. But upon seeing the medicinal paste he had concocted smeared on her face, he felt a flicker of reassurance within him. Shuangjiang appeared much improved. It seemed her recovery was not far off. Though her external injuries still looked quite severe, her condition was undoubtedly significantly better than the previous night. Thanks to you, Shuangjiang remarked, walking into the quiet room without any display of emotion. Naturally, she could not disclose to Jingzhe that she had been waiting for him for quite some time. Eager to comprehend the principles of the Tao she had heard today, she found herself at a loss for words as Jingzhe arrived. Her earnestness regarding the Tao principles made her somewhat awkward in their interaction, leading her to speak casually. I also heard your conversation with that person. Oh, Jingzhe replied absently. Given Shuangjiang's cultivation level, it was surprising that she could overhear his dialogue with Lin Ping. Shuangjiang inquired. In these past 2 days, I have come to understand that your academy does not yield much in terms of spirit stones. That person offered favorable terms. Why did you not accept? Jingzhe turned to her, asking, did you not realize that he was laying a trap for me? And so what? Jingzhe's interest was piqued. What would you do in my place? Let that person bring forth the spirit stones first. If ill intentions are evident, they may be dealt with accordingly. Jingzhe inquired further, what if the other party refuses to comply, or if they possess malicious intent and are too formidable to overcome? I seldom encounter worthy adversaries. How, then, did I sustain such grievous injuries this time? The atmosphere in the quiet chamber grew somewhat awkward. Suddenly, a notification appeared, prompting Jingzhe to inwardly muse. Does this woman perhaps possess a slight tendency towards masochism? The sudden increase in empathy points seemed rather perplexing. Yet, the unexpected nature of it was delightful. Jingzhe relished such surprises. Moreover, the accumulation of points was substantial. Frostfall had already contributed 5 points. And after a few more days in her company, he feared his points might rival those of Sister Zhang. 2. Jingzhe abruptly realized that he had just received a one-time bonus of 2 points. He hastily checked his status panel. Empathy with Frostfall achieved. Mutual non-hostility, level bonus, 1x. Frostfall's cultivation bonus, 2x. Jingzhe was once again astonished, though his expression remained inscrutable. Sister Zhang was at the late stage of qi refinement, potentially reaching the 9th level, and yet her cultivation bonus was merely 1-fold. Frostfall's was directly 2-fold. Initially, Frostfall lacked any cultivation bonus due to her grievous injuries. Jingzhe's mind raced, and he quickly deduced the implications. When the system was first activated, Frostfall was gravely wounded, her cultivation concealed. Now that she had recovered somewhat, her cultivation had risen in tandem. Merely a slight recovery, and her bonus had already surpassed that of Sister Zhang? Jingzhe was taken aback, beginning to grasp the nature of this golden finger. It was evident that individuals with higher cultivation levels or greater empathy could yield more points. If Frostfall were to fully recover her cultivation and ascend a few more empathy levels, what might that entail? Yet, as he contemplated this, a wry smile crept across his face. For someone like Frostfall, achieving a state of mutual non-hostility was quite commendable. To aspire for more? That seemed a fanciful wish. Returning to the present, he noticed that Frostfall had ceased her engagement with him, retreating once more to the stone bed for meditation. Although Jingzhe harbored numerous questions, he felt it prudent to refrain from further inquiries. The points related to Frostfall were beyond his control. He would let things unfold naturally. At this moment, he had more pressing matters at hand. Presently, he lacked a sense of security even amidst the peach blossom lane. Therefore, his dantian must be rapidly restored, and his strength must be swiftly augmented. Ultimately, relying on the heavens or the earth would never compare to relying on oneself. And the first step in all of this was still to acquire spirit stones. Without regard for Frostfall's proximity, Jingzhe promptly moved the alchemical furnace to the center. He then removed his storage bag, channeling his spiritual energy to spill its contents forth. Not a single low-grade spirit stone remained. It was filled solely with medicinal materials. Earlier that day, aside from purchasing herbs for Frostfall to concoct her medicinal paste, he had also procured materials for 20 doses of qi recovery pills. Before his spiritual root had been elevated, he had possessed the audacity to bet everything. Now, with a profound spiritual root, his confidence had only intensified. The herbs were meticulously arranged beside the alchemical furnace. At this moment, Jingzhe closed his eyes, gently caressing the medicinal herbs before him. This act served to familiarize himself with the materials, a ritual that most alchemists undertake before beginning their craft. It is said that adept alchemists can achieve a unity with the herbs at this stage, allowing them to perceive the subtle changes within each ingredient during the refining process. Though Jingzhe had not reached such a level, being a practitioner of the rare Xian-grade wood spirit root, he indeed felt an indescribable sensation. He felt it was about to happen. There was an air of sophistication about him. Not to mention, at this moment, he had certainly impressed Shuangjiang, who was watching from the bed. "Are you truly an alchemist?" she inquired, having noticed the alchemical furnace the previous night without giving it much thought. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists are exceedingly rare compared to other professions, each holding a prestigious status. Coupled with the principles of Tao she had heard earlier, Jingzhe now appeared quite different in her eyes. Upon hearing Shuangjiang's astonished remark, Jingzhe smiled faintly. "It's just a small matter." With that, his expression shifted back to one of seriousness. He lightly brushed his fingers over the spiritual patterns of the furnace, igniting a crimson flame within. Jingzhe licked his lips, showing no hesitation as he tossed a portion of herbs into the fire. Yet, within 5 seconds, a hissing sound erupted, and a wisp of green smoke wafted out, filling the quiet room with a charred scent. Empathy points to what? Points for failure in alchemy? Jingzhe thought, feeling both speechless and exhilarated. If that's the case, let the ridicule come more fiercely. Empathy points to remaining points, 47. Jingzhe looked at the inexplicably increased points, torn between excitement and confusion. Shuangjiang was indeed formidable, and her demeanor was truly impressive, yet the sudden influx of points suggested that her inner self might not be as aloof as she appeared. However, these points seemed to accumulate quickly, yet they were still insufficient for Jingzhe's current needs. They could not directly mend his dantian, nor be exchanged for spirit stones. He still had to rely on his own efforts. For Shuangjiang, having witnessed Jingzhe's fluid and graceful technique, she had harbored a glimmer of expectation. She wished to see the level of alchemical skill possessed by someone who could evoke Taoist principles with mere words. Yet, as the burnt odor wafted through the air, her expression froze. It seemed he was merely a novice. Shuangjiang's heart brimmed with scorn, and her interest waned immediately. She pondered how to inquire about the Taoist principles she had overheard earlier, only to see Jingzhe expressionlessly pick up another batch of herbs. After a long moment of contemplation, he cast them into the furnace. Although this attempt also ended in failure, the herbs endured longer than the previous batch. Practicing, perhaps? This young man was persistent, proving he had the potential to be cultivated. Shuangjiang mused to herself, silently observing without interruption. "Chen Daoyu, I have conveyed your message in its entirety, even going so far as to earnestly persuade for quite some time. Alas, Jingzhe, with his obstinate nature, relies on Zhang Shou's protection and remains unwilling to comply. Huawei Tower, the most prominent brothel in Linjiang City, is indeed a common establishment in the realm of cultivation. Practitioners of the art of cultivation also understand the necessity of balance. After intense training, indulging in the pleasures of such places serves to enhance their spiritual practice. In the mundane world, some martial arts even require one to maintain a youthful form, and in more extreme cases, to undergo castration. Yet cultivators are not bound by such constraints. In fact, dual cultivation can be quite beneficial for one's advancement. As long as one is willing to spend spiritual stones, one could even spend a night with a female cultivator in the qi refinement stage here. Where there is demand, there is a market. The realm of cultivation adheres to this principle as well. At this moment, in a private room, Lin Ping sat across from a burly middle-aged man clad in black robes. This man was none other than Chen Chong, the head of Cui Lu Alley. Both of them were accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman who was playfully posturing. Upon hearing Lin Ping's words, Chen Chong's expression darkened. Jingzhe, merely at the early stage of qi refinement, was courting death. Chen Chong raised his wine cup and took a sip, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Lin Ping, somewhat anxious, remarked, "Chen Daoyu, if he continues to refuse and hides in Taohua Alley, we might find ourselves in a difficult position. After all, Zhang Xiu possesses considerable strength." At this, a cold smile crept across Chen Chong's lips. He then glanced at the two courtesans, who, understanding his unspoken command, discreetly exited the private room. Chen Chong spoke, "In a few days, my nephew Chen Jingzhe will emerge from his seclusion, and by then, he should be able to break through to the peak of qi refinement. Consequently, he will be eligible to advance to an inner disciple of the Huayang sect. and even the main sect will take notice of him. Given his talent, Huayang sect will surely bestow upon him a foundation establishment pill. And then my Qin family will have a foundation establishment cultivator. What is Zhang Xiao? Merely at the late stage of qi refinement, in comparison. At this point, Qin Chang's tone swelled with pride. Lin Daoyu, do you believe Zhang Xiao holds more significance for the Huayang sect than a future foundation establishment powerhouse? Lin Ping opened his mouth, finding himself at a loss for words. Since Qin Chong dared to proceed with such plans, it indicated that Qin Jinshi's ascension was a foregone conclusion. Thus, Zhang Xiao was indeed not a concern. Lin Ping's eyes gleamed with excitement. His willingness to be manipulated by Qin Chong stemmed from this very point. The world thrives on profit, and people bustle about for gain, without special motives, even if Qin Chong possessed greater strength than Lin Ping. The latter would never serve him dutifully. Now, with certain matters that Qin Chong was reluctant to handle personally, Lin Ping resolved to act as his vanguard. After some contemplation, Lin Ping decisively stated, Qin Daoyu, integrating the academies of Linjiang City is not a daunting task. However, should this endeavor succeed, my son Lin Feng's matter. Rest assured, the day Qin Jinshe ascends will coincide with your son's entry into Huayang sect. Qin Chong was acutely aware of Lin Ping's desires. This man, having lost hope in his own cultivation, had long since pinned his aspirations on his progeny. Lin Feng was undoubtedly the most exceptional offspring of Lin Ping. Although he had yet to awaken his spiritual abilities, he had already demonstrated remarkable talent for cultivation. Should he receive the teachings of the Huayang sect prior to his awakening, his future prospects would undoubtedly be elevated. For this reason, Lin Ping was willing to take one more gamble. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping was filled with joy. Thank you, Daoist Chun. Leave this matter to me. Before Daoist Jinshe exits his seclusion, I shall ensure it is properly handled. After sharing a few more cups of wine, Lin Ping hurriedly departed. Observing his retreating figure, Qin Chong's lips curled into a cold smirk. The sensation of having others do his bidding was truly delightful. Furthermore, Qin Chong harbored ambitions of his own. With Lin Ping and the others performing these unsavory tasks, they would be united as part of his foundation. In the realm of cultivation, one must maintain a balance between relaxation and diligence, and the same holds true for alchemy. I can discern that your talent for alchemy is rather commendable, yet your approach is undeniably foolish. After witnessing Su Jingzhe squander 10 batches of medicinal materials, Shuangjiang could no longer tolerate it. Although the 10th attempt had brought the materials close to completion within the alchemical furnace, it ultimately ended in failure. Shuangjiang understood that, given Su Jingzhe's current state, even if he exhausted the remaining 10 batches, success would remain elusive. Hearing this, Su Jingzhe set aside the materials and turned his gaze toward Shuangjiang. Miss Shuangjiang, do you have an understanding of alchemy? A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Shuangjiang shook her head. I do not possess knowledge in that area, but I have witnessed true masters of the craft at work. Pausing for a moment, her gaze fixed intently on Su Jingzhe, she continued. I recognize that you are facing difficulties, but persisting in this manner will not lead you to success, even over a lifetime. Her tone remained assertive, laced with a hint of sarcasm, as she held her own motives. Assisting Su Jingzhe could potentially repay the debt of gratitude for his earlier rescue, and she could also seize the opportunity to inquire about the principles of Taoist techniques. She adhered to her own principles, unwilling to remain in perpetual debt to others, and had been quite vexed by her inability to provide the 100 low-grade spirit stones he had requested previously. If she could repay this way, offering guidance to a lower-tier cultivator would be well within her capabilities. Besides, it was evident that Su Jingzhe stood to gain the most. Su Jingzhe offered an awkward smile. Even a hero can falter over a meager sum. 50 low-grade spirit stones have left me as restless as an ant on a hot pan. My apologies for providing you with amusement. However, the rent does not wait for anyone. Should I be turned out of Taohua Alley, my cultivation level would render me destined for a fate worse than death. I am relying on the hope of concocting a recovery elixir to exchange for some spirit stones to pay the rent. Sincerity is always the most potent weapon. Shuangjiang felt a pang of sympathy. Having overheard the conversation between Lin Ping and Su Jingzhe, she realized that Su Jingzhe was in peril, even facing the threat of death. If the adversary dared to act forcefully, although she was in a state of self-seal, her cultivation had indeed recovered slightly, and protecting him should not pose an issue. However, Su Jingzhe's predicament of being unable to afford rent left her at a loss, as her own circumstances were not much better. Let us take a moment to rest. I shall gather my thoughts and share with you the knowledge I possess regarding alchemists. Surely, Crafting a basic recovery elixir would not be beyond our capabilities. As Frostfall contemplated, she spoke softly. In her view, there indeed exists a sense of pity for the foolish. This marked the gentlest words she had uttered to Jingzhe since their acquaintance. Years ago, an old friend of hers incessantly droned on about alchemical knowledge, fervently wishing to draw her into the realm of alchemy. Although she often found herself drowsy and half-hearted in her attentiveness, she nonetheless absorbed some knowledge. Jingzhe was overjoyed. His innate talent could only enhance his attributes. While the practical wisdom must be acquired through personal effort, empathy too, a double blessing. His wood spirit root had reached the profound level, and in terms of alchemical aptitude, he could be considered among the best in such a modest locale as Lingjiang City. What he lacked was practical experience. Yet, Frostfall continued, in exchange. I too require something from you. Exchange? Jingzhe delighted in equitable transactions, though he pondered what he possessed that would pique Frostfall's interest. It seemed his only assets were his handsome visage and robust physique. He was still earnestly contemplating his valuables when Frostfall articulated. Alchemy is merely the amalgamation of energies from medicinal materials, optimized for the absorption by cultivators. Before she even disclosed her demands, she had already shared her alchemical knowledge. Jingzhe swiftly cast aside distracting thoughts, silently recording and absorbing her teachings. With a newfound clarity of purpose, he felt an insatiable thirst for this knowledge. Even though Frostfall's explanations were fragmented and elementary, to him, they were treasures. Frostfall soon concluded her discourse. Yet Jingzhe found himself enraptured in a unique state of enlightenment. Had he attained an epiphany? Could it be that he possessed a natural talent for imparting wisdom? Or was it merely that his alchemical aptitude was exceptionally strong? Frostfall, somewhat astonished, chose not to disrupt Jingzhe's current state. She silently returned to her stone bed to meditate. Time flew, and soon it was deep into the night. The academy lay in serene silence, while Jingzhe remained lost in his contemplative state. The longer the moment of enlightenment lingered, the greater the bounty of understanding he reaped. Surely, the alchemical knowledge she had just imparted was not extraordinary? Frostfall mused, growing increasingly curious. She refrained from interrupting him, but suddenly her brow furrowed. Approaching the window, she closed it tightly, sealing even the slightest gap. The dark night, rife with peril, was indeed a time for caution. She glanced outside, noting that nothing seemed amiss. Quietly, she kept watch within the stillness of the chamber. Outside, the stirrings did not encroach upon their sanctuary. It was a full hour before Jingzhe emerged from his reverie. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing into a pair of eyes sparkling like stars. Have you gained insight? Frostfall inquired, feigning contemplation. Jingzhe, however, promptly stood and bowed deeply to her. Thank you, my lady. Should I successfully concoct the Qi recovery pill, regardless of how many spiritual stones it sells for, I shall generously share half with you. Jingzhe spoke with utmost sincerity. Frostfall, momentarily taken aback, nodded expressionlessly. She mused to herself that this fellow was indeed a touch foolish, yet endearing. As this thought crossed her mind, golden words flashed before Jingzhe's eyes once more. Empathy level 2, remaining usable points, 51. Jingzhe paused for a moment, yet remained composed. Before he could utter a word, Frostfall continued. Do not be too hasty in expressing your gratitude. I previously mentioned that I am merely engaging in a transaction with you. Jingzhe felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Is there anything else that you, Miss Frostfall, require from me? At that moment, he truly believed he possessed nothing of worth beyond his exceptionally handsome visage. I am quite intrigued by the knowledge you imparted to those children. I desire a copy of all that you have taught in the past. Is that too much to ask? As she spoke, Frostfall's tone remained neutral, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. In the past, she had lacked for nothing. When she truly needed something, she would merely voice her desire or simply seize it. This situation was entirely foreign to her. Jingzhe was momentarily stunned. A flicker of realization stirred within him. He was acutely aware of the origins of those teachings. Whether it be the Tao Te Ching or the works of Laozi and Guguzi, all were the crystallized wisdom of Earth's sages. These teachings were inherently profound. In Jingzhe's eyes, Frostfall's strength undoubtedly surpassed the foundational stage, perhaps even beyond the golden core. The interest such a formidable being had in these subjects led him to wonder, could these teachings truly aid in the path of cultivation? With 2 lifetimes of unparalleled intelligence, Jingzhe had previously attributed the enlightenment of those children solely to luck. Now, with Frostfall's casual inquiry, he began to reconsider. In the small town of Lingjiang, where few paid attention, It might be wise to refrain from casually revealing such knowledge in the future. Is that truly so difficult? Frostfall inquired, a glint of cunning in her eyes. Although her understanding of alchemy was but superficial, it had indeed catalyzed Su Jingzhe's epiphany. Regardless of how much insight she had imparted, the resulting karmic connection ensured she had no fear of Su Jingzhe failing to reciprocate. Regaining his composure, Su Jingzhe smiled. Are you certain that is all you desire, Miss Frostfall? Frostfall scoffed. Otherwise, do you possess anything else? Su Jingzhe awkwardly scratched his head, ultimately refraining from uttering any words that might be perceived as self-flattery. This matter was quite simple. As he spoke, Su Jingzhe retrieved 2 tomes from a secluded corner of the quiet chamber. The books bore no titles. Yet they contained the classic quotations he had transcribed from memory, as well as the knowledge he had debated with others prior to his transmigration. Previously engrossed in his studies, he had copied these passages for ease of recollection and to impress others. Otherwise, they would surely fade from memory over time. He had not anticipated that they would prove useful once more. Su Jingzhe handed them to Frostfall, feeling no reluctance to part with them. Although she recognized that such knowledge might be extraordinary even in the realm of cultivation, she understood that she must concede to Xuangjiang here. After all, the other party was her benefactor. If their relationship flourished, not only could it enhance her abilities, but once his cultivation was restored, he might prove to be an invaluable ally. Most importantly, one must remember the adage about accepting favors. Upon receiving the books, Xuangjiang eagerly began to peruse them, immediately captivated by their contents. Yet, the excitement within her did not manifest on her countenance. Rather, it was reflected in her accumulating points. Empathy 2, Empathy 2, Empathy 2. The continuously flickering golden text betrayed the turbulence within Xuangjiang's heart, leaving Su Jingzhe utterly confounded. Was it really this easy? She had accumulated 6 points in a row, leaving her with a total of 57. After casually flipping through a few pages, she suppressed her urge to continue reading and tucked the volume away, seemingly unwilling to let Su Jingzhe discern her regard for the material. With a nonchalant demeanor, she inquired, "This doesn't appear to be something you could have pinned, does it?" Testing the waters. Aware of Xuangjiang's current agitation, Su Jingzhe had already prepared his response. Feigning curiosity, he asked, "Are these truly formidable techniques?" To be candid, I stumbled upon these during a chance encounter on Qifeng Mountain a few years ago. The content is profoundly obscure. While it serves well to impress my students, I hardly comprehend it myself. I once consulted Sister Zhang about it, and even she found it inscrutable, so we never paid it much mind afterward. Xuangjiang inwardly scoffed. The principles of these methods, which she had never before encountered, were beyond her immediate understanding. To believe that individuals of their caliber, merely refining their qi and establishing their foundation, could grasp such complexities was indeed perplexing. Nevertheless, she harbored no doubts about Su Jingzhe's explanation. It was not uncommon for rare treasures to gather dust in the hands of the uninitiated within the cultivation world. Had Su Jingzhe claimed to possess profound insights, that would have truly startled her. In this regard, Xuangjiang could only marvel at her good fortune. Yet, she remained somewhat naive, failing to notice that if these tomes were genuinely found, their inscriptions seemed rather too pristine. With the transaction concluded, Su Jingzhe had no intention of lingering in the quiet chamber. There were matters he needed to contemplate, and he recalled Xuangjiang's earlier remark about the importance of balance in alchemy. Thus, even though the situation felt somewhat urgent, he resolved not to practice further that night. The 10 remaining herbs were his capital for a turnaround. He could not afford to squander them. As night deepened, he announced, "I shall take my leave and rest. You two should retire early, young lady." After relocating the alchemical furnace to a corner, Su Jingzhe addressed Xuangjiang once more. The latter paused momentarily in surprise. "You do not intend to continue?" Su Jingzhe replied with a slight smile. "You were right, young lady. One must not rush the alchemical process. Thanks to your guidance, I have gained some insights. It would be prudent to thoroughly contemplate them tonight and attempt once more on the morrow." With that, Su Jingzhe stepped through the door, leaving Xuangjiang momentarily astonished, yet she nodded thoughtfully in response. However, as soon as the door to the quiet room closed, Xuangjiang eagerly settled onto the stone bed and began to peruse the 2 notebooks that Su Jingzhe had given her. Outside the door, Su Jingzhe caught a glimpse of golden characters flashing before him, momentarily stunned before being overwhelmed with joy. He had anticipated that he could gain some points from Xuangjiang, yet he was astonished to find it amounted to as much as 6 points. His available points now totaled 61. Level: Qi Refinement Stage 1, Second Layer, 0200. Note: Host Stantion is damaged. point gain effectiveness halved, after a glance at his status panel. Su Jingzhe couldn't help but smile wryly. To advance to the third layer of qi refinement, he would require an additional 400 points. The journey ahead was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, his spirits remained high as he hummed a cheerful tune while returning to the kitchen. Meanwhile, on a rooftop not far from the academy, two figures stealthily crouched beneath the eaves, shrouded in shadow. Recognizing the presence of others within the academy, their cultivation levels unknown, they decided to cancel their mission and retreat. Knowledge of oneself and of the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Those who dwell in the shadows never strike against the unknown. With those words, the two vanished as if they had never been there. In the quiet room, Shuangjiang, who had been engrossed in her reading, cast a fleeting glance out the window, a hint of disdain curling her lips. The following morning, Su Jingzhe rose early once more. The moment he opened his eyes, golden characters danced before him. Days remaining until host Dantian is utterly shattered. 500. This prompt always occupied the top position. Daily fixed empathy points. Zhang Xiao, 4. Shuangjiang, 2 remaining usable points, 67. This was a fresh reminder that filled him with exuberance. The fact that he received a fixed increase daily was astonishing. Zhang Xiao's empathy level enhancement was 4-fold, yielding 4 points, while Shuangjiang's cultivation enhancement was 2-fold, resulting in 2 points. This was quite understandable. Receiving such a pleasant surprise early in the day only elevated Su Jingzhe's mood further. However, today he lacked the funds to prepare medicinal paste for Shuangjiang. After tidying himself up, he practiced in the courtyard for a while, patiently awaiting the arrival of the children. Mr. Su, good morning. Before long, a lovely girl of around 11 or 12, clad in a white dress, entered the academy, respectfully greeting Su Jingzhe. Good morning, Ning Yao. He responded with a smile. This girl was the daughter of Zhang Xiao's sister-in-law and currently his most promising student. He sensed that Ning Yao would surely awaken her spiritual roots during this initiation. As she approached the classroom, Su Jingzhe inquired, "Has your mother returned?" He was aware that the situation in the city might be precarious, and he was concerned for Zhang Xiao's sister-in-law. She mentioned needing to step out for a matter yesterday, but she still has tea returned by the time I came over. Ning Yu replied, her tone devoid of worry. Zhang Xiao's sister-in-law had protected her well. At her age, she remained oblivious to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Su Jingzhe nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Originally, Su Jingzhe had 25 students, but today, as the class time approached, only 19 entered the classroom. In the past, tardiness was an inconceivable occurrence among his students. Su Jingzhe furrowed his brow once more, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The absence of the remaining students was easily deduced. Just overnight, 6 had vanished, and he suddenly lost all desire to continue the lesson. Chinchong. I shall remember your name, Su Jingzhe murmured to himself. When one mingles in the world, debts must eventually be repaid. The loss of 6 students may seem trivial, yet it reignited a sense of crisis within Su Jingzhe. Although Cui Lu Alley possessed formidable strength, interfering with Taohua Alley remained a challenge. Nevertheless, their success in doing so attested to their determination to consolidate the academy. After some contemplation, Su Jingzhe entered the classroom and addressed the children. In a few days, you will be going to the Huayang branch to participate in the awakening ceremony. For now, it is better to relax than to attend class here. Review yesterday's lesson at home today. There is no need to return tomorrow. We shall meet at Huayang branch on the day of awakening. Upon hearing Su Jingzhe's words, the children felt as though a great burden had been lifted. Hooray! Goodbye, Mr. Su. They cheered, scampering away. Observing this, Su Jingzhe shook his head with a wry smile. Regardless of the world, the prospect of not studying always seemed to bring immense joy to children. Goodbye, Mr. Su. The first to arrive, Ning Yao, was the last to leave. She offered a slight bow to Su Jingzhe. Though still young, she displayed a remarkable poise, possessing a maturity beyond her years. Child, do not wonder about after returning home. Wait for your mother, Su Jingzhe advised earnestly. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Su, Ning Yu replied, performing another respectful gesture before departing. Su Jingzhe nodded, increasingly pleased with the girl. He was curious about what kind of spiritual root she might awaken during the upcoming ceremony. Every year, the Huang'an branch held a spiritual root awakening ceremony, known as Qiling, for children of appropriate age. Those with promising spiritual roots would be invited to become disciples of the Huayang sect on the spot. Should a child manifest a profound single or even dual spiritual root, they would have the opportunity to be accepted as an inner disciple immediately. Su Jingzhe harbored great expectations for Ning Yao. If she were to become an inner disciple of the Huayang sect, As her mentor, Cheng would no longer pose a threat to his academy. Though his academy was already on the verge of collapse and Jingzhe had little interest in continuing, there was a significant difference between closing its doors voluntarily and being driven to ruin by others. Having been oppressed to such an extent, he felt a need to assert himself. While he had longed for a life of quietude and simplicity, he was willing to embrace challenges when they arose. Perhaps Ningye was one of his bargaining chips. Closing the classroom door, Jingzhe made his way to the quiet room. Having rested well the previous night, he felt rejuvenated. He believed it was time to engage in alchemy. Arriving at the door of the quiet room, he instinctively knocked. However, as soon as his hand made contact, the door swung open. Had it been deliberately left ajar for me? A flicker of intrigue stirred within Jingzhe as he pushed the door open. Xuangjiang sat upon the stone bed, not engaged in cultivation. The wounds on her face had completely scabbed over, suggesting they would fall away in a few days. Her condition appeared to have improved somewhat since yesterday. Observing this, Jingzhe felt a twinge of anxiety. He was acutely aware that he could not retain Xuangjiang here. Once she regained her strength, she would depart. Initially, he had anticipated her swift departure, yet now he found himself reluctant to let her go. It was not without reason. He still wished to extract a few more benefits from her presence. With her condition evidently better today, it seemed she would not remain here for long. Jingzhe casually inquired, "So, how are you feeling?" Xuangjiang raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you wish to chase me away?" "Not at all, Xuangjiang. You misinterpret my words. This place is rather spacious, and my solitude can be quite dull. Your company is quite welcome." Sensing a hint of hostility in her tone, Jingzhe hastily clarified. He had merely been probing. If Xuangjiang were to leave, that would indeed be counterproductive. Xuangjiang let out a light scoff but did not linger on the topic. Instead, she remarked, "Are you contemplating alchemy? I observed the situation in your academy earlier. Do you require my assistance in eliminating someone? Consider it a repayment for saving my life." As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Although she had imparted some knowledge of alchemy to Jingzhe the previous day, it felt insufficient compared to the debt of gratitude she owed him. Perhaps resolving his current predicament would clear the slate, allowing her to leave without entanglements. She estimated that, given her present state, it would not be overly difficult to stealthily eliminate a qi refinement practitioner. Jingzhe was taken aback, glancing at Xuangjiang before chuckling. "That one tea be necessary. I believe I can handle such matters myself." He understood her implication all too well. What he truly desired was to keep Xuangjiang by his side. She was undoubtedly a formidable ally, and even if she sought to repay her debt, it should not be at the expense of someone like Chen Cheng. Xuangjiang nodded lightly, not insisting further. She had merely acted on a whim. And since Jingzhe had declined her offer, she would not seek to engage in such endeavors out of boredom. Yet, recalling the 2 notebooks she had given him the previous night, she was reluctant to owe him too great a debt. At the very least, she did not wish for someone as innocent and naive as Jingzhe to meet an untimely demise. Xuangjiang continued, "I can't fathom how you intend to cope with the hidden threats you currently face, given your present cultivation level. Perhaps your circumstances are more perilous than you realize." She was aware that Jingzhe had likely not detected the assassins from the previous night. With your qi refinement early-stage cultivation, you are practically vulnerable in the realm of cultivation. Surely you do not believe that the woman who visited yesterday, being at the qi refinement late stage, can provide you with continuous protection? There was a note of derision in her words. Just then, as Jingzhe moved the alchemical furnace to the center of the quiet room, he furrowed his brow upon hearing her remarks. With the expertise of Frostfall, it is entirely reasonable to discern certain situations unknown to him. What does the young lady mean by this? Jingzhe's expression grew somewhat solemn. A subtle smile graced Frostfall's lips, yet the movement tugged at the scars on her face, rendering it far from pleasant. She stated, in a matter-of-fact tone, that had I not been here, you might very well have met your demise last night. Jingzhe was taken aback. Although he had not spent much time with Frostfall, he understood her nature. Even if she wished to repay a debt, she would not resort to intimidation. He chuckled softly, pondering, what difference does it make? While the adage of confronting challenges as they arise may seem audacious before a lady, the reality remains unchanged. Some matters can only be addressed to the best of my ability. The outcome, and what tomorrow holds, is beyond my control. Jingzhe's honesty was striking. Frostfall, however, fell into silence. She was accustomed to viewing issues from her elevated perspective, neglecting the fact that this was the lower echelon of the cultivation world, where many, like Jingzhe, seemed powerless, their fates not dictated by themselves. She let out a faint sigh. Simultaneously, Su Jingzhe was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his seemingly indifferent remarks would evoke such a profound emotional reaction from Frostfall. Another 4 points? His heart surged with excitement. Yet noticing that Frostfall had no intention of continuing the conversation, he gently brushed the alchemical furnace. His thoughts soon settled. This 4-point gain was a delightful surprise for the day, yet his primary task remained the refinement of elixirs. As he stoked the fire and sensed the medicinal ingredients, his demeanor returned to its previous tranquility. Frostfall sat silently on the stone bed, observing him. She could discern that the focused Su Jingzhe was indeed different from the one she had witnessed the day before. At that moment, Su Jingzhe meticulously placed the herbs into the furnace, manipulating the miniature formation atop it to control the flames. Each step appeared somewhat clumsy, yet he committed no errors. Unlike the prior day's disastrous start, before long, a faint aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted through the quiet chamber. Had he truly succeeded? Frostfall felt a flicker of astonishment. With a swift motion, Su Jingzhe struck the alchemical furnace, and an oval-shaped elixir shot forth. Its surface was quite rough, suggesting it was not fully formed. A defective product. Su Jingzhe, brimming with excitement, presented it to Frostfall as if to boast. In a small place like Linjiang City, a subpar replenishing elixir could still fetch a price. Although such a concoction posed significant risks to cultivators, it bore some efficacy. There would always be those reckless enough to disregard the foundation of their bodies. In critical moments, this item could prove life-saving. Su Jingzhe estimated that this flawed replenishing elixir could be worth 2 low-grade spirit stones, with the cost of the ingredients only requiring 1, thus ensuring a profit. Frostfall nodded impassively, maintaining her aloof demeanor. Yet, the sudden increase in points betrayed her true feelings. As Su Jingzhe observed the remaining available points had risen to 73, he realized that Frostfall must at least be acknowledging him at this moment. His enthusiasm surged. However, he swiftly contained his excitement, gazing at the 9 remaining medicinal herbs, and once again entered that focused state. During the ensuing time, the fragrance of herbs permeated the quiet chamber. After an hour, he exhausted all 9 herbs in one determined effort, 3 inferior products and 6 perfect ones, coupled with the first. He astonishingly produced 10 flawless pills. As the flames in the furnace extinguished, Su Jingzhe stared at the neatly arranged 10 pills, a sense of disbelief washing over him, followed by overwhelming joy. Achieving such a high success rate in refining the qi recovery pill signified that Su Jingzhe had officially become an alchemist. The pills were categorized from 1 to 9 ranks, with the qi recovery pill being merely a first-rank pill, thus Su Jingzhe could only be deemed a first-rank alchemist. Yet, from this moment forth, his status was no longer comparable. Though he had not entirely transformed his fate, he could at least resolve his issues concerning spirit stones solely by selling qi recovery pills. Regaining his composure, Su Jingzhe noticed that during the alchemical process, there had been 3 changes in points. Remaining available points, 79. Congratulations, I did not expect you to refine pills so swiftly, and your success rate seems somewhat extraordinary. At this moment, Frostfall's voice resonated, tinged with surprise. In her perspective, disregarding the 4 inferior products, a 60% success rate was indeed formidable. It was worth noting that last night, Su Jingzhe was merely a novice. His innate talent for alchemy was remarkable, and still a raw gem. Should he be introduced to her, he might become a great talent. As Frostfall contemplated this, her perception of Su Jingzhe shifted once more. The slight admiration she held for him instantly transformed into tangible points, elevating his available points to an impressive 81. Su Jingzhe grew increasingly exhilarated. At this rate, with a bit of cleverness, he could accumulate 200 points in no time. Once he resolved the issue with his Dantian, breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement would be effortless. However, as he pondered this, a sense of helplessness enveloped him. The situation with his Dantian was not something that could be easily rectified. Without sufficient strength, he remained in a precarious position. All his troubles stemmed from inadequate firepower. His profound with spiritual root had effortlessly enabled him to attain the standard of a first-rank alchemist, alleviating his concerns about spirit stones. Yet, his early-stage qi refinement cultivation still left him devoid of any sense of security. Perhaps he should promptly report his first-rank alchemist status to the Huang branch, where they might value him and offer special protection, allowing him to rest easy. However, this would also render him a mere puppet of the Huang branch, stripping him of his freedom. Although alchemists held a noble status, without corresponding strength to safeguard it, they were but tools. Previously, acquiring spirit stones had been of paramount importance. Now, He must turn his attention to the matter of his Dantian. Upon reflection, Su Jingzhe's gaze remained fixed on Frostfall. Miss Frostfall, I wish to inquire about a matter. Frostfall appeared slightly surprised. Logically, Su Jingzhe should have been elated at the successful alchemy, yet she distinctly sensed his mood becoming increasingly somber. Speak, she replied with a subdued tone. Su Jingzhe continued, Miss Frostfall, being well-versed and knowledgeable, do you know what elixir can mend a damaged Dantian? At this moment, Su Jingzhe still instinctively sought a solution through alchemy. Upon hearing this, Frostfall furrowed her brow, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Su Jingzhe. A sense of shock washing over her. She then stepped forward, grasping his hand, and using a thread of spiritual energy for examination, her expression grew more serious. I did not expect your Dantian to be so severely injured. I initially thought you were merely a struggling novice, but it seems your plight is far worse. Until now, she had only perceived Su Jingzhe as being at the initial stage of qi refinement, overlooking the condition of his Dantian. Given your current state, to still maintain the second layer of qi refinement is quite miraculous. After a moment of contemplation, Frostfall added, if it were only a slight injury, there would be many remedies available. In my prime, I could have managed it. However, in your case, only a miracle could suffice. Frostfall was not one to coddle anyone's feelings. She spoke only the truth. Su Jingzhe's brow furrowed slightly, but his expression remained largely unchanged. He understood his own situation well, and Frostfall's words merely confirmed his own thoughts. A miracle, you say? Could the system count as one? With the system's emergence, Su Jingzhe firmly believed in the existence of miracles. He had always held the conviction that with a golden opportunity, the issue with his Dantian would surely be resolved within 500 days. Observing Su Jingzhe's calm demeanor, Frostfall felt a twinge of sympathy. In her view, he might have been rendered speechless by fear. However, before she could elaborate, Su Jingzhe inquired again, is there truly no other way for me to enhance my strength? His tone was exceedingly earnest. Witnessing this, Frostfall stifled the sarcasm that had nearly escaped her lips. After a moment of serious contemplation, she replied, it is not entirely impossible. The path of cultivation is not singular. However, compared to qi refinement, other routes are significantly more arduous. Are you familiar with body cultivation and spiritual cultivation? Su Jingzhe's heart stirred. He was aware of body cultivation, though he had never encountered it in the small town of Lingjiang. Frostfall continued. Cultivators generally fall into three categories: qi refinement, body refinement, and spiritual refinement. Yet this era predominantly favors qi refinement. Body and spiritual cultivation require vast resources and are somewhat misaligned with the current age. Even those who practice body and spiritual cultivation often wield only half-baked techniques, their prowess being quite limited and unable to produce true masters. It was unfortunate that his previous environment had been too primitive. These concepts were largely unfamiliar to Su Jingzhe. At this moment, his mind began to awaken. The path of cultivation is inherently challenging. Many with spiritual roots struggle to advance in qi refinement, let alone choose the more demanding paths of body and spiritual cultivation. In the ruthless dance of survival, it is only natural that these two paths have fallen into decline with the changing landscape of cultivation. Frostfall sighed once more. Despite exerting tenfold or 100-fold effort to reach the pinnacle, it was still inferior to the casual practice of energy refinement. Under normal circumstances, who among the ordinary would choose to traverse these two paths if there were any other options? At this juncture, Frostfall gazed intently at Su Jingzhe, whose Dantian was nearly shattered. Yet this provided her the opportunity to repay the debt of gratitude for saving her life. Given your current predicament, the only means to enhance your strength lies in either spirit refinement or body refinement. As an alchemist, your mental acuity is commendable, making you more suited for the path of spiritual cultivation. However, the methods of spiritual cultivation I am aware of are merely mediocre and commonplace. There exists a somewhat acceptable body refinement technique, yet in your frail state, it would be quite challenging to cultivate. Choose according to your own desires, regardless of your selection. It will undoubtedly be far superior to forcibly refining energy with a damaged Dantian. At last, having found the opportunity to settle her debts with Su Jingzhe, Frostfall's demeanor softened, and her words flowed more freely. Indeed, Su Jingzhe had saved her life, yet in her view, providing him with a new path was akin to granting him a new lease on life. The exchange of karmic debts rendered them even. How splendidly shattered this Dantian is. Is there a hint of schadenfreude in her demeanor? In this atmosphere, Su Jingzhe found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or to weep. He looked at Frostfall and said, Might you provide me with both the body refinement and spirit refinement techniques, miss? Children make choices. Adults naturally desire them all. Apart from the golden opportunity, he possessed no other resources. It was only prudent to accumulate what he could. Frostfall was taken aback. Are you aware that one cannot bite off more than one can chew? Jingzhe nodded. I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to compare. His words and demeanor remained sincere. Frostfall regarded him deeply, ultimately conceding with a nod. The body refinement technique I know is called Python scale technique, and if mastered to perfection, it is quite commendable. The spirit refinement technique is called divine travel. Do not be deceived by its mystical name. It is, in truth, rather subpar. Bring me paper and pen. I shall transcribe it for you. Jingzhe eagerly fetched the materials. He was unaware of Frostfall's precise realm. Yet he understood that individuals of her caliber could typically remember what they had seen and could easily transcribe it. Soon, Frostfall presented him with the newly transcribed techniques. Her elegant handwriting imbued with a certain profundity. Consider carefully before deciding which to practice. With this, I have repaid the debt of your life-saving favor, and we shall thereafter owe each other nothing. Frostfall spoke again, her tone seemingly growing colder. The alchemical knowledge she imparted allowed Jingzhe to ascend to the rank of a first-tier alchemist, sufficiently offsetting the karmic debt of the two notebooks. Truly, they owed each other nothing now. Jingzhe paused for a moment, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He understood that having reached this point, Frostfall's departure would soon follow. Yet, there was no alternative. He needed these resources, and it was only fair for Frostfall to repay her debt. He felt content, for in these past days, he had gained much from her. Simply activating the golden opportunity was a guaranteed profit. Reflecting on this, Jingzhe produced a piece of milky white jade pendant. I understand, Frostfall Maiden, that your stay here will not be prolonged, yet our encounter, nonetheless, signifies a fateful connection. I am also aware that your surroundings are fraught with peril. Regardless of when you depart, please accept this jade pendant for your safety. Though it is not a magical artifact, it has been my constant companion since childhood, a token of my sentiment. Just moments ago, Frostfall spoke of settling her karmic debts, and Jingzhe could distinctly sense a subtle shift within her. He cast a quiet glance at the panel of his golden finger, observing that the relationship status with Frostfall remained mutually non-hostile, which brought him a sense of relief. Yet, he felt compelled to take action. Even if he could not elevate their empathy level, he at least desired to maintain it. However, should this scene fall under the gaze of Jingzhe, it might lead to complications. At this moment, Frostfall gazed at the jade pendant offered by Jingzhe, and a flicker of nuanced change appeared in her expression. To her, a pendant devoid of any energy fluctuations was akin to refuse. She perceived Jingzhe's actions as rather juvenile. Yet, after taking a deep breath, she chose to accept it. This foolish yet rare purity of his, she did not wish to tarnish. In a world as tumultuous as the realm of cultivation, to retain an innocent heart is indeed commendable. Without uttering a word of thanks, Frostfall sat cross-legged upon the stone bed to meditate. Empathy too, nevertheless. Her heart was not at peace, a fact reflected in the points displayed. Golden letters flashed, and her remaining available points rose to 91. She was one step closer to the elusive 100-point threshold. Subsequently, Jingzhe stored away the energy-restoring pill that remained beside the alchemical furnace. Rest well, maiden. I shall attend to these elixirs, and as promised, I will share half of the spirit stones with you. With that, he departed the quiet chamber, closing the door behind him without awaiting her response. Empathy 2, remaining available points, 93. Upon exiting, golden letters appeared once more. Jingzhe smiled slightly and hurried back to the kitchen. He retrieved the newly acquired techniques, banishing the shadows from his heart. Although he still needed to find a way to mend his dantian, these two techniques would serve as his temporary support in the meantime. With the existence of the golden finger, he believed that regardless of how well the environment suited him, success was attainable. Python scale technique divine travel. Jingzhe took a moment to comprehend both techniques and quickly reached a decision. At this juncture, if he wished to expedite his strength, refining his body was undoubtedly the more suitable choice. After swiftly memorizing both techniques, he proceeded to destroy them. Such techniques might be considered commonplace in Frostfall's eyes. Yet in the realm of Lingjiang City, they would be regarded as treasures. There could be no risk of exposure. As the sun reached its zenith, Jingzhe was not eager to practice the Python scale technique. After glancing at the quiet chamber, he stepped out of the academy. Although Sister Jingzhe had mentioned that the city was currently unsafe, he could not confine himself indoors indefinitely. It was broad daylight, Even if some individuals behave disorderly, they would likely temper their actions somewhat. Having just stepped out of the academy, he swiftly slipped into a dimly lit, deserted corner. When he emerged once more, he was enveloped in a black robe. This attire is commonly adopted by those traversing the realm of cultivation, serving two purposes: to maintain an air of mystery, concealing one's true identity, and to instill fear. In the current chaotic environment of Linjiang City, no one wishes to provoke a mysterious individual whose identity and capabilities remain unknown. After all, one might unwittingly encounter a formidable opponent. Donning this guise, Jingzhe made his way directly to the treasure pavilion in Linjiang City, located adjacent to the Huawei building. He had heard a couple of sayings regarding the treasure pavilion. First, wherever cultivators gather, there lies a treasure pavilion. Second, as long as one possesses sufficient spirit stones, anything desired can be acquired. Indeed, such audacity. Jingzhe understood that these statements might be exaggerated, yet they clearly illustrated the pavilion's formidable reputation. At the very least, the status of the treasure pavilion, alongside Huawei building, was undeniably transcendent within Linjiang City. Shrouded in his black robe, Jingzhe soon arrived at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. His attire garnered no attention along the way, as he encountered 6 or 7 others dressed similarly. The treasure pavilion consisted of 3 stories and had no guards at the entrance. Anyone was free to enter, showcasing their confidence. No one dared to misbehave within these walls. Jingzhe stepped inside, where the ground floor was exceedingly spacious, featuring 10 trading windows for buying or selling. He chose a window towards the interior and patiently waited in line. After the passage of approximately 1 incense stick's worth of time, the 3 individuals before him completed their transactions. Lowering the brim of his hat, Jingzhe approached the counter and retrieved 2 jade vials from his storage bag. Selling, he uttered hoarsely, merely 2 words. A female disciple of the treasure pavilion, devoid of expression, accepted his jade vials. Upon opening one, a fragrant aroma of medicine wafted forth, causing her countenance to shift abruptly, her demeanor turning serious. This is a recovery pill. The other vial as well a defective product. Murmuring to herself, she directed her gaze towards Jingzhe. Do you wish to sell them all, friend? Jingzhe nodded. Please assess their worth. At that moment, he appeared nonchalant. Yet a sense of anticipation stirred within him. He knew that medicinal pills in the realm of cultivation were costly, but he remained uncertain of the price a single recovery pill could fetch. Your 6 complete recovery pills can be valued at 60 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, these 4 defective pills can be appraised at 12 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 72. What do you think, friend? The woman spoke with great courtesy, as she was well aware that someone capable of producing such a quantity of recovery pills must undoubtedly be an alchemist. The treasure pavilion adhered to an unwritten rule. One must never offend those of special professions, such as alchemists, smiths, or talismans. 72 stones. I have heard that the recent influx of adventurers in Qingfeng Mountain has led to a rise in the prices of such pills. Jingzhe's hoarse voice echoed once more. Zhang Ziseo expressed her grave concerns, predicting a fierce struggle atop Qingfeng Mountain, where the demand for the qi-replenishing pills would undoubtedly surpass supply. The woman hastily added, My friend, I have already offered you the highest price for both the refined and inferior versions of your pills. How about this, for 10 pills? A total of 75 low-grade spirit stones? What do you think? At that moment, Jingzhe felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. This price was beyond his expectations. Nearly a tenfold return. It was no wonder that alchemists held such a formidable status. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Jingzhe nodded and replied, Provide me with 50 low-grade spirit stones and convert the remainder into equivalent medicinal materials. Upon hearing this, the woman was equally exhilarated. The exchange for medicinal materials suggested the potential for a long-term collaboration. Very well, my friend, please hold on for a moment. Before long, Jingzhe emerged from the treasure-gathering pavilion, his storage bag now containing 50 low-grade spirit stones and 25 portions of medicinal materials. He could hardly recall the last time he possessed such a substantial fortune. The issue of rent was swiftly resolved, and even now, he felt as if he were in a dream. The future appeared promising. Just as he reveled in his excitement, a sweet, alluring voice whispered in his ear. Jingzhe instinctively turned his head, only to catch sight of a group of heavily made-up women on the second floor of a nearby pavilion, their smiles enchanting. The Huawei Tower, the most renowned establishment of its kind in Linjiang City, held a status akin to that of the Jubioj. In the allure of the female cultivators there was indeed unparalleled. Not long after his arrival in this world, Jingzhe had once visited to listen to music. But as time passed and he found it increasingly difficult to afford rent, he ceased his visits. At present, with 50 low-grade spirit stones in his pocket, he felt a slight stir in his heart as he gazed at the graceful figures of the female cultivators. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he shook his head with a rueful smile and departed. While it is but human nature to indulge in desires when one is well fed, time was of the essence for Jingzhe, making it unwise to linger here. He made his way along the main street of Linjiang City towards Taohua Lane. Suddenly, from a dark alley ahead, two figures burst forth. One was drenched in blood, gasping for breath as he fled in desperation. Just as he reached the center of the main street, he was caught by the flying sword of the pursuer behind him. A sword pierced his heart. This scene unfolded a mere 10 paces away from Jingzhe. Though the street was bustling with people, an icy chill gripped him. Broad daylight. And yet a murder occurred in plain sight. For the past 2.5 years, Jingzhe had mostly resided in Taohua Lane, where the order of Linjiang City had remained commendably intact, with no such incidents ever taking place. He halted his steps, joining a group of a dozen cultivators on the main street, all silently observing. The cloaked figure approached leisurely, retrieved his sword from the corpse, and seized the deceased storage bag before meandering back into the dark alley. His demeanor throughout was disturbingly calm, as if taking a life were of little consequence. The man who had just been slain appeared to be a demonic cultivator. Although the demonic aura surrounding him was faint, Jingzhe had still discerned it. Only a demonic cultivator would act so brazenly, disregarding the rules of Huayang sect. It was shocking to realize that demonic cultivators were openly present in Linjiang City. Once the figure in black had vanished from sight, the surrounding cultivators began to murmur among themselves, fear etched upon their faces. These lower-tier cultivators clearly recoiled at the mention of demons. The cultivation world is rife with various demonic sects, whose practices are often extreme and brutal, operating without restraint and shunned by righteous cultivators. Yet, many of these demonic practitioners are exceedingly powerful. Thus, despite the inherent conflict between righteous and demonic paths, an eerie balance has persisted throughout the ages. Jingzhe knew that within the territory of Qizhou, where Linjiang City is located, the Sheyue sect was particularly formidable. With a sigh, he recognized that the current situation in Linjiang City was likely far more chaotic than what Zhang Xiu had informed him. As his thoughts spiraled, several cultivators approached the body of the slain man for identification. It appeared to be the Taoist Wang Feng from Listening Rain Lane. Upon recognizing the identity of the deceased, the expressions of the dozen or so cultivators on the main street shifted once again. Wang Feng, known in Linjiang City, was considered a minor figure, having achieved the late stage of qi refinement and serving the Huayang branch, much like Zhang Xiu. One individual retrieved a talisman from Wang Feng's possession, exclaiming in astonishment that Wang Feng had not even had the chance to activate the distressed talisman. With a sigh of disbelief, he infused a strand of spiritual energy into the talisman, resulting in a burst of fireworks ascending into the sky. This was a serious matter that could only be addressed by the formidable members of Huayang sect. The fact that even a late-stage qi refinement cultivator like Wang Feng had been struck down by a single sword indicated that his assailant might have reached the foundation establishment stage. Their only recourse was limited to this. The distressed talisman belonged to Wang Feng, and even if the powerful from Huayang sect arrived seeking protection fees, it would not concern them. As the fireworks illuminated the sky, Jingzhe quietly withdrew from the crowd, wishing to avoid exposure as the Huayang sect members would undoubtedly interrogate everyone present. On his way back, Jingzhe grew increasingly cautious. The joy he had felt from previously acquiring spirit stones now weighed heavily upon him. The order established by the Huayang branch appeared flimsy as paper in the eyes of the prominent cultivators. If a late-stage qi refinement cultivator could perish so easily, his own position as an early-stage qi refinement cultivator was undoubtedly far more perilous. He was reminded once again of the paramount importance of strength. Fortunately, as he made his way back to Taohua Lane, he went unnoticed. At a corner, he changed into his previous attire once more. And only upon returning to the academy did he feel a sense of relief wash over him. As he walked through the courtyard and glanced at the tightly shut door of the quiet room, Jingzhe chose not to disturb anyone and silently returned to the kitchen. Sitting on a small stool, he contemplated his current situation. While he no longer needed to worry about spirit stones, his safety remained a significant concern. If demonic cultivators dared to kill openly on the streets, who could guarantee that individuals like Qin Chong would not take advantage of the chaos to eliminate him? After all, the words spoken before the frost descent had already served as a warning. Practice the Python scale technique. he murmured after a prolonged silence. He then involuntarily recalled the cultivation method for the Python scale technique in his mind. Body cultivation is the practice of enhancing one's physical strength and unlocking the body's hidden treasures. In the realm of body cultivation, each acupoint within the human body is considered a secret repository. If one can uncover it, boundless power can be attained. However, in the current environment of cultivation, unlocking these treasures has become exceedingly difficult, and most body cultivators merely develop a tough exterior, superficially enhancing their physical strength. The suffering endured and the time required for such practices are not easily divulged to outsiders. Yet, Jingzhe, possessing a golden finger, could not afford to toil like an ordinary body cultivator, grinding away at his physical form bit by bit. All his confidence stemmed from this golden finger. Having resolved to cultivate his body and acquired the corresponding technique, it was only natural that the empathy points could also be allocated towards enhancing his physical cultivation. With a thought, he opened the interface, and indeed, he discovered a newly released subpanel. Upon encountering this panel, Jingzhe couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Indeed, Xuangjiang's remarks about his frailty were not without merit. As he gazed at the information presented, he instinctively comprehended its significance. The mortal body at the 9th layer indicated that his physical prowess remained firmly within the realm of the mundane. This was not solely his predicament. The majority of Qi refinement stage cultivators found themselves at this level, while he could be considered among the elite in the ordinary world. This was merely a consequence of the daily nourishment from spiritual energy within the realm of cultivation. However, upon noticing the line indicating the potential to unearth hidden treasures, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Despite the constraints imposed by the current era's training environment, the challenge of developing the body's latent secrets was trivial for someone with a golden finger like him. Provided he had sufficient points, he could likely unlock any acupoint he desired. Currently, he possessed 93 points, just 7 short of directly unlocking the Laogong acupoint. He pondered what enhancements might await his physical strength upon discovering a hidden treasure within his body. Murmuring to himself, he extended his right hand, casting an eager glance at it. According to Xuangjiang, many so-called body cultivators merely focused on refining their sinews and skin, often failing to unlock even a single hidden treasure. Unlocking one such secret would signify a qualitative leap. The Laogong acupoint, located in the center of his right palm, would mark the commencement of his physical cultivation journey. With this thought, Jingzhe's gaze shifted toward the meditation chamber. Ultimately, he realized that he must first attend to Xuangjiang before he could earn those 7 points. Having come to this conclusion, he made his way directly to the meditation chamber, instinctively knocking on the door. Yet this time, there was neither an opening nor any response from within. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. "Xuangjiang, are you there?" He called out, but silence reigned in the chamber. His feelings grew increasingly complex as he pushed the door open. A glance inside revealed an empty space. The alchemy furnace remained in the corner, and his azure attire lay neatly on the stone bed. As she left, Jingzhe had sensed this outcome ever since he presented her with the jade pendant. Yet when it truly came to pass, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Though their time together had been brief, the experiences he gained with Xuangjiang were profound. The ties of fate were not entirely balanced. He pondered whether he would have the opportunity to see her again in this vast world of cultivation. With a sigh, he refrained from dwelling on it further. He summoned the panel. At least Xuangjiang's section had not vanished, providing him with a semblance of hope. After a moment of melancholy, Jingzhe quickly composed himself, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. With Xuangjiang absent and his sister-in-law's return uncertain, he was left yearning for those final 7 points. When would he finally be able to gather them? At present, the only individuals with whom he shares an empathetic bond are Zhang Xiu and Xuangjiang, both of whom are currently absent, leaving him in an uncomfortable predicament. The sensation of being on the cusp of a breakthrough is exasperating. Nonetheless, one cannot solely rely on a fortunate turn of fate. After some contemplation, Jingzhe decided to retrieve the alchemical furnace from the corner. Xuangjiang's departure has once again clarified a reality for him. While his fortuitous abilities have indeed elevated him, they are not omnipotent. Since the awakening of these abilities, he has developed a psychological dependency on them. Even moments ago, the absence of points left him momentarily disoriented, a rather alarming phenomenon. Having come to this realization, he let out a wry smile and adjusted his mindset. He proceeded to lay out the 25 medicinal ingredients from his storage pouch on the table. As his hands caressed the herbs, his mind quickly regained its tranquility. He sensed the materials, ignited the furnace, and after a series of procedures, A fragrant aroma of elixirs soon permeated the quiet chamber. On this first day of alchemy, he successfully produced a complete product. He found himself increasingly adept at concocting the chi pill, and his speed had notably improved. As twilight descended, he had utilized 10 portions of ingredients, yielding 8 perfect products and 2 inferior ones. This success rate surpassed his previous endeavors. Once he consumed the remaining 15 portions, it was likely that the success rate of this chi pill would approach 100%. Jingzhe mused with excitement, realizing that based on today's market price, his results were worth 86 low-grade spirit stones. He couldn't help but marvel at how effortless it seemed for an alchemist to amass wealth. However, this sentiment was somewhat superficial. At this moment, Jingzhe was unaware that an ordinary first-grade alchemist typically achieves a success rate of only 30 to 40%, which is considered commendable, while a mere 10 to 20% success rate is the norm among first-grade alchemists. Thus, while alchemists are indeed affluent, their wealth is not as exaggerated as his. He carefully stored the elixirs in 2 jade vials. Perhaps the next time he ventured to sell, he would need to procure a formula that enhances physical strength. In his view, with Shuangjiang gone, acquiring points would undoubtedly become significantly more challenging. If he could endure for a few more days, he might manage to open the Laogong acupoint with the steadily increasing points. Nevertheless, he could not solely depend on his fortuitous abilities. He must also strive to elevate the Python scale technique to a higher level. As night approached, with darkness looming, Jingzhe opted not to continue his alchemical endeavors. According to Shuangjiang, there had been assassins visiting the academy the previous night. With Shuangjiang present, there had been no cause for concern, but what if they returned tonight? Jingzhe's expression grew serious as he returned the furnace to its place. He donned the black robe he had worn during the day and, after securing the doors to the quiet chamber and kitchen, leapt onto the beams of the house. Despite his seemingly feeble cultivation, he was nonetheless a practitioner in the chi refinement stage, a level he could easily navigate. Finding a beam beneath the eaves, Jingzhe stealthily perched himself above. His gaze perfectly aligned with the tranquil study room and the entire courtyard below. This night, he resolved to spend in this very spot. Having witnessed the brazen act of murder in broad daylight, caution was paramount in such turbulent times. After all, one's life is singular and once lost, all is truly forfeit. Should an assassin approach, even if discovered, his attire might lead them to mistake him for one of their own. The night swiftly passed. Although he remained in a state of half-sleep, half-alertness, the tranquility of the previous night was a blessing. Time until host Dantian shatters. For 199 days remaining, as dawn broke and Jingzhe leaped down from the beam, a few lines of golden text flashed before his eyes. Fixed empathy points. Zhang Xiu. 4. Shuangjiang. 2. Available points remaining. 99. The anticipated fixed points had arrived. Just a hair's breadth away from unlocking the first human secret repository. After changing into his usual attire, Jingzhe made his way directly to the peach tree in the courtyard. After a brief period of adjustment, the cultivation method of Python scale technique resurfaced in his mind. His hands, feet, and entire body began to execute a series of peculiar movements. At times, he twisted with the suppleness of a serpent, and at others, he displayed the robust strength of a python. Before he could complete the full set of Python scale technique movements, he was already drenched in sweat, pain radiating from every part of his body. With his current stamina, even finishing one complete set of movements seemed beyond his grasp. As he paused, he could distinctly feel as if every cell in his body had come alive. After a brief respite, he repeated the earlier motions. Yet, after merely 4 repetitions, he found himself utterly exhausted, nearly devoid of strength. Nevertheless, a wave of excitement surged within Jingzhe. Truly, the physical cultivation technique, which even Shuangjiang regarded as somewhat lacking, promised extraordinary benefits if practiced diligently. Just as he felt himself waning, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded at the entrance of the academy. Jingzhe's senses sharpened once again, a sense of foreboding creeping in. How timely this intrusion was. However, the moment a melodious voice reached his ears, he felt himself relax entirely. "Mr. Su, are you at home?" The voice belonged to none other than Zhang Xiu's sister-in-law, a presence that always brought him comfort. "Sister-in-law, I'm here," Jingzhe replied hastily. The door swung open, revealing Zhang Xiu, shrouded in her customary black veil, though a hint of fatigue graced her features. 2 stern-looking men followed closely behind her. As she glanced inside and spotted Jingzhe seated beneath the peach tree, a look of relief washed over her face, and she hurried towards him. "You're all right, aren't you?" Her first words were imbued with genuine concern. Zhang Xiu gazed at Jingzhe, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, feeling an inexplicable oddity. Su Jingzhe, with a heart full of complexities, smiled and said, "I am merely a humble teacher. What could possibly be the matter? But you, dear sister-in-law, must have been extremely busy these past few days. Has there been any progress on Qingfeng Mountain?" Su Jingzhe's casual inquiry unexpectedly triggered a fleeting shimmer of golden text before his eyes. Empathy level 4 remaining points, 103. He was momentarily taken aback, for he deemed his question to be entirely ordinary. Could it truly elicit such an emotional response from his sister-in-law? The thought of their current level of empathy left Su Jingzhe with a mix of complicated and shameful feelings. Nonetheless, these 4 points were crucial for him at this juncture. Upon hearing Su Jingzhe's words, Zhang Xiu instinctively glanced back, seemingly to check on the 2 individuals who had entered with her. She observed that the 2 were silently rummaging through each room of the Enlightenment Academy. Su Jingzhe furrowed his brows. However, Zhang Xiu shook her head and said, "The situation in Linjiang City has grown increasingly intricate. Just yesterday, Wang Feng from Yuan Alley was murdered in broad daylight by a demonic cultivator, which has incensed the Huayang sect. These 2 are disciples of the Huayang branch. I am responsible for guiding them to thoroughly investigate Taohua Alley. So do not concern yourself with this." Zhang Xiu feared that Su Jingzhe might misjudge the situation and inadvertently provoke the Huayang sect, leading to unnecessary consequences. Such an event. Su Jingzhe's face displayed a look of astonishment, just as Zhang Xiu was about to respond. The 2 Huayang disciples had completed their search of the few rooms in the academy and were making their way outside, not sparing Su Jingzhe a single glance. They were well aware of the presence of Su Jingzhe, the teacher, in Taohua Alley. However, his early-stage qi refinement cultivation was far too trivial to capture their interest, leaving them lacking even the inclination to converse. "Once my sister-in-law finishes this matter, I will explain it to you in detail later. Remember what I said. Try not to go out unnecessarily." After hastily instructing Su Jingzhe, Zhang Xiu hurried to catch up with the 2 Huayang disciples. As the person responsible for Taohua Alley, it was her duty. Until Zhang Xiu and the others departed, Su Jingzhe remained seated on the ground, though the shock on his face had long since faded, replaced by contemplation. "Huh, the Huayang sect is indeed furious?" Su Jingzhe scoffed at the information just relayed by Zhang Xiu. If they were truly enraged, they would have conducted an immediate investigation at the time of the incident rather than delay until now. How could a demonic cultivator, capable of slaying a late-stage qi refinement practitioner like Wang Feng with a single strike, remain so placidly in one place awaiting capture by the Huayang sect? Su Jingzhe's mind raced, and he swiftly deduced that this was merely the Huayang sect's performance for the sake of the other cultivators in Linjiang City. Although the demonic cultivator would undoubtedly elude capture, they must at least uphold the appearance of order. This grand show of investigation by the Huayang sect could serve as a deterrent. At the very least, it might temporarily halt any actions directed against him, Su. For who would dare to be the first to provoke trouble in such tense circumstances, likely incurring the wrath of the Huayang sect on behalf of the demonic cultivator? With Chen Chang's energy, he might not dare to transgress this taboo. After accumulating some strength in place, Su Jingzhe rose and returned to the quiet room. Sitting on the mat, he cast aside all distractions and focused his attention on the panel. Observing the remaining 103 points, a wave of joy washed over him. He had initially thought he would have to wait until the next day, but to his surprise, the opportunity to unlock the first human secret repository arrived a day early. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated 100 points to his physical cultivation, ignoring the subtle changes in the panel's small print. He suddenly felt a surge of intense heat emanating from the palm of his right hand, as if all the strength within him was converging there, transforming it into the core of his entire being. Within mere seconds, he sensed the power in the Laogong acupoint of his palm beginning to circulate throughout his body along the meridians. Su Jingzhe felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body, as though every cell were being nourished. It was an indescribable feeling, yet he understood that his physical form had been enhanced in that instant. When the internal transformation subsided, Su Jingzhe realized that his right hand felt subtly different. His attention returned to the subpanel of physical cultivation. Physical cultivation, open a secret repository. Body level, mysterious embryo, level 3. Next unlockable repository, Yongquan 0200, remaining usable points. 3. This subpanel of physical cultivation remained simple. Yet it left Su Jingzhe in a state of awe and delight for quite a while. His path in physical cultivation was indeed a legitimate route towards opening repositories. Unlike the superficial practices of merely honing muscles and skin, in this broader context, most body cultivators had combat capabilities somewhat inferior to those of qi cultivators. But he was different. His repository was activated by a golden finger, destined to be perfectly unlocked, even if the broader circumstances were not favorable. His combat prowess would remain unscathed. Thus, with his body at the mysterious embryo level 3, he was assuredly equivalent to, if not greater than, a level 3 Qi cultivator. However, he had yet to find an opportunity to validate this. He had heard that the ultimate goal of body cultivation was to achieve sanctity in the physical form. If he could reach that pinnacle, he would be unparalleled in the realm of cultivation. Jingzhe mused to himself, his heart now filled with a flicker of ambition. The transcendence of Qi cultivators, the sanctity of body cultivators, and the celestial wanderings of divine cultivators, these were the highest legends of the cultivation world. Of course, he still needed to address his Dantian issue within the time frame. Even with his golden finger, he preferred to pursue the more expedient path of Qi cultivation. Ultimately, physical and spiritual cultivation were merely desperate measures, at least according to his current understanding. As he contemplated this, Jingzhe stood up, and his body crackled with sounds of energy. He felt invigorated. He shed his garments, revealing a physique that still appeared somewhat slender. Although he had reached the mysterious embryo stage, he did not possess the intimidating muscles characteristic of other body cultivators. Jingzhe's approach to physical cultivation was more refined, with a restrained blood and flesh power, and he took pride in his well-proportioned figure. He then resumed practicing the physical techniques of the mongoose scale technique within the quiet room, soon breaking into a sweat. Upon reaching the profound realm of physical embodiment, he finally managed to execute the complete sequence of the python scale technique with considerable effort. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the vigor of his flesh and blood surging through his meridians. He was also acutely aware that, with his diligent practice, this vitality was gradually increasing, albeit at a languid pace. Yet it was a discernible advancement nonetheless. With his current level of practice, it seemed he could easily elevate his physical embodiment to the 4th tier. The future appeared promising. With hope ignited and a clear direction established, Jingzhe became exceptionally diligent. As long as his stamina permitted, he practiced the movements of the python scale technique repeatedly. Time became irrelevant in his cultivation. And as Jingzhe approached the limits of his endurance, night fell once more. It was at this moment that a faint rumble emanated from his stomach. It had been quite a while since Jingzhe had felt such hunger. In the realm of cultivation, even those in the Qi refining stage typically do not require sustenance. Any eating and drinking are often merely for the pleasure of taste, or the food itself may possess properties beneficial to cultivation. However, he could understand the hunger that had arisen now. The practice of Qi refinement draws upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, while physical cultivation develops oneself, necessitating consumption from one's own reserves. To support his endeavors in physical cultivation, he must prepare some nourishment. Jingzhe made his way to the kitchen, a space he had not utilized for quite some time aside from a temporary resting place a couple of days ago. There was not a morsel of food in sight. After some contemplation, he opted not to venture outside. The nighttime streets of Jiangsheng were undoubtedly more perilous than during the day, rendering it unwise to risk danger for a mere bite to eat. Being in a critical phase of development, Jingzhe would not place himself in jeopardy. Furthermore, Sister Zhang had mentioned she would visit later. It was uncertain whether she would arrive tonight, and if she found him absent, it might cause unnecessary concern. Subsequently, Jingzhe retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch and, with a hint of reluctance, poured out a Qi recovery pill. Although this pill was merely a low-grade first-tier elixir, it could swiftly restore stamina. Its effects were most beneficial to those refining Qi, and its utility in physical cultivation could only be described as marginal. Upon consuming the pill, the elixir transformed into a warm current flowing through his body, dissipating the earlier sensation of hunger. While the effect was commendable, Jingzhe felt a twinge of regret. After all, it had cost him 10 low-grade spirit stones. Resolving to purchase some beast meat the following day, Jingzhe ascended to the roof beam once again, much like the previous night. Although it was highly unlikely that trouble would arise, prudence is the mother of safety. Meanwhile, in a private room at Huawei Tower, Chen Chong and Lin Ping sat across from one another. At that moment, they were the only two occupants of the room. Chen Chong leisurely poured himself a glass of wine and remarked, "Lin, my friend, your progress has been somewhat sluggish." Though his tone was calm, the undertone of reproach was unmistakable. Lin Ping's expression darkened slightly. "Chen, my friend, the individuals I sought were exceedingly cautious. They insisted on avoiding any actions without certainty. I was just about to search for another group today, but the Huayang sect has stirred up quite a commotion." He sighed. To take action during this period would be tantamount to provoking the Huayang sect. As Lin Ping uttered these words, a mixture of anger and helplessness enveloped him. Initially, he believed that discreetly eliminating Su Jingzhe was a matter within his grasp. No one anticipated such complications arising. In response to Lin Ping's remarks, Qin Chong merely smiled faintly, acknowledging, "I can understand your sentiment, yet my nephew Jingzhe is about to emerge from seclusion. If he cannot manage affairs upon his return, we may have to rely on the results of the Qi Ling ceremony to measure success. As for your son Lin Feng, I fear I cannot be of assistance." Regrettably, upon hearing of the demise of Taoist Wang Feng from listening Rain Lane yesterday, Lin Taoist appeared to be a fitting candidate for the position of head there, which is truly unfortunate. Qin Chong shook his head slightly, offering a distant salute to Lin Ping. The latter's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he downed his drink, rose, and clasped his fists before Qin Chong. "I, Lin Ping, am willing to make one last effort. I shall handle this matter personally. You need not worry, Taoist Qin." Having spoken, he strode out of the private room. Watching Lin Ping's retreating figure, Qin Chong's lips curled into a subtle smile. The future of his progeny, coupled with his own ambitions, was a temptation Lin Ping could hardly resist. Despite the recent uproar caused by Huayang's sect, it presented a perfect opportunity to exploit the chaos. Today, he had intentionally urged the matter forward. He knew that although Su Jingzhe's academy was modest, its Qi Ling results over the past 2 years had been impressive. Qin Chong was reluctant to wait until the Qi Ling ceremony for a comparison. The risks were too great. Should the students from Cui Lu Academy truly underperform compared to Su Jingzhe's, it would yield a counterproductive outcome. Thus, the only prudent course was to ensure their complete disappearance. Regardless of the outcome, it ultimately fell upon Lin Taoist to bear the burden. Qin Chong sighed in resignation. Were it not for the protection offered by Huayang's sect to Taohua Lane, a mere cultivator in the initial stages of qi refining would hardly necessitate such convoluted measures. Meanwhile, Su Jingzhe sat in quiet meditation, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Xiu. However, as the night wore on, Zhang Xiu failed to materialize. Just like the previous night, as he settled into a meditative state on the beam, Su Jingzhe instinctively remained vigilant. Yet, in the depths of the night, a faint sound of wind cutting through the air suddenly reached him from a short distance away. Instantly alert, Su Jingzhe froze, his gaze shifting towards the source of the sound, where he discerned a shadowy figure in black gracefully descending from the rooftop near the quiet chamber. Su Jingzhe's eyelids flickered. To think that at the very moment he deemed least likely for an intrusion, someone had indeed arrived. Fortuitously, his caution had paid off. Had he remained complacently within the quiet chamber, oblivious to such developments, he would have been in grave danger. Just a fleeting glance left Su Jingzhe uncertain of the intruder's strength, and he dared not act recklessly. Yet, glancing at his right hand, he felt an undeniable urge to engage. Had he not unlocked the secrets of the Labor Palace acupoint beforehand, he would have undoubtedly fled without a second thought. Even seeking refuge at Zhang Xiu's sister-in-law's home would not have crossed his mind. Tightening his black robe, Su Jingzhe stealthily descended from the beam. He had just witnessed the figure in black pushing open the door to the quiet chamber. Regardless, I can no longer remain in this position, as it would be all too easy for the other party to spot me upon their emergence from the quiet chamber. Moreover, Su Jingzhe is not merely a submissive coward. In the past, his abilities were indeed lacking, which was unavoidable. However, some things must ultimately be attempted. Those who know him are aware that his strength lies at the early stage of qi refinement, exceedingly weak. Even if assassins were dispatched, they would not surpass him by much. After all, the stronger one is, the more expensive they become. Thus, this decision was made after careful consideration. Su Jingzhe stealthily approached the courtyard. Casually, he picked up a brick from the edge of the eaves, choosing not to conceal himself. He stood directly beneath the peach tree in the courtyard, quietly observing the door to the quiet chamber as it opened. In that moment, his demeanor resembled that of a true assassin. Before long, a figure clad in black emerged from the quiet chamber, directly facing Su Jingzhe beneath the peach tree. A wave of tension surged within Su Jingzhe, yet he maintained an outward calm. Conversely, the other party was nearly startled. "Have you succeeded, my lord?" Su Jingzhe's voice, deliberately raspy and aged, echoed. The figure paused momentarily before feeling a slight sense of relief. It is not uncommon for the same target to employ multiple waves of assassins. Some employers seek reassurance through mutual surveillance. With the target absent, idle chatter is permissible. The black-clad figure's voice was hoarse and sharp. Altering one's voice is a common tactic among assassins to prevent the exposure of their true identities. As fellow practitioners, the figure did not hesitate to offer a reminder. Do you wish to monopolize the spoils? Jingzhe's voice rang out once more. The black-clad figure merely snorted in response. You may inspect the premises yourself. I take my leave. Given the tense nature of an assassination attempt at this time, and now faced with suspicion, the figure had no intention of entangling themselves further with Jingzhe. Inspection is indeed necessary, Jingzhe replied, then proceeded toward the direction of the quiet chamber. The black-clad figure let out a cold snort once more and prepared to depart. Since Jingzhe was absent, they did not wish to complicate matters. Furthermore, they could not ascertain Jingzhe's current strength. However, just as Jingzhe stepped onto the eaves, their figures nearly brushed past one another. In an instant, Jingzhe's right hand, which had been concealed behind his back, moved with lightning speed. The brick in his hand came crashing down upon the back of the black-clad figure's head with astonishing swiftness. Thud. A muffled sound resonated from the figure's head. The brick shattered into dust due to the immense force exerted. Undoubtedly, the black-clad figure's skull met a similar fate. The success of this strike took Jingzhe by surprise. However, the suddenness and speed of his attack left no room for defense, even though the black-clad figure had initially harbored wariness towards him. It could be said that the very apprehension the figure had towards Jingzhe had sealed their fate. While Jingzhe clearly witnessed the aftermath of his blow, it is important to remember that the opponent was a cultivator, endowed with remarkable vitality. In the blink of an eye, he clenched his right fist, channeling all the vital energy hidden within the Laogong acupoint. With a formidable strike, he delivered a powerful blow to the black-clad man's back. He had no intention of leaving any survivors. Each brick and punch was aimed at taking a life. Following this relentless assault, the black-clad man collapsed, devoid of any breath. How could even a cultivator escape death? They too could die, utterly and completely. He had offered no resistance. It was a tragic end, yet direct and devoid of suffering. Jingzhe's heart raced with tension, yet it was also filled with exhilaration. For the past 2.5 years, he had lived with utmost caution, fearful that a single misstep might lead to his demise. Although it was his first time taking a life, the accumulated experiences of those 2.5 years had long since accustomed him to the brutal environment of the cultivation world. Therefore, after vanquishing the black-clad man, he felt no fear whatsoever. When faced with a killer, regardless of who instigated it, one must always respond with lethal force. Meanwhile, on another rooftop, a black-clad figure was also approaching. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, prompting him to retreat quietly. Lin Ping. At that moment, Jingzhe had already removed the mask from the black-clad man's face, and he was once again filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Ping would personally come to confront him. However, upon recognizing him, a sense of relief washed over Jingzhe. After all, this individual was not a professional assassin. His vigilance and awareness of danger were significantly inferior to that of a trained killer. The fact that Jingzhe was able to incapacitate him with a mere brick was crucial. Had it been otherwise, the situation could have been dire. Lin Ping, being a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner, posed a genuine threat, even though he was merely at the 4th level of qi refinement, thus fighting beyond his rank. With thoughts swirling, Jingzhe concluded that this instance had been fortunate for him, but he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. He could not afford to act impulsively as he had this time. Such recklessness was sufficient for one occasion. While the thrill of success was undeniable, what if it had gone awry? After reminding himself, Jingzhe couldn't help but reflect on the brutality of the cultivation world. Those who appear amiable can turn into assassins cloaked in black at night. Given the current sensitive period, having this individual die in his courtyard would lead to undesirable consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Jingzhe regained his composure. The body needed to be dealt with swiftly. Although the academy was closed for a few days, another thorough investigation by Huayang's sect would be disastrous. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remained that he had killed Lin Ping. Moreover, it was likely that Qinchong had orchestrated this. Should Lin Ping die, Qinchong would undoubtedly report it to Huayang's sect immediately. If he were in Qinchong's position, Lin Ping's death would actually serve his interests. If Huayang's sect could not locate the demon cultivator, they might take out their frustrations on a mere early-stage qi refinement tenant who had disrupted the order. Jingzhe, having lived 2 lives, possessed a profound understanding of the situation. Placing himself in Qinchong's shoes, it was clear that Lin Ping's attack during this tumultuous period would inevitably signify Jingzhe's demise. Should Lin Ping succeed, Jingzhe would perish. While the demon cultivator or others who defied Huiyang's sect's rules would bear the blame, Lin Ping has perished. Thus, Qin Chong's impulsive connections with Huiyang's sect will surely lead to Su Jingzhe's demise as well. In fact, when Lin Ping made his choice to strike, there were only these two outcomes awaiting him. Even if he had refrained from taking his life, Lin Ping would likely meet his end through other means upon returning, with the blame inevitably cast upon Su. The crux of the matter lies in his own inadequacy. Had this been a day prior, in such a predicament, Su would have found it impossible to extricate himself. However, he has now resolved to act decisively. This matter requires urgency, and he hopes for success. Muttering to himself, Su Jingzhe swiftly wrapped the fatal wound at Lin Ping's nape with his scarf to stem the flow of blood. He then hoisted the corpse and, cloaked by the inky darkness of the night, exited the academy. As the first light of dawn began to grace the eastern horizon, Su Jingzhe pushed open the door to the quiet chamber, feigning nonchalance as he yawned and commenced his cleaning. Lin Ping's body had already been discreetly arranged the previous night, and the bloodstains around the eaves had been washed clean. He had even employed a minor fireball spell to scorch the surroundings, ensuring the absence of any lingering scent of blood or the stench of death. The fireball spell, being a rudimentary incantation, was a skill mastered by nearly every practitioner. Its potency may be modest, yet it proves quite useful for such tasks. After casually sweeping away the fallen blossoms, Su Jingzhe began practicing the python scale technique beneath the peach tree, all while awaiting the opponent's move. At that moment, the daily accrued points arrived punctually. Zhang Xiu still had 4 points, Shuangjun maintained 2 points, and the remaining points had accumulated to 9. Observing the increase in points, it perhaps served as the source of Su Jingzhe's daily cheer. Even as the ever-present notification ticked down to a mere 498 days, he remained largely unconcerned. Su Jingzhe, open the door. Return my father's life. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the academy. Shouts and banging on the door filled the air. Before he could respond, the heavy door was forcefully pushed open. A throng of 20 to 30 individuals surged into the courtyard. Although Su Jingzhe had anticipated this moment, he was momentarily taken aback by the sheer number of people. Leading the charge were a dozen or so children, the eldest around 14, the youngest merely a few years old, and among them, even an infant cradled in swaddling. Several women followed, weeping and clamoring for the 2 young men beside them to stand up for us in similar cries. Su Jingzhe instantly recognized them as Lin Ping's wife, concubines, and children. One child, around 12 or 13 years of age, was none other than his former student, Lin Feng. The eyes of these individuals were filled with profound animosity as they regarded him. A look of confusion crossed Su Jingzhe's face. What has transpired here? He inquired, instinctively glancing at the 2 young men beside him. Their attire revealed them to be disciples of Huiyang's sect, yet neither Qin Chong nor anyone associated with him was present. Having orchestrated a flawless scheme, he had managed to extricate himself entirely. Su Jingzhe, you have slain Lin Ping. Come with us to Huiyang's sect. One of the disciples remarked coldly. Without any preamble, a heavy accusation was thrust upon Su Jingzhe. He had not anticipated such directness from his adversaries. As the 2 disciples of Huiyang's sect advanced towards him, intent on seizing him, Su Jingzhe instinctively retreated a couple of steps. What are you talking about? What has happened to Lin Daoyu? How could I possibly harm Lin Daoyu? Su Jingzhe was acutely aware that they must have come prepared, and it was likely that these 2 disciples were acting under orders. However, he could not allow himself to be taken away so easily. If he complied, he feared he might never return. He had considered every angle last night, yet he had not foreseen their brazen approach. Now, he needed to stall for time. The commotion was loud enough to attract onlookers. Zhang Xiu would surely arrive soon. Chapter 20, Accusation without evidence. We do not know how you killed Lin Ping, but the truth remains. Come back with us to Huiyang's sect, and if you are innocent, you shall be released. One of the disciples reiterated, showing no intention of allowing Su Jingzhe an explanation. What audacity! They no longer felt the need to provide a reason for their actions. As they prepared to act, the aura emanating from them was palpable. One was at the mid-stage of qi refinement, while the other was surprisingly at the late stage. Even though Su Jingzhe had some strength now, he was far from being their match. Any attempt to resist could lead to severe consequences right there. They had brought Lin Ping's family to apprehend him, clearly aware of some underlying truths. Should he perish in that spot, they would easily cement the fabricated charges against him. Outside, numerous cultivators from Taohua Alley had gathered, drawn by the commotion, yet they were merely spectators. Genuine assistance would come from Zhang Xiu. Thus, without hesitation, Su Jingzhe produced a distress talisman. Infusing it with spiritual energy, flames soared into the sky. The sight of his actions left the two Huayang sect disciples momentarily stunned. But their expressions soon darkened. Jingzhe, what do you mean by this? Do you not trust us? The one at the late stage of qi refinement coldly remarked, his imposing aura intensifying. I mean no offense. I merely seek to clarify the situation. Jingzhe continued to buy time. As long as Zhang Xiu arrived, he could turn the tide. Furthermore, the distressed talisman could summon other cultivators from Huayang sect. He did not trust these two. Even if it required a significant protection fee for the Huayang sect disciples to make the trip, he could afford it with his current resources. In a nearby courtyard not far from the academy, Zhang Xiu was about to step outside when she suddenly spotted the flames rising into the sky. Another plea for help. Things were becoming increasingly chaotic. No, wait, that position is the Enlightenment Academy. Realizing this, Zhang Xiu's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately set off at full speed towards the academy. By the time Zhang Xiu reached the entrance, a crowd had already gathered, and her heart sank further. Please. Nothing must go wrong, she murmured to herself as she pushed through the throng. At this moment, the two disciples of Huayang sect had cornered Jingzhe to a position from which he could retreat no further. Stop. Just as the two were about to take forceful action, Zhang Xiu's voice suddenly rang out. Jingzhe witnessed a shadow flash by. And Zhang Xiu had already positioned herself in front of him. Fellow Taoist Qin and Wu, what is the meaning of this? Why would you take action against Mr. Su without cause? Zhang Xiu, being employed by Huayang sect, was well acquainted with most of its disciples. Chen Lin and Wu Song were not particularly distinguished among them. They lacked access to ample resources within the sect and often resorted to despicable acts in the alleys, relying on their identities as disciples of Huayang sect. Zhang Xiu held them in contempt, puzzled as to why Jingzhe had attracted their ire. In her eyes, Jingzhe was innocent and kind-hearted, incapable of instigating trouble. Should these two seek confrontation, Zhang Xiu was no pushover herself in Taohua Alley. Do not be afraid, Mr. Su. I am here for you. She glanced back at Jingzhe, offering him a reassuring look. At this moment, Jingzhe maintained a calm demeanor. Zhang Xiu's presence provided him with leverage. The events of the previous night had unfolded with unexpected ease. If the Huayang sect disciples could not forcibly take him away, then the misfortune would surely not befall him. Thank you, sister, Jingzhe replied serenely. However, Wu Song and Chen Lin furrowed their brows once more. Fellow Taoist Zhang, Jingzhe has killed Lin Ping, and we are here to take him back to Huayang sect for questioning. Please do not impede the affairs of the sect. Although Wu Song was also at the late stage of qi refinement, he was merely at the 7th layer, while Zhang Xiu likely had reached the 9th layer. He felt a considerable apprehension towards her. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiu scoffed at his words. What a grand joke this is. In Taohua Alley, everyone knows that Mr. Su is only at the initial stage of qi refinement, while Taoist Lin was at the mid-stage. Moreover, Mr. Su is a man of peace, merely here to teach. How could he possess the motive or capability to kill Lin Ping? Her tone was decidedly assertive. Wu Song and Chen Lin opened their mouths, lacking a strong justification. Wu Song then pointed at Lin Feng and the family of Lin Ping, saying, without a reason, we would naturally not dare to cause a disturbance here, Madam Lin. Please speak. They feared that directly confronting Zhang Xiu would lead to defeat, yet they still required a pretext to take Jingzhe away. Upon hearing this, a woman, who had been weeping inconsolably, hurried forward, her gaze towards Jingzhe filled with boundless hatred. Sirs, you must take justice for us, the widows and orphans, she cried. A few days ago, my husband Lin Ping had an unpleasant encounter with Jingzhe. Last night, after returning home inebriated, he was troubled by the incident and expressed a desire to confront Jingzhe. We thought little of it, but this morning, we discovered that the spirit tablet he had been venerating had shattered. As she spoke, the concubines of Lin Ping also broke down in tears. Madame Lu took out Lin Ping's spirit tablet, which indeed had been shattered. Some cultivators choose to venerate spirit tablets to inform their families of their safety. Thus, who besides Jingzhe could be responsible for the death of my husband? As these words fell, the women and children once again directed their venomous glares towards Jingzhe. If mere glances could slay, he would have perished countless times by now. Their sorrow, at this moment, was not feigned. After all, Lin Ping was dead. And the Lin family currently boasted no other cultivators, leading to an ominous future. Yet, upon hearing these accusations, a cold smile crept across Jingzhe's heart. Truly, how convenient it is to fabricate crimes when one seeks to lay blame. While he had indeed known Lin Ping, there had been no prior enmity between them. However, he chose not to clarify. He understood that, at this juncture, he held no authority to speak. Moreover, truth be told, he was indeed the one who had taken Lin Ping's life. Wu Song, do you truly believe such claims? Zhang Xiu remarked, a trace of disdain evident upon her face. Wu Song was oblivious to the veracity of the situation, yet his mission was simply to escort Su Jingzhe back to Huayang sect. He retorted, this matter holds little significance. What matters is that all fingers point towards Su Jingzhe, and thus it is our duty to bring him back. You too serve Huayang sect. Can you truly doubt its integrity? A grand accusation was deftly cast upon Zhang Xiu. Unfazed, she replied, I place my trust in Huayang sect, but not in the two of you. Since the distress signal had already been sent, she believed that Huayang sect would send reinforcements. At that time, a thorough investigation would ensue, and should evidence prove that Mr. Su was the perpetrator, I shall naturally abide by Huayang sect's directives. Given Zhang Xiu's cultivation level, Wu Song and his companion found their attempts to intimidate her under Huayang sect's banner utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, the crowd in Taohua Alley continued to swell. In the midst of the public spectacle, Wu Song and Chun Lin's expressions grew increasingly grim, trapped in a predicament akin to riding a tiger. To put it plainly, they were engaged in a private task. If they could indeed establish that Su Jingzhe was a murderer, it would be favorable. Otherwise, this commotion would inevitably lead to dire repercussions upon their return. Yet, neither was foolish. They understood that with Su Jingzhe's abilities, it was implausible for him to have slain Lin Ping. Thus, this endeavor was likely to backfire, filling their hearts with resentment. Had it not been for their awareness of Zhang Xiu's prowess, they might have attempted to act forcefully. They regretted not having subdued Su Jingzhe the moment they entered. At about the same time, atop a pavilion in Chui Lu Alley, Chen Chong, adorned in fine garments, stood before the window, gazing into Taohua Alley. The recent distress signal had originated from the Enlightenment Academy, and he pondered how events were unfolding. Surely, there wouldn't be any significant issues, he mused. Although Chen Lin and Wu Song were somewhat unscrupulous, they would surely not dare to defy Jingzhe's intentions. Yet, why did his eyelids twitch with unease? Chen Chong murmured to himself, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. The signal had disrupted his previously tranquil mind. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, two cultivators from Huayang sect arrived at the Enlightenment Academy. Both were middle-aged men, their auras emanating power, causing the onlookers to part ways in respect. Both individuals had achieved the late stage of qi refinement, seemingly even more formidable than Zhang Xiu, likely being masters of complete qi refinement. Upon their arrival, Zhang Xiu was the first to offer a respectful bow. Greetings, Taoist Wang and Taoist Zhang. From Zhang Xiu's actions, Su Jingzhe discerned that the newcomers held considerable status. The higher the status of the visitors, the more advantageous it would be for the situation at hand. Wu Song and Chen Lin immediately followed suit, bowing in acknowledgement. Master Wang, Master Zhang. After the formalities, they stood to the side, their expressions still grim. They had never anticipated that a simple distress signal could summon these two formidable figures. Noticing Wu Song and Chen Lin's presence, Zhang and Wang exchanged slight frowns, a hint of confusion evident on their faces. Zhang Hong then inquired directly, what is the situation here? Is there evidence of demonic cultivators? Who activated the distress signal? At this pronouncement, the assembly suddenly comprehended the gravity of the matter. In such critical times, a demonic cultivator capable of swiftly defeating Wang Feng posed significant pressure on Huayang sect, necessitating the immediate deployment of two masters of complete qi refinement. Su Jingzhe stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute. Esteemed sirs, I am the one who activated the distress signal. I was compelled to do so by Taoist Wu and Taoist Chen of Huayang sect, and had no choice but to seek assistance in order to clear my name. Since Wu Song and Chen Lin were already in opposition, Su Jingzhe felt no fear in completely offending them. Let us clarify the matter. Zhang Hong stated in a grave tone. His complexion was somewhat dark, and his words carried an inherent authority. Su Jingzhe maintained his composure, recounting the day's events in meticulous detail. With numerous onlookers present, he refrained from embellishing the tale, remaining entirely objective. Upon concluding his account, the gazes of Zhang Hong and his companion shifted toward Wu Song. Now you speak. Is this account accurate? In the public eye, neither dared to fabricate a lie. In response to the esteemed sirs, the events are largely as described. The death of Lin Ping is closely linked to Su Jingzhe, which is why we sought to apprehend him. Their tone lacked confidence as they spoke. As many of our fellow Taoists are residing in Huayang sect's rented premises, we have an obligation to ensure their safety. We shall not overlook those who disregard Huayang sect's regulations, yet we will not wrongfully accuse any innocent party. After hearing this, both Zhang and Wang felt a sense of understanding. Zhang Hong immediately declared in a loud voice, ensuring everyone present could hear. Investigate. Begin at this Enlightenment Academy and locate Lin Ping's body. As Zhang Hong's words resonated, the first rays of sunlight began to illuminate the peach trees in the courtyard. A faint smile graced Su Jingzhe's lips. The Enlightenment Academy, along with its classrooms, comprised only a few rooms. Given the numbers present, even without entering, it would be easy to ascertain the situation. Zhang Hong's gaze then turned to Lin Ping's wife, Lu. Madam, please retrieve Lin Daoist's token. This time, Huayang sect shall deliver justice on your behalf, but it appears that at present, this matter does not significantly involve Daoist Su. For Zhang Hong to assist Su Jingzhe at this moment was indeed a testament to his integrity, though Mrs. Lu was engulfed in sorrow. She did not dare to be negligent and promptly handed over the shattered life token. Gently stroking it, Zhang Hong produced a paper crane from his storage bag. The life token contained a drop of Lin Ping's essence blood, which, although desiccated, could still be utilized with effort. Zhang Hong smeared the blood onto the paper crane and executed a series of hand seals. Instantly, the crane seemed to come to life, spreading its wings and soaring into the air. At that moment, Su Jingzhe's heart leaped in alarm, for the paper crane flew directly to the entrance of the quiet room, where it performed a graceful spin before continuing its flight outward. This startled him, as the methods of cultivators were unfathomable. He reflected once more that this time was merely by chance. Had there been even the slightest miscalculation, he would have faced utter ruin. Watching the paper crane exit the schoolhouse, Zhang Xiu also breathed a sigh of relief. At this juncture, Zhang Hong's gaze returned to Su Jingzhe, who smiled and said, "Friend Su, you are no longer involved in this matter. However, I must trouble you to settle the rescue fee, totaling 20 low-grade spirit stones." Damn! A pained expression crossed Su Jingzhe's face. The onlookers exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, Mr. Su was facing an unwarranted calamity. It was said that his enlightenment school was already struggling to survive, and now, to be burdened with an additional 20 low-grade spirit stones was truly adding insult to injury. Whispers circulated among the crowd. The Huayang sect has provided you protection, but we cannot make this journey for free, can we? I hope friend Su can understand. Zhang Hong maintained a smile, yet there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Observing Su Jingzhe's troubled expression, Zhang Xiu felt a pang of empathy and contemplated offering to cover the spirit stones. However, after a moment's reflection, she restrained herself, not out of reluctance, but because 20 low-grade spirit stones was no trivial sum, and she had no means to assist Su Jingzhe without attracting idle gossip. She cared little for the rumors, but wished to avoid dragging Su Jingzhe into further trouble. With a sigh, Su Jingzhe ultimately produced the 20 low-grade spirit stones. I thank you, fellow Daoist Zhang and Wang. Despite 100 grievances brewing within him, he maintained a facade of gratitude. What a torment this was, receiving the spirit stones. Zhang Hong then handed Su Jingzhe a rescue talisman. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call for help. The Huayang sect exists to ensure your safety. With those words, they hastened after the paper crane. The spectators surged forth, eager to follow the Huayang sect, curious to uncover who had slain Lin Ping. Lin Ping's family, bewildered, also joined the throng. As for Wu Song and Chen Lin, those two had long since slipped away. Thus, the immediate crisis for Su Jingzhe was temporarily averted. However, he understood well that this incident was likely only the beginning. Having countered Chen Chang's scheme this time, he knew the other party would not simply let it go. He would need to prepare further, for when it came to using intellect against foes, it was evident that his strength remained insufficient. Before long, in the loft where Chen Chong resided, his eyelids twitched increasingly, and he muttered to himself in growing unease, "Why is there still no news?" Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. "My lord, the body of Lin Ping has been discovered." Upon hearing this, Chen Chong was overwhelmed with joy, immediately pushing the door open and looking at the subordinate who reported to him. "Finally found it. What about Su Jingzhe? Has he been punished by the Huayang sect?" The latter's face turned tense as he shook his head, saying, "No, Lin Ping's body is in the deep well of our Chui Lu Academy." "What did you say?" "In the Enlightenment Academy, only Su Jingzhe and Zhang Xiu remained." "Mr. Su, are you all right?" Concern shone in Zhang Xiu's eyes. Su Jingzhe smiled gently. "If it weren't for my sister-in-law, I might have been in trouble today. Since the plan was devised last night, Zhang Xiu had become a crucial part of it. Fortunately, she did not disappoint him. Given your current condition with your Dantian, your cultivation is unlikely to progress, and being alone, it is indeed time to consider future generations. If your descendants achieve greatness, they could provide you with protection. Otherwise, This realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. You have already offended Wusong and Qinlin. Today's events may not be the last. Zhang Xiu's expression suddenly grew serious. As she spoke, a subtle glimmer appeared in her eyes. Empathy 4 at that moment. A line of golden text flashed in Su Jingzhe's vision. His points had returned to 13, yet he felt a surge of anxiety. He was aware that his empathy with Zhang Xiu had reached the level of mutual affection, now that she had suddenly broached the subject. He feared she might utter something that would put them both in an awkward position. After all, he was still relatively weak, and he admired Zhang Xiu's steadfastness in her principles as a partner. They both had their reservations. Mr. Su, do you trust your sister-in-law? Zhang Xiu inquired once more. Su Jingzhe's tension escalated. Although Zhang Xiu had not deliberately adorned herself today, her mature and alluring charm radiated in her every movement. Nevertheless, he replied, to be honest, in this city of Linjiang, you are the only one I can truly trust. This was the truth, yet it stirred Zhang Xiu's emotions. Empathy 4, Zhang Xiu opened her mouth, sighed softly in her heart, and then smiled. Then listen to your sister-in-law this once. Take a chance on finding a partner for the next generation. At these words, Su Jingzhe's heart raced. Before he could respond, Zhang Xiu continued, yesterday, I encountered a young lady who also possesses spiritual roots. However, her situation is somewhat dire. Her dantian has been shattered, and her cultivation is lost. Now, she seeks a place to settle and hopes to attempt for the next generation. Perhaps she would be quite suitable for you. As she spoke, seemingly fearing that Su Jingzhe might doubt her, she added, I previously mentioned that a treasure has emerged on Qifeng Mountain. And more people are flocking to Linjiang City these days. They have indeed made some discoveries on Qifeng Mountain, resulting in countless conflicts, with many perishing at the hands of the mountain's beasts. Yet, there are still those who continue to press forward. Upon reaching this point, a grave expression overtook Zhang Xiu's face. Suddenly returning to the main topic, he said, the young lady I mentioned had also visited Qifeng Mountain, where her dantian was shattered amidst a struggle. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to preserve her life. Su Jingzhe felt a stir in his heart. He understood the bitterness of a shattered dantian and could empathize with her plight upon hearing this. Without waiting for him to respond, Zhang Xiu fixed her gaze upon him. Given your current circumstances, it is imperative that you find a partner. If you trust me, I can personally bring someone to you. This time, it will surely succeed. Zhang Xiu still felt a tinge of guilt from the last failed matchmaking attempt. Su Jingzhe nodded. With the conversation having reached this point, he found himself at a loss for words. He recognized that Zhang Xiu genuinely had his best interests at heart. Should he refuse, she might very well attempt to promote herself as a candidate. Very well. A glimmer of relief finally appeared on Zhang Xiu's face, though it was accompanied by a hint of undeniable regret. The girl may not possess striking beauty, but I know, Mr. Su, that you are not one to judge solely by appearances. With that, Zhang Xiu departed. It was not until she vanished from the doorway that Su Jingzhe allowed himself a wry smile. What a peculiar situation this was. Zhang Xiu came to assist him, yet it had morphed into a matchmaking endeavor. Oh no, that was not entirely accurate. Zhang Xiu seemed quite confident this time, perhaps even eliminating the need for a formal introduction. Regardless, given his current foundation, taking in a shattered dantian practitioner would pose no issue. In fact, it might even facilitate a more comfortable rapport between him and Zhang Xiu. Glancing at the interface, he noted that his remaining points had reached 17. With a smile, he resumed practicing the Python scale technique beneath the peach tree. He did not inquire further into Qinchang's affairs, well aware that even if he had been outmaneuvered, Qinchang's connections and resources would not easily topple him. In truth, he was more concerned with the inexplicable ease of his actions the previous night. From the Enlightenment Academy to the disposal of the body at the Cui Lu Academy, everything transpired as if it had been meticulously rehearsed. Unable to fathom it, he dismissed the thoughts, convincing himself that he was the chosen one. After completing a round of the Python scale technique and noticing that Zhang Xiu had yet to arrive, he decided not to continue. He initially planned to procure some beast meat to enhance his physical training, but now he could only wait, unwilling to leave his sister-in-law in the lurch. After approximately half an hour, Su Jingzhe keenly discerned a murmur of conversation outside the door. He stood up and adjusted his attire. Soon, two figures appeared at the entrance, Zhang Xiu and the young lady she had brought along. However, when Su Jingzhe caught sight of the individual trailing behind Zhang Xiu, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yet, no amount of rubbing could alter the scene before him. The pitiable girl with a shattered dantian, the one who merely sought a stable life after her failure at Qifeng Mountain, was none other than Shuang Jiang. He swallowed hard. This revelation left him utterly speechless. At that moment, Su Jingzhe could even perceive a glimmer of mischief in her eyes as she regarded him. She was clad in a black practice outfit, simple yet efficient. Although the scars on her face remained grotesque and unsightly, she bore them with no attempt at concealment. Exposing them fully, Su Jingzhe was thoroughly bewildered. He didn't concern himself with how Xuangjiang had established a connection with Zhang Xiao, forgiven her abilities. It should not have been a challenge. However, he was curious about what schemes this formidable figure was concocting. Naturally, he could not believe that Xuangjiang's dantian was shattered. Yet, a flicker of joy stirred within him. Could this be considered a recovery from loss? With Xuangjiang present, would his numbers not soar? With a little effort on his part, the unlocking of the spring of vitality was surely imminent. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him. Could the smoothness of last night be related to Xuangjiang? The realization left him utterly stunned. Enough daydreaming. I have brought her to you. Zhang Xiao smiled at Su Jingzhe. This young lady is Xuangjiang, and you are Jingzhe. Perhaps your names are intertwined by fate. Regaining his composure, Su Jingzhe smiled at Xuangjiang. I am Su Jingzhe, pleased to meet you, Miss Xuangjiang. Xuangjiang's lips curled into a faint smile, though the scars remained, rendering her expression less than appealing. She inclined her head slightly towards Su Jingzhe, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, deepening his confusion. He was more accustomed to Xuangjiang's lofty demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao observed the two with a smile of heartfelt blessing. All right. Mr. Su, I have introduced you to her. I have already informed Miss Xuangjiang about your situation, and she is aware of hers as well. Please take your time to get to know each other. If it suits you, then let it be, Zhang Xiao said, her smile genuine. Su Jingzhe chuckled softly, uncertain of how to respond. In Xuangjiang's presence, he felt perpetually cautious, fearing he might utter something amiss. Zhang Xiao may have been unaware, but he recognized the formidable nature of Xuangjiang. At that moment, Xuangjiang graciously inclined toward Zhang Xiao, saying, Thank you, sister. Seeing Xuangjiang's demeanor, Zhang Xiao smiled again, knowing that Xuangjiang likely held no dissatisfaction towards Su Jingzhe. Thus, the guilt from their previous encounter had been alleviated. As for Xuangjiang's appearance, Zhang Xiao thought it of little consequence. True cultivators viewed beauty as little more than a skeletal facade, with spiritual roots holding greater significance. Moreover, she understood that Xuangjiang's condition was merely superficial and not inherent. With some nurturing over time, her appearance could likely improve significantly. Take care of yourselves. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek me out. After so many years in Taohua Alley, I can still resolve many matters. Zhang Xiao remarked before departing. Yet, as she crossed the threshold of the academy, the complexity of her emotions was known only to her. Nevertheless, this did bring some relief to her heart. For cultivators of the lower realms, forming a bond with a partner is a simple affair. Once they find mutual affection, cohabitation ensues, and a heartfelt commitment suffices, devoid of the numerous formalities that plague the mundane world. Even a grand 3-day banquet remains inconsequential, failing to alter the harsh and indifferent reality that exists between practitioners. Only those with a degree of prominence or affiliation to influential sects engage in extravagant weddings, inviting guests from far and wide. Thus, Zhang Xiao perceives that for Su Jingzhe and Xuangjiang, leading a tranquil life together suffices, and the neighbors will gradually come to know of their union. Should their offspring flourish, Su Jingzhe would be assured a life free of worries. At this moment, only Xuangjiang and Su Jingzhe stood facing each other in the courtyard. A sudden unease flickered across Su Jingzhe's countenance. After a brief, awkward silence, he inquired, Where have you been these past few days? I thought you might have truly departed. Su Jingzhe harbored numerous uncertainties, yet found himself at a loss for words. Xuangjiang nodded slightly. I had matters to attend to, requiring me to establish a residence under your name. As she spoke, her tone shifted back to the familiar demeanor that Su Jingzhe had come to recognize. This served as a succinct explanation for her recent actions, and as she spoke, she began to stride towards the quiet chamber. Su Jingzhe followed suit silently. Upon reaching the quiet chamber, Xuangjiang directly seated herself upon the stone bed. Su Jingzhe, unable to suppress his curiosity, ventured, You are aware of what transpired here last night, are you not? His inquiry was tentative. A cold smile graced Xuangjiang's lips as she replied, What do you think? Su Jingzhe scratched his head, then, with utmost sincerity, clasped his fist in respect towards her. The events of the previous night had unfolded too smoothly. He suspected that Xuangjiang had lent her support from the shadows. Her presence today only reinforced this notion. Xuangjiang did not refute him. Instead, her gaze towards Su Jingzhe bore a hint of admiration. You have surpassed my expectations. Her opening words were a generous compliment, marking the first time she had so openly acknowledged Su Jingzhe's abilities. Before her words could fully settle, golden characters flickered before Su Jingzhe's eyes, eliciting a surge of joy within him. This sporadic influx of points was precisely the sensation he cherished. Interacting with Xuangjiang was always accompanied by such unexpected delights. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Xuangjiang continued, "Nevertheless, your actions last night were rather foolish." Was she praising him only to swiftly chastise him? Your bravery in confronting danger is commendable, yet had that individual been a professional assassin or a late-stage chi cultivator, you would most certainly have met your demise. Her tone was frigid and severe, and Su Jingzhe found no grounds for rebuttal. He had indeed recognized his own recklessness from the previous night. Furthermore, he understood that although Xuangjiang did not explicitly state it, her seamless handling of the aftermath indicated her covert assistance. He couldn't help but feel a swell of gratitude. Indeed, she was his benefactor. Su Jingzhe accepted her critique with an open heart. At that moment, Xuangjiang showed no interest in entangling herself in the topic of educating Su Jingzhe. Instead, she curiously inquired, "Have you already mastered the Python scale technique?" The mere passage of a day had allowed Su Jingzhe to topple a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner with a single strike, which, even with the advantage of a sneak attack, was nothing short of astonishing. Xuangjiang understood that, given Su Jingzhe's level of chi refinement, such a feat was implausible. Su Jingzhe chuckled, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. "I simply practiced a bit. It seems I have gained some strength." Xuangjiang narrowed her eyes slightly, descended from the stone bed, and without hesitation, seized Su Jingzhe's wrist. A faint pulse of energy reached out to explore. A sense of foreboding gripped Su Jingzhe's heart. In the next moment, Xuangjiang's expression suddenly froze, before transforming into one of remarkable astonishment. You actually unlocked a secret reservoir." Xuangjiang's ability to casually produce the Python scale technique indicated that Su Jingzhe's physical condition was laid bare under her deliberate scrutiny. Hearing her words, a look of confusion crossed Su Jingzhe's face. "Secret reservoir? Me? So this is what it means to unlock a human secret reservoir?" Despite his inherent kindness from living two lives, Su Jingzhe was acutely aware that certain matters should never be revealed to anyone. Thus, he could only feign ignorance in response to her probing. Noticing his expression, Xuangjiang harbored no doubts. It was quite normal for a low-level practitioner to be unclear about their own physical state. Unable to restrain herself, she grasped his wrist once more to investigate. Her astonishment now unmasked. "Show me the Python scale technique in action." Without hesitation, Su Jingzhe complied, although he performed the movements with a degree of awkwardness. He was soon drenched in sweat. There were no visible flaws. How extraordinary it was that he could unlock a secret reservoir despite such clumsiness. It was both incredible and regrettable, Xuangjiang mused, her gaze towards Su Jingzhe growing increasingly complex, tinged with a hint of sorrow. She had already concluded that Su Jingzhe was a rare talent in body refinement, yet the current circumstances were not conducive. Even a prodigy could not progress far under such conditions. Then, she recalled Su Jingzhe's terrifying alchemical talent, and her perception of him began to shift once more. The tumult of emotions within Xuangjiang was, as always, reflected in the points system. Empathy 2, Empathy 2, Empathy 2. It was the familiar triple boost that Su Jingzhe had grown accustomed to. He had gradually discerned that when Xuangjiang's emotions surged, it triggered these consecutive increments. Remaining available points, 21. At that moment, he could understand her astonishment. After all, it was indeed shocking that he had unlocked his first human secret reservoir so swiftly. He cherished his time with Xuangjiang, precisely for this reason. Points always accumulated rapidly in her presence, and he believed that if she stayed with him for a few more days, the secret reservoir at the Yongquan acupoint would soon be unlocked as well. As long as the frost descent remains, Su Jingzhe's safety concerns should be unfounded, allowing him to devote himself to alchemy and amass spiritual stones while unlocking hidden treasures. By the time frost descent truly departs on a certain day, he may well possess the strength to protect himself. Heaven has sent him such a benefactor, and he must cherish this gift. After a prolonged silence, Frost Descent gazed at him and remarked, "It seems that although the external environment may not be conducive, the path of body refinement aligns with you. Practice diligently. This path should lead you to heights that your previous cultivation in Qi could not reach. Coupled with your talent for alchemy, I believe your future holds promise." At that moment, her tone became calm and unexpectedly gentle, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Su Jingzhe felt a surge of joy in his heart, though his expression remained one of confusion. He clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Regardless, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to Miss Frost's descent. She nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, however, Jingzhe's stomach emitted a low growl, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Miss Frost's descent, please rest here. I must step out for a while. While Frost's descent's return was a pleasant surprise, Jingzhe did not forget the tasks he needed to accomplish that day. She nodded once more. As he turned to leave the quiet chamber, she called out, "Wait." Jingzhe looked at her, puzzled. Frost's descent's expression was slightly awkward as she continued, "As I mentioned before, I require a legitimate identity to reside here. There are matters I must attend to. So when we are outside, you may declare that I am your Dao partner. Be natural about it. Do not arouse suspicion." Jingzhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Frost's descent. Nevertheless, she spoke with a calm demeanor, and he silently nodded in agreement. The previous day, Huayong sect had conducted a thorough investigation throughout Linjiang City, and Frost's descent likely left temporarily due to this predicament, given her extreme suspicion. He replied, "If Miss Frost's descent is untroubled by the potential tarnishing of your reputation, I have no objections." He was well aware of her nature. The title of Dao partner was merely a label, as she had stated, merely a temporary identity. Ultimately, such a connection could not be retained. Yet it would undoubtedly deepen certain ties. At the very least, the points derived from Frost's descent would likely become more stable henceforth. With that, Frost's descent fell silent, and Jingzhe stepped out of the quiet chamber. Just then, a line of golden text flickered before his eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. Empathy with Frost's descent, slight affection reward points, 10 level bonus, 2x Frost's descent's cultivation bonus, 2x remaining usable points, 31. He had thought that maintaining a state of mutual non-hostility with a person like Frost's descent would be the best outcome. Little did he expect that today would elevate him to a new level. The phrase "a slight fondness" merely signifies a secondary level of empathy. He certainly would not presume how Shuangjiang might feel about him. Much like the series of astonishments she had previously experienced, this was merely a preliminary acknowledgement of him. However, should their relationship progress and this level of connection deepen, it would undoubtedly lead to immense surprise. In high spirits, Jingzhe departed from the academy. Meanwhile, within the quiet room, Shuangjiang gazed out the window, her expression growing somewhat complex. This young man displayed prodigious talent in body refinement and alchemy, exhibiting both boldness and calmness in the face of challenges, truly a person of potential. If circumstances allowed, it might be possible to guide him further, on a grander stage. He would undoubtedly shine with his own brilliance. Shuangjiang mused to herself. Last night, as Jingzhe had surmised, she had observed his handling of the Linping matter, and she was quite pleased with his performance. At that moment, Shuangjiang had formed a few calculations in her mind. Shortly thereafter, Jingzhe returned, sensing unrest outside. He felt the need to remain closer to Shuangjiang for a sense of security. This time, he spent merely 5 low-grade spirit stones to procure some food, which included a substantial quantity of beast meat. The blood and flesh of magical beasts were rich in vitality, greatly beneficial for body refinement. Jingzhe headed straight for the kitchen. Before his transmigration, he had relished the moments after work spent preparing meals for himself, and his culinary skills had not diminished. As a first-tier alchemist, he perceived certain similarities between cooking and alchemy. Some alchemical techniques applied to cooking yielded remarkable results. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the kitchen. Spirit rice, beast meat, and a trio of dishes alongside soup were laid out on the table. Jingzhe approached the door of the quiet room and knocked. "Shuangjiang, dinner is ready." Most cultivators held little interest in dining. However, since Jingzhe had called out, Shuangjiang graciously obliged. Upon seeing the exquisite spread on the kitchen table, she cast Jingzhe a surprised glance. After merely tasting a bite, her palate was invigorated. Within half a stick of incense, the two had devoured the meal. Jingzhe, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction, reflected that if cultivation could always be this leisurely, it would indeed be a blessing. After the meal, Jingzhe practiced the Python scale technique several times, opting not to continue with alchemy that day. Time drifted by leisurely. Following the morning's events, no one troubled him regarding Linping any further. He and Shuangjiang returned to their previous mode of interaction. With Shuangjiang present, he peacefully slept in the kitchen at night, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of assassins. The next morning, the increment of points arrived as expected. Zhang Shou remained at 4 points, while Shuangjiang had risen to 6. This revelation startled Jingzhe, prompting him to quickly check Shuangjiang's status. To his astonishment, he discovered that her cultivation bonus had reached an extraordinary threefold. A sensation of tingling dread coursed through Su Jingzhe. Overnight, Xuanjiang had experienced a resurgence in her cultivation. A threefold enhancement. What a remarkable realm this was. In the eyes of outsiders, Xuanjiang may merely be perceived as the failure from Qifeng Mountain, the unattractive woman with the shattered dantian. However, what astonished him further was the realization that the level enhancement of twofold and the cultivation boost of threefold were not additive but multiplicative. This implies that henceforth, whenever empathy points are triggered, Xuanjiang will receive a cumulative increase of 6 points at once. This advancement directly surpasses that of Sister Zhang. Furthermore, with today's fixed points accounted for, the remaining usable points have soared to a remarkable total of 41. Thus, the requirement of 200 points to unlock the Spring Source secret vault becomes rather effortless. There are still 497 days remaining until the host's dantian is irrevocably shattered. At this moment, Su Jingzhe instinctively overlooked this prominent notification. Su Jingzhe felt an uplifting mood as he stepped out of the kitchen. To his surprise, he discovered that Xuanjiang had already arrived beneath the peach blossom tree, her eyes closed and hands clasped behind her back. Clad in her signature sleek black training attire, she appeared to be in a state of meditation. The sight of her standing in tranquil contemplation piqued Su Jingzhe's curiosity, and he refrained from interrupting her. Instead, he positioned himself on the rocky ledge at the kitchen entrance and commenced his morning exercises, directly practicing the movements of the mongoose scale technique. The saying a day's plan begins with the morning held true both before and after his time in this world. He had long adjusted his mindset, understanding that he could not rely solely on his innate advantages. Certain accomplishments would inevitably require his own diligence. For instance, if he were industrious enough, he could elevate the mongoose scale technique to greater heights through personal effort. As he began, Xuanjiang opened her eyes and gave an almost imperceptible nod. During her time in Linjiang City, she had observed several low-level cultivators like Su Jingzhe, and it was evident that his performance was distinct from that of others. A hidden dragon must eventually emerge from the depths. As he mused, small characters flickered before Su Jingzhe's eyes. Empathy 6, remaining points, 47. Indeed, as he had anticipated, triggering a point allocation yielded a direct increase of 6 points. His heart surged with excitement, nearly disrupting the flow of his movements. After completing the practice, Su Jingzhe felt his physical strength steadily augmenting with each repetition of the mongoose scale technique. Yet, on the panel reflecting his body refinement progress, he remained at the third level of the mystic embryo. However, he felt no urgency. The path of cultivation, whether in body refinement or qi refinement, was inherently gradual. Although he was inherently suited for body refinement and had unlocked a secret cache, merely practicing the movements would lead to slow advancement in this discipline. While Su Jingzhe reveled in his small triumph, Xuanjiang's voice suddenly broke the silence. He turned his gaze towards her, and before he could inquire further, she continued, "You possess an exceptionally high success rate in concocting qi recovery pills. Among first-tier alchemists, you are indeed distinguished. Acquiring basic resources should pose no significant challenge if you apply yourself diligently. The mongoose scale technique can also be enhanced with specific materials as aids. At least in the early stages of your body refinement, these can artificially expedite your cultivation speed." Recognizing Su Jingzhe's potential, Xuanjiang willingly offered guidance on these finer points, which, while perhaps not monumental, would certainly help him circumvent numerous detours. "Could you elaborate further, Miss Xuanjiang?" Su Jingzhe inquired, his heart racing. His foremost desire was to secure his existence and enhance his strength. The world was becoming increasingly unstable, and his current capabilities were insufficient for his safety. Before awakening his innate advantages, he had felt powerless, resigned to a life of modest contentment. Yet now, given the opportunity, he yearned to aspire towards the path of longevity. "Come with me for a stroll," Xuanjiang suggested, gazing at him intently. Now that she possesses a suitable identity, Xuanjiang naturally harbors no fear of being seen by anyone. However, upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. All along, Xuanjiang had been perceived by him as aloof, and her initiative in extending an invitation left him somewhat disconcerted. "What, do you find my appearance so unattractive that accompanying me would bring you shame?" A cold smile curled at the corners of Xuanjiang's lips, though it remained far from pleasant. No, Miss Xuanjiang, you speak unfairly. To accompany you outside is precisely what I desire." This statement was indeed sincere. When venturing out alone, he had to tread carefully, but with Xuanjiang by his side, his safety would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. As for her appearance, while the scars on Xuanjiang's face rendered it less than appealing, Su Jingzhe was well aware of her inherent beauty. for someone of her caliber once her strength was restored. Removing the scars would be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, it was paramount to note that Shuangjiang was not his partner. Hence, whether she was beautiful or not held little significance for him. Shuangjiang chose not to say anything further, trailing a mere step behind Su Jingzhe. In the realm of cultivation, those who relied on men for their existence held no right to walk alongside them. In this moment, Shuangjiang's demeanor embodied that very essence. Having donned a facade, it was imperative for her to avoid any flaws. "Mr. Su, how rare it is for you to venture out today," she remarked. "Hee, I've heard that Mr. Su has married a lovely wife. At first, I was skeptical, but it appears to be true." Not long after exiting the Enlightenment Academy, the duo encountered several neighbors. These individuals, at least on the surface, appeared amiable towards Su Jingzhe, to whom he greeted each one in turn. However, as they departed from Peach Blossom Lane, those same neighbors who had greeted Su Jingzhe began to murmur sarcastically behind them. "I initially thought Su Jingzhe was merely a paramour of Zhang Xiu, yet here he is, daring enough to marry. But with such an unattractive woman, does he not fear being startled during the night? Hey, you said it was nighttime, with the lights off. It makes no difference, does it? Yet, it is peculiar that he would choose such an ugly woman over Zhang Xiu, ugly as she may be. I've heard that Su Jingzhe's partner possesses spiritual roots. If they were to bear offspring, I fear that your wives would struggle to compete." After a round of derisive commentary, the crowd eventually dispersed, each returning to their own homes. After all, they held no genuine animosity towards Su Jingzhe. Idle gossip was all that was warranted. Among lower-tier male cultivators, the subject of ridicule often revolved around the same trifles. At this moment, Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang had already arrived at the main street. Here, Su Jingzhe deliberately stepped back a pace, opting to walk alongside Shuangjiang. She furrowed her brow slightly, questioning, "What are you doing? This is not in accordance with propriety. It may lead others to look down upon you." For Shuangjiang, the role she played at present was merely a reflection of her circumstances. She was acutely aware that her stay in this small riverside town was but temporary. She did not wish for Su Jingzhe to bear any undesirable reputation for such reasons. Perhaps it was due to the heightened empathy she felt towards him that she found herself subconsciously considering his affairs. Su Jingzhe, however, smiled and remarked, "It is precisely because we seek authenticity that you cannot fall behind." To him, if one was a partner, they were akin to family, and within a family, there exists no hierarchy of status. This was a genuine sentiment that arose from the depths of Su Jingzhe's heart. Furthermore, he harbored a profound respect for Shuangjiang, instinctively refraining from underestimating her. The term family stirred ripples within Shuangjiang's heart. At times, Su Jingzhe genuinely believed he was merely articulating the most mundane of truths. Yet he managed to evoke a cascade of responses from Shuangjiang. The addition of 12 empathy points left him quite exhilarated. After hearing his words, Shuangjiang chose not to elaborate further and walked alongside him. She then suggested, "Let's head to the treasure pavilion." "Are we going to the treasure pavilion now? Might it be a tad ostentatious? Should we perhaps change our attire?" Entering the treasure pavilion in his true form made Su Jingzhe somewhat anxious, given his cautious nature. He still had the chi-returning pills he had crafted previously in his storage bag, having consumed 1 out of a total of 8 finished products and 2 subpar ones. Based on the last pricing, that amounted to 76 low-grade spirit stones. If someone with ulterior motives caught sight of him, given his current cultivation level of the second layer of chi refining, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Seemingly aware of Su Jingzhe's concerns, Shuangjiang smirked dismissively. "Do not worry. We are merely going to take a look. It is not as though you were selling pills." Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe felt considerably relieved. As they made their way to the treasure pavilion, he noticed that the streets were even more crowded than before, with many individuals in black robes passing by, exuding a formidable aura. Sister Zhang had mentioned that in recent days, powerful cultivators from distant lands had been increasingly converging in Linjiang City, making the atmosphere rather chaotic. It seemed someone had indeed acquired something valuable on Qifeng Mountain. Su Jingzhe pondered this, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Shuangjiang. "Miss Shuangjiang, how much do you know about the happenings on Qifeng Mountain? Is there truly a treasure there?" While his inquiry appeared curious, it bore an undertone of probing. Shuangjiang had appeared in the Enlightenment Academy gravely injured on the very night anomalies were reported at Qifeng Mountain. At that time, Su Jingzhe had already sensed a connection between her and those events. Now that their empathy level had reached slight fondness, this question should not be a taboo. Shuangjiang nodded slightly. "Yes, but it is of no concern to you." Her straightforward response left Su Jingzhe momentarily speechless. Indeed, even if there existed treasures capable of granting immediate ascension. His current cultivation level rendered him unqualified to partake in such matters. He did not believe that he could. Like the protagonists in the novels he had read before his journey, effortlessly gather treasures and leave unscathed. In Peach Blossom Alley. To take a life required meticulous calculations to avoid detection by the Huayang sect. Yet, on the serene Shifeng Mountain during such tumultuous times, taking a life was as trivial for those high-ranking cultivators as a mere game. The two ceased their conversation and discreetly approached the location of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Along the way, some cultivators from Peach Blossom Alley greeted Su Jingzhe, but ultimately, no disturbance ensued. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion, along with its neighboring Huayue Tower, bustled with patrons as usual. However, the female cultivators in Huayue Tower were no longer as bold and flamboyant as before, instead choosing to conduct their business quietly behind closed windows on the second floor. Su Jingzhe and Xuangjiang directly entered the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. The first floor was lined with a considerable queue at the 10 counters. Su Jingzhe observed that among the crowd were formidable external cultivators cloaked in black robes. Yet they too adhered to the orderly line. The hall lacked management, yet each individual dutifully followed the rules. This was the power of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. What shall we do now? Su Jingzhe inquired of Xuangjiang. They don't sell elixirs here. Surely we aren't merely here to observe the spectacle of the pavilion? With the authority of the first floor, they could not procure what they desired. Let us leave, Xuangjiang suggested, casting a glance toward the back of the hall where a staircase led to the second floor. Though the hall was bustling with people, none ventured toward the stairs. Ah, we're leaving? Su Jingzhe was taken aback. They had only just arrived. Was it truly just a casual visit? A smirk played at the corners of Xuangjiang's mouth. Otherwise, do you wish to sell elixirs? Or perhaps you intend to reveal your true self to me on the second floor? Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe's heart jolted. He caught the key phrase in Xuangjiang's words, to the second floor, even though he rarely ventured out. He understood that access to the second floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion required at least a foundation building level or practitioners of alchemy or talismanic arts to be of second tier or higher. Thus, he was oblivious to what treasures were traded above. However, after a moment of shock, excitement surged within him. He had nearly forgotten that Xuangjiang's current injuries had not fully healed, yet her cultivation power was already tripled, although he was unsure of the exact level she had reached. Ascending to the second floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion would not pose a significant challenge, and he, too, would bask in her brilliance. With this thought, Su Jingzhe followed Xuangjiang out of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. He understood that Xuangjiang had initially brought him here to sense certain energies. It seemed she had now made her determination, and it was time to change into suitable attire for their return. Currently, their identities were that of a destitute teacher at the initial stage of qi refinement and a rather unfortunate and unattractive companion. Such a combination would attract little attention under ordinary circumstances, but should they ascend to the second floor in this guise, they would undoubtedly become the center of attention. Consequently, Su Jingzhe's aspirations for a tranquil and untroubled existence would be nothing but a fleeting dream. Ah, that figure appears remarkably familiar. Just as Su Jingzhe and Xuangjiang were departing from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, a trio entered. Subsequently, a woman clad in a simple long dress, possessing a certain charm, retreated a step, observing Su Jingzhe's silhouette with a furrowed brow, murmuring to herself. After a moment of contemplation, she smirked coldly. So it is him. Hee. Is that his newly formed partner? It's indeed surprising that someone would take a liking to him. I suppose he must have sought her out in the mortal realm. Xiar, who are you looking at? A middle-aged woman inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Nothing much, just the suitor that Mother mentioned last time, the one introduced by Zhang Xiu. That broken Dantian individual. The woman in question was none other than Yan Xia, the very person with whom Su Jingzhe had experienced a failed blind date. A mere broken Dantian, nothing to be concerned about. Let bygones be bygones, she dismissed. Come, let us hope the Gathering Treasure Pavilion has what we seek. Among the trio was also a man in his 40s, who cast a fleeting glance at the retreating figures of Su Jingzhe and Xuangjiang, stating, Indeed. Yan Xia and her mother nodded, and the three proceeded into the pavilion. Father, this time during the Qi awakening, I will certainly succeed. Last time, I was merely a hair's breadth away. During this interval, I have diligently contemplated and meditated. Surely that barrier separating me from success will soon be shattered. The young woman declared. The man nodded affirmatively. Ultimately, one must be prepared for both outcomes. Xiar, you are our most exceptional child. Your mother and I shall never permit you to descend into the realm of mortals. After the span of an incense sticks burning, Su Jingzhe and Xuangjiang returned. However, this time, both were cloaked in black robes, their heads adorned with black veils, rendering their identities unrecognizable. Miss Shuangjiang, may I inquire, what is your current level of cultivation? Upon entering the gathering treasure pavilion, Jingzhe could not restrain his curiosity. Given that their mutual affinity had reached the second level of slight fondness, he felt emboldened in certain respects. His eyes shone brightly behind the veil. Yet, Shuangjiang merely replied coolly, sufficient to keep you safe. Her response was curt yet efficient. Disappointed, Jingzhe ceased further inquiry, and the two disregarded the long queue in the main hall, making their way directly towards the staircase at the farthest end. As they approached, curious gazes began to converge upon them. That staircase leads to the second floor. Are they intending to ascend? If memory serves, only foundational masters and esteemed alchemists or formation masters are permitted access to the second floor of the gathering treasure pavilion, are they not? Many voices began to whisper softly. No one dared to mock. However, after all, the recent days in Linjiang City had been rife with a mix of individuals, and the presence of a few foundational masters was entirely commonplace. A single misstep in speech could provoke a foundational cultivator, with dire consequences unforeseen. Jingzhe could sense numerous gazes fixated upon him, his heart racing with a hint of trepidation. Soon, the two reached the foot of the staircase. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed a hush enveloping the hall on the first floor. The gazes of nearly all those in line were riveted upon Jingzhe and his companion. He felt a surge of relief that they had changed into a different attire. Had they appeared in their true forms on the second floor, it was likely that they would become the focal point of conversation throughout Linjiang City. Upon reaching this place, although Jingzhe's cultivation level was merely at the second layer of qi refining, he could still perceive a subtle energy fluctuation emanating from the staircase. Frostfall gently extended her hand and brushed against it, causing the energy wave to dissipate momentarily. She then stepped forward, and Jingzhe promptly followed suit. In that instant, all the curious and bewildered gazes in the hall transformed into expressions of shock and envy. They had truly ascended. Were they genuinely individuals of the Foundation establishment stage? One could only wonder what treasures awaited on the second floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, and whether he would ever have the opportunity to behold them in this lifetime. Yet, it was futile to dwell on such thoughts. For now, he would be content if he could manage to glean some small fortune on Qifeng Mountain. His only hope was that the consumable elixirs and talismans stored in the pavilion had not yet sold out. For the majority of lower-tier cultivators in Linjiang City, a Foundation establishment cultivator represented the pinnacle of existence. It was said that the leader of the Huayang sect's Linjiang branch was merely at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Yet, even this individual's presence was sufficient to maintain order within Linjiang City. The existence of a single Foundation establishment cultivator could essentially establish a sect of cultivation. This was the reality for many small families and minor sects in the realm of cultivation. As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, Yin Xia and her family had just emerged from a window. Upon hearing the discussions, Yin Xia's gaze instinctively drifted towards the staircase leading to the second floor, her eyes reflecting a similar envy. Let us proceed. We have already made our reservation. When the items arrive tomorrow, we shall retrieve them. Even if Xiar fails to awaken her spirit this time, I shall not allow your potential to remain confined to the mundane pinnacle. Yin Xia's father cast a glance towards the second floor before leading his wife and daughter away. The second floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion was considerably quieter than the first. Its area was not significantly smaller, with several intricately carved spirit-wood tables and chairs adorning the space. The entire floor seemed to house a minuscule spirit-gathering array, solely serving this level. Upon entering, Jingzhe was unexpectedly greeted by a refreshing sensation. The opulence of the furnishings, in stark contrast to the first floor, could only be described as luxurious. Was this the treatment reserved for those of the Foundation establishment stage? Jingzhe mused inwardly. He knew well that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The myriad wonders of the cultivation world were still beyond his grasp with his current strength. He could only imagine the sights that awaited in those grander domains of cultivation, where higher-tier practitioners resided. Just the second floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion had already ignited a yearning within Jingzhe for greater power. As he pondered, a female cultivator clad in a scantily adorned silk gown approached him. The female cultivator possessed an exquisite beauty and a statuesque figure, her face seemingly adorned with an innate charm. With every subtle smile and graceful gesture, she eclipsed even the stars of yore. After all, no matter how stunning a mortal may be, they lack the ethereal grace inherent to a practitioner of the arts. Upon encountering two esteemed guests, she welcomed them to the second floor of the treasure pavilion. I am Feng Qingya, the one responsible for your visit today. Should you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. With a smile, the female cultivator offered a respectful bow to Su Jingzhe and his companion. Upon seeing Feng Qingya, a glint of admiration sparkled in Su Jingzhe's eyes, while behind the veil, Shuangjiang's brow furrowed slightly, hinting at her dissatisfaction with the female host. Nevertheless, she refrained from elaborating, simply uttering two words, purchase. Hearing this, Feng Qingya responded with another smile, please, do come this way. The distinction between buying and selling within the pavilion is rather significant. She guided the two into a private chamber. The opulence within the chamber surpassed that of the exterior. The floor was laid with an unknown beast's hide, soft to the touch, while the tables and chairs were intricately carved from spiritual wood, adorned with pristine white fox fur. The gentle waft of sandalwood incense served to calm the spirit and focus the mind. Su Jingzhe marveled at the wealth displayed in the treasure pavilion, while a sense of trepidation gripped him, for he recognized the lavish decor signified that the items here would likely be exorbitantly priced, even with his modest savings. He felt insignificant in this realm. Meanwhile, although Shuangjiang possessed formidable strength, her financial resources at present might even be inferior to his, especially considering her inability to produce even 100 low-grade spirit stones when seeking to repay a debt of gratitude. Upon entering the chamber, Feng Qingya casually leaned against a chair, her posture exuding an alluring grace that added to her captivating charm. Witnessing this, Su Jingzhe was inwardly astonished, suspecting that Feng Qingya held a significant position within the pavilion. Once Su Jingzhe and his companion were seated, Feng Qingya smiled again. Your visit today suggests that you seek something of considerable value. May I inquire what you require? As long as the price is right. Most rare treasures of the cultivation world can be procured through our pavilion. At this, Su Jingzhe instinctively glanced at Shuangjiang. Aware that they were in search of items to assist in his physical cultivation, yet he remained uncertain about the specifics. His greatest concern, however, was still their financial capability. Shuangjiang then spoke. I require the blood of a North Sea flood dragon. I am aware that you do not possess it here. How long would it take to acquire it from another pavilion, and what would be the cost? As soon as she uttered these words, an immediate silence enveloped the chamber. Feng Qingya straightened her posture, the smile on her face gradually dissipating. My lady, were you jesting with me just now? The warmth in the room seemed to diminish as Feng Qingya's demeanor shifted, hinting at a growing displeasure. It became evident to Su Jingzhe that Feng Qingya perceived Shuangjiang's request as an affront. Indeed, the blood of the North Sea Jiao dragon mentioned by Shuangjiang, though Su Jingzhe was unaware of its exact nature, was undoubtedly something extraordinary, as its very name suggested. Dragons, even the Jiao dragon, belonged to the realm of legend both before and after his crossing, did they not? Yet, Shuangjiang spoke in a tone that was dispassionate. Simply respond to my inquiry. At that moment, despite her calm demeanor, Su Jingzhe felt an inexplicable chill, as if every hair on his body stood on end. He sensed an aura emanating from Shuangjiang, a presence so formidable that he could not discern the cultivation level required to possess it. This aura was evidently directed at Feng Qingya, who paled in an instant. Her fox-like, elongated eyes filled with terror. Within moments, Shuangjiang withdrew the overwhelming presence, her icy voice resonating once more. Perhaps now you can provide an answer. Su Jingzhe observed with clarity that as Shuangjiang retracted her aura, a fine sheen of sweat had already appeared on Feng Qingya's forehead. He was struck again with astonishment. Having long been curious about Shuangjiang's power, and it seemed he was now witnessing merely the tip of the iceberg. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that Shuangjiang was on his side. At that moment, her domineering nature appeared to reflect her true character. Su Jingzhe was reminded of their first encounter. Feng Qingya, having entirely suppressed the flickering pride within her heart, began, in response to your esteemed lord. There is indeed no blood of the North Sea Jiao dragon within the treasure pavilion of Linjiang City. Such a treasure is likely only available at the branch in Yumeng City. I must first report this and arrange for them to send it over. The entire process will take at least half a month. The manner of address had subtly shifted. After a brief pause, noticing Shuangjiang's silence, she continued, given the value of this treasure, the treasure pavilion must assign appropriately skilled cultivators for its escort. The incurred cost will be considerable. A single drop of North Sea Jiao dragon blood may require 100 top-grade spirit stones. Of course, if a barter is possible, the treasure pavilion would be more than willing. As she concluded, a glimmer of excitement shone in her eyes. Since her arrival at the Linjiang City branch, the number of customers permitted to ascend to the second floor had been scant, and she had not finalized a single major transaction in over a month. If she could successfully close this deal, she might finally escape this desolate Linjiang city. However, for Su Jingzhe, the revelation hit like a thunderclap: 100 top-grade spirit stones. He possessed merely 50 inferior-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, and even with the unsold elixirs, he could barely muster 200 inferior-grade spirit stones. To him, that sum was already monumental. 100 top-grade spirit stones equated to an astronomical figure. Within the cultivation world, 100 inferior-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for a single medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones could procure one top-grade spirit stone. By this calculation, it amounted to a staggering 1 million inferior-grade spirit stones. How many batches of Qi-generating elixirs would he need to produce to earn that? Moreover, he had caught the significant detail in Feng Qingya's words: a single drop. 1 million low-grade spirit stones can only purchase a single drop. For Su Jingzhe, who has long existed at the lower echelons of the cultivation realm, this revelation is undoubtedly staggering. The world of high-end players is beyond his current comprehension. Simultaneously, he is filled with curiosity. Given their current financial capacity, what confidence does Shuangjiang possess to directly demand such an item? Upon hearing the price, Shuangjiang remains remarkably composed, even expressing dissatisfaction with a hint of impatience. So slow? If expedited, can it be delivered within 3 days? At this, Feng Qingya is momentarily taken aback. She responds helplessly: "My lord, half a month is already the fastest possible, and we must also verify stock availability in Yunming City. If Yunming City lacks the item, we would have to source it from the Holy City, which would require even more time." As she speaks, the beautiful aspirations in Feng Qingya's heart begin to shatter. It is evident that Shuangjiang desires urgency. If Yunming City is deemed too slow, why not go directly to the Holy City? Such a choice would not only save time but also conserve a considerable amount of spirit stones. Before her thoughts can settle, Shuangjiang adds: "Then let it be so. What auxiliary spiritual items for body refinement do you have here?" Unreservedly, Shuangjiang admits to seeking items for body refinement. Feng Qingya, surprised, had not anticipated that this mysterious power would seek the blood of the North Sea Flood Dragon for such a purpose. However, the blood of the North Sea Flood Dragon is indeed recognized as a sacred item for body refinement. An awkward expression surfaces on her face as she apologizes: "I beg your pardon, my lord, but there are hardly any body cultivators in the jurisdiction of Linjiang City. Hence, the availability of body refinement-related items is quite limited here. We only have some body-tempering liquid, which will not be available until tomorrow." Although the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is immensely vast, not every branch possesses a comprehensive inventory. Items are primarily stored based on demand. Upon hearing this, Shuangjiang rises from her seat. Turning to Su Jingzhe, she declares: "Let us depart. We shall return tomorrow." Observing the two intent on leaving, Feng Qingya quickly inquires: "Esteemed lords, how much body-tempering liquid do you require? I wish to make preparations." Shuangjiang pauses for a moment. "Take as much as is available. Such items are inherently in low demand in Linjiang City. Even if some are procured, they will not amount to much." As they descend the stairs, Feng Qingya is once again enveloped in a haze of confusion. Could it be that a rare treasure has indeed emerged on Qifeng Mountain, prompting the involvement of individuals of such caliber? Regrettably, Linjiang City is ultimately too small, lacking in resources. Otherwise, forming an acquaintance with someone of such stature would be immensely beneficial. Reflecting on the formidable pressure Shuangjiang had exerted upon her, Feng Qingya still feels a lingering unease. Descending to the first floor, Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang pay no heed to the envious or astonished gazes of the crowd. Without pausing on the ground floor, they exit the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Finding a secluded corner, Su Jingzhe changes back into his usual attire, his eyes brimming with excitement. It is only then that he turns to Shuangjiang and asks: "Miss Shuangjiang, was the blood of the North Sea Flood Dragon you mentioned earlier intended for me as well?" Shuangjiang glances at him with indifference and replies: "The grade of that dragon's blood is not particularly high. Yet, it is quite fitting for your current self, if acquired. It could be considered a sacred artifact for body refinement. At the very least, it would lay a perfect foundation for your early stages of physical cultivation and elevate your prowess by several tiers. However, it is regrettable that this place is rather confined." As she spoke, a hint of sorrow tinged Shuangjiang's tone. Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe's eyes glimmered with a flicker of yearning. Who wouldn't he desire strength? Yet, he felt no disappointment. After all, Su Jingzhe had never harbored lofty ambitions. He then inquired: "But earlier, Feng Qingya mentioned that a single drop of Jiao Dragon's blood is worth 100 top-grade spirit stones. Given my current financial situation, even if they possessed such a thing, we could hardly afford it. This was the foremost question weighing on Su Jingzhe's mind. He believed that it would have been no trouble for Shuangjiang to procure such a sum of spirit stones in the past. However, she too was currently in dire straits. The corners of Shuangjiang's mouth curled into a slight smile, her facial scars still bearing a somewhat menacing aspect. What if I told you that I could leverage a name to secure 100,000 top-grade spirit stones at their treasure-gathering pavilion? Would you believe me? Su Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. 100,000? In top-grade spirit stones? Such a fortune left him somewhat bewildered. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose to believe Shuangjiang's words. After all, the aura she had previously exuded in the private chamber had instantly rendered the somewhat arrogant Feng Qingya utterly apprehensive. Su Jingzhe had long suspected that Shuangjiang was an extraordinary ally, though he had not anticipated the depth of her significance. Before Su Jingzhe could respond, Shuangjiang continued. And if they truly possess the blood of the North Sea Jiao dragon here, I may not be able to buy it, but can I not seize it? Her words carried an air of inevitability that left Su Jingzhe momentarily speechless. Curiosity swelled within him. What kind of being was Shuangjiang at her peak? However, one thing did offer him a measure of comfort. Since their rapport had reached a level of slight affection, Shuangjiang's demeanor towards him had undoubtedly softened. She no longer exhibited the initial coldness and dominance. Though she remained somewhat aloof, Su Jingzhe had grown accustomed to and fond of this mode of interaction. Engaging in casual banter, the two purchased some beast meat and spirit rice before heading toward Peach Blossom Alley. Along the way, the streets remained bustling with pedestrians, and they encountered several cultivators from Peach Blossom Alley. Mr. Su, I hear you have taken a charming wife. Could it be this one? Indeed, this is my wife, Shuangjiang. Su Jingzhe responded earnestly to such inquiries. Truly a beauty of unparalleled grace, perfectly matched with you, Mr. Su. Ha ha, congratulations. However, Su Jingzhe's sincere responses often attracted snickers and sarcastic remarks. Many lower-tier cultivators, when faced with their own cultivation limitations, could not help but indulge in mundane comparisons. Who had the more beautiful partner, whose children excelled? This innate desire to compare often led them to mock others, attempting to assert their own superiority over Su Jingzhe. In response, Su Jingzhe remained unfazed. At this moment, he had cultivated a serene mindset, even displaying a trace of compassion in his eyes when confronted by the mocking remarks of the cultivators around him. Only he was aware that upon encountering Shuangjiang, he had already transcended the realm of these truly lowly cultivators. In the face of such circumstances, Su Jingzhe's calm demeanor, devoid of any sign of anger, evidently increased Shuangjiang's admiration for him. His points naturally rose once more. Su Jingzhe smiled faintly, although he was pleasantly surprised by these occasional increments. He was gradually acclimating to them. In the past, the words of such individuals would have sealed their fate before they even finished speaking. Yet now, Shuangjiang spoke with remarkable composure. From her words, Su Jingzhe discerned a hint of murderous intent. He chuckled, let them mock as they please. I remain unperturbed like a gentle breeze, and let their laughter echo while the sun continues to shine brightly. After all, they are merely a group of low-level cultivators, destined to achieve little more throughout their lives. Why should I stoop to their level in verbal sparring? Su Jingzhe understood that before Shuangjiang was injured, she must have been an unparalleled beauty, and her current disheveled state was a matter of unfortunate circumstance. Naturally, the ridicule from others would be displeasing to her. Shuangjiang's heart stirred. She had never anticipated that at this moment, Su Jingzhe would exhibit such profound poise. Let them mock as they please. I remain unperturbed like a gentle breeze, and let their laughter echo while the sun continues to shine brightly. Shuangjiang softly echoed Su Jingzhe's words in her mind, feeling a sense of clarity wash over her. Though Su Jingzhe's cultivation was modest, the height from which he spoke resonated with her, seeming almost unattainable. It reminded her of the moment she first grasped the principles of Taoism in the academy. The difference lay in the fact that those principles had been stumbled upon by Su Jingzhe, while these words were likely born from his own heart. Her emotions grew increasingly tumultuous. The long-lost triple bonus reappeared before Su Jingzhe's eyes. An accumulation of 18 points had brought his remaining usable points to 89. This was the effect of advanced bonuses. However, Su Jingzhe felt that every word exchanged with Shuangjiang was entirely sincere, devoid of any pretense. He had long understood that in dealing with someone like Shuangjiang, genuine sincerity was the most potent weapon one could wield, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Shuangjiang's lips curled into another smile. You continue to astonish me. However, when you refer to those individuals as the dregs of the cultivation world, What of yourself? At the second level of qi refinement, are you not also among them? To this, Jingzhe solemnly shook his head. Miss Shuangjiang, your assertion is mistaken. Perhaps in the past, I truly was among the lowest echelon of the cultivation world, even at its nadir. But ever since I encountered you, that has changed. This was not mere flattery, it was a heartfelt truth. Upon hearing Jingzhe's words, Shuangjiang instinctively opened her mouth to deliver a retort, only to find herself at a loss for words. As they traveled homeward, the points accumulated unnoticeably approached the significant threshold of 100. Engaging in casual conversation, the pair swiftly returned to the Enlightenment Academy. The academy's doors were ajar, and Jingzhe's brows furrowed slightly. Upon entering, they found Zhang Xiao standing beneath the peach tree in the courtyard. Seeing Zhang Xiao, Jingzhe raised an eyebrow. He understood that since Zhang Xiao had already brought Shuangjiang, she would not have come without sufficient reason. Did you two go out? He inquired. The situation outside has grown increasingly complicated these past few days. It is best to avoid unnecessary outings. Upon their return, Zhang Xiao appeared visibly relieved. I apologize for worrying you, but Shuangjiang is no longer a cultivator. Bringing back some rice and meat is essential for survival. Currently, Shuangjiang's identity was that of a failure. Her dantian utterly shattered and her cultivation lost, a rationale that was undeniably sound. Zhang Xiao paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. This is indeed partly my fault. I forgot about this matter yesterday. These provisions should have been prepared by me for you. Shuangjiang smiled and inclined her head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Without waiting for Jingzhe to inquire, Zhang Xiao proactively stated, I have come today primarily to inform you of two matters. She continued without delay. First, there is a resolution regarding Lin Ping's death. He perished at the Cui Lu Academy, and this is likely connected to Qin Chong. Their previous harassment of you was presumably orchestrated by him, aiming to frame you. As she spoke, Zhang Xiao's tone turned grave, tinged with anger. Qin Chong, like her, worked for the Huayang sect, and their paths occasionally crossed. She was acutely aware of his intentions to consolidate all the academies in Linjiang City. Although the Enlightenment Academy in Taohua Lane was on the verge of closure, it remained a thorn in his side. Upon hearing this, both Jingzhe and Shuangjiang instinctively displayed expressions of surprise, perfectly composed with no hint of floss. I never expected that as a mere initial stage qi refiner, I would still attract such attention. Jingzhe mused to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. His demeanor left Shuangjiang astonished once more, realizing he was not as innocuous as he appeared. At the very least, he spoke lies with an unflinching face, devoid of any discordance. However, Zhang Xiao responded with a cold smile, it matters not. As long as you remain in Taohua Lane, with me around, Qin Chong cannot harm you. Furthermore, with Lin Ping's death occurring in his domain, and although one of the teachers from Cui Lu Academy has confessed, Qin Chong has also faced some repercussions. At least until the Qi Ling ceremony, you should refrain from any further actions against you. Upon hearing this, Jingzhe and Shuangjiang clasped their fists in gratitude, saying, Without you, I fear I would have become nothing but a withered corpse over these past 2 years. A debt of gratitude cannot be adequately expressed, but it is forever etched in my heart. Zhang Xiao smiled gently, you are Yao's teacher. These are duties I must fulfill. Yet, as she spoke, a complex glimmer lingered in the depths of her clear eyes. Some words she had previously been unable to articulate have become even more elusive now. She then continued, The second matter I wish to convey to you is still concerning Qin Chong. I have received some information from the Huayang sect. Qin Chong's nephew, Qin Jingzhe, whom he has raised, possesses remarkable talents. Now in his 20s, he has already attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. He is currently in seclusion, and upon his emergence, he is likely to be promoted to an inner disciple. It is said that this has already garnered the attention of the main sect. Once the affairs of Qingfeng Mountain conclude, it is highly probable that individuals from the main sect will come to take him away, whereupon he will become an inner disciple of the Huayang sect. He may even become the youngest foundation cultivator in recent years. As she spoke further, Zhang Xiao's expression grew exceedingly grave. The death of Lin Ping had only minimally affected Qin Chong due to the presence of Qin Jingzhe. After finishing her words, Zhang Xiao fixed her gaze intently on Jingzhe. The fact that you were able to obtain this information indicates that Qin Jingzhe is indeed about to emerge from seclusion. Although you have endured some hardships at the Huayang sect over the years and have made connections, when faced with someone like Qin Jingzhe, you were truly at a loss. Her tone carried a hint of bitterness. Jingzhe was once again moved. So what you mean is, the Enlightenment Academy is nearing its end. After the awakening ceremony, shall we close it ourselves? I will find you another means of livelihood. This was the ultimate purpose of Zhang Xiu's visit to the academy. Unlike her previous interactions with Lin Ping, Zhang Xiu genuinely wished well for Su Jingzhe. She had always been aware of Chen Cheng's nephew at the Huayang branch, but had not paid much attention. As her strength dissuaded ordinary Huayang disciples from being impertinent in her presence, much like Qin Lin and Wu Song, who could do nothing against her due to their status. Yet she had been utterly unaware of Qin Jinshi's exceptional capabilities and his impending ascension to inner disciple. Upon receiving this news, one can only imagine her anxiety, which prompted her immediate visit. Zhang Xiu understood that Su Jingzhe held deep feelings for the academy. But the cultivation world often operates under the principle that one must let go to gain. Sensing Su Jingzhe's difficulty in accepting this, Zhang Xiu offered her counsel. The sacrifice she spoke of may well pertain to relinquishing the academy in exchange for life itself. She feared that Su Jingzhe, brimming with youthful vigor, might be unwilling to concede. She had previously mentioned that with her presence, Chen Cheng could do nothing against Su Jingzhe. But this was predicated on Su Jingzhe's prior decision to abandon the academy. Su Jingzhe's expression was equally solemn at this moment. Again, he clasped his fists in courtesy to Zhang Xiu. Thank you for informing me, dear sister. I understand this matter. Let us wait until after the awakening ceremony. Observing his attitude, Zhang Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. She had faith that Su Jingzhe's character would lead him to clarity. That's good to hear. I have always believed in you, Zhang Xiu smiled. Now, be cautious, both of you. Remember not to wander about, as chaos may ensue in Linjiang City in the coming days. I have many matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Zhang Xiu departed in haste, her urgency evident. During this period, the affairs of Huayang Zone kept them quite occupied. Beneath the peach blossom tree, Su Jingzhe exchanged a glance with Xuanjiang. A playful smile once again graced the corner of Xuanjiang's lips. What now? Do you require my assistance in eliminating someone? Consider it a compensation for your lodging these past few days. Once that formidable qi refining master is dealt with, it seems your impending crises will be thoroughly resolved. Though I have always held disdain for extinguishing the brilliance of others in its infancy, an occasional act of such nature could be permissible. The smile on Xuanjiang's face remained unappealing, yet it seemed to carry an enticing undertone. Su Jingzhe felt a flicker of temptation but ultimately shook his head. It was not that he was averse to resolving the current threats. He simply preferred not to squander the opportunity presented by Xuanjiang on immediate concerns. Having finally established a connection with her, it would be a pity to hastily settle the debt. Such a powerful ally should be embraced for a longer duration. Are you truly disinterested in continuing your academy? Upon witnessing Su Jingzhe's refusal, Xuanjiang inquired with a hint of indifference. Su Jingzhe replied with a smile. It was never destined to last much longer. Besides, I cannot dedicate my entire life to teaching here. Previously, Su Jingzhe had relied on his knowledge from before his transmigration to stir up matters. Since realizing that his understanding of texts such as the Tao Te Ching and the art of war might hold significance even in the realm of cultivation, he had resolved to cease imparting such teachings. Beyond these, he truly possessed little else of value to offer. Thus, whether or not Qin Jinshe existed, his academy was destined for failure. Xuanjiang nodded and remarked, "Yet, this does not conflict with my offer to assist in taking a life, does it?" Her words still carried a subtle allure. Su Jingzhe shook his head once more. Indeed, it does not conflict. However, my journey of cultivation, or rather, my path of physical refinement, has only just begun. If I were to rely on you, Miss Xuanjiang, for every challenge, how far do you believe I could advance in life? Or perhaps, how long do you think you could remain in this Jiangqing? Despite being a transmigrator, Su Jingzhe felt his fortunes were not as profound as those of his peers. He truly needed to tread carefully, advancing step by step. Upon hearing Su Jingzhe's words, Xuanjiang silently nodded again. Very well, proceed as you wish. However, if you find yourself unoccupied, do not forget to prepare some recovery pills. You will need them tomorrow. After saying this, she turned towards the quiet room. Her temperament oscillating between warmth and coldness appeared to be her norm, yet her admiration for Su Jingzhe had grown. Her previous remarks were merely another test. Xuanjiang certainly recognized Su Jingzhe's talent, and now she also acknowledged his courage and character. In her view, no remarkable figure had ever traversed their path without facing trials. If one shied away from even the slightest challenges, then no matter how gifted they were, their potential would ultimately be squandered. At that moment, a line of golden text reappeared before Su Jingzhe's eyes. The points have once again surpassed the remarkable threshold of 100. A wave of excitement washed over him. Yet the arrival of the points reminded him that the recent frost descent was likely merely a ruse. However, he remained unfazed. Returning to the kitchen to set down the rice and meat, he proceeded to practice the python scale technique on the spot. After achieving a state of utmost tranquility, he made his way to the quiet chamber. He still possessed 15 portions of herbal materials for the recovery pill. With no other matters at hand today, it was an opportune moment to transform them into pills. Frost Descent sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, seemingly engrossed in her cultivation. During Su Jingzhe's alchemical endeavors, she refrained from any interaction, though her gaze occasionally drifted towards him. The flames within the alchemical furnace cast a glow upon Su Jingzhe's face, accentuating his serious and earnest demeanor, harmonizing with the fluidity of his movements, which indeed evoked the aura of a master. Frost Descent subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the points on Su Jingzhe's side fluctuated once more. Empathy 6. Remaining usable points. 107. The continuous rise in points seemed to herald the imminent unlocking of the secret reservoir within his Yongquan acupoint. As he engaged in alchemy more frequently, his speed in concocting the recovery pill increased significantly. In merely an hour, he exhausted all 15 portions of materials. This time, he successfully produced 13 pills, with only 2 portions resulting in inferior products. The success rate was steadily improving. After collecting all the pills into a jade vial, a hint of excitement flickered in Su Jingzhe's eyes. He now possessed 30 finished recovery pills and 4 inferior ones, without any price increase. This amounted to 312 low-grade spirit stones. The 50 stones acquired from his first sale still had some remaining, bringing the total to nearly 350 low-grade spirit stones. In the 2.5 years since his arrival, he had never possessed such a substantial amount of spirit stones at any moment. Miss Frost Descent, this is quite a considerable sum, should it not suffice? Su Jingzhe placed the elixir before Shuangjiang, whose expression remained unchanged. He was uncertain, yet it seemed he had not purchased anything with spirit stones for quite some time, let alone something so rudimentary. Upon uttering these words, Su Jingzhe could only smile bitterly, left speechless. He resolved that after acquiring the anticipated body-tempering liquid, he would certainly procure additional medicinal herbs. He was acutely aware that while his assets were not at the pinnacle within Taohua Alley, they were certainly of a moderate standing. However, in the company of Shuangjiang, he felt woefully inadequate in every respect, appearing rather shabby. At the very least, the North Sea Dragon's blood, mentioned by Shuangjiang and Feng Qingye yesterday, remained an elusive dream for him. He chose not to dwell further on such thoughts. Refining pills to earn spirit stones and uncovering secret treasures were his primary concerns at present. After returning the alchemical furnace to its rightful place, Su Jingzhe directly commenced practicing the python scale technique in the tranquil chamber, performing before Shuangjiang. There was little left to conceal regarding his cultivation endeavors in her presence. Until he was drenched in sweat and on the verge of exhaustion, he returned to the kitchen, transforming the purchased spirit rice and beast meat into a dish that exuded an irresistible aroma. Frostfall had accomplished nothing that day, expending no energy, yet during mealtime, she appeared elegant, her speed astonishing Su Jingzhe. Half of the meal was devoured by Frostfall. At that moment, Su Jingzhe remained oblivious to the fact that his unique combination of alchemy and culinary skills would one day conquer the appetites of many illustrious figures who disdain the mundane world. The day passed in a harmonious balance between Su Jingzhe's alchemical pursuits and cultivation. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Jingzhe immediately noticed the changes on the interface. After adjusting his appearance, he once again stepped out of the classroom with Frostfall. With Frostfall present, Zhang Xiu's previous admonitions could easily be dismissed as mere whispers in the wind. Just like yesterday, on their way to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, the two encountered several neighbors. However, most had already engaged in covert ridicule the day before. Today, the residents of Peach Blossom Lane had grown accustomed to the fact that Su Jingzhe had such an unattractive partner. As they emerged from Peach Blossom Lane and were about to step onto the main street, they unexpectedly came face to face with 3 individuals. Su Jingzhe's matchmaking partner, Yinxia, along with her parents. A moment of surprise passed between their gazes. Su Jingzhe then offered a slight smile, bowing gently to the trio as a form of greeting. After all, their failed matchmaking was not a matter of deep-seated hatred. Encountering one another warranted a nod and a courteous acknowledgement. Some aspects of etiquette were difficult for Su Jingzhe, a time traveler, to alter. Chapter 32. Dark Betrayal. Su Jingzhe merely fulfilled his obligations, doing what he deemed appropriate. He then continued towards the Gathering Treasure Pavilion with Frostfall. How surprising that he was so unselective. Yet, considering his shattered dantian, it was indeed a stroke of fortune to have someone with spiritual roots willing to associate with him. As Su Jingzhe and Frostfall turned away, Yinxia's voice suddenly resonated behind them. After catching a glimpse of Su Jingzhe and Frostfall's figures outside the Gathering Treasure Pavilion the previous day, Yinxia had curiously inquired about Su Jingzhe's partner. She learned that although his partner had a shattered dantian and lost all cultivation, her spiritual roots were indeed present and quite commendable. This revelation sparked a tinge of jealousy within her. Yinxia had always been her parents' most outstanding child, yet she remained a mere pseudo-spiritual root practitioner. Despite her aspirations for the next generation, the cultivators she desired often only wished to take her as a concubine. Those willing to marry her as a primary partner were often unappealing. This reality, even with her parents being cultivators, was beyond their control. After all, it was Yinxia who would be the one living a life of cultivation, not her parents. To speak candidly, had it not been for Su Jingzhe's shattered dantian that day, Yinxia would have held him in considerable esteem. Upon hearing this remark, Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang momentarily paused in their steps. Su Jingzhe turned to glance at her, his lips still adorned with that warm smile. He then bowed slightly to Yinxia and her family, stating, "To be united with my wife as a partner in this journey is indeed a stroke of fortune for Su." With that solitary statement, he and Shuangjiang walked away side by side, remaining calm and composed throughout, devoid of anger or any semblance of indignation. He had no desire to linger in conversation with Yinxia, for since their unsuccessful matchmaking, they were destined to be mere strangers, crossing paths only briefly. A nod and a greeting sufficed for such encounters. For Su Jingzhe, the prospect of being bonded with Shuangjiang as a partner was, without a doubt, a significant blessing in his life. Even a nominal partnership was a considerable stroke of good fortune. Thus, his earlier words were not intended as a taunt towards Yinxia. As Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang departed gracefully, Yinxia felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Her initial intention was to deride them, yet she found herself overshadowed instead. A sense of frustration welled up within her, yet she was at a loss for how to express it. Let us proceed. Even if you fail to awaken your spiritual roots this time, a false spiritual root will still be superior to the mid-stage of qi refining. Regarding this matter, Yinxia's parents remained silent. After this exchange, they too made their way towards the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang refrained from commenting on the recent events. Su Jingzhe maintained a tranquil demeanor, while Shuangjiang was not one to indulge in gossip. Upon entering the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, they donned the black robes they wore the previous day. However, as they approached the stairway leading to the second floor, all eyes in the bustling first-floor hall turned toward them once more, some filled with envy, others with astonishment. Yet, armed with prior experience, Su Jingzhe remained unfazed. On the second floor, Feng Qingya had donned a new outfit, though the fabric remained as scant as ever, exuding an air of irresistible charm with every movement. She was seated at the stairway's edge, having awaited their arrival in silence. The transaction of the day was not particularly significant for her, but she eagerly anticipated another encounter with a formidable presence like Shuangjiang. It seemed that individuals of unique professions and great strength within the Gathering Treasure Pavilion were always keen to engage in social interactions. Upon hearing the footsteps on the stairs, Feng Qingya's eyes lit up, and she promptly rose to her feet. "Indeed, you two have honored your promise. I was beginning to think you would not arrive today." As she spoke, she guided Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang to the same private room they had occupied the day before. On the table within the room lay a jade tray, elegantly displaying two exquisite, transparent jade vials. Though modest in size, the vials contained a murky, emerald green liquid that was visible from the outside. "Esteemed sirs, the body-refining elixirs are ready," she announced, a charming smile gracing Feng Qingya's lips. As for the price, Frostfall's tone remained as frigid as ever. However, upon broaching this topic, Su Jingzhe felt a slight unease stir within him. This was his first transaction with the two esteemed individuals. One bottle of body-refining elixir was worth 5 mid-grade spirit stones, a gesture of goodwill. Feng Qingya spoke with genuine sincerity. Indeed, the price was as she stated. 5 mid-grade spirit stones equated to 500 low-grade spirit stones, meaning the two bottles would cost merely 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was hardly a profit for Feng Qingya. She would even incur a loss. Nevertheless, upon hearing this price, Su Jingzhe felt a pang of embarrassment. He had assumed that his modest wealth of over 300 low-grade spirit stones would suffice, only to realize he could not afford a single bottle. Just as he was about to inquire about the possibility of purchasing half a bottle, Frostfall interjected. "We do not possess such an abundance of spirit stones. Provide me the elixirs, and I shall offer you something of greater value. I assure you, it will be worthwhile." At this declaration, Jingzhe instinctively glanced at her, curiosity flickering in his heart. Contrarily, a glimmer of excitement danced in Feng Qingya's eyes. Spirit stones were merely a trivial matter for her. The gathering treasure pavilion thrived on barter, often yielding unexpected delights. "If you wish to trade," Feng Qingya responded eagerly. The gathering treasure pavilion would be more than willing. After experiencing Frostfall's formidable presence the previous day, she harbored no doubts about her words. Although it seemed improbable for such a powerful entity to lack 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, she chose to believe nonetheless. Frostfall shook her head once more. "We too cannot offer items of equivalent value." Having spent considerable time with Jingzhe, Frostfall had learned the art of sincerity. However, upon hearing this, Feng Qingya's expression dulled, her smile gradually fading. Was this an attempt at a cunning exchange? The gathering treasure pavilion had stood the test of time in the realm of cultivation. Unafraid of such encounters, observing Feng Qingya's reaction, Frostfall chuckled lightly. "Do not be alarmed. I am well aware of your pavilion's capabilities. I have no intention of antagonizing you over 2 bottles of elixir. However, if I were to trade the opportunity for future registration as a senior alchemist for these 2 bottles, I believe it would be a fair exchange." As she uttered these words, the atmosphere in the private room shifted once more. An expression of surprise crossed Feng Qingya's face. This form of transaction, though not entirely unheard of, was a first for her, and curiosity began to gleam in her eyes. Jingzhe turned his gaze towards Frostfall as well. An opportunity for future registration as a senior alchemist? What on earth does that entail? Among the 2 of them, it seems that the alchemist is solely him. He wishes to safeguard his identity as an alchemist, reluctant to expose it, especially in a place like the Treasure Pavilion. Silently refining elixirs and clandestinely amassing wealth is his heartfelt aspiration. He vividly recalls an old adage from before his transmigration: "Fame brings fear, just as pigs fear fattening." The cultivation world is perilous. Suddenly gaining notoriety without the corresponding strength is fraught with danger. At this moment, Jingzhe yearns to voice something but finds himself at a loss for words. Sensing his unease, reassures him, "I will not harm you. I will assist you without exploiting your circumstances." Jingzhe is momentarily taken aback. Their current rapport is one of mild affection, and he knows Shuangjiang has no intention of causing him harm. The body-refining liquid was procured specifically for his use, and ultimately, all of this is for her own benefit. He allows himself to relax, at least temporarily. "Could you elaborate on this matter?" Feng Qingya inquires, her lips curling into a smile reminiscent of her earlier demeanor. Just from Shuangjiang's brief words, she has already deduced the situation and finds herself intrigued. She believes that an alchemist of Shuangjiang's caliber must possess considerable significance. Thus, it appears she is being introduced to valuable connections. Shuangjiang, not one for unnecessary elaboration, continues, "Perhaps you could lend us the alchemical furnace of the treasure pavilion and also assist us in preparing some materials for the qi recovery pill." Upon hearing this, Jingzhe feels a surge of nervousness. Is he to engage in practical application? However, he holds no reservations regarding the crafting of qi recovery pills. Feng Qingya's eyes once again reflect surprise, and she smiles, nodding, "Please wait a moment." With that, she strides out, seemingly intent on retrieving the necessary items herself. "Shuangjiang, what is the meaning of this? Are we to directly expose my identity as an alchemist?" Jingzhe queries after Feng Qingya departs, genuinely perplexed by the situation. In response, Shuangjiang reveals a hint of disdain beneath her veil. "What is there to conceal about your standing as a first-rate alchemist? Moreover, this is not an exposure. It is merely leaving a mark at the treasure pavilion. At least for now, this will be quite beneficial to you." After a brief pause, she adds, "Though cultivation is a personal endeavor, one must learn to leverage one's advantages, especially now as you pursue the path of body refinement. The resources required will far exceed those for qi refinement. Thus, such strategies are imperative. But I still find it difficult to comprehend. For 2.5 years since his transmigration, Jingzhe has occupied the lowest echelons and has only heard vague accounts of the treasure pavilion without any opportunity to delve deeper." Shuangjiang, somewhat exasperated, chooses not to elaborate further in this moment. "Feng Qingya will instruct you on what to do shortly. She should also clarify matters for you." Upon hearing this, Jingzhe refrains from pressing further questions. Before long, Feng Qingya returns to the private room. "I apologize for the wait." After a slight smile of apology, Feng Qingya walked straight to the innermost part of the private room. Jingzhe observed her gently caressing the deep blue ring on her right index finger. It was a storage ring, In the realm of cultivation, there are generally three types of storage artifacts. The first is the storage pouch, which nearly every cultivator can possess. The highest quality storage pouches, however, have limited space, typically under 1 cubic meter. Jingzhe's was so small that it could not even accommodate his alchemical furnace. The second type is the storage bracelet, which generally offers a space between 3 to 10 cubic meters, allowing for a greater capacity. The most advanced is the storage ring. Although it appears the smallest, it is said to contain the universe within a mustard seed. Even the most basic storage rings boast a space exceeding 10 cubic meters. With legends claiming that high-grade storage rings possess nearly limitless capacity, even capable of evolving into secret realms. Observing Feng Qingya's storage ring once again affirmed her extraordinary status. The deep blue ring shimmered, and a pitch-black alchemical furnace materialized on the carpet before them. The furnace was adorned with intricate engravings, its appearance far superior to that of the exquisite one in Jingzhe's home. Shortly thereafter, Feng Qingya produced 10 sets of medicinal materials for qi recovery pills and placed them on the table. With curiosity, she gazed at Xuanjiang, saying, "My lord, if we are merely concocting a first-grade qi recovery pill, it seems to diverge somewhat from your previous assertions." A smile still graced her face, and her skepticism appeared quite courteous in front of Xuanjiang. If it were merely a first-grade alchemist, she would hardly consider it significant. Experience would reveal the truth. Xuanjiang merely responded with indifference. She was well aware that an ordinary first-grade alchemist held little weight. Yet Jingzhe possessed an almost 100% success rate in pill formulation. Such a rarity struck her as more precious than an average third or fourth-grade alchemist. Then she addressed Jingzhe. "Proceed, as you usually would." Nodding silently, Jingzhe stepped toward the alchemical furnace. After familiarizing himself with the sensations, he entered a focused state. Beneath his wide-brimmed hat and veil, his handsome face bore a serious expression. He ignited the fire, sensed the medicinal materials, and began to toss them in. With unwavering concentration, his movements flowed seamlessly. Initially, Feng Qingya wore a look of mere curiosity. Observing Jingzhe's adept motions, she found herself nodding repeatedly. As the saying goes, an outsider watches the excitement while an insider observes the intricacies. Although Feng Qingya was not an alchemist, she had encountered numerous alchemists and artisans in collaboration with the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Holding a prominent position there, she was certainly well informed. In her perspective, the first-grade alchemist she had previously encountered displayed none of Jingzhe's finesse and expertise. A burgeoning respect began to take root in her heart. After the passage of half a stick of incense, a fragrant aroma of medicine wafted through the private room. Is it done already? In Feng Qingya's understanding, even a first-grade pill typically required more than a stick of incense's time. Was it a failure? Feng Qingya, filled with curiosity, straightened her posture slightly while leaning against the chair. Shortly after, she witnessed Jingzhe strike the alchemical furnace, causing a perfectly round qi recovery pill to soar from within. It truly succeeded. Feng Qingya swallowed hard, her heart already tinged with astonishment. Yet, this was merely the first pill. Unbeknownst to her, the real shock was yet to come. Beneath the veil, Xuanjiang's lips also curled into a slight smile. From the successful crafting of this qi recovery pill, Xuanjiang discerned that Jingzhe possessed an extraordinarily tranquil mindset. Once immersed in his craft, he could remain undistracted regardless of his surroundings. This young man was indeed a prodigy in alchemy. After refining and tempering him, when the time comes to present him before that person, he would surely soar to great heights, Xuanjiang mused. Even if his dantian were shattered, it mattered little. As long as he had achieved a certain level of physical cultivation, an alchemist need not possess overwhelming spiritual prowess. Xuanjiang's reflections were once more reflected in the points accumulated. Jingzhe casually glanced at the fluctuating data, already accustomed to it. It seemed that every time he refined pills in front of Xuanjiang, she would exhibit some emotional response. After placing the first pill into a jade vial, Jingzhe wasted no time and immediately commenced the crafting of the second. His movements were fluid and unhurried. Although Jingzhe had not yet refined many pills in total, his mastery over the qi recovery pill seemed to have become instinctual. In merely the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, another fragrant pill emerged. In such a brief span, he had successfully crafted 2 pills consecutively. Feng Qingya could no longer remain seated. Even though it was merely a first-grade pill, the efficiency was nothing short of astonishing. She stood up, her previous allure replaced by a serious demeanor, her beautiful eyes now filled with earnestness. Jingzhe remained utterly focused, filling the vial and preparing for the next refinement. Over an hour later, he finally emerged from that intense state. After 10 continuous rounds of refining, even with his physical body having reached the third level of mortal body profound embryo, he felt a hint of fatigue. However, upon seeing the 10 perfectly rounded pills in the vial, excitement surged within him once more. 100%. This time, his success rate had reached an unprecedented 100%. Although he had an inkling of this outcome, even Xuangjiang was genuinely taken aback by Su Jingzhe's flawless success rate once again. The points continued to rise. Meanwhile, Feng Qingya, witnessing Su Jingzhe's alchemical prowess for the first time, stood frozen in place. Her perfectly curved form even trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an incredulous sensation. Regardless of the grade, she had never encountered an alchemist with a 100% success rate. Was it mere coincidence? She knew it could not be. 10 sets of materials yielding 10 pills. That was indisputable strength. How do you feel about this, Miss Feng? He is yet to register as an alchemist anywhere. If you were to exchange his registration opportunity for these 2 bottles of body-refining liquid, you should not feel at a loss, should you? Just as Feng Qingya was still enveloped in astonishment, Xuangjiang inquired with a smile. Suddenly, Feng Qingya realized, indeed, this is entirely feasible. It is an honor for my treasure pavilion. At that moment, the brilliance in Feng Qingya's eyes reached an unparalleled intensity, even though Su Jingzhe was merely a first-grade alchemist. His impeccable success rate in pill crafting already signified 4 words: boundless potential. As Xuangjiang initially stated, he undoubtedly represents a future high-grade alchemist. The treasure pavilion is exceedingly eager to associate with such individuals. Granting him convenience now would surely yield returns 1,000-fold in the future. If only she had the blood of the Beihai Flood Dragon at hand, Feng Qingya might have even taken the initiative to present it. However, as she pondered this, a sudden anxiety overcame her. My lord, are you truly willing to exchange this esteemed master's registration opportunity for these 2 bottles of body-refining liquid? She could not help but inquire once more. Beneath her veil, Xuangjiang furrowed her brows again. What, do you find it insufficient? No, I did not mean that. It is just that these 2 bottles of body-refining liquid are exceedingly inexpensive. If this transaction were to be completed, my treasure pavilion would certainly offer compensation to both of you in the future. At this moment, when Feng Qingya glanced at Su Jingzhe, it was as if she were gazing upon a rare treasure. She almost longed to rip away his conical hat and veil to see what divine being lay beneath. Xuangjiang nodded slightly, appearing quite satisfied with Feng Qingya's remarks. However, she said no more, merely stating, if that is the case, let us begin. Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe remained utterly perplexed. He watched as Feng Qingya produced an ancient black token. One side of the token was inscribed with the ancient script, Treasure Pavilion. The other side bore the image of a medicinal pill. Master, please leave your unique mark. Feng Qingya extended the token to Su Jingzhe, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Given Su Jingzhe's flawless pill crafting rate, he indeed deserved the title of master. Su Jingzhe glanced towards Xuangjiang, who reassured him, there is no need for concern. As long as it possesses your unique essence, whether it be your true name, a pseudonym, or even a mere symbol, it suffices. A name is merely a designation. This identity token recognizes only the aura. After all, the realm of cultivation is vast, with countless practitioners, and how many share the same name? Xuangjiang's words served as a reminder. Su Jingzhe accepted the token and inscribed the characters upon the image of the pill, using his spiritual energy. In the next instant, he felt as though a portion of his vitality had been absorbed, and a peculiar connection seemed to form between him and the token. Once Su Jingzhe had left his mark, a smile once again graced Feng Qingya's lips, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. Young lady, what exactly is happening here? Earlier, Xuangjiang had mentioned that Feng Qingya would provide an explanation, but now it appeared that she had no intention of doing so, leaving Su Jingzhe feeling quite anxious. Su Jingzhe's inquiry left Feng Qingya quite astonished once more. How could someone of such formidable presence as Xuangjiang merely be a novice in the realm of cultivation? Feng Qingya's mind began to race with possibilities. Astute individuals often draw inferences from subtle observations, allowing them to deduce interpersonal dynamics from minute details. To Feng Qingya, it was evident that a cultivator of Xuangjiang's caliber would possess a profound understanding of such matters. Her decision to withhold information from Su Jingzhe indicated 2 things. Firstly, the relationship between the two was superficial. Secondly, Su Jingzhe was indeed a novice, and Xuangjiang seemed inclined to guide him toward the direction of the treasure pavilion. Consequently, Feng Qingya sensed an opportunity to vie for certain advantages. With patience, she explained, This token is the exclusive registration emblem for alchemists belonging to our treasure pavilion. Since the master has left his mark upon it, it signifies his willingness to join our ranks as an alchemist. Henceforth, whenever you present this token at the treasure pavilion, we shall prioritize your request for medicinal herbs. Should you wish to sell your elixirs, the pavilion will procure them at the highest market price. After a brief pause, she added with a smile, with this identity token, you shall be regarded as a true VIP of the treasure pavilion. Jingzhe furrowed his brow once more. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Surely, acquiring this token would come with considerable constraints. Despite his status as a mere novice in the world of cultivation, he was acutely aware of its harshness and indifference. Even though he had demonstrated exceptional ability in alchemy, he found it hard to believe that a commercial entity like the treasure pavilion would grant him such privileges without expecting something in return, especially not 2 vials of body-enhancing liquid without conditions. While he was willing to place his complete trust in Shuangjiang, he had his own set of principles. If accepting this token meant relinquishing a significant portion of his freedom, he would rather forego it. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingya smiled again and nodded. Indeed, there are some limitations. However, they are not onerous. Once you register as an alchemist with our treasure pavilion, you shall not register with other factions, such as the Alchemist Guild or Tianyuan Pavilion. Furthermore, once you have imprinted this aura, other factions will also refuse to register you. Understanding that Jingzhe was a novice, Feng Qingya exhibited remarkable patience, addressing his inquiries one by one. Soon, Jingzhe grasped the reasons behind these limitations and felt a sense of relief. It was akin to the guilds from his previous life. One could only choose to join one, representing that faction, while enjoying considerable freedom in other aspects. He learned that the cultivation world was comprised of numerous commercial associations and powerful entities formed by specialized practitioners, all of whom were qualified to issue identity tokens to those engaged in unique professions such as alchemy, talisman crafting, and artifact forging. Notably, the largest registration hubs were not the Treasure Pavilion, but rather guilds like the Alchemist Guild, Artifact Forgers Guild, and Talisman Masters Guild, and slightly larger gathering places for cultivators. The existence of branches of these guilds is commonplace. For instance, over 60% of alchemists belong to the Alchemist Guild. The behavior of the Treasure Pavilion seems somewhat suspicious, akin to encroaching upon the resources of these guilds. However, this has no bearing on Jingzhe's current situation. Registering with the Treasure Pavilion does not imply that Jingzhe is henceforth a member of the pavilion. Beyond representing a professional faction, he still retains the liberty to sell the elixirs he concocts elsewhere. Nevertheless, specialized practitioners holding the Treasure Pavilion's token, such as those dealing in talismans and formations, can command higher prices for their transactions within the pavilion. It stands to reason that they would not seek to trade elsewhere. This can be construed as the Treasure Pavilion's means of winning hearts and cultivating relationships. In Jingzhe's view, this process is significantly more lenient compared to the myriad identity bindings and material provisions required for even the simplest of tasks before his transmigration. Upon grasping this context, Jingzhe contentedly stowed away the token representing his identity. He also graciously accepted the 2 vials of body-enhancing elixir handed to him by Feng Qingya. As for the 10 newly refined chi-replenishing pills, he felt it inappropriate to take them, especially since she had generously gifted him the elixir, and the medicinal materials were also provided by her. As he and Shuangjiang descended the stairs, Feng Qingya's eyes gleamed with renewed interest. A pill master with 100% success rate. Such a figure, almost existing solely in legends, was unexpectedly encountered by me, Feng Qingya. Moreover, I successfully drew him into the fold of the Treasure Pavilion. Should he advance to the second-tier alchemist level while maintaining such a high success rate, I believe it would be no challenge for him to extricate us from this wretched place. Upon arriving in Lingjiang City, Feng Qingya had initially thought her journey had reached its limit. Yet now, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Intriguing. I wonder what your true identity is. Take your spirit stones and leave this place. The Treasure Pavilion is no domain for your reckless behavior. I advise you to refrain from self-deception before I summon the enforcement team. As Jingzhe and Shuangjiang descended from the second floor, they encountered a portly steward of the Treasure Pavilion berating someone. Opposite him stood 3 individuals, the Yin family. At that moment, the 3 wore grim expressions. After receiving a cloth bag thrown by the steward, Yin Xia's father, despite his simmering anger, could not contain himself. He coldly fixed his gaze upon the steward, demanding, I will ask but one thing. Does the Treasure Pavilion have body-enhancing elixir available today? The steward replied with a smile, There is, indeed. but it is not for sale. Is this the integrity of the treasure pavilion? We clearly paid a deposit yesterday. Yan Xia interjected, unable to suppress her discontent at the steward's nonchalant demeanor. It was evident that their reservation at the treasure pavilion was also for the body-enhancing elixir. The young woman, whose spiritual roots had long remained dormant, found her father's intentions to steer her towards physical cultivation quite evident. She arrived filled with joy, only to receive the disheartening news of a refunded deposit. Naturally, her family of 3 was unwilling to accept this outcome. Upon hearing her words, the rotund overseer revealed a smirk. This is the treasure pavilion. Here, everything is under the absolute authority of the pavilion. Should you doubt our credibility, feel free to refrain from returning. In his eyes, the trust of the lowly cultivators in Lingjung City held no significance. Whether they believed in the pavilion or not made no difference. The rules could always be altered at will for those at the bottom. The trio, furious yet at a loss for words, recognized their inability to contend with the pavilion's might. At that moment, Yan Xia's gaze fell upon Shuangjiang and Su Jingzhe descending the staircase. Her eyes brightened with determination as she approached them. Esteemed adults, although Yan Xia had yet to awaken her spiritual roots, her pride since childhood made her intolerant of such humiliation. Aware that those who could ascend to the second floor were at least formidable cultivators, she dared to hope that perhaps they would encounter a few righteous individuals who might uphold justice. However, before Yan Xia could finish her plea, Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang did not even cast her a glance. Their expressions remained serene beneath their veils as they strode toward the pavilion's exit, clearly uninterested in her plight. For Su Jingzhe, even without Yan Xia's prior mockery, their interaction was merely a fleeting encounter. Moreover, having overheard the exchange between the family and the overseer, he realized their shared goal was none other than the body-enhancing elixir. Not only did he lack the ability to champion their cause, but to do so would also be akin to striking a blow to his own foot. Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang stepped out of the treasure pavilion. Yan Xia's countenance was as pale as death, yet she found herself utterly powerless. At that moment, she was merely an ordinary mortal, lacking the courage to persist in her pursuit. The rotund steward of the pavilion sneered, declaring, "If you wish to trade, kindly queue again. If you intend to cause a disturbance, you have come to the wrong place." Before his words had fully settled, Yan Xia's father shook his head helplessly at his wife and daughter. "Let us go. A mere arm cannot contend with a leg." For a qi refining practitioner to stir trouble in the treasure pavilion is akin to courting death. "Father, is this how it ends? What about the body refinement elixir?" Yan Xia asked, her urgency palpable. Although she was confident in awakening her spiritual root during the upcoming awakening ceremony, she believed in preparing for all contingencies. Her father replied resignedly, "It is better than losing our lives. We shall devise another plan." With that, he turned and led the way out of the pavilion, unwilling to endure further humiliation. After the Yanxia family departed, the crowd in the hall of the treasure pavilion exchanged glances, surprised yet indifferent. Few mocked them behind their backs. The law of the jungle was the norm in the world of cultivation, and it could only be said that the Yanxia family had acted rather foolishly. On the main street, Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang had changed back into their normal attire. They paid little heed to the events that had transpired in the pavilion and showed no interest in the Yanxia family. Curiously, Su Jingzhe inquired, "Miss Shuangjiang, I still harbor a question. What exactly is the treasure pavilion's standing in the world of cultivation?" The events of the day had sparked a different perspective in Su Jingzhe regarding the pavilion. He discerned that Shuangjiang held a significant trust and admiration for it. Now, as a registered alchemist, he felt a sense of kinship with the pavilion and yearned for deeper insight. Shuangjiang furrowed her brow momentarily before responding. The treasure pavilion can be regarded as the largest commercial entity in the cultivation realm. Their branches are widespread in all locales where cultivators congregate. There is no need to question their strength. Their reputation is also quite commendable. As long as you are registered with them, you need not worry about acquiring resources. Just as Feng Qingya mentioned earlier, you will enjoy a considerable degree of freedom here. Moreover, if you wish to join another cultivation sect in the future, that will pose no issue. Su Jingzhe, having held reservations about Feng Qingya, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Shuangjiang's words. He no longer harbored doubts regarding his registration as an alchemist. However, Shuangjiang added, "Nonetheless, when you return to the treasure pavilion to sell elixirs, simply present your token. It is best to avoid revealing your true identity, as your cultivation level is rather weak. The rules and reputation are built upon a foundation of strength." Su Jingzhe nodded in agreement, fully understanding her counsel. Before his journey through time, he had heard an elder utter, "Dignity resides solely upon the edge of a sword. Truth exists only within the range of cannon fire. If the world is thus, how much more so is the realm of cultivation, where the law of the jungle prevails." As the two conversed, they proceeded towards Peach Blossom Lane. Yet, before they could leave the main street, they encountered a chaotic clash ahead, where a dozen figures clad in black were embroiled in a fierce battle. Although the assailants were not demonic cultivators, their strikes were ruthless, with flying swords leaving several fallen on the ground. Observing the auras of these individuals, it was apparent that they were all at least at the mid-stage of chi refinement. However, it seemed that both factions were composed of outsiders, with no members of the Huayang sect present. The influx of outsiders was increasing, and similar skirmishes occurred daily, while the Huayang sect appeared to lack the capacity to address every situation. Moreover, certain external sects were likely beyond the reach of the Huayang sect's Linjiang branch. They could only turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. Alas, deaths occur daily, conflicts arise incessantly, and it remains uncertain when this turmoil will cease. As long as the conflicts do not affect the cultivators of Linjiang City, the fate of the outsiders matters little to them. At that moment, the local residents of Linjiang City, passing through the main street, showed little interest in the spectacle. The city was descending further into chaos, and no one knew if they would be the next victim. Jingzhe felt a growing sense of gravity. The order of Linjiang City was on the brink of collapse. If the Huayang branch could not maintain control, the lives of the lower-tier cultivators would be as insignificant as ants. The urgency in his heart intensified. Although Shuangjiang was formidable, she too would eventually depart. Without further discussion, the two returned to the academy, relieved that they encountered no unexpected incidents along the way. Upon reaching the academy, they headed straight for the quiet room, with Jingzhe having no desire to prepare a meal. Now that he had acquired the body-refining liquid and unlocked the secret of the Laogong acupoint, it was imperative to utilize it immediately. Nothing was more pressing than enhancing his strength. "Miss Shuangjiang, how should I use this? Should it be ingested, applied externally, or perhaps refined into a pill?" After closing the door, Jingzhe eagerly retrieved the 2 bottles of body-refining liquid and inquired of Shuangjiang. As someone who had never used such substances, he was entirely ignorant of their application. Although the 2 bottles of refining liquid were cheap and rudimentary, they were nonetheless spiritual substances aimed at body refiners. Their potency was exceedingly fierce. To ingest even a single drop could lead to instantaneous explosion and demise. For you at present, it must be diluted and absorbed gradually. As she spoke, Shuangjiang approached Jingzhe, grasping his wrist, and a mysterious energy flowed into him. She continued, "Perhaps due to your activation of a human body's secret chamber, your current physical strength has reached the 3rd layer of the mystical embryo stage. This is indeed superior to your chi refinement cultivation. If you can perfectly absorb these 2 bottles of body-refining liquid, it should assist you in reaching the pinnacle of the mystical embryo stage. As for whether one can transcend to the level of the corporeal spirit embryo, it hinges on one's own fortuity and the ability to unlock other hidden secrets of the body." Although Jingzhe has opened a secret chamber within his physique, his cultivation and body refinement is, at best, comparable to that of a corporeal embryo at the chi refinement stage. Under the meticulous scrutiny of Shuangjiang, such meager prowess naturally cannot escape detection. Upon hearing Shuangjiang's words, Jingzhe was once again filled with excitement. He currently possesses as many as 129 empathy points, and he is not far from the requisite points needed to unlock the secret chamber of the Yongquan acupoint. If fortune favors him with several consecutive strikes from Shuangjiang, it would suffice. If this body-tempering liquid truly aids him in reaching the pinnacle of the corporeal embryo, achieving the corporeal spirit embryo would be a mere trifle. At that time, Su would be comparable to a foundational master. Such an aspiration was once unfathomable to him. Under Shuangjiang's guidance, Jingzhe prepared a large bucket of hot water, placing it at the center of the quiet room. Just as he was about to disrobe and enter, Shuangjiang suddenly interjected. "What do you think you are doing?" Jingzhe, taken aback, weakly replied, "Aren't I supposed to dilute it and then absorb it?" He believed his understanding was correct. Shuangjiang retorted coldly, "If you simply enter to absorb it like that, managing to absorb even a tenth would be quite remarkable." Jingzhe was momentarily stunned. Before he could inquire further, Shuangjiang continued, "First, practice the Python scale technique 10 complete times." 10 times? Previously, Jingzhe's limit had merely been 4 or 5 repetitions, and even that had left him on the verge of exhaustion. Being tasked with 10 repetitions indeed posed a significant challenge. However, in such circumstances, he refrained from contradicting Shuangjiang. Nodding in silence, he commenced his practice. A master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation relies on the individual. Once he began, Jingzhe was determined not to cut corners. Regardless of how peculiar or intricate the movements were, he executed them with utmost diligence. Before long, by the time Jingzhe completed his third repetition, he was already drenched in sweat, an unparalleled soreness coursing through his entire being. Exhaling softly, he wiped the perspiration from his brow and began again for the fourth time. At that moment, he felt the flow of blood and energy through his meridians was exceptionally smooth, devoid of any obstruction. As he practiced the fourth repetition, a searing sensation radiated from every cell in his body. He understood this was the manifestation of burgeoning power. After completing the fourth repetition, Jingzhe's body began to tremble slightly. Although the movements resembled those of a serpent or python, only Jingzhe himself could comprehend the underlying difficulty. Shuangjiang had set the expectation of 10 repetitions. At this juncture, while he felt he was nearing his limit, he did not cease his efforts. He continued to labor through the fatigue, repeating the motions. The fifth, sixth. Jingzhe persisted in his practice, yet his body trembled increasingly with each passing moment. At that moment, his complexion was ashen, and his vision began to blur. Every muscle in his body felt as though it no longer belonged to him. In a fleeting daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of golden characters flickering before him. Empathy 6, remaining usable points, 135, upon completing the 7th iteration. Jingzhe could no longer endure. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed forward. Witnessing this, Shuangjiang, who had been sitting cross-legged on the stone bed, was finally moved. The resilience of this young man exceeded my expectations. In truth, Shuangjiang had never anticipated that Jingzhe could complete 10 iterations of the Python scale technique. Even reaching the 7th iteration surpassed her expectations significantly. At this moment, she directly picked up a bottle of body-refining liquid and poured 1/3 into the prepared bath. Instantly, the water transformed into a vibrant emerald hue. Then, as if lifting a chick, Shuangjiang tossed Jingzhe into the bath. As soon as he entered the water, the emerald essence within the tub seemed to come alive, triggering a rather intense reaction. It appeared to penetrate into his body through the pores that were currently expanding. Shuangjiang could distinctly see a trace of pain etched on Jingzhe's brow, yet he remained oblivious to the world around him. Only when the body reached its limits could it better absorb the medicinal effects of the body-refining liquid. When he eventually awakened, it was likely that his physical prowess would ascend to new heights. A satisfied expression crossed Shuangjiang's face, and she returned to her seated position on the stone bed, no longer paying him much heed. As noon approached, sunlight streamed through the modest window into the quiet chamber, illuminating Jingzhe's face. In his state of unconsciousness, his body, akin to a sponge, continuously absorbed the diluted energy of the body-refining liquid. The pallor and fatigue on his face had long since dissipated during this process. At this moment, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes fluttered open in a daze. Oh, have I absorbed it already? Upon regaining consciousness, Jingzhe immediately sensed his current state. The soreness he had previously felt had vanished without a trace. Moreover, he could distinctly feel a powerful surge of vitality coursing through his meridians. Excitement welled up within him as he stood up from the tub. With a thought, his attribute panel swiftly materialized before his eyes. He casually glanced at the points section and, as expected, saw that his remaining usable points had reached 135. Hastily, he shifted his gaze to the subpanel for body refinement. Body refinement. Open 1 secret vault body level. Body profound embryo. 4th layer. Next unlockable secret vault. Spring source 0, 200. Remaining usable points. 135 4th layer. Indeed, his body level had reached the body profound embryo 4th layer. If converted to the realm of qi refining, it would equate to the 4th layer of qi refinement, signifying that he had successfully attained the mid-stage of qi refinement. He is indeed a paragon of orthodox physical cultivation, treading the path of unearthing hidden treasures. In terms of combat prowess, he is hardly inferior to any practitioner at the 4th level of qi refinement. In fact, should he engage in a confrontation akin to the one where he vanquished Lin Ping, he is likely to prevail effortlessly. Frostfall cast a glance at him and descended from the stone bed, her gaze turning towards the wooden tub, which had once again regained its crystalline clarity. She imperceptibly nodded, acknowledging the satisfactory absorption. Now, let us proceed with the task you left unfinished earlier. My earlier request was for 10 repetitions, yet you have only completed 7. Once you finish the remaining 3, it should be time for lunch. Do not forget, I am currently immortal with a shattered dantian and devoid of any cultivation. She truly embraced the persona she was portraying. Upon hearing this, Jingzhe displayed a look of resignation. Nevertheless, he did not linger. Emerging from the tub to commence the practice of the Python scale technique without a moment's pause, executing it 3 times in succession. However, he soon realized that after the 3rd round, he was merely drenched in sweat, far from achieving his peak. I shall prepare lunch now. What would you like to eat today, Miss Frostfall? Just do as you see fit. Jingzhe smiled and stepped out, heading towards the kitchen where a considerable amount of beast meat they had purchased the previous day remained. Although Frostfall had no need for such sustenance, her insistence that he prepare it only served to affirm one thing: Jingzhe had undoubtedly won her over in the culinary department. This realization filled him with a sense of pride, prompting him to willingly cook for her. Just as he opened the kitchen door, a line of golden characters suddenly appeared before him. Empathy 6, remaining usable points, 141. The unexpected influx of points invigorated his resolve even further. The meal he prepared was still a delightful medley of colors, aromas, and flavors, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup. Miss Frostfall, lunch is ready, he called out from the kitchen. No sooner had his voice faded than Frostfall's figure materialized in the kitchen. She glanced at the spread before her, said nothing, and adeptly took her seat with a bowl. Her manner of eating remained exquisitely graceful, yet her speed was undeniably swift. Jingzhe was acutely aware that if he did not hasten, the meal might soon vanish. However, before he could sit down to eat, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. With a hint of reluctance, he rose to answer it. He walked directly to the entrance of the study hall and opened the door to find a young man clad in black robes standing on the steps. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s and possessed strikingly handsome features. Jingzhe quietly mused that had this individual lived on Earth before his transmigration, he would likely have been the object of adoration for countless young women. Yet, at that moment, Jingzhe felt a twinge of wariness. For while the newcomer was undeniably handsome, he was entirely unfamiliar, having never crossed paths with him before. Maintaining vigilance towards every stranger is an essential quality of a cultivator. Are you Mr. Su? As the moonlight descended, a newcomer by the name of Luo Yuebai introduced himself as a neighbor who had just moved into Taohua Lane, residing right next to Mr. Su's Enlightenment Academy. Indicating a grand gate adjacent to the academy, he spoke. Upon hearing this, Jingzhe raised an eyebrow. Isn't that place occupied by the Taoist Hongye? Has she already vacated Taohua Lane so swiftly? Jingzhe, though reclusive, had lived here for 2.5 years and, while not intimately acquainted with his neighbors, was familiar with their identities. Luo Yuebai smiled and continued, in recent days, a treasure has reportedly appeared atop Qifeng Mountain. Taoist Hongye also ventured there in hopes of fortune, but alas, she met with an unfortunate demise on the mountain. Her residence has since been leased out by Huayang's sect, and I am fortunate enough to have secured it. I look forward to being neighbors, and I kindly request your guidance, Mr. Su. His tone was marked by humility, yet when he spoke of Hongye, it was with a nonchalant air, as she was merely a stranger who had passed away. Jingzhe felt a flicker of surprise and a hint of melancholy. In his memory, the Taoist Hongye, who lived next door, was a middle-aged woman, with cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refining, not particularly weak, yet characterized by a profound aloofness. She often participated in group adventures with fellow cultivators, seemingly deriving her daily sustenance from such exploits. Given the current circumstances on Qifeng Mountain, it was unsurprising that such individuals would take risks, and a demise there seemed rather commonplace. With this recollection, Jingzhe no longer questioned Luo Yuebai's identity. He returned the gesture with a fist salute, stating, "My cultivation is modest, and I do not presume to offer guidance. However, it is indeed fortunate to have a neighbor." The newcomer's initiative to introduce himself was a gesture of courtesy, setting him apart from other residents of Taohua Lane. Jingzhe, having no grievances with him, felt that fostering a good neighborly relationship would be a fortunate endeavor. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Luo Yuebai took his leave. Jingzhe refrained from inviting him into the academy, as it was their first meeting. Although Luo's identity seemed unproblematic, it was prudent to maintain a degree of vigilance. The situation in Linjiang City had grown increasingly chaotic in recent days. While Taohua Lane was unremarkable, it was under the protection of Huayang's sect. Whenever a vacant residence arose, numerous cultivators from the outer city, possessing some measure of strength, would eagerly vie for it. After all, Jingzhe had witnessed several conflicts and killings on the main street. One could only imagine the extent of disorder in the outer districts. With these thoughts, Jingzhe closed the gate. Upon turning back, He noticed Shuangjiang had made her way to the peach tree in the courtyard. "Miss Shuangjiang, what brings you out?" he inquired with curiosity. Her gaze remained fixed on the gate as she replied softly, "Your new neighbor is no ordinary person." With that singular remark, she proceeded towards the quiet room, leaving Su Jingzhe startled. He finally realized that the frostfall phenomenon was indeed triggered by the newly arrived neighbor, Luo Yuebai, to draw forth such a formidable presence as frostfall. What manner of identity or cultivation might Luo Yuebai possess? Su Jingzhe's gaze instinctively drifted towards Luo Yuebai's courtyard, a mix of wariness and curiosity brewing within him regarding this newcomer. Moments later, he turned back towards the kitchen. However, upon pushing the door open, he was momentarily taken aback. Aside from the bowl of spiritual rice he had just prepared, the remaining 3 dishes and soup were nearly depleted. Su Jingzhe couldn't help but let out a wry smile, yet he bore no disdain, adhering to the principle of minimizing waste. He took the bowl of spiritual rice and began to eat the leftover scraps. After all, as he pursued the path of body refinement, his need for sustenance was considerable. While enjoying his meal, Su Jingzhe was suddenly startled by a change in his points, his gaze shifting towards the quiet room. Can this also be the cause? After finishing his meal, he hurried back to the quiet room, seizing the opportunity while his energy was abundant to practice the Python scale technique once more. At this point, he could effortlessly reach the 5th repetition, still possessing some surplus energy. His gaze fell upon Frostfall again. "Miss Frostfall, may I continue to absorb the body refining liquid today?" Frostfall glanced at him calmly. "One must maintain a balance to progress further. Cultivation is not achieved in haste. You may certainly absorb it today, but the effects will undoubtedly differ from your first experience." Su Jingzhe nodded silently, understanding the rationale, albeit with a hint of wishful thinking born from his thirst for strength. Casting a glance at the alchemy furnace in the corner, he sighed. He had forgotten to purchase some medicinal herbs along with the body refining liquid earlier today. As his body refinement capabilities grew, the resources he required would inevitably increase. Earning a living was essential. Moreover, beyond alchemy and procuring herbs, he yearned for a suitable magical artifact as his strength advanced. Given the increasingly unstable world, preparing adequately was undoubtedly prudent. Additionally, considering the timeline, the initiation ceremony of Huayang's sect was merely 2 days away. He would soon have to confront Shinchong, and what might transpire then remained uncertain. Thus, within these 2 days, he must strive to enhance himself as much as possible. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk was still far off. His eyes turned expectantly towards Frostfall. "Miss Frostfall, might you accompany me for a stroll?" Having just stepped outside, he now wished to venture out again. Frostfall raised an eyebrow, but eventually nodded. Perhaps she hadn't even realized that she instinctively did not refuse Su Jingzhe's requests. As Frostfall had previously stated, cultivation should strike a balance. Thus, concluding his training with some alchemy would be quite beneficial. This time, with some spare spiritual stones at hand, he could exchange them entirely for medicinal herbs, perhaps even experiment with brewing different types of elixirs. As they closed the doors of the academy and made their way toward the main street, Su Jingzhe remarked, while being acutely aware of his meager financial status even amidst his aspirations for self-improvement. Shuangjiang nodded silently, acknowledging his sentiment. "Are we heading to the market, my friend Su?" They were greeted by Luo Yuebai, who was seated on the stone steps at his entrance, smiling and waving at Su Jingzhe as they passed by. Su Jingzhe returned the gesture with a respectful nod. "Greetings, Taoist Luo, your elegance is commendable." Since Shuangjiang had previously indicated that Luo was not an ordinary individual, Su Jingzhe felt a burgeoning curiosity about him. With no apparent conflict of interest between them, he was inclined to foster a good rapport. "Might this be your significant other?" Luo Yuebai inquired of Shuangjiang, observing the scars that still marred her visage, rendering her appearance less than appealing. Despite this being their first encounter, Luo displayed no signs of surprise, meeting her gaze with calmness. "Indeed, this is my beloved partner, Shuangjiang," Su Jingzhe responded with a smile. Luo Yuebai clasped his fists in greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Taoist Shuangjiang." She offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, remaining silent. "I have matters to attend to, but do visit the academy for a drink when you have the time," Su Jingzhe proposed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he and Shuangjiang departed. Once they had distanced themselves, Su Jingzhe expressed his curiosity. "I did not perceive anything unusual about Taoist Luo." Having sensed the aura emanating from Luo, which was unrestrained, he noted that he was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. In Su Jingzhe's view, such a level of cultivation should not warrant Shuangjiang's concern. However, Upon hearing this, a smirk of disdain crept upon Xuangjiang's lips as she retorted, "If even you can sense something amiss, then I need not elaborate on his complexity. Here's a piece of advice. Keep your distance or strive to become a genuine friend. Yet, given your current abilities, the latter seems rather implausible. It may be wiser to maintain a safe distance." Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback, followed by a resigned acknowledgement. "I understand. Being inexperienced is indeed a flaw. Fear not, for I value my life more than anyone else," he laughed. Xuangjiang cast him a glance and nodded thoughtfully. She suddenly recalled their first encounter, where Jingzhe's overly cautious demeanor was a clear manifestation of his fear of death, prompting a subtle smile to grace her lips. At this moment, Xuangjiang appeared to be in high spirits, which in turn uplifted Jingzhe's mood. With his physical cultivation having reached the 4th level of the mysterious embryo, his points were now nearing 200. "Today is truly a fortuitous day," Jingzhe remarked, reflecting on his progress. However, his unexpected exclamation left Xuangjiang momentarily bewildered. "Fool?" Before long, the two donned their previous black cloaks once more and re-entered the bustling Jubyoge, where the atmosphere remained vibrant and lively. However, Jingzhe discovered that among the individuals queuing for transactions here, a significant portion bore a resemblance to his own attire. Most of these individuals were evidently outsiders. As the influx of outsiders grew, it became increasingly apparent that Qifeng Mountain was becoming an alluring destination. Jingzhe mused silently to himself. This time, however, the two of them chose not to ascend to the 2nd floor. The items he sought could be procured on the 1st floor. After all, he possessed merely over 300 low-grade spirit stones. He opted to patiently queue at the innermost window. While waiting, Jingzhe turned to Xuangjiang and inquired, "Miss Xuangjiang, given this commotion, it seems that something truly remarkable has emerged at Qifeng Mountain. Knowing my limited cultivation, I refrained from joining the throng. Do you not wish to take a look?" Curiosity stirred within him, and he had longed to pose this question. Simultaneously, it served as a subtle probe. Up to this point, he remained steadfast in his belief that Xuangjiang was connected to the matters at Qifeng Mountain. Xuangjiang replied indifferently, "There is no need for probing. I have already stated that I have matters to attend to here. Once I complete what I must, I shall take my leave." She was acutely aware of the underlying implications in Jingzhe's words. In truth, she had initially intended to convey that everything at Qifeng Mountain was inherently hers. Jingzhe managed a rueful smile and chose not to elaborate further. After approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time, it was finally his turn. The young woman at the window was the same one who had attended to him on a previous occasion. "I require a prescription for the Qingling pill," Jingzhe declared. Having long desired this purpose, the success rate of the recovery pill was nearly 100%, thus it was time to explore other options. A bottle of body-refining liquid cost 500 low-grade spirit stones, and he had come to realize that although the return on the recovery pill was tenfold, it was still too slow for his liking. The Qingling pill was also a first-grade elixir, yet it served as a healing remedy and was among the most sought-after consumables in critical situations. Its market price was slightly higher than that of the recovery pill, making it Jingzhe's unequivocal choice at present. In his estimation, if he could elevate the success rate of the Qingling pill to that of the recovery pill, he might soon be able to attempt crafting 2nd-grade pills. Should he manage to produce 2nd-grade elixirs while maintaining an exceptionally high success rate, Jingzhe could very well experience what it meant to be a veritable money-making machine. Upon hearing this, the young woman's expression shifted subtly, her demeanor instantly turning respectful. Glancing at Jingzhe's attire, she suddenly recalled that he bore a resemblance to the individual who had come to sell recovery pills a few days prior. "Esteemed sir, the prescription for the Qingling pill requires 150 low-grade spirit stones. I beg your pardon, but the payment must be made prior to receiving the prescription." The young woman offered Jingzhe an apologetic smile. Most cultivators possessed an exceptional memory, even if they could not fully comprehend the nuances of such recipes. Memorizing them was certainly feasible. Jingzhe understood this and, without hesitation, produced 150 low-grade spirit stones to hand over. Once he succeeded, this investment would amount to merely 10 pills worth of cost. Engaging in the investment of the Danfeng is indeed a venture with immense profit potential, and he is quite willing to proceed. Subsequently, Jingzhe added, "Additionally, procure for me 50 portions of the medicinal materials for the Qingling pill and 50 portions for the Huiqi pill. Also, bring forth a selection of low-grade magical artifacts, not exceeding 100 spirit stones, for my perusal." As he spoke, there was an unmistakable air of extravagance about him. The maiden at the window regarded him with a gaze full of curiosity and admiration. What a lucrative transaction. Do I need to repeat myself? Jingzhe inquired, noticing the girl's momentary daze. Oh my lord, please hold on for a moment. I shall retrieve them immediately. The girl's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly retreated to the back room to prepare the items, clearly having momentarily lost her train of thought. Jingzhe, however, was not in a rush. Although they were in the bustling first-floor hall, the transaction window was protected by the enchantments of the gathering treasure pavilion. Those waiting in line behind them, though close, could not discern the happenings at the window, akin to an open-air private booth. As for the impatience of those behind, it was of no concern to Jingzhe. Indeed, it seems that even without ascending to the second floor, one cannot escape such encounters, remarked Xuanzhong unexpectedly. Just as Jingzhe was about to inquire further, he suddenly noticed a radiant figure emerging at the window. A graceful silhouette glided towards him, reminiscent of willowy branches swaying in the breeze. With a charming smile gracing her lips, it was none other than Feng Qingya. Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the girl would return with Feng Qingya's assistance. When Feng Qingya caught sight of Jingzhe and his companion, she too appeared momentarily startled before breaking into a radiant smile. I was wondering how such talented alchemists could possibly emerge in this small town of Linjiang. It turns out to be you too. Have you deemed yourself too lofty to visit me directly on the second floor? As she approached the position of the window attendant, her gaze towards Jingzhe was both tender and teasing. The girl from the gathering treasure pavilion stood behind, her expression one of astonishment. So, they were acquainted with Lady Feng? No wonder. At this moment, Jingzhe smiled and replied, the items I require are rather commonplace, and I felt it would be presumptuous to disturb Miss Feng on the second floor. This was indeed the truth. Casually purchasing a few items and ascending to the second floor would seem rather ostentatious. Jingzhe had always preferred to maintain a low profile. Feng Qingya nodded with a smile, choosing not to linger on the subject. A well-timed jest can bridge distances between people, but excess can be counterproductive. With a flicker of brilliance from the deep azure ring upon her hand, a collection of items was laid out upon the windowsill. The medicinal materials that Jingzhe requested were now prepared, alongside a milky white jade slip, which, as he surmised, must be the formula for the Qingling pill. The remainder consisted of a variety of magical artifacts. Swords, daggers, spears, halberds, and various magical artifacts and robes abound. As long as Jingzhe can afford the spirit stones, he can be equipped from head to toe without difficulty. Clearly, Feng Qingya had made ample preparations upon learning that a potential alchemist wished to purchase such items. With his narrowed eyes, Jingzhe could discern the extent of the treasure pavilion's regard for such specialized professions. Upon recognizing Jingzhe, her enthusiasm surged even further. These magical instruments, all priced below 100 low-grade spirit stones as per the master's specifications, were all of exquisite quality, entirely sufficient for use during the qi refinement stage. This was indeed the truth. At least these artifacts appeared relatively new, each inscribed with corresponding array runes, promising a commendable enhancement in functionality. One must understand that within the realm of Linjiang City, many cultivators had once shared Jingzhe's former plight of being at the bottom rung of society. A lifetime of cultivation might not yield even a single decent spiritual tool. Jingzhe picked up these artifacts, measuring them in his hands. Yet, be it swords, spears, or polearms, he seemed unable to find that elusive sensation. In that moment, he recalled the thrill of that fateful night when he bested Lin Ping. The exquisite feel of the black brick he wielded. In comparison, these items fell short of his expectations. He selected a white robe and inquired, Miss Feng, does your esteemed pavilion happen to have any more substantial and straightforward offensive magical tools? Preferably something akin to a brick. His request was rather candid, laying bare his desires. While he could indeed commission a magical brick from the local artifact shops in Linjiang City, the reliability of those small workshops could not compare to that of the treasure pavilion. The act of acquiring a black brick was uncommon in the cultivation world. Should he ever need to conceal his identity for some endeavor, purchasing from the treasure pavilion would inherently carry less risk of exposure. However, his peculiar request caught Feng Qingya off guard. A magical brick? Such an item was indeed rare. At this moment, she found herself unable to procure one. Nonetheless, I shall keep an eye out. Should I encounter something suitable, I will reserve it for the master, she assured, a hint of an apologetic smile gracing her lips. Although Jingzhe's request for a magical brick had taken her by surprise, she did not concern herself with the nature of his peculiar preference. The principle of the treasure pavilion was simple. As long as one possessed wealth, they could find what they sought, regardless of intent. Jingzhe nodded, the outcome falling within his expectations. He casually picked up the white robe he had chosen earlier, storing the alchemical formula and all the requisite materials. Let us tally the total, he remarked, retrieving the alchemist's token he had previously set aside. Feng Qingya had mentioned that possessing this token would grant him discounts when purchasing and top-tier prices when selling items, although his current spirit stones should suffice. Having grown accustomed to a life of frugality, any savings were welcome. Feng Qingya smiled gently. Since the master has already paid for the alchemical formula with spirit stones, and given that you have presented the alchemist's token, the formula will be counted as 140 low-grade spirit stones. The Qingling Dan and the Huqi Dan total 100 portions of medicinal materials, which you may consider as 90 inferior spirit stones. This robe is valued at 50 inferior spirit stones. Master, you have just paid 150. A further payment of 130 inferior spirit stones will suffice. The fact that the spirit stones in his pocket had yet to be exhausted was an unexpected surprise for Jingzhe. However, this was indeed fortuitous, allowing for a swift settlement. Upon concluding the transaction, Feng Qingya smiled at Jingzhe and Shuangjiang, saying, should you return, simply come to the second floor to find Qingya. Regardless of your purchases, I shall certainly do so, Jingzhe replied, before departing directly with Shuangjiang. This should truly becomes increasingly intriguing. After Jingzhe and Shuangjiang had left, Feng Qingya continued to chuckle softly by the window, pondering the existence of such a remarkable alchemist, a novice in cultivation, yet desiring what could only be described as a whimsical artifact brick. Her curiosity about this individual grew. Meanwhile, her moment of distraction left the next arriving customer utterly captivated. Miss, I humbly greet you. The nervous, slightly stammering voice broke through Feng Qingya's reverie. Xiaohua, please continue. She called to the previous attendant at the window before taking her leave. Not everyone is deserving of her attention, I must admit. That brick from the other night was indeed stunning. However, using a brick as an artifact seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Shuangjiang finally spoke as they walked back to the academy, having acquired nearly everything needed. A smile graced Jingzhe's lips. I cannot say. I merely recalled the sensation from that night, and suddenly found other weapons rather dull in comparison. Let things flow naturally. If I encounter a suitable offensive artifact, that would be ideal. If not, it matters not. What is meant to be will inevitably come, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. Jingzhe's demeanor was remarkably carefree, reflecting his genuine thoughts. Were it not for the pressures of reality, his principles of living would have always been this untroubled. What is meant to be will inevitably come, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. At that moment, Shuangjiang pondered Jingzhe's words. Recognizing that such a mindset naturally aligns with the path of cultivation, yet lamenting his shattered dantian, she felt a renewed sense of sorrow. Having been bestowed with such exceptional cultivation potential and a mindset in harmony with the Tao, yet being restricted to body refinement alone, seemed unreasonably cruel. As Jingzhe walked, he was invigorated by the sudden surge of empathy, wondering at the prospect of achieving 200 points today, now at the 4th level of the body transformation stage. If the secret reservoir of the spring wells were to reopen, he might even reach the 6th level. He had only consumed 1/3 of the refining liquid thus far. He suddenly felt a newfound confidence even when facing Qin Cheng. How marvelous! Jingzhe couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Shuangjiang. His spirits lifted greatly. Nearly everything he had achieved was due to Shuangjiang's influence. His life had transformed since her arrival, activating his golden finger and initiating change. Remarkably, it had been less than 10 days. Given this momentum, if granted another 2.5 years, he believed that not only would he soar, but he would also secure his place in the realm of cultivation without a shadow of doubt. At that moment, he harbored an undeniable fervor for the future. As they passed by the Bai family residence, the man was no longer seated there, and the door was firmly shut. Thus, the notion of inviting him for a drink was abandoned. By the time the two returned to the academy, the sky had begun to darken. For Jingzhe, the night was more suited for alchemy. However, upon returning to his quiet chamber, he decided to retrieve the newly acquired robe. Shuangjiang, you should give this a try. It ought to fit well, he suggested earnestly. I know you may soon have your own endeavors, and this robe possesses some defensive capabilities. Wearing it would mean I contributed in some way. Jingzhe's expression was sincere, yet Shuangjiang was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that he had purchased the robe for her. It was only then that she noticed it was indeed a feminine design. This fellow, his thoughtfulness was rather impressive. A flicker of emotion stirred within her, though her face remained adorned with a look of disdain. Since you are aware of my capabilities, you must realize that this tattered garment is of no use to me. With that, she turned to head towards the bed. Had anyone else heard Xuanjiang's words, they would likely have retreated in disappointment, reclaiming the robe. However, Jingzhe possessed a golden finger. Upon her utterance, his empathy points surged by another 6, bringing his total to 171. This indicated that Xuanjiang's inner sentiments were far from the dismissive facade she presented. With a smile, Jingzhe placed the robe on the stone bed. As I mentioned before, since you imparted alchemical knowledge to me, I owe you half of the results. I understand you may not value those inferior spirit stones, so consider this robe a token of my goodwill. It brings me peace of mind. His words were devoid of pretense, imbued with genuine sincerity. After all, he was well aware of the importance of reciprocity. And having received so much from Xuanjiang in recent days, he felt almost embarrassed not to offer something in return. Noticing the increase in points and understanding Xuanjiang's shifting thoughts, Jingzhe smiled and refrained from further speech. He retrieved the alchemical furnace from the corner. Once the materials for the Qingling pill were laid out, he produced a milky white jade piece, inscribed with minuscule characters that only cultivators could decipher by channeling spiritual energy into their eyes. Otherwise, an ordinary person would merely perceive it as a common piece of jade. After a quick examination, Jingzhe committed it to memory. He then proceeded to sense the materials, kindle the flames, and execute the entire process of alchemy. Although the Quelling Dan is priced higher than the Huichi Dan, the difficulty of refining is relatively comparable for Jingzhe. The first attempt was merely a practice run, and failure was to be expected. However, from the second attempt onward, the aroma of medicinal herbs began to permeate the quiet chamber. As Jingzhe devoted himself earnestly to alchemy, in a certain loft within Cui Lu Alley, a slender, shadowy-eyed middle-aged man spoke to Chen Chong, saying, "Director, the situation in Linjiang City has become increasingly chaotic in recent days. Should we not take advantage of the turmoil once more? With only 2 days remaining until the Huayang sect convenes the Qiling ceremony, it might be prudent for that individual to simply vanish rather than risk being exposed." Without waiting for Chen Chang's response, he continued, "From the clues we currently possess, it appears that our Cui Lu Academy has indeed fallen victim to Jingzhe's schemes. Although we are yet to ascertain how he accomplished this, it further substantiates the notion that he must not be allowed to remain." Upon hearing this, Chen Chang's eyes revealed a glimmer of contemplation, as if weighing the potential gains and losses. Following Lin Ping's demise, Cui Lu Academy was compelled to sacrifice a teacher to take the blame. That individual was stripped of their cultivation by the Huayang sect and subsequently expelled from Linjiang City, likely leaving behind only cold remains by now. Such a loss and the accompanying humiliation were intolerable for Chen Chong. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled a deep breath and shook his head, stating, "Indeed. The grievances of Cui Lu Academy must be avenged in blood, and the Enlightenment Academy in Linjiang City must be unified. However, not now, nor today. The news from the Huayang sect suggests that Jingzhe may emerge from seclusion tomorrow. It is likely that during the Qiling ceremony, they will promote Jingzhe to an inner disciple before the majority of the cultivators in Linjiang City. This is the ultimate honor for my Qin family, and I cannot allow my personal matters to impede this significant event." Pausing for a moment, he added, "As long as Jingzhe is elevated to the inner sect, what harm is there in allowing Jingzhe to live a few more days? We must clarify one point. Without Zhang Xiu, Jingzhe is merely a novice in qi refining. We have consistently overestimated him. Once Jingzhe ascends to the inner sect, Zhang Xiu will be nothing but an insignificant insect. Even if the Enlightenment Academy in Taohua Alley maintains its exceptional results in the Qiling ceremony, what of it? As long as Jingzhe is present, consolidation will become an inevitable trend. There are priorities in this matter, in Chen Chang's view. No matter how significant his own concerns may be, they must yield to Jingzhe's ascension to the inner sect. He understands what is truly important. Indeed, it is this very caution that has allowed him to survive longer. After all, when the frost descends, while Jingzhe would not actively seek to eliminate hazards, he eagerly anticipates the arrival of his enemies. In the tranquil chamber of the academy, Jingzhe remained deeply engrossed in his alchemical endeavors. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on his forehead. In just half an hour, he had consumed 10 portions of the materials required for the Quelling Dan. However, as it was his first attempt at refining the Quelling Dan, he only managed to produce 6 pills from those 10 portions. 2 portions were reduced to mere dregs, while another 2 resulted in inferior products. Jingzhe felt a slight dissatisfaction. However, if his success rate in alchemy were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly astonish all. Frostfall. I might be refining elixirs late into the night. If it disturbs you, I shall relocate the alchemical furnace to the kitchen, he said to Frostfall while retrieving another 10 portions of Qingling elixir ingredients from his storage bag. The awakening ceremony was just 2 days away. At that time, he not only had to guide the children of the Enlightenment Academy but might also confront Shinchong. That fellow, backed by the Huayang sect, instilled no fear in him, especially with Frostfall by his side. Yet, he still yearned to rely on his own strength, for Frostfall would eventually depart. Frostfall gently shook her head. It's no trouble. You won't disturb me. Such was her character that if she set her mind to something, not even the collapse of Mount Tai would cause her to flinch, regardless of Jingzhe's alchemical endeavors. With that assurance, Jingzhe felt at ease, his mind once again settling into tranquility. He adhered to his usual routine. Despite having mastered the experience of refining Qingling elixirs, he respected each alchemical process, ensuring that all necessary steps were followed. After all, this elixir might become his essential foundation for a long time to come. Observing this, Frostfall nodded again, increasingly pleased with Jingzhe's attitude. At this moment, as Jingzhe entered his alchemical state, even the fluctuations in empathy points did not capture his attention. He ignited the furnace, added the ingredients, controlled the flames to eliminate impurities, and allowed the properties to meld. Within the span of a single incense stick, the fragrance of the elixir wafted through the air once more. Jingzhe gently tapped the furnace, and the finished Qingling elixir soared out. A smile graced his lips as he stored it in a jade vial and began the next concoction. Time passed swiftly amidst Jingzhe's intense alchemical work. As night deepened, Toa Lane gradually fell into silence. Meanwhile, in the adjacent residence of Luo Weibai, shadowy figures clad in black stealthily infiltrated, seemingly lying in wait. Luo Weibai, holding a folding fan, sat quietly in the center of his courtyard, oblivious to the encroaching figures. At that moment, he detected a faint scent in the air. Ah! The fragrance of elixirs, he murmured to himself, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the academy next door. Could it be that this Daoist is an alchemist as well? Or perhaps that lady is not as simple as she seems. Yet, was it not rumored that she was a cultivator of no merit? How peculiar indeed. As he pondered, Luo Weibai narrowed his eyes, a desire to investigate stirring within him. After all, if the scent of the elixirs could reach him from such a distance, it either indicated the production of third-grade or higher elixirs, or a significant quantity of low-grade ones had been concocted in a brief span. Either scenario was unusual for a place like Linjiang City, piquing his curiosity. With his fan in hand, Luo Weibai prepared to scale the wall. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to have recalled something. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and ultimately chose to relinquish his thoughts. Alas, there were matters of greater importance at hand. Should complications arise, it could lead to dire consequences. With that, he returned to the center of the courtyard to sit in meditation once more, gently swaying his folding fan, indifferent to the silent stirrings around him. Meanwhile, upon the stone bed in the quiet chamber, Xuanjiang gently opened her eyes. Casting a glance out the window, a hint of disdain graced her lips. Suddenly, an odd sizzling sound emanated from Jingzhe's alchemical furnace, accompanied by a whiff of charred aroma. After consecutively refining 20 Qingling pills, he had inadvertently ruined another batch of medicinal ingredients. Sigh. Perhaps he was a tad too impatient. Jingzhe felt a twinge of regret. Including the initial 10, he had now refined a total of 30 batches of materials this evening, seemingly nearing his limit of concentration. Jingzhe was acutely aware that should he persist in this manner, he could indeed concoct more pills, but the success rate would be uncertain. He extinguished the flames in the furnace and returned it to its rightful place. Today, he had consumed 30 batches of materials, successfully producing 25 pristine Qingling pills and 2 subpar ones. He placed 1 vial containing 10 Qingling pills on the bed beside Xuanjiang. He understood that a grade 1 pill would not significantly benefit Miss Xuanjiang, yet it might prove useful in a critical moment. And he hoped she would not refuse his gesture. He considered himself rather astute, fully aware of Xuanjiang's character. If he were to inquire if she wanted it, he would surely face her scorn. Thus, it was more prudent to present it directly. Xuanjiang's gaze sharpened. Having reached this point in their conversation, she refrained from further words, merely nodding in silence. Empathy 6. Remaining usable points. 189. The points arrived just as Jingzhe had anticipated. Only 11 points shy of the significant threshold of 200. This served as one of Jingzhe's sources of confidence. Tomorrow would entail numerous tasks, and the day after would mark the commencement of the Spirit Awakening ceremony. I shall rest for a while. I apologize for the disturbances tonight, and I hope you two will retire early, Jingzhe said with a smile as he tidied up. He then exited the quiet chamber. Xuangjiang did not respond to his words. Gently caressing her cheek, an emotion gradually surfaced in her clear gaze. In 2 days, there should be results, she murmured softly, her expression sharpening. A night passed in silence. The following morning, as Jingzhe opened his eyes and beheld the fluctuations in his points, his expression transformed instantaneously. The excitement nearly compelled him to leap from his seat. Days remaining until the host's Dantian shatters forever, 495. He disregarded the ever-present reminder. His gaze fixated on the points section. Daily fixed points. Zhangxiu, 4. Xuangjiang, 8. Remaining usable points. 201 Xuangjiang, 8 points. The sudden surge past the 200 mark did not elicit any profound astonishment from him. After all, this development had long been anticipated. He hastily summoned the subpanel representing Frost Descent. Empathy level with Frost Descent. Mild affection. Level enhancement. 2x. Cultivation enhancement. 4x. Jingzhe stood frozen in place. A fourfold enhancement. He was suddenly struck by a parched sensation. Observing Frost Descent. It seemed she merely sat in meditation upon the stone bed day after day. How could her recovery be so swift? Moreover, what manner of cultivation did this fourfold enhancement signify? It should be noted that Zhang Xiu, who had reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, had only attained a single-fold enhancement thus far. In the Qi refinement stage, one received a single enhancement. Could it be that Miss Frost Descent had already ascended to the level of a nascent soul expert? The levels of cultivation, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul were well known to Jingzhe, even as one dwelling at the lower echelons of the cultivation world, while foundation establishment practitioners might be somewhat common. Those at the golden core stage were scarcely seen. Such powerful cultivators were typically the leaders of the various sections. As for the nascent soul experts, they were nothing short of legendary figures to someone like Jingzhe, who occupied the lower rungs of the hierarchy. Now, he harbored serious doubts that Frost Descent belonged to such an esteemed class of cultivators. This realization sent a wave of excitement coursing through Jingzhe's heart. If she truly possessed such formidable stature, he must cling tightly to her. Upon glancing once more at the attributes panel, which still indicated mild affection, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as this empathetic relationship persisted, even if Frost Descent were to depart in the future, he, Jingzhe, could still seek her out. It is said that one finds shelter beneath great trees. If he could align himself with such a powerful ally in the realm of cultivation, he could avoid many troubles, if not sail smoothly through his journey. Coupled with the presence of his unique advantage, a carefree life seemed well within reach. After a moment of astonishment, Jingzhe regained his composure. Although he had amassed enough empathy points to unlock the secret treasure of the Yongquan acupoint, he chose not to activate it immediately. Given Frost Descent's capabilities, she could easily discern his level of physical cultivation, should she discover that he had accessed the secret treasure in such a brief span of time. It would likely raise suspicions. Having learned from his previous experience, he felt eager yet unperturbed about unlocking the treasure. The points were his to use at any time. Perhaps delaying the activation might yield even greater benefits. It was not a matter of distrust towards Frost Descent. Rather, he understood that some secrets were best kept hidden. At this moment, Jingzhe cast a glance toward the meditation chamber, but refrained from inquiring further. He was a wise individual, cognizant of which matters warranted questions and which did not. He then ignited the stove, meticulously preparing the remnants of yesterday's ingredients. Soon, he was engrossed in cooking. As the smoke from the kitchen began to rise, a delightful aroma of meat wafted outwards. As the dishes were served, he had yet to summon Xuangjiang when she had already taken the initiative to enter the kitchen. Jingzhe's gaze subtly fell upon Xuangjiang. Although his cultivation was modest, he keenly sensed that Xuangjiang appeared somewhat different today. Her face, though still marred by scars and lacking in conventional beauty, exuded a certain ethereal quality. Xuangjiang merely nodded gently at him, skillfully lifted a bowl, and dished out a serving of spiritual rice. After that, she spoke no further and simply sat down to eat. Her manner of eating seemed to have become a touch more refined, yet her speed remained unabated. Jingzhe hurriedly took his seat. After a day of exertion yesterday, he needed to replenish himself with this meal. While Xuangjiang ate solely to satisfy her appetite, for him, mealtime served as a means to restore his energy. A splendid day commences with breakfast. Upon finishing their meal, Shuangjiang, as per usual, said little and returned to her quiet chamber. Jingzhe felt a flicker of confusion at this. She had mentioned having matters to attend to in Linjiang City, yet he had not seen her venture out alone. She seemed to spend her days in the quiet room. Could it be that her so-called business was merely to recuperate here with him? This, indeed, raised questions in his mind. However, he dared not voice them. He dared not inquire. Arriving beneath the peach tree, he resumed his practice of the python scale technique. With a clear objective in mind, Jingzhe demonstrated commendable self-discipline in his cultivation. Once his energy was spent, he anticipated being able to absorb a third of a vial of body refinement liquid today. However, he had scarcely completed a single iteration of the python scale technique when a series of knocks sounded at the door. "Mr. Su, are you there?" A familiar voice accompanied the knocking. It was none other than Sister Zhang. A smile spread across Jingzhe's face. Upon opening the door, he indeed found Sister Zhang accompanied by Ning Yao at the entrance. "Greetings, Mr. Su." Ning Yao, upon seeing him, respectfully performed a disciple-esque salute. Jingzhe promptly ushered the mother and daughter inside the classroom. As they approached the peach tree, Shuangjiang seemed to hear the commotion and stepped out. On the surface, Shuangjiang still appeared to be the defeated one from Qingfeng Mountain, her dantian rendered useless. Some roles must be played in their entirety. Shuangjiang slightly bowed towards Sister Zhang. "I have met Sister. Miss Shuangjiang looks particularly well today," Sister Zhang observed, not as a mere pleasantry but as a genuine remark. In her eyes, Shuangjiang's condition seemed to have improved compared to their first meeting. Moreover, Sister Zhang vaguely sensed an indescribable charm emanating from Shuangjiang. Despite the scars that marred her face, this charm rendered her increasingly captivating. Perhaps this was the effect of dual cultivation, Sister Zhang mused with a smile in her heart. She then refrained from further pleasantries with the two and pointed at Ning Yao, saying, "This time, I have come with a matter to entrust to both of you." As the topic arose, a sudden gravity appeared on Zhang Xiu's countenance. The situation on Qingfeng Mountain seemed increasingly tense. In recent days, Huayang sect had dispatched numerous disciples to the mountain, and tomorrow I too must accompany the esteemed practitioners of Huayang sect. Moreover, tomorrow marks Yao's awakening day, and regrettably, I cannot accompany her. I must rely on both of you for this matter. As she spoke, a tone of resignation colored Zhang Xiu's voice, and a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Her gaze lingered on Ning Yao, imbued with a sense of reluctance and affection. Though her cultivation had reached the late stage of qi refinement, such practitioners were abundant on Qifeng Mountain. Even formidable figures at the foundation establishment stage were not uncommon. Furthermore, as she was not a direct descendant of Huayang sect, her role in this expedition could very well be that of mere cannon fodder. The uncertainty of her safe return was indeed troubling. Upon hearing her words, both Jingzhe and Shuangjiang's expressions shifted slightly. Since the incident at Qifeng Mountain, Zhang Xiu had been tirelessly assisting Huayang sect with matters both within and beyond the city. Yet, it was evident that none of these tasks bore the imminent danger of ascending the mountain. "Sister-in-law, is there no way to avoid this?" Jingzhe inquired with a furrowed brow, echoing his own thoughts. In his view, amidst the vastness of the world, one's life remained paramount. Seeking fortune while averting calamity was the path a practitioner ought to tread. Jingzhe gazed at her with hopeful eyes. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu shook her head. "I too wish to accompany Yao in unlocking her own spiritual roots. Yet, this time, the order from Huayang sect is rather resolute. Anyone associated with them is obliged to comply. If I go, there may be a chance for my return. If I do not, then Huayang sect will undoubtedly hold us accountable. I, Yao, and even you two who are close to me, might find ourselves included in their list of reckoning." After her words fell, she offered a bitter smile. Moreover, having served Huayang sect in the past and enjoyed the privileges that came with that position, I must now repay some of the karmic debts. Although resigned, Zhang Xiu appeared quite open-minded. Observing the still solemn expressions of Jingzhe and the others, she continued, "Do not worry. My sister-in-law is no weakling in the late stage of qi refinement. Even though there are numerous dangers on Qingfeng Mountain, I believe I can manage to protect myself." Upon hearing this, Jingzhe silently nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Zhang Xiu had her own considerations. Cultivators must cultivate their hearts. If she were to be forced not to go, it might indeed become an insurmountable barrier for her. The prospect of foundation establishment would become even more elusive. Yet, Jingzhe's expression suddenly turned serious. "Regardless, I implore you, sister-in-law, to prioritize your safety above all. We do not seek any fortuitous encounters on Qifeng Mountain. We only wish for your safe return. We shall wait here for you." Su Jingzhe spoke these words with utmost sincerity, prompting a gentle smile to return to Zhang Xiu's face. At that moment, a line of golden characters appeared before Su Jingzhe's eyes. Empathy 4, remaining usable points, 205. This time, the points evidently stemmed from Zhang Xiu before her. She nodded towards Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang, then turned her gaze to her daughter, Ning Yao. Gently ruffling her hair, she said, "My dear, during this time, stay close to Mr. Su. If your mother cannot return for a while, focus on your cultivation after awakening your spirit. Remember the words I shared with you when we came." Ning Yao, now 12, had already grasped many things. Born into the world of cultivation, these children inherently possess more understanding than their peers. Moreover, Ning Yao's maturity far surpassed that typical for her age. Though her eyes were red, she nodded silently. "All right, let us not part as if it were a matter of life and death. I will take care of myself and return as soon as possible. Huayang sect has given us only 1 hour, so I shall not linger here." With her words, Zhang Xiu took 2 steps back and solemnly bowed to Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang. She then refrained from saying more, choosing not to mention Chen Chong or Chen Jishu again. After their last conversation, she understood that Su Jingzhe had his own plans. Since the day she saved Su Jingzhe, she felt he was exceptional. Thus, such matters need not be constantly reiterated. "Sister-in-law, please wait a moment." As Zhang Xiu was about to turn away, Shuangjiang suddenly spoke up. Zhang Xiu looked at her with a hint of confusion, only to see Shuangjiang produce the bottle of Qinglingdan that Su Jingzhe had given her the previous night. "The dangers on Qingfeng Mountain prompted me to prepare this vial of Qinglingdan during my last ascent. I have yet to make use of it, and now, having become a mere shadow of my former self, I find myself without the opportunity to utilize it. Sister-in-law, please take it for any unforeseen circumstances." Shuangjiang remained acutely aware of the identity she was currently portraying, her demeanor devoid of any aloofness. Upon hearing the words Qinglingdan, Zhang Xiu's eyes brightened momentarily, but she quickly waved her hand with a smile. "Sister-in-law cannot accept such a precious item from you. It is far too valuable." "It is of no concern," Shuangjiang replied with assurance. "This time, I am fully prepared, so there is no need for worry." Before she could finish, Su Jingzhe interjected, "Sister-in-law, do accept it. At this moment, we truly have no need for such items. Over the years, your care for me has left us with no way to repay you. If you feel unworthy of receiving it, then simply return safely, and in due time, we shall settle our debts." The sincerity in both Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang's eyes was unmistakable. Zhang Xiu's gaze revealed a complexity of emotions, yet she nodded silently and accepted the jade vial. This item could indeed prove life-saving at a crucial moment. "I shall not thank you further," she said, clasping her fists in gratitude to Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang, before resolutely turning away. As Zhang Xiu departed, there was a certain decisiveness about her that matched Su Jingzhe's imagined image of a heroine. Yet, as she crossed the threshold of the academy, her heart was laden with complexity. There were many words she longed to share with Su Jingzhe, but given that Shuangjiang was his partner, those sentiments felt all the more difficult to voice. The thought of leaving without a chance to express herself brought a tinge of regret. "Little one, do not worry. Your mother will undoubtedly return safe and sound. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the awakening ceremony." Noticing the mist of concern in Ning Yao's eyes, Su Jingzhe gently ruffled her hair. He held immense satisfaction and expectations for his student and wished to shield her from any distraction regarding her mother. "All right." Wiping her eyes, Ning Yao obediently stood by Su Jingzhe's side. She clearly remembered her mother instructing her to always heed Su Jingzhe's words. At that moment, he was preparing to send Ning Yao back to the classroom to review the material he had previously taught, hoping to divert her attention from her mother's absence. After all, before his transmigration, Su Jingzhe had adhered to the adage, "A well-prepared mind shines even in the absence of light." However, before he could speak, Shuangjiang was the first to address Ning Yao, saying, "Little girl, come with me." Hearing this, Ning Yao instinctively glanced at Su Jingzhe, feeling an innate unfamiliarity with Shuangjiang. Su Jingzhe, too, had not anticipated that Shuangjiang would take the initiative to engage with Ning Yao. However, after contemplating the potential prowess of Shuangjiang, he promptly nodded in agreement to Ning Yao. Should Shuangjiang indeed find favor with Ning Yao, even the slightest impartation of knowledge could prove to be immensely beneficial for her future. Despite not having a direct connection through Sister Zhang, he held a deep fondness for the young girl and naturally wished for her to thrive. Ning Yao pays her respects to her teacher's wife. As Ning Yao approached Shuangjiang, she unexpectedly bowed deeply before her. In Ning Yao's understanding, as Su Jingzhe was her teacher, Shuangjiang was naturally her teacher's wife. This was not erroneous. Yet it momentarily startled Shuangjiang, stirring a slight wave of emotions within her heart. Nevertheless, she displayed no outward signs of surprise. With a gentle nod, she led Ningya toward the quiet room. Simultaneously, her voice reached Su Jingzhe. I am aware that you have other matters to attend to today. You may proceed without me. There is no need for me to accompany you at all times, is there? Upon hearing Shuangjiang's words, Su Jingzhe felt a stirring in his heart. Tomorrow marked the commencement of the Spirit Awakening ceremony, and today he indeed needed to make additional preparations. It was essential to acquire at least one defensive magical artifact. Even if he could not obtain the desired artifact brick, he still needed to prepare a weapon of some sort, whether it be a sword or a spear. He had successfully refined 25 Qingling pills yesterday, and despite having given 10 to Shuangjiang for Sister Zhang, he still possessed 15 finished products and 2 substandard ones. Moreover, he had several inferior spirit stones remaining from his previous venture. It seemed more than sufficient to purchase a low-grade magical artifact. With this thought, Su Jingzhe hesitated no longer and departed from the academy. As Shuangjiang had suggested, he could not have her accompany him at all times. Currently, he had 205 points available, ready to unlock the secret stash of the spring source at any moment. He could elevate his body refinement level by 1 or 2 tiers whenever he wished. This was one of his sources of confidence. When he had reached the 3rd layer of his physical body, he had managed to defeat Lin Ping, who was at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, with a single strike. Now, even if he could not contend with those at the late stage of Qi refinement, he was assured that he could retreat unscathed if the need arose. He was no longer the timid Su Jingzhe of the 1st layer of Qi refinement, who dared not attempt anything, just as he had done before selling the Qi recovery pills. He sought a shadowy corner to don a black robe before heading straight to the treasure-gathering pavilion without delay. Early that morning, the pavilion was already bustling with people. Su Jingzhe chose the innermost window. At that moment, he attentively listened to the conversations of those waiting in line and discovered that most cultivators had come to purchase pills, talismans, and other consumables. He was also unexpectedly informed of a piece of news. The ultimate treasure on Qingfeng Mountain seemed to have been discovered, and various factions were currently vying for it. These individuals were all eager to ascend the mountain and seize the opportunity. In each person's mind, they perhaps considered themselves the protagonist of this world. In the face of such matters, most individuals believe their fortunes are sufficient to attract some degree of fate. However, the reality is that the majority of those who ascend the mountains merely serve as cannon fodder. Su Jingzhe felt a twinge of sentiment. The path of cultivation is arduous. Yet any existence that possesses even a modicum of fortune invariably draws countless individuals to pursue it, even at the risk of life and death. On the other hand, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. Clearly, the demand for various consumables today had reached its zenith. Consequently, the price of the Qin Dan in his possession was likely to rise. As he contemplated this, the figure clad in black robes, who had been ahead of him, completed their transaction and approached the window once more. It was still the familiar little girl. This time, he hesitated not at all and directly produced the token inscribed with the characters EH. I wish to see Feng Qingya. Though merely a day had passed, he found himself anticipating the treasures of the Gathering of Wealth Pavilion. Feng Qingya had mentioned the day prior that she would keep an eye out for any brick-like magical artifacts, even if none were available. The selection at Feng Qingya's place would certainly be more comprehensive. Had Shuangjiang accompanied him, he would have unhesitatingly chosen to ascend to the 2nd floor. Yet, his cultivation level had not yet reached that degree. Moreover, being alone, he preferred not to draw attention to himself in such a public setting. Upon seeing his token, the girl at the window's expression shifted once more, revealing a hint of surprise. Master, please wait. After Su Jingzhe and the others departed the previous day, Feng Qingya had given her special instructions. Whenever someone bearing this token arrived, she was to be notified without fail, accompanied by a substantial reward. The girl rose, bowed to Su Jingzhe, and then proceeded towards the back hall. Before long, Feng Qingya's tall and alluring figure appeared within Su Jingzhe's line of sight. Today, she donned a form-fitting purple gown that accentuated her perfect silhouette, rendering her appearance even more regal and enhancing her allure. Upon seeing her for the first time, Su Jingzhe couldn't help but ponder. Does purple truly possess a deeper charm? However, the fabric of the gown seemed equally minimal. Giggling, Master, you have returned. But why is that esteemed person not with you today? Upon hearing the little girl mention that Su Jingzhe had come alone, Feng Qingya's heart fluttered with excitement. To be honest, during previous visits with Shuangjiang by his side, she had felt somewhat anxious. After all, their first encounter had left her with an unparalleled pressure from Shuangjiang's formidable presence. Facing Su Jingzhe alone, however, she felt much more at ease. In her view, while Su Jingzhe was indeed a prodigy in alchemy, he was merely a fledgling in the realm of cultivation. She deduced that since Shuangjiang was not accompanying him today, he must have departed. After all, a being of such caliber could not possibly remain in such a modest locale indefinitely. Thus, her chances of success seemed all the more promising. If one could successfully recruit such an extraordinary alchemical talent into the treasure pavilion and nurture her, she would undoubtedly become a distinguished alchemist, uniquely affiliated with the pavilion. At that point, all the accolades would rightfully belong to Feng Qingya. She had always been astute in her judgments, and she was fully aware that Su Jingzhe possessed such potential. Contemplating this, the allure emanating from Feng Qingya intensified, inadvertently increasing the pressure on Su Jingzhe. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, he was, after all, a young man brimming with vigor, deliberately avoiding Feng Qingya's gaze. Su Jingzhe remarked, "Is it possible that if another person arrives, this transaction would be rendered impossible?" Saying this, he produced the Qingling Dan he intended to sell. "Miss Feng, could you kindly help me calculate the current market value of these pills in terms of low-grade spirit stones?" His voice was remarkably serene, momentarily catching Feng Qingya off guard. She inwardly mused, could it be that her charm had failed to sway even a novice in the qi refinement stage? Master truly has a sense of humor. "Allow me to assist you with the calculations," she replied, her smile unwavering. As she reached out to take the jade vial, her delicate fingers seemed to inadvertently brush against Su Jingzhe's hand. The touch was cool, yet exquisitely smooth, sending a jolt through Su Jingzhe's heart, leaving him to regret not bringing Shuangjiang along. This enchanting woman possessed profound skill. If this continued, he feared he might struggle to endure it, regardless of its efficacy. He began to mentally recite the calming incantations he had known before his journey. Clear heart like water. Clear water is the heart, gentle breeze, undisturbed waves. Whether it was merely psychological or genuinely effective, after he completed the Taoist clear heart technique, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed when he looked at Feng Qingya again. At this moment, Feng Qingya began to doubt her own allure. After their physical contact, Su Jingzhe exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Was he truly a novice in the realm of cultivation? She couldn't help but wonder if beneath his hat and veil lurked an ancient being feigning youthfulness. Despite her internal musings, her professional smile remained intact. Upon opening the jade vial, a delightful fragrance of elixir wafted through the air, leaving her momentarily astonished. She was well aware that Su Jingzhe had only acquired the Qingling Dan formula and materials the day prior. To think he could present her with 15 pills of such exceptional quality today was truly astonishing. Her admiration for his alchemical prowess deepened. She instinctively believed that these 15 Qingling Dan were the result of the 50 materials he had procured. If she were to discover that Su Jingzhe had only utilized 30 materials to produce 25 finished Qingling Dan, she would likely regard him as a prodigy beyond compare. Maintaining her composed smile, Feng Qingya continued, "In recent days, the prices of consumables such as pills and talismans have indeed risen sharply. I have previously informed the master that as long as he trades at the treasure pavilion, all items will be valued at the highest price. The Qingling Dan is valued at 15 low-grade spirit stones each, totaling 225 for the 15. Additionally, these two inferior ones are worth 10 low-grade spirit stones, bringing the total to 235. What do you think, master?" Su Jingzhe silently nodded. Though a flicker of excitement coursed through him, he was aware that the Qingling Dan was pricier than the Hui Qi Dan. Yet he hadn't anticipated that one would surpass the latter by 5 low-grade spirit stones. This was entirely beyond his expectations, and he felt no dissatisfaction. With mutual agreement, the trade was sealed. Feng Qingya efficiently settled the 235 low-grade spirit stones to Su Jingzhe. Subsequently, he inquired, "Has there been any progress regarding the matter I entrusted to Miss Feng yesterday?" His eagerness was evident, as he sought information just a day later. However, there was little he could do about his urgency, particularly with the uncertainty of what the morrow might bring. Upon hearing his question, the smile on Feng Qingya's face deepened. Even without his inquiry, she was inclined to discuss this very matter. A shipment had arrived from Yunming City the previous night, and upon meticulous inventory, she had indeed found an item that seemed to align somewhat with the master's requirements. Su Jingzhe's heart raced with anticipation. After all, it was indeed the treasure pavilion, worthy of his day's expectation. Nevertheless, being a person of 2 lifetimes, he maintained a calm demeanor, wary that overt excitement might compromise the price. Despite Feng Qingya's exuberant demeanor, he knew it stemmed from his own value to her. He would not forget that the treasure pavilion was a commercial entity and that Feng Qingya, at her core, was a merchant. Without profit, would she even glance his way? Oh, has it arrived so swiftly? Truly, the treasure pavilion is remarkable. Might Miss Feng unveil its appearance for my perusal? He spoke with a steady tone, concealing any hint of eagerness. In response, Feng Qingya's smile remained. Yet a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. Forgive me, master, but to view that item, we may need to ascend to the second floor. Some items are not suitable for transactions on the first. Jingzhe's unwavering calmness puzzled Feng Qingya, leaving her uncertain of his true disposition. However, her mention of the second floor subtly implied that the item he sought was not inexpensive. With that, she glanced at Jingzhe without pressuring him, awaiting his response. Internally, he mused about her cleverness. Yet, he found himself compelled to follow her lead. Had the awakening ceremony been postponed a few more days, he might have departed the treasure pavilion outright, asserting his stance to Feng Qingya. Alas, time was not on his side. Sensing his inner conflict, Feng Qingya added, even in the absence of that esteemed individual, this token in your possession will grant you unimpeded access to the second floor. Therefore, the master need harbor no concerns. With these words, Jingzhe hesitated no longer. After a brief nod, he withdrew from the window. The first floor of the treasure pavilion primarily dealt in the most rudimentary of goods, and to the uninformed observer, it might seem as though he intended to purchase the entire establishment. After lingering for so long, could it be that he fancied himself in pursuit of one of the female disciples of the pavilion? Some individuals seek to draw attention to themselves, oblivious to the appropriateness of time and place. Upon Jingzhe's exit, the protective barrier dissipated, and those behind him began to voice their grievances with increasing volume. It was evident that his previous delay had been considerable, inciting discontent among the crowd. However, thanks to his dark robe, although they murmured their complaints, none dared to take any action against him. After all, who could ascertain the identity of a cloaked figure passing by? At that moment, Jingzhe chose to ignore the cacophony of insults. He silently made his way toward the staircase at the far end of the first floor leading to the second. His mere presence quelled the murmurs into silence. Could he truly ascend to the second floor? Surely not. Otherwise, he would not have lingered at the first floor window for so long. If he were truly of such esteemed status, there would be no need for him to toy with them in such a manner. Those who had been vocal in their disdain continued to whisper among themselves, fervently hoping that Jingzhe was merely seeking to attract attention. Otherwise, a person permitted access to the second floor would certainly be beyond their capacity to offend. Ignoring the thoughts of those around him, Jingzhe reached the base of the staircase. Sensing the presence of an energy barrier, he discreetly pressed his token against it, and, as expected, the barrier vanished instantaneously. Though a twinge of apprehension flickered within him, he did not falter and stepped boldly onto the second floor. He truly ascended. Quickly, complete the transaction and depart. Perhaps this esteemed individual had simply been in good spirits earlier and had chosen to disregard them. Who could say if he would extend the same courtesy upon his return? Panic spread through the crowd, with some individuals hastily vacating the treasure pavilion. The fear stemming from the disparities in strength and status within the cultivation world was palpable. After all, the consequences of a careless word often resulted in a complete reset of one's standing. As Jingzhe ascended to the second floor, Feng Qingya awaited him at the staircase. Master, come, let me show you something, she said, turning to lead the way. Their destination appeared to remain the same, a private room. However, behind her, Jingzhe silently recited the Calm Heart Sutra. Although it seemed that Feng Qingya was guiding him, in truth, she was inciting a different kind of fire. The form-fitting purple gown she wore accentuated her exquisite figure, and with each graceful step, the mesmerizing curve swayed captivatingly. Regardless of whether in the realm of cultivation or the earth of his past life, which young man could remain unaffected by such tantalizing undulations? Calm as water. The heart is like clear water, gentle breezes stir not, and the waves remain undisturbed. Alone in the tranquil bamboo grove, I long for the sound of my lute. As he recited the Calm Heart Sutra, Jingzhe felt the restless flames within him subside considerably. He marveled at the efficacy of the Calm Heart Sutra even in the realm of cultivation. While reflecting on the knowledge he once debated with others, he realized it might indeed become a vital part of his essence, yet he remained vigilant. Feng Qingya was inherently an enchanting temptress, and her every move seemed deliberate. Faced with such allure, had he not lived two lives, possessed a steadfast mind, and maintain self-awareness, any young man in his 20s would likely succumb without hesitation. Meanwhile, Feng Qingye walked ahead, a faint smile gracing her lips, secretly thinking, a mere novice in foundation building stands before me. I wonder how long you can endure. The fact that the esteemed individual departed without taking such a prodigy in alchemy with him was perhaps a divine gift bestowed upon her. Feng Qingye, lost in thought. Feng Qingye led Su Jingzhe into the very private room they had frequented before. Once more, she casually leaned against the chair upholstered in fox fur, her alluring form unmistakably on display. Su Jingzhe glanced inside the room, but found no trace of the brick-shaped magical artifact Feng Qingye had mentioned. He promptly inquired, Miss Feng, where is the item you spoke of? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingye elegantly covered her mouth and inquired with a playful smile, Master, do you think I am beautiful? The question caught Su Jingzhe off guard. As she posed this query, her eyes playfully blinked at him, her allure intensifying. Calm as water, the heart is like clear water. Witnessing this display, Su Jingzhe once again recited the Calm Heart Sutra. He understood well that regardless of past glory or wealth, once a man became a servant beneath a woman's skirts, his fate was sealed. He was acutely aware of his alchemical talents and their significance to the people of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Thus, he comprehended Feng Qingye's actions and knew he must not succumb here. Regret surged within him for not having brought Shuangjing along. Had she been present, Feng Qingye would not dare to be so overtly provocative. While silently reciting the heart-cleansing mantra, he calmly responded, Miss Feng is indeed exceedingly beautiful. However, we cultivators should prioritize the great Tao as our ultimate goal, with appearance merely serving as an embellishment. Miss Feng ought to focus on her cultivation and not lose sight of what truly matters. As he spoke, Su Jingzhe remained remarkably composed, unaffected by Feng Qingye's presence, and even infused his words with a hint of admonition. Had Feng Qingye not already concluded that Su was merely a novice in the realm of cultivation, she might have felt compelled to reconsider her stance upon hearing his words. Nevertheless, her intrigue towards Su Jingzhe only deepened. His surprising nature captivated her, and it was this very challenge that would yield her greater satisfaction upon conquest. She smiled and remarked, Your heart is lacking, Qingye. Your resolve towards the great Tao is weak, which must surely amuse the master. Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe nodded silently. Yet, before he could utter another word, a sudden jolt coursed through him, for before his eyes appeared a line of golden text. Empathy level with Feng Qingye reached. No animosity. Reward points, 10. Level bonus, 1x. Cultivation bonus, 2x. Remaining usable points, 215. He could scarcely believe that after just a few encounters, an empathetic connection had been activated. Moreover, Feng Qingye's cultivation level bonus had surged to double. This indicated that her cultivation had at least reached the foundation establishment stage. She was hardly a mere ornamental figure. Su Jingzhe was taken aback, but recalling the brief interaction that had sparked empathy with Shuangjiang, he felt a sense of acceptance. After all, his alchemy skills had indeed left Feng Qingye in awe and astonishment. Though unexpected, this was a delightful surprise. With the emergence of an empathetic bond with Feng Qingye, wherein they now shared no hostility, his concerns about safety within the treasure pavilion dissipated. Additionally, it provided him with a new source of points. Su Jingzhe mused that even if Feng Qingye were to demand exorbitantly, he would not haggle. At that moment, he appeared undisturbed. As he fell into silence, Feng Qingye assumed he harbored some discontent towards her and chose not to dwell further on that topic, merely skimming the surface. Her face retained an innate allure, yet she refrained from any overt seduction. Then, her azure storage ring shimmered once more, and a rather exquisite box materialized atop the table in their private chamber. Beneath her wide-brimmed hat and veil, Su Jingzhe's expression tightened, and he inwardly grumbled. How could she carry this around and still deceive me into coming to the second floor? His gaze, however, quickly shifted to the box, for if all went as anticipated, the object of his desire lay within. Feng Qingye, without further ado, extended her delicate hand and opened the box. Inside was a long strip of an unknown material, resembling neither brick nor stone. Its size was akin to that of a standard brick, yet it was riddled with cracks, and a faintly discernible layer of incomplete runes danced upon its surface. Additionally, its uneven texture suggested a lack of refinement. There were several sharp protrusions at the front, exuding a formidable aura. Su Jingzhe's eyes suddenly brightened. If this truly was a magical artifact, then, by the heavens, it could only be his long-sought treasure. Master, do take a look at this artifact. Are you satisfied? This must be a fragment. The exact complete form remains a mystery even to my treasure pavilion. For now, Let us consider it merely a brick. Last night, as soon as it arrived, I deliberately concealed it. Without waiting for a response, Feng Qingya continued. If master finds it agreeable, you may try your hand at it. Indeed, I shall. Su Jingzhe nodded, and then rose to grasp the object. Though it appeared small, it was surprisingly weighty. For Su Jingzhe's current level of physical refinement, it felt just right, not strenuous yet not effortless. However, the sensation was exquisite. The feeling from that night seemed to return. Fortunately, Su Jingzhe wore a hat and veil at this moment. Otherwise, the surprise on his face would surely have been discerned by Feng Qingya. Acquiring this treasured brick would not be an easy feat. He merely held it for a moment before placing it back in its box, maintaining his calm demeanor. It is rather decent. May I inquire about Miss Feng's asking price? A charming smile lingered on Feng Qingya's face, yet her heart was once again filled with doubt. Although she could not see Su Jingzhe's expression, his tone revealed much. Could it be that he found it lacking? That seemed implausible. She continued to smile, though this brick is merely a fragment. Our esteemed experts at the Treasure Pavilion have determined that it originates from a remarkably powerful artifact. The runes upon it, though damaged, are of ancient and high caliber. Its material is incredibly resilient. A master craftsman we once collaborated with attempted to melt it down for reconstruction. Yet, after subjecting it to a special flame for 49 days, not even a trace of it melted away. Upon hearing Feng Qingya's words, Su Jingzhe's heart jolted again, yet he remained composed. He recognized that this was akin to the sales tactics employed across various industries before his journey through time, exaggerating the worth of an item to secure an ideal price. However, Su Jingzhe was lucid. If it was indeed so remarkable, why had it ended up in a place like Linjiang City, a gathering ground for lower-tier cultivators? It primarily signified its uselessness. Unable to be forged anew and merely a fragment, its unappealing shape rendered it undesirable. Aside from those like Su Jingzhe, who harbored a peculiar fondness for weaponry, ordinary cultivators would not regard it as a weapon. Many cultivators' artifacts are intertwined with their very lives. Even opting for an initially lower-grade item poses no issue. As one's cultivation progresses, they continuously refine their artifacts, gradually enhancing their might. Thus, this object in the Treasure Pavilion might well be considered a piece of worthless debris, neglected by both uncle and grandmother. After Feng Qingya concluded her introduction, Su Jingzhe remained remarkably composed as he inquired, "So, Miss Feng, what price in spirit stones do you deem appropriate for this brick?" Feng Qingya's expression momentarily faltered. She had not anticipated that despite her extensive explanation, Su Jingzhe would maintain such tranquility. A sense of frustration unexpectedly welled up within her. Yet her curiosity about him only intensified. At this juncture, the sudden addition of 2 points took Su Jingzhe somewhat by surprise. These points seemed rather inexplicable to him. But akin to the previous frost descent, he found himself appreciating such unexpected delights. Feng Qingya, no longer inclined to test the waters, stated plainly, "This brick is indeed a rare treasure, albeit it does possess certain imperfections. Moreover, our esteemed master has only recently registered as an alchemist with the Treasure Pavilion. Thus we shall consider it as half sale. Half gift. For 100 medium-grade spirit stones, this brick shall belong to you." In Feng Qingya's perspective, 100 medium-grade spirit stones could indeed be regarded as a generous offer. However, it left Su Jingzhe feeling immensely disheartened. Valued at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, it starkly contrasted with his expectations, especially since he possessed a mere 300 low-grade spirit stones. "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" he asked after a brief silence. Feng Qingya, her smile unwavering, replied, "Surely the master understands that in the world of cultivation, a piece of high-grade material could easily fetch a price beyond this. It is merely my desire to befriend you that prompts this generous offer." Feng Qingya was well aware that Su Jingzhe could not possibly afford such a sum. After all, just days prior, he had to exchange his status as a registered alchemist for a significantly cheaper body refinement potion. She recognized that while he was a prodigy in alchemy, he was still at the nascent stage of his journey and, quite frankly, financially constrained. Seizing the opportunity before he could amass wealth through alchemy, she felt confident in her ability to maneuver him. However, upon hearing Feng Qingya's words, Su Jingzhe nodded without hesitation, rising to depart the private room. "Farewell." Seeing this, Feng Qingya's smile froze, taken aback by Su Jingzhe's resolute decision. Had she overestimated the significance of this brick in his eyes? She quickly called out, "Master, please wait." Beneath his veil, a subtle smile graced Su Jingzhe's lips. He had been anticipating those very words. Though the environment of the cultivation world was undeniably harsher and more perilous than the earth he had known, he believed human nature remained consistent when it came to commerce. The same strategies applied. The more disinterested one appeared, the more concessions a seller would make. He was confident that even Feng Qingya could not escape this pattern. After all, throughout the exchange, he had not exhibited excessive eagerness for the brick. In truth, Jingzhe yearned for this brick and understood that while Feng Qingya might relent on the spirit stones, the price would still be beyond his reach. He merely wished to ascertain whether, under different circumstances, he might have any opportunity left. Unfazed by the potential mockery of the Wind Maiden, he acknowledged that even a mere 100 medium-grade spirit stones, let alone 10, were beyond his current means. Thus, this artifact ultimately seemed fated to remain unattainable for him. Turning back, he offered a wry smile to Feng Qingya before stepping towards the exit of the private room. Devoid of deceit and brimming with sincerity, Feng Qingya's voice resonated once more. I am somewhat aware of your situation, master. Hence this price is not a genuine expectation for you to produce 100 medium-grade spirit stones. In trade, is it not customary to haggle? I have made an offer, and you are welcome to counter. Perhaps your counteroffer might persuade me to sell. As she spoke, her gaze towards Jingzhe retained an air of anticipation. Please feel free to negotiate boldly, she encouraged, her words imbued with encouragement. Beneath her veil, a smile graced Jingzhe's face. Miss Feng, do you truly mean that? Indeed. Feng Qingya affirmed with unwavering certainty. Jingzhe's smile broadened. 100 low-grade spirit stones. This was not a whimsical counter from him. It was his established budget for the artifact. Moreover, he discerned Feng Qingya's intent, which did not hinge solely on his modest spirit stone reserve. Yet, the smile on Feng Qingya's face abruptly faltered, though it quickly regained composure, morphing into a professional faade. However, her subsequent words left Jingzhe momentarily speechless. Sold. Sold. The simplicity of her declaration momentarily rendered him at a loss, unable to comprehend the nature of her approach. Did I not just state that as long as you dared to negotiate, I would dare to sell? How about that for camaraderie? Feng Qingya once again unveiled her charming smile. Nevertheless, Jingzhe's expression reverted to tranquility. The offer had plummeted from 100 medium-grade spirit stones to a mere 100 low-grade spirit stones. Should Feng Qingya possess no ulterior motives, Jingzhe would find it hard to believe. He stated plainly, Miss Feng, perhaps you could elucidate any accompanying conditions so that I might have some clarity. Otherwise, if I were to purchase this item for 100 low-grade spirit stones, I would feel a twinge of unease. His tone remained calm as he spoke. Although Jingzhe was indeed a novice in the realm of cultivation, this state was merely temporary. However, when it came to the nuances of human nature and various other matters, Feng Qingya would find it challenging to manipulate him at will. In fact, as his words lingered in the air, Feng Qingya's confidence in her prior judgment began to wane. Was this truly the composure one would expect from a novice in cultivation? At that moment, Feng Qingya felt as though she had been led by the nose from the very beginning. Every step she took seemed to fall in line with his rhythm, a sensation that left her, who had always relished and excelled in control, feeling rather disconcerted. He laughed immediately, remarking that dealing with a clever person like the master is indeed both effortless and reassuring. Although Qingya does possess a certain degree of influence within the gathering treasure pavilion, 100 mid-grade spirit stones is still a substantial sum. Thus, Qingya has a modest additional condition for the master. If the master can acquiesce, then for merely 100 low-grade spirit stones, this treasure brick shall rightfully belong to him. Remarkably, the designation of this brick has shifted to treasure. Jingzhe remained unfazed by this and continued, Why not share your thoughts, Miss Feng? Having already established a rapport with Feng Qingya, it is likely that he would frequently visit here after Xuanzhang's departure. Therefore, as long as Feng Qingya's request is reasonable, he would most likely comply. At this juncture, Feng Qingya did not prolong the conversation. She stated directly, to be frank, Qingya has great confidence in the master's alchemical talents. Thus, I hope that when the master ascends to the rank of a 5th-grade alchemist, he could craft a pill for me. As she spoke, her previously charming smile faded, replaced by an earnest seriousness. Before Jingzhe could respond, she added, If you agree to this matter, I will require you to make a vow of sincerity. Beneath her veil, Jingzhe raised an eyebrow. Ascending to the rank of a 5th-grade alchemist, his current would attribute spirit root is already at the profound level, which should suffice for a breakthrough to a 3rd-grade alchemist. However, advancing further might require a stronger root. Yet, with the existence of his unique advantage, he would undoubtedly elevate his root level in the future. Thus, as long as he can survive, becoming a fifth-grade alchemist will not be his ultimate goal. Moreover, at that time, Feng Qingya merely desires a single pill from him. This task would likely not pose a challenge for him then. Agreeing now would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. In a remarkably brief span, Jingzhe had pondered the pros and cons. There was no hesitation left in him. He nodded at Feng Qingya and stated, "If Miss Feng's request is merely this, then we may proceed with the transaction." Upon hearing this, the light in Feng Qingya's eyes intensified. Empathy level 2. Remaining usable points, 219. Simultaneously, golden characters reappeared before Jingzhe's eyes. He suddenly realized that as long as he could enhance his alchemical skills and accumulate enough spirit stones, the points he could acquire from Feng Qingya might surpass those obtainable from Xuanjiang. After all, while Feng Qingya is a formidable cultivator, she is essentially a merchant at heart. Her emotional engagement seems far simpler to navigate than Xuanjiang's. With her, it appears that focusing on the essence of profit would suffice. There is still one matter the master has yet to attend to, Feng Qingya reminded him once more. Jingzhe paused momentarily, then smiled. He raised one hand to the heavens and the other to the earth, adhering to the highest standards of the cultivation realm. His expression suddenly turned solemn as he declared, "I vow upon the great Tao, should I ascend to the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist in the future, I shall craft a pill for Feng Qingya of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. If I fail to uphold this promise, may heaven and earth conspire against me." Most cultivators value their oaths, primarily because vows made upon the great Tao are etched into the fabric of fate itself. Should the conditions be met and the promise remain unfulfilled, one would indeed suffer the backlash of the Tao. Hence, cultivators are cautious in making promises. Yet most strive to fulfill those they do make. With his vow established, Jingzhe felt a surge of satisfaction as he received an additional 2 points from Feng Qingya. It would be even more delightful if he could achieve a combo. At that moment, however, Feng Qingya approached him, dragging a delicate box from the table. "It is yours," she said. "Oh, but wait. Master still needs to settle my payment of 100 low-grade spirit stones." Though the sum was modest, the price had been agreed upon, and Qingya could not refuse. As she spoke, she cast a casual flirtatious glance at Jingzhe. "It is only fair." Instinctively, Jingzhe averted his gaze from Feng Qingya's eyes and swiftly produced 100 low-grade spirit stones, suppressing his excitement as he accepted the box from her hands. However, during the exchange, Feng Qingya subtly brushed against him, igniting a rush of emotions. "Calm as water, my heart is serene, with no ripples to disturb the peace." He silently recited the heart-cleansing technique. With the transaction complete, he took his leave. After stowing the box in his storage pouch, he left the private room without hesitation. Wary of Feng Qingya's full allure when not engaged in business, he was aware that she possessed enchanting skills, and prolonged exposure might overwhelm his composure. As Jingzhe hurried down the stairs, those who had previously mocked him had already departed the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, leaving behind a new group of patrons who sighed in admiration. "When will we be able to trade on the second floor?" Alas, the foundation building phase is indeed arduous. Every time he descended from the second floor, Jingzhe would hear similar lamentations, but he paid them no mind, striding out of the pavilion. In truth, foundation building was not inherently difficult, yet, achieving it in this gathering place for low-tier cultivators felt like scaling the heavens. Before returning to Peach Blossom Alley, Jingzhe changed back into his usual attire. Greeting passers-by with a warm smile, he remained the ever-benevolent Mr. Su. As he passed by the entrance of Luo Weibai, that fellow was once again seated on the stone steps at the door. He greeted every passerby with a cheerful smile, exuding a demeanor that resembled Jingzhe's innocent friendliness. "Mr. Su, off to the streets again? With such frequency, could it be that you're heading to Huaiwa Building? I've heard that the female cultivators there are quite formidable. Shall we consider going together someday?" Since moving to this place from Luo Weibai, Jingzhe had been encountered almost every time he ventured out. Either he was on his way to the streets or already there. At this moment, Luo Weibai felt somewhat familiar with Jingzhe, and thus, making such a lighthearted jest seemed harmless. Upon hearing this, Jingzhe couldn't help but recall his youthful exuberance shortly after his arrival in this realm. The female cultivators at Huawei Building were indeed impressive. He smiled and replied, "If Taoist Luo is free, then it wouldn't be amiss to share a couple of drinks at Huawei Building on a future occasion." After all, he was now a first-grade alchemist with an almost 100% success rate in pill refinement. If he truly wished, he could still indulge in the pleasures offered at Huawei Building. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Luo Weibai's eyes, yet he maintained his smile and said, "That sounds splendid. Cultivating immortality is fraught with hardship. It is indeed necessary to unwind from time to time. Next time, Daoist Su must not go alone. Be sure to invite me along. Next time, definitely. Su Jingzhe replied with a smile and a slight bow, offering no further explanation as he pushed the door and returned to his classroom. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Weibai's eyes narrowed slightly. He appeared genuinely harmless. Yet rumors in the community suggested that the couple comprised one in the early stages of qi refining and the other with a completely shattered dantian. It was even said that Daoist Su's dantian had encountered issues, making any advancement in this life exceedingly unlikely. Was the fragrant essence of the pills truly crafted by their hands? Or was it possible that this Enlightenment Academy was not merely their residence? As Luo Weibai pondered, his curiosity about Su Jingzhe intensified, as if fueled by a growing flame. If one could achieve unexpected gains while attending to serious matters, that would indeed be quite delightful. Unbeknownst to Su Jingzhe, Luo Weibai was already observing him. Upon returning to the academy, he heard a clear voice resonating from the classroom, unmistakably belonging to Ningyao. Perhaps the girl was also diverting her worries about her mother through this means. After all, she was just a child, and with the awakening day approaching tomorrow, it was natural for her to feel anxious and wish to review her studies. Much like the pressure of final exams in his previous life, even as an underachiever, he found himself unable to resist glancing through textbooks in the final days, hoping for a miraculous blessing. No matter the realm, this might be a shared human trait. Gazing at Ningyao through the classroom window, he then made his way directly to the quiet room. Seeing Shuangjiang still seated quietly on the stone bed brought a sigh of relief from Su Jingzhe. He had harbored a fear that upon his return, Shuangjiang might have vanished. Have you achieved what you desired? Upon witnessing the uncontainable joy radiating from Su Jingzhe, Shuangjiang raised an eyebrow and inquired. Without a word, Su Jingzhe retrieved a box from his storage bag and proceeded to open it. Shuangjiang, please assist me in determining whether this brick is of exceptional quality. As he gazed upon the unassuming yet remarkable brick nestled within the box, Su Jingzhe felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. A glimmer of curiosity appeared in Shuangjiang's eyes as she approached, reaching out to grasp the brick in her hands. After a casual examination, she noted that although the brick was not large, its appearance left much to be desired, feeling somewhat incongruous in her grasp. However, her brow furrowed slightly, as if an invisible force were infiltrating it, yet the brick remained unresponsive. After several more attempts, she pursed her lips, remarking, "The material is commendable, but it is indeed a rather shabby piece. I suspect you must have expended a considerable sum to acquire such a trinket." A hint of mockery graced her expression as she posed the question. Su Jingzhe scratched his head, responding, "It didn't actually cost me much." He then divulged the conditions presented by Feng Qingya, as currently, aside from sister Zhang Xiao, Shuangjiang shared the highest level of empathy with him, having developed a degree of fondness that warranted his trust. At least in matters such as these, there was little to conceal. Well, that does seem rather reasonable. However, it appears that only you could regard such an unattractive and dilapidated item as a treasure. Empathy level 8, remaining points, 229, in response to Shuangjiang's playful jibe. Su Jingzhe merely smiled in silence. If each of her playful remarks could earn him points, he would wish for her to continue, overwhelming him with her banter. In the realm of cultivation, some select their artifacts to flaunt their prowess, while others choose them to align with their teachings. Yet for Su Jingzhe, it was simply a matter of suitability. The specific artifact mattered little. What was paramount was the sensation it evoked in his hands. Ugly as it may be, functionality was key. Still brimming with excitement, Su Jingzhe placed the brick into his storage bag, pondering what name to bestow upon it, though he had yet to decide. He then retrieved a pill furnace from the corner, preparing to utilize the remaining 20 portions of Qiling medicinal herbs. During this period, he had meticulously structured his days. Since returning from the treasure pavilion, it had barely been past 10 in the morning. After concocting the Qingling pills, he would still have ample time to practice the Python scale technique and subsequently apply some body tempering fluid. His planning was commendable. However, at that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Su Jingzhe raised an eyebrow. Given the timing, Zhang Xiao had likely already arrived at Qingfeng Mountain. Who else could be knocking at his door? Could it be Luo Weibai? With a hint of curiosity, he opened the door, only to find an unfamiliar man standing on the stone steps, prompting a slight sense of wariness within Su Jingzhe. During this period, unfamiliarity may indeed signify danger. Upon encountering Su Jingzhe, the other party revealed a smile and inquired, "May I ask if you are Mr. Su?" Su Jingzhe silently nodded. The individual continued, "I have had the pleasure of meeting you, Mr. Su. I am Lu Bingyin, a teacher at the Chui Lu Academy in Chui Lu Lane. I come with no ill intent, merely to deliver an invitation on behalf of our academy's dean, Chen Cheng. As he spoke, Lu Bingyan produced a golden invitation from within his robe. Sensing Su Jingzhe's curiosity, he added with a smile, "Today marks the day of release for Dean Chen's nephew, Chen Jingzhe. The dean has extended a warm invitation to the neighbors of Liangjiang City to celebrate. The banquet will commence at the hour of you this evening, and we sincerely hope you can grace us with your presence." Without allowing Su Jingzhe a moment to inquire further, Lu Bingyan turned and departed. Watching Lu Bingyan's figure swiftly vanish from his sight, Su Jingzhe furrowed his brow. He gazed at the golden invitation in his hand, lost in contemplation. Tomorrow marks the day of the Hualong sect's awakening ceremony. Today, however, Chen Jingzhe has emerged from seclusion and is hosting such a conspicuous banquet. Chen Cheng, much like Sister Zhang, is working for the Hualong sect, yet he hasn't been summoned to Qingfeng Mountain, has he? It seems this is indeed related to Chen Jingzhe. Su Jingzhe mused, his frown deepening. It appears that those ascending the mountain, including Sister Zhang and her companions, might indeed face peril. After a moment's thought, he closed the door and returned to his quiet chamber. "What is this? Are you afraid?" he heard Frostfall's voice, who had naturally overheard Lu Bingyan's words with her cultivation level. Uncertain how many from Taowa Lane had been invited by Chen Cheng, Su Jingzhe felt that the opinions of others were inconsequential. "I can't shake the feeling that this is a banquet of treachery for me," he remarked to Frostfall with a bitter smile. Frostfall, with a hint of disdain on her face, replied, "In the end, you are indeed afraid." Su Jingzhe shook his head. "Afraid? Not in the least. After all, with Miss Frostfall here, what is there for me to fear?" At this, Frostfall was momentarily taken aback. This fellow certainly did not regard her as an outsider. Yet, upon reflection, Su Jingzhe's words seemed to ring true. Frostfall refrained from retorting and smiled once more. "So, will you attend the evening banquet?" Su Jingzhe fell into deep thought, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly nodded. "In truth, I would much prefer to spend the night refining elixirs in my quiet chamber than to attend that frivolous banquet. Yet, I must ultimately confront this situation tomorrow. Today, I shall venture to ascertain the truth, so that I may be better prepared for what lies ahead." He was acutely aware that some matters could not be avoided, and it seemed prudent to engage openly while Frostfall was present. There is a considerable difference between entering a situation passively and doing so proactively. Should he choose not to attend, he would not only miss valuable information, but might also be looked down upon by Chen Cheng. In truth, Su Jingzhe had long ceased to concern himself with matters pertaining to the academy. After all, a year of schooling could scarcely compare to the ease with which he could refine elixirs in a mere hour. However, as previously stated, the voluntary closure of this academy by him differs greatly from its malicious destruction by others. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that since Chen Cheng has already dispatched assassins to the Enlightenment Academy with the intent on his life, reconciliation between them is unequivocally impossible. Once one's name appears on Su's list, total eradication becomes imperative. Su Jingzhe has never been one to instigate trouble. Yet when such matters come knocking, he does not shy away. Especially with the presence of Shuangjiang and the Golden Finger, his resolve strengthens further. Shuangjiang silently nodded, expressing her agreement with his perspective. The invitation had already been delivered to their doorstep. If Su Jingzhe were to retreat like a turtle within the confines of the Enlightenment Academy, avoiding confrontation, Shuangjiang would certainly regard him with diminished esteem. As this thought crossed Shuangjiang's mind, golden characters materialized before Su Jingzhe. Subsequently, Shuangjiang remarked, "Now that a decision has been made, let us refrain from alchemy for today. The Python scale technique might require 15 iterations. Additionally, utilizing some body-tempering fluid may enhance your strength before departure." Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe expressed mild surprise. His initial intention was to refine more elixirs at this moment, as bringing Shuangjiang along would alleviate any safety concerns. However, Shuangjiang seemed to have perceived his thoughts and added, "Regardless of what transpires at tonight's banquet, I may not intervene until your life is in peril." Had it been before, Shuangjiang would have devised various means to persuade Su Jingzhe to assist her in eliminating Chen Cheng or Chen Jingzhe. Such an action would have settled the debts incurred from their current lodging or the causal relationship formed with Su Jingzhe. Yet, having witnessed Su Jingzhe's terrifying alchemical and physical cultivation talents, Shuangjiang's mindset began to shift. She harbored the intention to usher him onto a grander stage and introduce him to an old acquaintance. Thus, she subconsciously sought to nurture Su Jingzhe, ensuring that she would refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, She might not even be aware that this evolving sentiment stemmed not solely from Su Jingzhe's displayed potential but also from the budding empathetic connection they shared, which had reached a level of slight fondness. These thoughts were subtly formed within her mind. Su Jingzhe paused momentarily, then managed a wry smile and nodded. With Xuangjiang's assertion, what more could he say? Very well. He repositioned the alchemical furnace and swiftly entered a focused state, commencing the practice of the Python scale technique, whether in physical cultivation or alchemy. Once engaged, Su Jingzhe was meticulous and unwavering, a trait that Xuangjing greatly admired. However, despite Su Jingzhe having advanced to the 4th layer of the physical embryo stage, achieving 15 iterations of the Python scale technique in one go remained beyond his capabilities. By the 10th iteration, his body began to tremble and his complexion turned ashen. During the practice, he discovered that the movements of the Python scale technique seemed to reveal an abundance of untapped potential with each repetition. Finally, upon reaching the 12th iteration, he felt a darkness envelop him, and he collapsed. At that moment, Xuangjiang's brow furrowed slightly. Su Jingzhe had entered the state too swiftly, and even the diluted body-enhancing bath water had yet to be prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Xuangjiang let out a resigned sigh. She had never prepared bath water for anyone before. How fortunate for you. Muttering her dissatisfaction, Xuangjiang left the quiet room. Before long, she returned with a tub of warm water, effortlessly tossing Su Jingzhe into it as one would a small chick. Subsequently, she poured a third of the previously used body-enhancing liquid into the tub. As before, under the strain, Su Jingzhe's body absorbed the energy of the liquid with remarkable ease. The absorption was flawless. In less than half an hour, the water in the tub became clear once more. Xuangjiang looked at Su Jingzhe with a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. She knew that during the initial stage of body refinement, these body-enhancing liquids had a profound effect on him. Moreover, he was a being who had unlocked the secrets of the human body. To break through to the 5th layer of the physical realm in a short time was not out of the question. Despite having reached the 4th or 5th layer of physical refinement, his muscles did not swell or bulge. Instead, he remained as he was at the beginning. Was this the mark of a true practitioner who had unlocked hidden potential? I find myself increasingly curious about your future. In the current cultivation world, most physical cultivators are easily identifiable by their appearance. Yet, who would suspect that someone like Su Jingzhe, when not exhibiting his strength, was a physical cultivator? This characteristic, in Xuangjiang's view, might indicate a natural talent for playing the fool while hiding one's true strength. Reflecting on this, she realized that the black brick indeed resonated with him in some way. At that moment, Su Jingzhe began to awaken slowly, instinctively stretching in the tub. As his joints cracked and popped, a surge of even greater vitality seemed to churn through his meridians. At first, Su Jingzhe was taken aback. But then elation surged within him. He could distinctly sense that his physical strength had nearly doubled. I have reached the 5th layer. For physical cultivators, especially those like Su Jingzhe who had unlocked the secrets of the human body, their cultivation level was not readily apparent from their appearance. Even Xuangjiang could only probe his body with spiritual energy to ascertain it. Upon hearing Su Jingzhe's joyful exclamations, a smile curved Xuangjiang's lips. Indeed, everything unfolded as she had anticipated. She was increasingly satisfied with Su Jingzhe's pace of body refinement and his innate talent. Empathy 8, remaining points. 245, the golden letters flashed before Su Jingzhe's eyes, further igniting his excitement. His body refinement level had reached the 5th layer of the physical realm, corresponding to a 5th layer of qi refinement. He is indeed a legitimate cultivator who unlocks the hidden treasures of the human body, so in terms of combat prowess, he is unlikely to be inferior to most mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. Su Jingzhe speculated that with his current strength, he could confront Lin Ping from that fateful night head-on. And even without a sneak attack, he might still emerge victorious. Furthermore, his greatest trump card remains the 245 points of empathy he has left. With these points, he could activate the hidden treasures of the Yongquan acupoint at any moment. Once he excavates the Yongquan acupoint, his physical strength would surge dramatically. Advancing 2 more levels in body refinement should pose no problem. It is worth noting that all these transformations occurred within a mere fortnight. Contemplating this, his gaze towards Xuangjiang grew increasingly fervent. Truly, she is a benefactor. Consequently, Su Jingzhe had already resolved to amass as many points as possible during the limited time Xuangjiang would be by his side. After all, gaining 8 points in one go was exceedingly gratifying. Upon noticing the intense gaze of Su Jingzhe, Xuangjiang furrowed her brow slightly, her expression somewhat unnatural. Having already achieved a breakthrough, why did she not emerge? Her countenance remained frosty, yet unbeknownst to her, her points had long since betrayed her. Su Jingzhe smiled and nodded. Stepping out of the bath, he cast his eyes towards the window once more. It was getting late. It was time to tidy up and set off. One cannot arrive too early for the banquet, yet arriving too late would also be inappropriate. After a brief interval, Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang, accompanied by Ningyo, locked the door of the academy and headed towards Chuilu Alley. With Shuangjiang by their side, bringing Ningyo along posed no safety concerns. Chen Chong had established himself as a notable figure in Linjiang City, especially since this occasion was to celebrate his nephew, Chen Jingzhe. Numerous cultivators had been invited, and thus the banquet could not be of inferior quality. Having Ningyo along would simply secure another spot for them, which was quite advantageous. However, at this moment, Ningyo appeared both obedient and somewhat anxious, quietly holding Shuangjiang's hand. This scene surprised Su Jingzhe. The two women seemed quite intimate, indicating that they had gotten along well during his earlier visit to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Perhaps Shuangjiang held a particular fondness for this girl. The trio presented an image of familial harmony. Su, my friend. Just as Su Jingzhe and the two ladies were about to exit Peach Blossom Alley, a somewhat surprised voice called from behind them. Turning back, Su Jingzhe found his neighbor, Luo Yuebai, approaching. Luo Yuebai held a square box in his hand and had donned a brand new moon-white robe, which accentuated his handsome demeanor. It seems you are not heading to Huawei Tower for frivolous entertainment, but rather to Chuilu Alley. Am I right? At these words, Su Jingzhe's lips twitched. Exasperated by this indiscreet remark, it sounded as though he frequented such places. In the 2.5 years since traversing the realm of cultivation, he had only visited once. If Shuangjiang were to misinterpret this, it would severely affect their empathetic bond, a tremendous loss indeed. Stealing a glance at Shuangjiang, he found her wearing an enigmatic smile, offering no indication of her thoughts. Su Jingzhe felt a slight sense of relief and turned his attention back to Luo Yuebai. Veering away from the previous topic, he inquired directly, "Are you also attending?" Luo Yuebai shook the box in his hand, replying, "I was fortunate enough to receive an invitation to the gathering in Chuilu Alley, having recently relocated from the outskirts. This is an excellent opportunity for me to meet new acquaintances." He had his own motives as well. Then, with anticipation, he looked at Su Jingzhe and asked, "Shall we go together?" Su Jingzhe nodded. "If I have some familiar faces to join us, that would be splendid." He understood that Shuangjiang held this individual in high regard, and he wished to take this opportunity to observe. Before long, the four departed from Taohua Alley, traversed the main street, and entered Chuilu Alley. As they neared the venue, Chuilu Academy, Luo Yuebai noticed Su Jingzhe's hands were empty, seemingly without any intention of bringing a gift. He reminded, "It is said this banquet is hosted by the Qin family to celebrate the return of their prodigy, Qin Jingzhe. Rumor has it, he is likely to be promoted to an inner disciple of Huayong's sect during the Qi-Ling ceremony tomorrow. If you attend empty-handed, it may not be appropriate." Despite the aloofness of the cultivation world, certain individuals still demanded a semblance of respect. In formal invitations such as this, it is customary to bring a gift. After all, in any realm, one cannot entirely escape the intricacies of social obligations. However, upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe chuckled. "They invited us. We did not impose ourselves upon them. Why should we offer gifts when we are being treated on merit?" At this declaration, Luo Yuebai's expression froze momentarily. A moment later, his gaze brightened as he regarded Su Jingzhe. "What a splendid perspective on such gatherings. You are indeed a person of principle, and I have resolved to count you as a friend." As he spoke, he tucked the box away, clearly having grasped the underlying sentiment. Unbeknownst to Luo Yuebai, he was unaware of the grievances between Su Jingzhe and Chen Chong. However, from Su Jingzhe's remarks, he discerned a hint of discord with Chen Chong, which piqued his interest in Su Jingzhe even more. Naturally, he sought to align himself with him. Meanwhile, Shuangjiang and Ningye were taken aback by Su Jingzhe's words, casting him peculiar glances as if they were just meeting him for the first time. Su Jingzhe paid no heed to the women's expressions and was momentarily startled by Luo Yuebai's actions. He smiled in acknowledgement, but said nothing further. Soon, the four arrived at the entrance of Chuilu Academy. The academy sprawled across several times the area of Su Jingzhe's establishment, with its grand entrance supported by two towering white jade pillars. Above them hung a massive plaque inscribed with the four characters Chuilu Academy, exuding an air of magnificence. At this juncture, Chen Chong stood at the entrance, greeting the cultivators from various alleys with a broad smile. Beside him were two teachers from Chuilu Academy, who had set up a table specifically for receiving gifts. As he surveyed the mountain of offerings, Chen Chong's smile grew even more radiant. Relying on the esteemed reputation and status of Jingzhe, the invited cultivators are unlikely to be overly frugal in their actions. While it may not yield a substantial profit, it certainly promises some gains. At this moment, Su Jingzhe and Luo Yuebai lead the way, followed by Shuangjiang and Ning Yao, making their approach directly towards Qincheng. Qincheng, noticing their arrival, momentarily furrows his brow before donning a facade of forced cordiality. Fellow Taoist Su, fellow Taoist Luo, what a rare pleasure. Today, as the host. Qincheng takes a few steps forward to greet them. Su Jingzhe and Luo Yuebai reciprocate with smiles and clasped fists, sharing a veneer of camaraderie. Who among them cannot wear a false smile? Those unaware might easily mistake them for long-time friends. Yet, those familiar with both Qincheng and Su Jingzhe exchange knowing glances. A peculiar smile dancing on their lips. How intriguing that Qin Daoist has invited Su Jingzhe. Even more curious is Su Jingzhe's audacity to attend, bringing his family along. It is said that Qin Daoist banquet caters to cultivators of at least mid-stage qi refinement. If memory serves, Su Jingzhe's cultivation is merely at the early stage of qi refinement, perhaps only at the first or second level. This exceptional treatment clearly carries deeper implications. One might wonder what emboldened Su Jingzhe to attend such an event, being just a humble educator at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Perhaps the promising talents he has taught over the years have instilled in him an unwarranted confidence, leading him to believe he is of considerable worth. Observing Su Jingzhe engage with Qincheng without a trace of trepidation, many nearby shake their heads in disbelief. Their gazes towards Su Jingzhe are tinged with pity, with some even suggesting he may not return from this venture. Ha ha ha, Mr. Su's presence truly illuminates my humble abode. The banquet is about to commence. Please, come in. Qincheng maintains a facade of friendliness throughout, even extending a warmer welcome to Su Jingzhe. After a few pleasantries, he steps aside to reveal a table laden with gifts. Exchanging a knowing glance, Su Jingzhe and Luo Yuebai advance, producing their golden invitations to present. Congratulations. Congratulations. Once the guests are seated, the invitations are verified and collected for record-keeping. Lu Bingyin, who had come to invite Su Jingzhe, smiles as he receives the invitations, only to be met with the twins' synchronized exclamations of congratulations. His expression momentarily falters. Is that all? No further acknowledgement? Yet, he maintains his professional smile, assuming the duo simply needs a moment to gather their gifts. However, the next moment reveals Su Jingzhe leading Shuangjiang and Ning Yao alongside Luo Yuebai into the academy, leaving Lu Bingyin in disbelief. Could it be that two simple congratulations suffice as a gift? How audacious! Despite Qincheng's profound composure, his countenance darkened for a fleeting moment upon witnessing the scene. Most of the invited cultivators arrived alone, with only a select few accompanied by partners. Yet, here was Su Jingzhe, not only bringing his family along but also taking advantage of the situation. This was truly excessive. Nevertheless, a trace of cold amusement flickered in Qincheng's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Jingzhe's presence was, for him, a fortuitous event. How intriguing this Mr. Su is. It seems there will be an entertaining spectacle today. One wonders if this was his intention all along. But what could be the purpose of inciting Qin Daoyu's ire? It remains a mystery. Previously, when he accompanied Shuangjiang to the second floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he had endured numerous curious gazes. Su Jingzhe had grown accustomed to this. Thus, even as many eyes turned towards him within the verdant halls of the Cui Lu Academy, he remained unfazed. He even greeted some familiar cultivators from Peach Blossom Lane with a smile. The Cui Lu Academy was vast, its central courtyard significantly larger than Su Jingzhe's own. This banquet would indeed take place here. With the central courtyard and the surrounding classrooms, accommodating the attendees would not pose a problem, especially since many qualified cultivators were currently testing their luck on Qifeng Mountain. The venue was already adorned with long tables and chairs arranged for groups of 4. The tables near the center were nearly occupied. Luo Yuebai selected a slightly more secluded table and beckoned Su Jingzhe and the others to join. Once seated, Su Jingzhe noticed a sealed dry well adjacent to their table. This well seemed familiar, and a sense of misfortune washed over him. For this was indeed the very spot where he had disposed of Lin Ping's body. Before the hour of view, most cultivators who received invitations had already taken their seats. The steward of Huayang sect has arrived. Steward Li of Huayang sect has arrived. While Su Jingzhe and his companions awaited the commencement of the banquet, a sudden call echoed through the hall. Soon enough, he spotted Zhang Hong, the one whom Su Jingzhe had summoned with a distress talisman, along with another elder from Huayang sect, entering with Qincheng's personal escort. They promptly settled at one of the 3 vacant tables at the center of the courtyard. Given that Jingzhe had yet to ascend to the ranks of inner disciples, and despite his extraordinary talent, it was already a significant concession for Huayang sect to send 2 fully realized qi refinement stewards under the tense circumstances prevailing at Qingfeng Mountain. Just as Zhang Hong and the elder took their seats, another call resonated from the entrance. The proprietor of the gathering treasure pavilion has arrived. Only individuals of special status would receive such a heralding. However, unlike the earlier announcement, this voice carried a slight stutter. Nonetheless, as the words echoed, the entire courtyard of the Cui Lu Academy fell into an abrupt silence, with expressions of astonishment blooming on many faces. The proprietor of the gathering treasure pavilion has come? The Qin family's influence is indeed formidable. It is said that the treasure pavilion recently appointed a new manager, who most people have yet to see. Their first public appearance surprisingly occurred at the Qin family gathering. Qin Dao, it seems, will have tales to recount for a lifetime. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Qin Chong brimming with envy. Who wouldn't wish to make the acquaintance of the treasure pavilion's head? Yet, few possess the means or the qualifications to do so. In this moment, even Qin Chong was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the pavilion's manager to attend. Soon, his face alight with excitement, he hurried forward to greet them. Feng Zhongguo? Could it possibly be her? Su Jingzhe's expression tightened slightly, his eyes shifting toward Shuangjiang, carrying an inquisitive air. However, Shuangjiang remained impassive, offering no response. Su Jingzhe then turned his gaze toward the entrance, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Not only Su Jingzhe, but all those present at the banquet now turned their attention to the door, eager to discern the identity of the new manager of the treasure pavilion. Any opportunity to be acquainted with the pavilion's head would surely facilitate future transactions. Indeed, just days prior, Yin Qixiong had attempted to reserve a vial of body-refining liquid from the pavilion, only to be met with refusal. The cultivators of Linjiang City appeared somewhat outmatched when it came to contending with the treasure pavilion. At this moment, Su Jingzhe caught snippets of excited whispers from those around him. His brow arched slightly. Yin Qixiong? It seems he is indeed Yin Xia's father. Su Jingzhe had noticed their presence when he entered. One must admit, the man held an unusual regard for Yin Xia, who, after all, was merely a child without spiritual roots. Not only was he willing to spend spiritual stones on body-refining liquid for her, but he also brought her along to this gathering. In Su Jingzhe's view, a typical cultivator would not go to such lengths. Yin Qixiong's actions could only suggest one thing. Despite Yin Xia's lack of awakened roots, she must possess certain qualities that her parents found irreplaceable. With this thought, Su Jingzhe's gaze drifted momentarily toward a corner on the opposite side of the courtyard, where 2 tables were set. There sat Yin Qixiong and his daughter. Yet, after a mere glance, he withdrew his gaze, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Regardless of Yin Xia's peculiarities, she ultimately bore no consequence to him. At that moment, Su Jingzhe suddenly noticed that the surrounding whispers had abruptly ceased. The entire courtyard fell into a profound silence. A figure draped in purple materialized before his eyes. She glided gracefully, akin to a slender willow swaying in the breeze, her tall yet graceful form undulating with each step. Her exquisitely beautiful face, delicate as if it could be broken by a breath, radiated charm with every smile and frown. Who else could it be but Feng Qingya? Today, Feng Qingya donned a flowing purple gown, markedly more modest than her attire when last seen on the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion. Even though her outfit still accentuated her remarkable figure, it could be deemed appropriate. Her lustrous hair was elegantly bound with a golden hairpin, exuding an allure intertwined with a hint of nobility. A faint smile perpetually graced her lips, as if she were greeting everyone within her gaze. The moment she made her entrance, an undeniable aura enveloped all present. Beside her stood a stern, white-haired elder, whose silence spoke volumes, even without overt displays of power. It was clear to all that he was a formidable expert. In contrast, Qin Chong, the host, quietly trailed behind, embodying an air of trepidation. Indeed, it was she. Despite having harbored suspicions, Su Jingzhe could not help but feel astonished when confronted with the undeniable reality. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Shuangjiang, who remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle. Yet, her voice reached Su Jingzhe's ears, conveying, in a place like Linjiang City, Feng Qingya is more than capable of assuming the role of the proprietor. This transmission, akin to a whisper woven into sound, was easily achievable even for someone at Su Jingzhe's cultivation level. That sister is incredibly beautiful, remarked Ningyao, who had been quietly seated beside Shuangjiang, unable to contain her admiration. In response, Shuangjiang affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Child, you shall surpass her in beauty in due time." This was no jest. Despite her tender age, Ning Yao was already a budding beauty, destined to enchant in the years to come. Under the gaze of all present, Feng Qingya gracefully approached an empty table at the center and took her seat. She acknowledged Zhang Hong and another elder from Huayong sect with a nod, prompting the two to rise in astonishment and offer a respectful bow. It was not merely a matter of courtesy. Even a foundational elder of Huayong sect would likely tread cautiously in the presence of the gym pavilion's proprietor. The white-haired elder remained standing silently behind Feng Qingya, clearly indicating that this table was reserved solely for her. After Feng Qingya settled in, even Qin Chong refrained from initiating conversation, acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses. With her seated, it was evident that all invited guests from the Qin family had arrived. At that moment, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from within the academy. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, strode confidently into the central courtyard. "The esteemed Master Feng has graced us with her presence. I, Qin, apologize for not offering a proper welcome." Clad in a black robe, the young man was robustly built, not conventionally handsome, yet far from unattractive. At this juncture, an undeniable vigor radiated from him, his aura of perfected qi cultivation unmistakable. He approached Feng Qingya directly, cupping his fist in a salute, his fervent gaze revealing no hint of restraint. This individual was none other than the protagonist of the evening, Jingzhe. He was perhaps the only one from the Qin family capable of engaging in conversation with the proprietor of the gym pavilion. Though his cultivation level was merely at the pinnacle of qi refinement, he was destined to reach the foundational stage, with the possibility of even attaining the golden core stage in the future. He was likely the primary reason for Feng Qingya's visit. In truth, Qin Jingzhe had initially intended to showcase his superiority over the cultivators of Linjiang City, a display of his pride. However, upon the arrival of Feng Qingya, he found himself unable to remain composed. At this moment, the gaze he cast upon Feng Qingya was unmistakably revealing to any discerning observer. Yet, no one dared to liken him to a toad in their hearts. After all, such a young practitioner at the pinnacle of qi refinement was undeniably a remarkable talent in the realm of Linjiang City. A prodigious individual with boundless potential was certainly a fitting match for the position of manager at the local treasure pavilion. Nevertheless, Feng Qingya remained seated, her face adorned with a professional, albeit insincere, smile. She had long heard of Qin Daoyou's illustrious reputation, and upon meeting him, it was evident that the accolades were well-deserved. To possess such a level of cultivation at a young age foretold an extraordinary future. What a pleasure it was to meet him. As a competent merchant, Feng Qingya knew how to flatter, though Qin Jingzhe was no fool. He discerned that while she praised him, her tone carried an air of detachment. Thus, he relinquished any desire to join Feng Qingya's table. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he made his way to the central, vacant table. It was then that Qin Chong returned to the center stage, his face beaming as he surveyed the numerous guests. He delivered a lengthy, formulaic opening address. The banquet was now officially underway, and everyone was invited to indulge in the lavish offerings of spirit wine and delicacies. Moreover, Qin had some matters to discuss with everyone and had prepared additional entertainment for the evening. As Qin Chong's words concluded, a procession of exquisitely beautiful maidens entered, bearing an array of delectable dishes. For the guests, Qin Chong's earlier lengthy discourse was rendered moot by this final declaration. Dinner had finally commenced. However, at this moment, Su Jingzhe noticed that after finishing his speech, Qin Chong's gaze seemed intentionally directed towards him. Was this a provocation? Su Jingzhe raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he remained largely indifferent. After all, he had come prepared for potential hostility. In fact, he secretly hoped that Qin Chong would be a bit excessive in his actions, perhaps even putting him in a precarious situation. With Shuangjiang by his side, he felt unafraid of any threat. At that moment, his gaze drifted towards Qin Jingzhe from a distance. Previously, Su Jingzhe might have felt a twinge of admiration, but now, reflecting on his own substantial foundation, Qin Jingzhe seemed rather unimpressive in comparison. Su Jingzhe was still somewhat younger than Qin Jingzhe, and given a bit more time, he believed surpassing him would not pose a challenge. Before long, the table was laden with an array of delicacies, featuring various meats from exotic beasts and an assortment of fine spiritual wines. The very sight of these dishes emanated a palpable aura of spiritual energy, igniting one's appetite. Having received numerous gifts and with Qin Jingzhe's notable reputation in Linjiang City, this banquet was indeed befitting of his stature. Once the food and drink were served, Su Jingzhe's attention quickly shifted to the feast before him. How could he face the inevitable troubles later without a hearty meal? He turned to Ningya with a smile. encouraging her, "Child, do eat more. Tomorrow marks your awakening, and these delicacies will benefit you greatly. Nourishing your body with such spiritually infused food before you awaken your spiritual roots will undoubtedly strengthen your foundation." With that, he began to indulge himself. As a body cultivator, his demand for such sustenance was undoubtedly greater. For other cultivators, these dishes were mere indulgences to satisfy occasional cravings. For Su Jingzhe, they were a necessity. "Luo Dayu. Since you are here, please do not hold back," he remarked as he savored the feast. Luo Yuebai raised a cup of spiritual wine with a smile, clearly uninterested in the food. Meanwhile, Xuangjung picked up a piece of beast meat but soon frowned, abandoning the idea of continuing to eat. To her, despite Chinchong having invited the head chef from Chuanqilu, the flavors simply paled in comparison to Su Jingzhe's culinary skills, failing to stimulate her appetite. Thus, the entire spread became the exclusive domain of Su Jingzhe and Ning Yao. After a while of toasting and feasting, many cultivators began to leave their seats, seeking to connect with others. This socializing aspect was one of the primary reasons most cultivators attended banquets. Luo Yubai offered a slight smile to Su Jingzhe and Xuangjiang before raising his glass and standing up. "Su Daoyu, Xuangjiang Daoyu, please enjoy your meal. I must excuse myself for a moment." With that, he departed. To Su Jingzhe's surprise, Luo Yubai headed straight for the central tables, with his sights set on Feng Qingya. Most cultivators were initially toasting at those very tables. As the protagonist of today's gathering, Chun Jinshe requires no further introduction. The Huayang sect, a local power, naturally demands respect. Meanwhile, the Jubao Pavilion holds a unique position, making it a coveted ally for many. However, most attendees merely offer toasts, leaving after a sip, fully aware of their standing. Yet, to the astonishment of Su Jingzhe and the others, Luo Yuebai, with a wine glass in hand, gracefully approached and seated herself directly opposite Feng Qingya. Remarkably, Feng Qingya displayed no signs of displeasure. At this moment, Su Jingzhe noticed Qin Jinshe, surrounded by a throng, momentarily stiffen, revealing a flicker of annoyance and jealousy. Who is this audacious individual? Clearly a newcomer to Linjiang City. Oddly enough, even manager Feng showed no reaction, which was quite peculiar. However, it was evident to discerning eyes that Chen Jinshe harbored feelings for manager Feng. This young man, in the midst of another's domain, seemed utterly unperturbed by Chun Jinshe's standing, suggesting a deliberate attempt to embarrass him. After the initial surprise, whispers resumed among the crowd. This Luo Dao friend certainly piqued interest. Observing this scene, Su Jingzhe's curiosity intensified. At that moment, Xuangjiang raised an eyebrow. "Have you so swiftly forgotten my previous counsel?" Her tone carried a hint of mockery. Su Jingzhe paused, responding honestly, asserting that while he had not forgotten, he was indeed curious about the newcomer. Xuangjiang chose not to elaborate further, closing her eyes to meditate, finding the gathering rather dull. The toasting segment continued for a considerable duration. Yet none approached Su Jingzhe's table to offer a toast. Almost everyone was aware of his strained relationship with Chen Chong, and this invitation seemed to serve a particular purpose. No one wished to risk offending Chen Chong by associating with Su Jingzhe at this moment. To many, Su Jingzhe appeared devoid of any social value, and he relished the tranquility. After a full half hour, many guests wandered among the tables. Su Jingzhe and Ning Yao had nearly finished their share of the food and drink. Feeling invigorated, Su Jingzhe contemplated performing a few rounds of the mongoose scale technique. Just then, Chen Chong, holding a glass aloft, stood once more in the center of the hall. "I, Chen Chong, toast to you all," he declared, prompting instant silence among the attendees. Everyone understood that this toast was merely a pretext. He was likely about to address serious matters. Given his current status, and with Chan Jinshe and the Huayang sect's steward nearby, it would be surprising if he did not stir up some trouble. The wandering cultivators discreetly returned to their seats. Many gazes subtly turned towards Su Jingzhe. Only Luo Yubai remained at Feng Qingya's table, seemingly engrossed in conversation with her. Although the crowd was still astonished by Luo Yubai, they seemed to tacitly accept his presence at Feng Qingya's side. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to Chen Chong and his intentions. Earlier, Chen had mentioned that he wished to discuss certain matters during the banquet. The crowd remained silent, patiently awaiting his further elaboration. He continued, expressing his awareness of his limited aptitude, acknowledging that his cultivation could reach no higher than its current level. Yet, he took great pleasure in nurturing the next generation. Witnessing the awakening of exceptional spiritual roots in the children brought him immense comfort. The establishment of the Cui Lu Academy, aimed at benefiting the children of Linjiang City, had become the sole purpose of his life. At this juncture, Qin Chang's gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Jingzhe, as though revealing his true intentions. The implication of Qin's words was unmistakable, drawing the attention of all present towards Su Jingzhe. It was evident that Qin's invitation to a novice like Su Jingzhe was laden with significance. It was said that Qin had previously attempted to discuss this matter with Su Jingzhe multiple times, only for Su to refuse his goodwill, bolstered by Zhang Shou's protection. Now that Zhang Shou seemed to have joined the main force of Huayong sect at Qifeng Mountain, his return was uncertain. Even if he were to return, Qin Jinshi's presence would likely render Zhang Shou unable to assist. Anyone with a semblance of intelligence should recognize the choice they were faced with. Before Qin could even articulate his thoughts, discussions began to bubble among the attendees, predominantly mocking Su Jingzhe, who had come to observe the spectacle. As for Su Jingzhe himself, he had long anticipated Qin Chang's intent to challenge him. Unfazed by the multitude of gazes upon him, he calmly raised his wine cup, gesturing as if to toast each observer in the air. This demeanor momentarily stunned those present. Luo Yubai, seated across from Feng Qingya, could not help but smirk. He found himself recalling the fragrance of the elixir he had sensed that night, feeling that Su Jingzhe was far from ordinary. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Qin Chong spoke again. For the future of the Chui Lu Academy, I have undertaken numerous endeavors. My teachers have developed the curriculum designed to maximize the potential of our children. I earnestly wish for the children of Linjiang City to benefit from this program. Therefore, I intend to integrate all the academies in Linjiang City. What are your thoughts on this? Ultimately, he had laid his intentions bare, though his inquiry was directed solely at Su Jingzhe. Within the entire city of Linjiang, there are currently only 2 schools. Ha ha ha, this is indeed a fortunate circumstance, and we naturally cannot help but agree. Fellow Daoist Qin's unwavering dedication to the younger generation of Linjiang is truly admirable. The consolidation of the schools is indeed a commendable endeavor. With Qin's family boasting Qin Jingshi, they are certainly not lacking in sycophants at this juncture. After all, this matter does not infringe upon their interests. What does the sacrifice of Su Jingzhe count for? Amidst a chorus of agreement, Su Jingzhe remained silent. Qin Chong, with narrowed eyes, directly posed the question, "Fellow Taoist Su, what are your thoughts on my proposal?" After much discourse, it had finally come to this pivotal inquiry. The room fell into a hush. As Qin Chong uttered these words, a smile lingered on his lips. In his view, as long as Su Jingzhe was not foolish, he should comprehend who was steering the situation. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. The gaze of the assembly once again converged upon Su Jingzhe. Opposite Feng Qingya, Luo Yuebai's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Meanwhile, Qin Jingshi and Feng Qingya, seated not far away, did not exchange a glance. Qin Jingshi was aware that his uncle was leveraging his influence, yet he himself had little interest in such matters. To Feng Qingya, the overt and covert struggles among these Qi refinement practitioners were mere trifles, ultimately unworthy of serious consideration. At this moment, Su Jingzhe found himself compelled to respond. He rose voluntarily, still swaying a wine glass in his hand, a contemplative expression adorning his face. I believe what fellow Taoist Qin has articulated is exceedingly reasonable. Upon this declaration, though the attendees had anticipated such a response, a hint of disappointment lingered. With Su Jingzhe's capitulation in full view, it seemed unlikely that Qin Chong would pursue any further actions against him in such a public setting. The anticipated spectacle had thus dissipated. Qin Chong's smile grew ever more pronounced. Su Jingzhe's reply, after all, did not surprise him. Indeed, fellow Taoist Su possesses a profound sense of righteousness. Allow me, on behalf of the children of Linjiang, to express my gratitude. With that, Qin Chong clasped his hands in a deep bow to Su Jingzhe. This old fellow certainly knew how to put on a show. At that moment, his demeanor resembled that of a selfless benefactor, wholly devoted to the greater good. The atmosphere of the gathering elevated significantly with this gesture. Su Jingzhe felt a wave of emotions. Qin Chong's methodical and disingenuous rhetoric would likely have positioned him as a leader in the earthly realm of his past life. Given Qin Chong's demeanor in such an atmosphere, should he voice dissent, he would undoubtedly be viewed as a detriment to Linjiang. Yet, a hint of confusion crossed his features. What does fellow Taoist Qin truly mean by this? I am but a humble individual, unworthy of such grand gestures from you. As he spoke, he slightly turned away, declining Qin Chong's bow. Observing the warm smile still gracing Su Jingzhe's face, the attendees were initially taken aback, soon replaced by excitement. This young man truly intended to refuse, and he did not disappoint. Qin Chong's smile abruptly froze upon his face. He then asked with a hint of confusion, Is it true that Taoist Su is unwilling to merge the Enlightenment Academy of Taohua Lane into Chuilu Lane? Huh? Is Taoist Qin jesting? At what point did Su ever make such a statement? Su Jingzhe's eyes remained filled with perplexity, a clear lack of understanding. Qin Chong furrowed his brow once again. Did not Taoist Su also concur with my previous remarks? Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe chuckled. Indeed, he wholeheartedly agreed with Taoist Qin's words. However, Su had never asserted the intention to merge the academies, had he? Attempting to shift the narrative, the wise Su, having lived 2 lifetimes, could easily counter Qin Chong's insinuations. Had Qin not stirred up trouble, Su would have been more than content to enjoy the feast and depart. Should things take a contentious turn, Su would harbor no fear. Even with Xuangjiang present, the smile on Qin Chong's face vanished completely, his expression growing progressively darker. May I interpret this as Taoist Su toying with me? As cultivators, we may be slain, but not insulted. I am here solely for the future of the younger generation in Linjiang City, yet I am met with mockery and humiliation instead. Perhaps today, Taoist Su owes me a reasonable explanation. Good heavens, upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe was once again taken aback. He mused that if this man were to return to Earth, he could not only be a formidable leader but also an acclaimed actor. Qin's words seemed to imply, if you dare to look down on me, then face the consequences. He realized that Qin Chong's intricate schemes today were likely designed to ensure his own demise. Much like the last time when Lin Ping was sent to assassinate him. Had luck not favored him, both he and Lin Ping would have met their end. Regardless of whether he had initially agreed with Qin Chong's perspective or considered merging the academies, Qin would have found a reasonable pretext to challenge him. This old fellow. No wonder he was still merely a late-stage qi refinement practitioner at his age. He must have spent his time scheming rather than cultivating. Su was uncertain why Taoist Qin would utter such words. This matter, of course, remained unaddressed. He set down his wine cup and waved a hand dismissively. Since Qin sought to create trouble for him, he was more than willing to accept it, especially with Xuangjiang present. If the mighty were afraid to act, it would likely lead to disappointment. Moreover, it was evident that only Qin Chong was confronting him, which was far from sufficient. His aim was to gauge Qin Jinshi's reaction. Since Qin Jinshi had emerged from seclusion, he might ascend to the inner disciple of Huayang's sect by tomorrow. Thus, his attitude would significantly influence Huayang's sect's stance, which in turn would determine Su's own position regarding the sect. He then looked at Qin Chong and stated, from the very beginning, I have never claimed that I wish to merge the Enlightenment Academy of Taohua Lane into Chuilu Lane. This, Taoist Qin cannot deny, can he? You. As Su Jingzhe uttered these words, Qin Chong's expression momentarily faltered. As he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words to refute. The moment Su Jingzhe's voice faded, a glimmering golden text materialized before him. Instinctively, he glanced at Xuangjiang, only to notice a subtle smile gracing her lips. Although the scar on her face remained, for the first time, Su Jingzhe perceived her smile as anything but unattractive. Clearly, Xuangjiang acknowledged his demeanor at that moment. And a similar smile tugged at Su Jingzhe's lips. With the approval of his companion, he felt liberated from any reservations concerning the matter. In this discussion, Qin Chong conceded his oversight, never anticipating that Su Jingzhe would exhibit such eloquence. However, he retorted with a sardonic smile, asserting that the integration of the Enlightenment Academy in Linjiang City was a collective desire, a long-cherished aspiration. Previously, many fellow cultivators had already expressed their stance. Did Su Jingzhe intend to stand in opposition to the collective will? It must be noted that Su Jingzhe's cultivation level appeared to be merely at the initial stage of qi training. How could everyone feel at ease entrusting their children to him for instruction? His earlier proposal had garnered significant support. Many present were eager to forge affiliations with the Qin family, making it improbable for them to side with Su Jingzhe at this juncture. By deliberately highlighting Su Jingzhe's cultivation level, Qin Chong seemed to deliver a veiled insult, prompting him to recognize his own standing. This banquet was attended exclusively by individuals at the mid-stage of qi training and above, with Su Jingzhe being the sole exception at the initial stage. Who among them was not superior? Who would dare to offend him? Yet, when Qin Chong spoke, Su Jingzhe maintained a warm smile. He had been awaiting Qin Chong's remarks. If one were to judge based on martial prowess, Su Jingzhe at the initial stage was indeed insignificant. However, when it came to guiding children who had yet to embark on their cultivation journey, could one truly measure aptitude solely by cultivation level? If such criteria were to be employed, then perhaps we should compare the efficacy of the awakening ceremony for the children from both academies. What say you, my friend Qin? He had always held unwavering confidence in Ning Yao. Witnessing Xuanjiang's fondness for Ning Yao today only bolstered that belief. He understood that someone like Xuanjiang, who could appreciate exceptional talent, would never be drawn to mediocrity, much like himself. Many children from the Chui Lu Academy had once attended the Enlightenment Academy in Taohua Lane. While Su Jingzhe could not claim to have taught every single child, he held memories of most. He believed that none surpassed Ning Yao. Therefore, if success were to be evaluated based on results, he felt that with just Ning Yao, he could surpass them all. Su Jingzhe recognized that this was perhaps the very point Qin Chong was most wary of. Had he been truly confident, he would not have chosen to host this banquet on the eve of the awakening ceremony, targeting him in this manner. In what seemed like just a few words, Su Jingzhe deftly seized the reins of the conversation. This unexpected turn of events left the three tables of dignitaries at the center in a state of astonishment. For these individuals, it was not so much that Su Jingzhe's eloquence was particularly impressive, but rather the audacity of a novice in the initial stages of qi cultivation challenging the esteemed Qin Chong, a figure of significant repute and formidable background. Was he merely a Navi newcomer, unafraid of the formidable, or had he unwittingly wandered into treacherous territory? Luo Yuebai's gaze towards Su Jingzhe became increasingly inquisitive. He began to suspect that the fragrant essence of elixirs he had detected that night might indeed be linked to Su Jingzhe. If he were a high-caliber alchemist, he might possess the courage to stand against Qin Chong and even the entire Qin family. As events unfolded, Feng Qingya, seated opposite Luo Yuebai, exhibited a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. I noticed that you, Taoist Luo, came from that direction, and your companion seems to possess a rather unique character. Could it be that his audacious demeanor is derived from your influence? She inquired curiously. After a lengthy conversation with Luo Yuebai, she had gleaned subtle hints about his nature. It was clear to her that Luo Yuebai was not a simple character and likely harbored no fear of the Qin family. Not quite. My acquaintance with Su Daoist is rather brief. We are merely neighbors, Luo Yuebai replied, refraining from elaborating further on Su Jingzhe. Some knowledge, he believed, was best kept to oneself, allowing for personal discovery without the need for sharing. Meanwhile, at another table, Zhang Hong and an elder from Huayang's sect shared amused glances. Their interest peaked as they observed the stark contrast between Qin Chong and Su Jingzhe. They were curious about the potential sparks that could ignite from this apparent disparity in status. Although they were aligned with the Qin family, they would be disappointed if Qin Chong could not handle even a fledgling in qi cultivation. Surely, Taoist Qin wouldn't shy away from such a challenge? One remarked. You previously stated that the instructors at Chui Lu Lane Academy possess a superior method for unlocking potential. I can only imagine that the students there will perform remarkably well during their awakening tomorrow. Su Jingzhe spoke these words with a calm tone, laced with a hint of mockery, entirely devoid of the tension and fear that others anticipated. His demeanor suggested strength, and despite the disparity in status, his fearless composure only served to reinforce the perception that he had formidable backing, an ally far beyond the likes of Zhang Xiao in the later stages of qi cultivation. In that moment, some individuals felt their preconceived notions begin to waver. Su Jingzhe suddenly appeared enigmatic, hinting that he was indeed more than he seemed. Clearly, their intuition was correct. Qin Chong, however, remained unresponsive, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Historically, the records from Peach Blossom Lane Academy indicated that its students were often favored by fortune. Yet, a thought struck him. What if this was not mere luck, but rather the true prowess of Su Jingzhe? If this matter were to be agreed upon, would it not play directly into Su Jingzhe's hands? In such a public setting, with all eyes upon them, there would be no room for retreat. One would be compelled to gamble according to Su Jingzhe's terms. Yet, should one lose, the consequences would be utterly unacceptable to Qin Chong. The initial intention was to methodically challenge Su Jingzhe, seeking retribution for Lin Ping's untimely demise. However, it seemed that the situation was gradually shifting in Su Jingzhe's favor. As Qin Chong pondered his strategy, Qin Jingzhe rose from his seat, his gaze finally meeting Su Jingzhe's. With a calm demeanor, he declared, "Merge your so-called academy into this establishment, as I command." The tone of his voice was unyielding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon uttering these words, all guests in attendance fell silent once more, their eyes glimmering with excitement. The presence of Qin Jingzhe in the fray promised an enthralling spectacle. They were eager to witness how Su Jingzhe would respond to such a bold proclamation. Meanwhile, not far from Qin Jingzhe, Feng Qingya and Luo Yuebai exchanged curious glances. It appeared that the Qin family was not as formidable as presumed. Even trivial matters necessitated the intervention of the highest-ranking individual present. A subtle smile crept across Luo Yuebai's lips as he whispered, prompting Feng Qingya to agree with a chuckle. Indeed, it is rather intriguing. I am genuinely curious to uncover what Su Jingzhe's ultimate support may be. His demeanor suggests he is not simply a fool. Though Feng Qingya and her companions had not been closely monitoring the situation, they were aware that Su Jingzhe's previous displays had been quite deliberate. Further away, Yin Xia and her father, Yin Qixiang, observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Today, Yin Xia was resplendently adorned, her striking beauty accentuated. Though she paled in comparison to the central figure of Feng Qingya, nonetheless, she could certainly be regarded as a captivating sight. As she gazed at the imposing Jingzhe, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in her eyes. In her view, he epitomized the ideal match. To be wed to such a man would render her willingly submissive. This journey with her father was partly motivated by this very thought. Initially, she had sought an opportunity to engage with Jingzhe, but upon the arrival of Feng Qingya, she had wisely refrained from seeking a futile confrontation. The status and enchanting demeanor of Feng Qingya were beyond her reach. However, upon witnessing Su Jingzhe daringly confront the Qin family, she felt a twinge of surprise. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips, merely a foolish gesture. Believing that such a display would garner admiration. Yet, such bravado demands a price. Yin Xia was well-versed in the brutal realities of the cultivation world. At that moment, she surmised that Su Jingzhe would likely meet a grim fate. The thought brought her a subtle sense of satisfaction. On that day, the chance encounter on the street revealed the seemingly affectionate bond between Su Jingzhe and his spouse, which left Yin Xia feeling quite unsettled. The onlookers cast ample attention upon the scene. Su Jingzhe maintained a faint smile at the corners of his lips. Chen Jingzhe's directness and assertiveness aligned perfectly with Su Jingzhe's own sentiments. He chuckled once more, stating, I have heard it said that life is indeed precious. Yet the pursuit of freedom holds even greater value. For the sake of liberty, both may be relinquished. Su Jingzhe had grown accustomed to freedom and was unwilling to be bound by anyone. The Enlightenment Academy served as his means of livelihood. Merging with the Cui Lu Lane Academy would be tantamount to his own demise. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering once more. Soon, Su Jingzhe noticed golden characters flashing before his eyes again. This statement was in response to Jingzhe, yet unexpectedly invoked a double response from Shuangjiang, a delightful surprise indeed. Instinctively, he glanced back at Shuangjiang, only to see a glimmer of brightness in her eyes. This fellow had the audacity to refuse directly. But what did it signify? Did he imply that freedom surpassed life itself? Was this not a veiled indication that Su Jingzhe was resolute in affirming his principles, even at the cost of his life? Perhaps Jingzhe would indeed dare to grant him that wish. How naive, truly. The next day, Jingzhe was set to ascend as an inner disciple of the Huiyang sect, and within the sect, it would be trivial for an inner disciple to concoct any reason to eliminate a mere early-stage Qi practitioner. No rules would restrain them. Ultimately, Su Jingzhe was still young and had yet to grasp the harsh realities of the cultivation world, where the strong prey upon the weak. While those present were astonished that a mere early-stage Qi practitioner could utter such seemingly profound words, it was precisely his lowly cultivation that rendered his declarations arrogant and foolish. At the center of the scene, the smiles on Zhang Hong and his companion faded, their brows furrowing slightly as they regarded Su Jingzhe. In their eyes, Jingzhe's personal intervention had afforded Su Jingzhe ample face. It would be wise to retreat gracefully rather than provoke a deadly confrontation. Though not grave, it would inevitably lead to some trouble for them. Meanwhile, Feng Qingya and Luo Yuebai wore expressions of contemplation, softly murmuring Su Jingzhe's words, savoring their undertones. Their astonishment deepening. Certain words possess an innate rhythm that resonates profoundly with the heart. Ordinary cultivators grasp only the superficial meaning, leading to their mockery. Coupled with the fragrance of elixirs they had encountered that night, Luo Yuebai found herself forming certain conclusions. The brilliance in her eyes intensified as she thought, Su, my friend, you truly are adept at concealing your depths. As for the protagonist of the moment, Jingzhe, his expression darkened. He had always been filled with unwavering confidence in himself. Previously, Su Jingzhe had never taken much notice of the situation, although he was aware of Qin Chang's intentions to merge the Linjiang City Academy. It had never truly captured his attention. His inherent pride forbade him from focusing on someone at the early stage of Qi refinement. Thus, he assumed that once he spoke up, any matters that Qin Chong found somewhat troublesome would surely be resolved effortlessly. He had never envisioned being rebuffed by someone at such a nascent stage of cultivation. While a flicker of interest was stirred within him, a deeper current of anger remained. Was Su Daoyu suggesting that he would willingly sacrifice his life for the Enlightenment Academy in Taohualane? As he uttered these words, a hint of mockery curved Qin Jinshi's lips. A mere practitioner at the early stage of qi refinement dared to act arrogantly before him. He would not hesitate to let the fool meet his own demise. The moment his words fell, those around him sensed an undercurrent of concealed animosity. Feng Qingya and Luo Yuebai exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Su Jingzhe smiled faintly. In life, there are always certain principles one must uphold. If one cannot even maintain their inner convictions, what distinguishes them from domesticated livestock? His response remained remarkably composed, neither servile nor overbearing, exuding a sense of righteous dignity. Upon witnessing the shift in points, a richer smile adorned Su Jingzhe's face. It was evident that his benefactor was increasingly pleased with him. After accounting for the points required for the impending activation of the Yongquan Acupoint's secret treasure, he still had a surplus of 77 points. Marvelous. Even the way he regarded Qin Jinshe was now tinged with a hint of disdain, inevitably provoking. At that moment, every word Su Jingzhe spoke was imbued with calmness and humility, containing insights that left everyone speechless. This, in turn, only intensified the murderous intent emanating from the Qin family. The more reasonable he sounded, the more unreasonable the Qin family appeared. Before Qin Jinshe could utter another word, Su Jingzhe continued, in the realm of cultivation. The survival of the fittest prevails. The Qin family is powerful, and while they may wish to forcibly annex the academy in Taohualane, I find myself utterly powerless against it. His statement elicited renewed astonishment from those present. How had this individual suddenly gained such clarity? Yet, if he understood this principle, why had he previously chosen to confront Qin Jinshe so recklessly? The thoughts of Su Jingzhe remained increasingly elusive to the onlookers. Qin Jinshe raised an eyebrow, a slight curve of amusement appearing at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, at least you possess some sense. At that moment, he did not perceive any flaw in Su Jingzhe's words. However, Su Jingzhe spoke once more. Yet, the survival of the fittest applies only in lawless territories. Here lies Linjiang City, a domain governed by the regulations of Huayang sect. I trust that as a prospective inner disciple of Huayang sect, you are well aware of this. Are you not, Daoyu Qin? We conduct our affairs within the bounds of established rules. If the Qin family were to seek my demise solely for this reason, I doubt the Huayang sect would permit it. Would you not agree, Steward Zhang? As he spoke, Su Jingzhe's gaze drifted toward the central table, where the silent figures of Zhang Hong and the Huayang sect lingered. Su understood all too well that his words were but empty rhetoric. In both his past and present lives, he had never encountered a place where rules were upheld with absolute integrity. Right and wrong merely hinged on the might of one's fist. Yet, under the scrutiny of all present, neither Qin Jinshe nor Zhang Hong dared to counter his remarks. To do so would be akin to tarnishing their own sect's reputation. Su Jingzhe's statements were merely intended to vex Qin Jinshe. Even though the latter's intent to kill was glaringly apparent, he was compelled to outwardly concede to Su's perspective. Was this not more unbearable than consuming excrement? At this moment, the two Huayang sect stewards, Zhang Hong and his companion, fumed internally. They had merely wished to observe the unfolding drama quietly, leaving matters to the Qin family. Little did they anticipate that Su Jingzhe would drag them into the fray. Before the assembly of cultivators in Linjiang City, Zhang Hong had no choice but to respond. He forced a smile and said, "Your words, Daoist Su, are indeed well-founded. Since you are residing on Huayang sect's territory, we must ensure your safety and uphold the most basic order in the city. Anyone who seeks to disrupt the rules established by Huayang sect shall become our unequivocal enemy." Zhang Hong's declaration rang with righteous fervor, inadvertently granting Su Jingzhe a layer of protection. At the very least, within the confines of Cui Lu Academy, the Qin family could not harm Su Jingzhe. In fact, they would have to shield him, for allowing him to perish within Cui Lu Academy would render Zhang Hong's words mere folly. What would that say about Huayang sect's dignity? Even if Qin Jinshe were to become an inner disciple of Huayang sect the next day, he could not bear the weight of such a disgrace. His murderous intent surged to unprecedented heights, yet he dared not reveal it. It was maddening. Should a confrontation arise, Su Jingzhe might not be Qin Jinshe's match in sheer strength. However, when it came to verbal prowess and cunning, even 10 Qin Jinshes combined would be no match for Su Jingzhe, who had lived 2 lives. Noticing Qin Jinshe's silence, Su Jingzhe smiled once more and inquired, "Does Daoist Qin not agree with my earlier assertions?" What a masterful strike to the heart. The fury simmering in Qin Jinshe's eyes threatened to erupt. Yet he was forced to nod in agreement. What Daoist Su says is indeed correct. Anyone who disrupts Huaiyang sect's rules is our enemy. This was a humiliation. It was undoubtedly the greatest disgrace Jingzhe had faced in recent times. He had intended to take control of the situation and impress Feng Qingya and the others. Never had he anticipated that Su Jingzhe could so effortlessly seize the reins with just a few words. If it weren't for the presence of others, he might have struck down Su Jingzhe with thunderous wrath. Yet now, he must ensure Su Jingzhe's safety before he departs from Chuilu Alley. Such frustration is too personal to share with outsiders. At this moment, behind Jingzhe, Feng Qingya and Luo Yuebai exchanged glances filled with surprise, soon followed by amusement. A mere cultivator at the initial stage of qi refining had managed to unravel the meticulously crafted scheme of the Qin family, causing a future foundation-building practitioner to suffer disgrace. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly be hailed as a remarkable feat. Conversely, no matter how the Qin family flourishes in the future, they may never be able to erase the shame of this day. Meanwhile, Su Jingzhe swirled the wine in his glass. He was certain that Qin Daoyu was of the same mind, a kindred spirit indeed. If it is not too much trouble, Su would love to engage in a night-long conversation over drinks with Qin Daoyu. However, Jingzhe found this prospect utterly disagreeable. He perceived Su Jingzhe's provocations as intentionally infuriating. The sight of Su Jingzhe ignited a fury within him, and he feared that lingering here would compel him to take lethal action against him. He resolved that once he ascended to the status of an inner disciple, the first order of business would be to eliminate Su Jingzhe. For his position afforded him countless methods to achieve this end. With a forced smile, he declared, "Tomorrow holds significant matters, thus I cannot linger today." This statement was directed not only at Su Jingzhe but at everyone present. After a polite bow to the assembly, Jingzhe made his way deeper into Chuilu Academy. Offering no farewell to Feng Qingya, he could no longer bear to remain in such company. What a pity, Su Jingzhe thought, shaking his head with a sigh. He resumed pouring himself wine, unfazed by the strange looks of those around him. Yet, he reflected on the necessity of wit in the realm of cultivation, which indicated his own inadequacy. If only he could strike down Jingzhe with a single blow, he would not need to devise such elaborate schemes to ensnare them. Unlike other transmigrators who forged their paths through sheer brute force, Su's aspirations remained just out of reach. There was a tinge of disappointment within him. His previous provocation seemed too gentle, failing to provoke Jingzhe into a murderous rage. Had that occurred, perhaps the Qin family would face annihilation today. At this thought, he glanced toward Xuangjiang. "How was my performance today? Acceptable, perhaps?" Xuangjiang cast him a fleeting glance, but offered no reply. However, before Su Jingzhe's eyes, a line of golden text flickered. Empathy 8, remaining points, 285. Xuangjiang's approval was still reflected in the points. Her face remained an expression of aloofness. Perhaps she still believed that she presented such a demeanor before Su Jingzhe. "Mr. Su, won't they seek revenge on you?" Xuangjiang remarked nonchalantly. Yet Ningyu beside her appeared somewhat apprehensive. Though she was young, she possessed a certain understanding of the intricacies of human relationships. Furthermore, she had distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Jingzhe earlier, which made her heart race with anxiety. Su Jingzhe reached out to tousle her hair. "My dear, you need not worry about anything. There is yet to be born a person capable of killing someone like me." In front of the child, Su Jingzhe dared to utter such a bold statement. "Oh." Ningyao's eyes reflected a mixture of comprehension and confusion. However, recalling her mother's earlier words, she felt an unwavering trust in Su Jingzhe. He then added, "Dear girl, just focus on performing well. Strive to awaken a fine spirit root tomorrow." At this moment, Su Jingzhe had completely entrusted the fate of the Taohua Lane Enlightenment School to Ningyao. Although he no longer cared about the future of the school, he was nonetheless unwilling to allow Chen Chong to achieve his desires. As he pondered this, he suddenly spoke to himself, "This matter is far from resolved. How could I celebrate prematurely?" With that, he rose, adorned with a warm smile, and addressed the still-dazed Chen Chong, "Since Taoist Chen Jingzhe has acknowledged my words, what does Taoist Chen think of the previous proposal?" For an adversary already established, Su Jingzhe would not hold back any courtesy. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to press his advantage. Upon hearing his words, Chen Chong seemed to finally register. "Huh? What did you say?" His mind was in turmoil. Clearly, Jingzhe had returned today in a state of disappointment, even fury. All celebrations had turned into a backlash, and he attributed all this to himself. Initially, he merely sought to leverage the situation to humiliate Su Jingzhe in front of others, to reclaim the losses incurred from Lin Ping's death, while also consolidating control over the Taohua Lane School prior to the Spirit Awakening ceremony, to prevent any mishaps the following day. Yet, he found that everything had backfired. Even if Jingzhe would not hold him accountable, he was overwhelmed with self-reproach. Now, as he gazed at Jingzhe, his eyes were filled with animosity. However, Jingzhe remained unfazed. He reiterated, "From the beginning, I stated that the affairs of the school would be determined by the results of tomorrow's spirit awakening ceremony. What do you think, Daoist Qin?" At this juncture, Jingzhe exhibited remarkable patience, unperturbed by the circumstances. The situation was nearly entirely under his control. Even if Chen Chong wished to employ other forceful measures to resolve the matter, it was now impossible. After all, both Chen Jingzhe and the other two stewards, Zhang Hong and others, had publicly declared that anyone who disrupted the rules would be considered an enemy of the Huayang sect. Consequently, at this moment, Chen Chong dared not utter even a threat. He was filled with regret for having invited Jingzhe to this place. It might have been wiser to incur some costs earlier and hire a few assassins to eliminate Jingzhe, thereby avoiding this myriad of troubles. Ultimately, it was the successful emergence of Chen Jingzhe that led him to overlook the fact that Linjiang City is under the protection of Huayang sect, not under the dominion of the Chen family. Some matters can be conducted in secrecy, but overt actions are strictly inadvisable. He could leverage Chen Jingzhe's influence. Yet he found himself utterly incapable of countering Jingzhe's backing from the Huayang sect. In the end, his cunning intellect quickly grasped the situation. After taking a deep breath, he calmed himself and silently vowed that should there be a next time, he would certainly not commit such a fundamental error again. He would also ensure that his opponent would not be afforded any opportunity for growth. Of course, if there were to be another chance. At this moment, he regarded Jingzhe and conceded to his proposition. Even if he were to ultimately face defeat, Chen Chong would accept it. However, Jingzhe had now moved higher up on his list of targets. Upon hearing Chen Chong's concession, the expressions of all the guests shifted once more. Their gazes towards Jingzhe now harbored a trace of astonishment. Could it be that a mere cultivator in the early stage of qi refinement could truly alter the course of events merely through eloquence? It was indeed astonishing. Previously, they had not discerned that the seemingly unassuming Jingzhe possessed such capabilities. Capabilities? Perhaps not. He was merely one step closer to death. Perhaps he could momentarily secure victory by adhering to the rules set by the Huayang sect. Yet, let us not forget that Chen Jingzhe might soon become one of those who establish such rules within the Huayang sect. There is no need to await that day. With the current strength of the Chen family, it would be exceedingly simple to eliminate him without anyone being the wiser. Ultimately, he was naive and sought to draw attention to himself, leading to his own demise. At this moment, the crowd resumed their discussions. However, the way they regarded Jingzhe had transitioned from shock to a blend of pity and derision. They all acknowledged that Jingzhe's performance today was indeed remarkable. Yet, their refusal to submit and comply was deemed foolish. They had not previously realized how arrogant this individual was. Was this not an act of utter folly? Chen Daoyu did not eliminate him publicly merely out of consideration for the Huayang sect's reputation. Afterward, his life would undoubtedly be of little duration. Observing Jingzhe's nonchalant demeanor, which exuded the essence of a petty individual reveling in his fleeting success, Yinxia felt an uncomfortable surge of emotions within her. Particularly since she had already harbored secret affections for Chen Jingzhe, she could hardly suppress her wish for Jingzhe's demise. Hearing her self-reflection, Yin Qixing furrowed his brow and remarked, "This matter bears no relation to us. If you have aspirations, I, as your father, shall certainly support you. However, I often advise you that when it does not pertain to you, one must wait for the outcome to become clear before choosing a side." Upon hearing this, Yin Xia replied with a smile, "Does father truly believe that Jingzhe is worthy to stand against the Qin family? To my eyes, the outcome is already exceedingly clear." Yin Qixing chuckled once more. "He is unworthy? Then what is he doing now? Why did the Qin family ultimately suffer defeat? My dear, you are still quite young. Some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. When you previously met that young man, did you truly consider him a fool?" Yin Qixing spoke in a measured tone, while Yin Xia fell deep into contemplation. After all, there exists someone like Yin Qixing, whose cultivation may not be particularly formidable, yet possesses a keen insight into various matters. Whenever an opportunity arises, he imparts his experiences from the cultivation world to Yin Xia, showing a significant regard for her. However, whether Yin Xia can truly absorb this wisdom is beyond his control. At this moment, Feng Qingya, who had been seated quietly, suddenly rose to her feet, holding a wine cup in her hand. Her face still bore that professional, flirtatious smile as she gracefully approached the position occupied by Su Jingzhe. What is the intention of the esteemed shopkeeper? Has Su Jingzhe's ostentatious display genuinely captured her attention? The surrounding crowd was taken aback by Feng Qingya's actions, and murmurs of speculation ensued. Oh no, could it be that she has recognized me? At this juncture, Su Jingzhe also noticed Feng Qingya advancing towards him, and a flicker of nervousness crossed his countenance. Yet, he maintained his composure, his expression mirroring the astonishment of those around him. As he gazed upon Feng Qingya, his eyes brightened slightly, filled with a hint of admiration, akin to an ordinary individual appreciating the exquisite beauty of the world. During their previous visit to the treasure-gathering pavilion, they had never revealed their true identities, and their conversations with Feng Qingya were deliberately altered to mask their voices. Su Jingzhe felt confident that she would not discern their true selves, at most harboring a slight suspicion. While the crowd was in awe at the center, Luo Yubai's heart skipped a beat. What could she be planning? Does she perceive Su Daoyu as exceptional and wish to draw him in? Yet, she is the master of the Linjiang City branch. Although Su Daoyu's performance today was indeed remarkable, it ought not to attract her attention. Luo Yubai felt a tinge of anxiety. Today, he had merely begun to suspect the connection between the fragrance of the elixir he had smelled that day and Su Jingzhe, but had not yet validated it. If Feng Qingya were to seize the opportunity first, it would be quite unfortunate. He understood well that with Feng Qingya's alluring presence, few lower-tier cultivators could resist her charm. If Su Jingzhe were indeed a mysterious alchemist, Feng Qingya's advantage over him would be significantly greater. Su Daoyu, there is an empty seat at your table. May I take a seat? Feng Qingya inquired with a smile in her eyes and a sweet, soft voice. As she spoke, she nodded gently towards Shuang Jiang and Ming Yao to convey goodwill, devoid of any airs befitting the shopkeeper of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Nonetheless, wherever she went, the white-haired elder followed closely behind her, causing Ming Yao to feel a bit anxious. Her large eyes blinked rapidly, and her small hands clutched tightly at Shuang Jiang's sleeve. Shuang Jiang, too, was reminded of her current guise as an ordinary person with a shattered dantian and no cultivation. And a hint of tension flickered in her eyes as well. After lightly nodding to Feng Qingya, Su Jingzhe leaned slightly in her direction. Her on-the-spot reaction was impressively adept, exhibiting no trace of flaw. Master Feng, please, take a seat. At this moment, Su Jingzhe rose directly, his expression a blend of tension and a hint of excitement, starkly contrasting with the commanding demeanor he had displayed during his debate with Qin Jinshi and Chen Chong. Nonetheless, this reaction seemed entirely normal to onlookers observing him. Feng Qingya raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering that this man appeared to be indifferent to women, quite unlike Su Jingzhe. Once seated, Feng Qingya smiled and remarked, "Your earlier statements, Taoist Su, were remarkably incisive, earning my admiration. I raise a toast to you." Su Jingzhe felt a stir in his heart and chuckled wryly. Were it not for being driven to the brink, who would willingly provoke the Qin family? Fortunately, I lead a life of seclusion. Perhaps I will only grow old in Linjiang City. With the presence of Huayang sect, I trust my safety is assured. At this moment, Su Jingzhe spoke in accordance with his earlier assertions of unwavering belief in the Huayang sect, embodying the mindset of a small character. After speaking, he could not help but lift his cup, sharing a toast with Feng Qingya, as if it were a great honor. Yet, he revealed no vulnerabilities, leaving Feng Qingya once again feeling disheartened. The disparity was indeed pronounced. To her, Su Jingzhe displayed a certain audacity. Yet the control he previously seemed to possess likely stemmed from this incident, bolstered more by the fragile order of the Huayang sect that afforded him courage. Nonetheless, Feng Qingya remained a shrewd businesswoman. Despite her lingering doubts, she probed further. If only Taoist Su were skilled in alchemy. If you were, perhaps my gathering treasure pavilion could offer some protection. As she spoke, her gaze bore into Su Jingzhe, as if seeking a crack in his facade. Unfortunately, upon hearing her words, Su Jingzhe merely paused for a moment before responding with a smile. If I were an alchemist, I would have surely become a venerated member of the Huayang sect, and the Qin family would not dare to bully me so. Such a small-minded perspective. Feng Qingya maintained her professional smile, yet her heart sank completely. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with him, her interest waned. Initially, she had paid little heed when Chen Chong and others targeted Su Jingzhe. The survival of the fittest was a reality too commonplace. However, Su Jingzhe's calm demeanor in the face of Chen Chong and Qin Jinshi, his sharp words, and the effortless way he commanded the situation reminded her of someone. Moreover, the character in Su Jingzhe's name resonated with her, echoing the single inscribed on the alchemist's token she had presented. Sometimes, seemingly trivial coincidences, when encountered repeatedly, can crystallize into undeniable truths. Arriving with anticipation, yet ultimately departing in disappointment, Feng Qingya did not perceive the greatest traits of that person in Su Jingzhe. Back when they were on the second floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, she had not hesitated to make contact with Su Jingzhe. At that time, Feng Qingya was utterly captivating, yet that individual remained impervious. In contrast, she believed that with just a slight exertion of her charm, Su Jingzhe would surely be mesmerized. After casually exchanging a few words with Su Jingzhe, Feng Qingya stood up and departed. Observing this, many guests also rose to take their leave from Qin Chong. The atmosphere had grown awkward due to earlier events, and they sensed that Qin Chong was unlikely to continue presiding over the so-called program. After all, the main character, Qin Jishe, had already stormed off in anger. With someone leading the way, it would be somewhat impolite to linger. Thank you for your hospitality, Taoist Qin. I bid you farewell. Taoist Qin, we too take our leave. Farewells echoed throughout the room. Qin Chong maintained a forced smile in response. At that moment, Su Jingzhe nodded to Shuangjiang and, accompanied by Ningyao, approached Qin Chong. Thank you for your hospitality, Taoist Qin. Although we could not reach a consensus on matters at the academy today, it does not diminish my regard for Taoist Jingzhe as a confidant. Tomorrow marks the spirit awakening ceremony held by the Huayang sect, and I eagerly anticipate the talents of the children from your esteemed academy. Even though our academy in Taohua Lane could not merge with Chui Lu Lane, we must strengthen our collaboration in the future. With that, he sincerely clasped his fists before Qin Chong. Farewell. To kill a man and strike at his heart, nothing less. Qin Chong, who had managed to maintain a semblance of a smile, found his expression darken completely upon hearing Su Jingzhe's remarks. A villain's triumph. Indeed, a villain's triumph. Before long, the guests dispersed, leaving behind the Chui Lu Academy in disarray. The few teachers at the academy toiled to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, Qin Chong entered a pavilion where Qin Jingzhe sat cross-legged on a cushion. Though he appeared to be meditating, his state of mind was exceedingly unstable, unable to attain tranquility. Sensing Qin Chong's arrival, he opened his eyes. Uncle, the person must die. Qin Jingzhe did not direct his anger toward Qin Chong. He understood that today's events could not be entirely blamed on him. His own carelessness played a part as well. However, all the resentment and loss of dignity could be attributed solely to Su Jingzhe. Qin Chong was taken aback by his nephew's first words. With a heavy sigh, he realized that Qin Jingzhe's resolve had likely been shaken today. If Su Jingzhe remained alive, it could potentially affect Qin Jingzhe's foundation building. Contemplating this, Qin Chong's murderous intent grew ever more fervent. Qin Jingzhe had always been the greatest hope of the Qin family. Whenever matters concerning him arose, Qin Chong would unconditionally step back for his sake. At present, Qin Jingzhe's murderous intent is so intense that it seems Su Jingzhe must indeed perish. His countenance is exceedingly grim. After pondering for a moment, he continues, the events of today will likely spread throughout the entirety of Linjiang City. My Qin family is destined to become the laughingstock during this period, especially with Zhang Hong and Li Long, the two stewards, present. If Su Jingzhe is dispatched tonight, the repercussions could be even more dire. This does not bode well for my Qin family. Despite the overwhelming desire to kill, there remain reservations. Uncle, the current situation in Linjiang City is a cauldron of chaos, more complex than you can imagine. There have been instances of demonic cultivators committing murder in broad daylight, and numerous fatalities have ensued. The Huayang sect is struggling to maintain order. As long as we keep our hands clean, even if everyone suspects us, what can they do? Initially, upon returning from the central courtyard, Qin Jingzhe intended to ignore Su Jingzhe, knowing there would be ample opportunities to crush him later. Yet, the more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became. Retreating would mean his own demise. The murderous rage within him was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Tomorrow marks the day of my advancement to intersect disciple and the awakening of the children at the academy. To avert all potential hazards, I wish not to see this person again. Knowing his uncle possesses the capability to execute this task, he makes his request. Hearing this, Qin Chong furrows his brow but eventually nods in agreement. Good. In Qin Chong's eyes, Qin Jingzhe's cultivation and future take precedence above all else. He would go to great lengths to eliminate any obstacles in his path. Moreover, he believes that once Qin Chong rises to the status of an inner sect disciple, foundational cultivation will soon follow. At that point, even if it becomes known that Su Jingzhe was killed by their family, what would it matter? Girl, was the meal to your liking? On their way back, Jingzhe smiles at Ningyao, who nods vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. The feast they partook was largely consumed by the two of them. Though Sister Zhang, who has long been involved in the affairs of the Huayang sect, possesses more spirit stones than the other residents of Taohua Lane, she does not indulge excessively. Despite Ningyu being well provided for, she had never experienced such lavish banquets. Throughout their conversation, Jingzhe refrains from mentioning the awakening ceremony on the morrow, understanding from his past experiences that such emphasis could inadvertently heighten the pressure on the child. It is best to let things unfold naturally. Before they reach the main street, Luo Yubai, who had been accompanying them, suddenly catches up. Su, my friend. This is where you're mistaken. We agreed to travel together, which means we must come and go as a group. Upon seeing Luo Yubai, Jingzhe can't help but smile wryly. Frostfall had advised him to limit his interactions with this individual, yet today's circumstances render that advice futile, as he seems inescapably attached like a stubborn adhesive. At this moment, Jingzhe chuckles. I thought you were heading to the treasure pavilion. Some matters truly require one to seize the moment. Otherwise, after a while, one might not even recognize who you are when addressing the Wind Taoist. There was a hint of jest in Jingzhe's words. Initially, he had not anticipated that Luo Yuebai's so-called desire to meet certain individuals would lead him to Feng Qingya of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Moreover, given his prior demeanor, it seemed he had already anticipated Feng Qingya's arrival and had set his sights long before. Had it not been for Shuangjiang's mention of this fellow's remarkable nature, Jingzhe's astonishment might have been even more fervent. Upon hearing Jingzhe's remark, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Luo Yuebai's face, and he smiled as he nodded. Indeed, Taoist Su speaks truthfully. However, during our time at the Chui Lu Academy, my ability to converse with Manager Feng was merely due to her reluctance to dismiss me publicly for the sake of decorum. Once is enough for the art of shamelessness. To recklessly approach the treasure-gathering pavilion now would likely result in being unceremoniously thrown out. Before he could finish, he jested. Yet it seems that Taoist Su's previous charm might have been more effective in winning Manager Feng's favor. Did she not extend an invitation for you to visit the treasure-gathering pavilion? The abilities possessed by Su Taoist appear to be quite esteemed within the confines of the treasure-gathering pavilion. As she spoke these words, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Luo Yubai's eyes. However, Jingzhe felt a sudden jolt of alarm within his heart. He immediately discerned that Luo Yubai's words were a subtle probe directed towards him. What abilities did he truly possess? It is merely alchemy. Has this fellow sensed something? A look of bewilderment immediately appeared on his face. Aside from teaching, Su has no notable talents, and even his appearance seems to pale in comparison to that of his companion. It is truly perplexing what qualities could have endeared him to Jubel. As he uttered these words, a bitter smile adorned Jingzhe's face, revealing no other emotions or flaws. In the depths of Luo Yu's eyes, a flicker of surprise emerged. Yet he soon nodded, choosing not to dwell further on the subject. With a smile, he remarked, Today, my friend Su has undoubtedly offended the Qin family. And it seems your time in Linjiang City will not be easy from now on. There may even be hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. I wonder how you intend to navigate this predicament, my friend. This remark remains a subtle probe from Luo Yubai towards Jingzhe. The latter, with a wry smile, waved his hand, stating that this course of action is indeed a reluctant necessity, and they must proceed step by step. This sentiment carries a hint of resignation. A fleeting moment of surprise crossed Luo Yubai's exquisitely handsome visage, but he quickly returned to a bitter smile and nodded, refraining from further insinuations. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his belief that Jingzhe is far from ordinary. If one truly lacked means, such tranquility would be unattainable. Engaged in conversation, the four companions swiftly returned to Peach Blossom Alley. As they prepared to part ways, Luo Yubai solemnly cautioned Jingzhe, saying, regardless of the circumstances, I implore you, dear friend, to exercise caution in the days to come. The Huayang sect cannot shield us from everything, especially with the Spirit Awakening Day approaching, which may not be entirely serene. Having spoken, he proceeded towards his residence. Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback, before a smile once again graced his features. This Taoist named Luo truly possessed an intriguing nature. The figure of Luo Yubai vanished within his residence, causing Jingzhe's brow to furrow once more. This individual was indeed becoming increasingly enigmatic. I cannot shake the feeling that he knows something beyond what he reveals. Jingzhe voiced these thoughts to Shuangjiang, who merely smiled faintly in response and advised, let each person attend to their own affairs, pursue what needs pursuing. As you previously mentioned, Allow things to unfold naturally. The rest will resolve itself as long as you diligently enhance your own strength. It was rare for Shuangjiang to offer such counsel. Su Jingzhe nodded in agreement. And soon the three of them returned directly to the academy. Upon re-entering the quiet chamber, Shuangjiang's gaze turned back to Su Jingzhe. What are your plans now? Will you continue, or wait until tomorrow? As she spoke, her eyes drifted toward the alchemical furnace in the corner. She was well aware that, had it not been for the banquet, Su Jingzhe would likely have exhausted the remaining 20 portions of Qiling medicinal materials. He might have even refined a substantial number of recovery elixirs by now. Su Jingzhe chuckled softly. Balance is essential for lasting progress. This is a lesson you imparted to me. Today, at the banquet, I consumed quite a bit of spiritually infused sustenance. Perhaps it would be more beneficial to practice the Python scale technique now, fully absorbing its essence. Other matters do not seem pressing at this moment. Currently, Su Jingzhe was exceedingly pleased with the quality of his magical artifact brick. He had also acquired the Python scale technique for body refinement, elevating his cultivation to the 5th layer of the mysterious embryo of the physical body. Moreover, he was always prepared to unlock the secrets of the spring well at any time. Among the lower-tier cultivators in Linjiang City, his foundation was already commendably solid. He was no longer the timid Su Jingzhe who evoked fear in others. Most importantly, as long as Shuangjiang remained by his side, he felt emboldened to face any challenge that arose. The banquet had revealed the Qin family's stance. They were still intent on seizing control of the academy. Although they had suffered a setback at the Cui Lu Lane Academy due to his clever maneuvering, Su Jingzhe understood that this only intensified their malice toward him. It was possible they might resort to desperate measures tonight. With this thought, he turned to Ningyu and said, "Child, tonight you shall rest here with the teacher's wife." All right. Ningyu did not question him. Whatever arrangements Su Jingzhe made, she followed without hesitation, observing her obedient demeanor. Su Jingzhe couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair before stepping out of the quiet chamber. Suddenly, a surge of points caught Su Jingzhe off guard, causing him to pause momentarily. A smile crept onto his lips as he continued onward, arriving beneath the peach blossom tree in the courtyard, clearing his mind of distractions. He then commenced practicing the Python scale technique, following its prescribed path. Moments ago, the spiritual liquor consumed at the banquet and the beast meat devoured were imbued with vital energy and spiritual essence, rapidly merging with Su Jingzhe's flesh and blood under the influence of the Python scale technique. He felt as though his vital energy had indeed surged. While it was insufficient for an immediate breakthrough to the 6th layer of the profound embryo, through gradual accumulation, he could still enhance himself without relying on the points bestowed by his golden finger. Ever since he had amassed a sufficient number of points, Su Jingzhe had contemplated excavating the secrets of the Yongquan acupoint several times, but had refrained. At least, while Shuangjiang remained by his side. He deemed it unnecessary for both reasons of practicality and to avoid arousing her suspicion. His golden finger was his greatest secret, and he could not afford any risk of exposure before anyone. This time, Su Jingzhe concluded his practice of the Python scale technique before reaching a state of utter exhaustion. After all, the night might still hold unrest. Although Shuangjiang's presence offered some comfort, he felt the need for caution. As the night deepened, he noticed that the lamp in the quiet room had been extinguished, signaling that the girl Ningyu had likely retired for the night. He then made his way to the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the adjoining courtyard, Luo Yubai sat at the center, holding a folding fan, fully attuned to the scents wafting through the air. He had maintained this state of awareness for quite some time, but now began to furrow his brow. Has he simply gone to sleep tonight? If it truly were you, having achieved such results in Cui Lu Alley, would you not concoct a few elixirs to celebrate? Luo Yubai mused softly, his gaze lingering on Su Jingzhe's courtyard, filled with curiosity. In fact, upon returning, he had resolved that should the scent of alchemical herbs waft once more from Su Jingzhe's abode, he would certainly investigate. However, disappointment loomed as he pondered this. Just then, several figures stealthily entered his courtyard, but he paid them no heed. This time, however, they chose not to return indoors but instead knelt behind him. Moon Chief, part of our group has gone there, while another part has assembled. What shall be our next course of action? One of the cloaked figures respectfully inquired. Stand by for now. Since you have gathered, simply be adaptable. When the moment is right, I shall issue my orders, Luo Yubai replied, waving his fan dismissively. Understood. The cloaked figures responded, preparing to retreat indoors. Yet, as Luo Yubai seemed to recall something, he raised an eyebrow. Wait. The figures halted immediately. Luo Yubai's gaze turned towards Su Jingzhe's courtyard. There resides an intriguing individual. Tonight may bring forth a deadly peril. Since you have nothing urgent to attend to, Keep a watchful eye. Uncertain of Su Jingzhe's true identity and background, Luo Yuebai was reluctant and perhaps even hesitant to handle matters concerning Su in a straightforward and forceful manner. On the other hand, he feared that Su Jingzhe might merely be an ordinary person. It would indeed be a pity if such an intriguing neighbor were to fall victim to the Qin family. Therefore, within the limits of his ability, he was willing to offer assistance. Upon hearing Luo Yuebai's words, the few shadowy figures clad in black, with only their eyes visible, exchanged glances of confusion. However, they did not inquire further, merely acknowledging his request before vanishing into the darkness, quietly concealing themselves in various corners of Su Jingzhe's Enlightenment Academy. In the dimly lit quiet room, Shuangjiang's eyes suddenly snapped open. She glanced at Ning Yao, who was already fast asleep on the stone bed behind her. Shuangjiang's gaze then drifted towards the window, her expression momentarily sharp, but a slight smile soon graced her lips. I had no intention of engaging with this individual, yet, as he stated, he truly was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive, approaching me uninvited. Nevertheless, it seems this development might spare me some trouble. Although Su Jingzhe was resting in the kitchen, his vigilance today surpassed that of previous days when he lounged atop the beams. He remained in a state of half-sleep, fearful that assassins dispatched by the Qin family might take desperate measures. After all, with dawn approaching, they were to head to Huayang's sect for the awakening ceremony. This was the Qin family's last chance. Should he perish tonight, many complications would unravel effortlessly. Su Jingzhe often placed himself in the shoes of his enemies, contemplating matters from their perspective. He believed that if he were Qin Chong, he would undoubtedly arrange for someone to attempt an attack tonight. In the eyes of Qin Chong and his ilk, he was merely a lowly cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement, lacking background and perceived to be quite mad. Moreover, his wariness extended beyond the Qin family. His bold confrontation with Qin Chong and his nephew at the Cui Lu Academy yesterday would likely spread throughout Linjiang City. If he were to be slain, the blame would seamlessly shift to the Qin family. Everyone has adversaries, and Qin Chong was no exception. Thus, Su Jingzhe speculated that potential visitors today could include enemies of the Qin family. However, to his surprise, as dawn approached, there was still no sign of disturbance within the academy. The position where Su Jingzhe lay allowed him to observe the entrance of the quiet room. He knew that Shuangjiang had not left the quiet room, nor had anyone entered. Could it be that no one was coming? A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. He genuinely relished the challenge and yearned to replicate the feat of vanquishing Lin Ping. His recently acquired extraordinary brick had yet to taste blood. This fellow, despite possessing some strength, harbored restless elements within his nature. Unbeknownst to him, however, someone had indeed visited during the night, and not just once. Yet his neighbor, that sticky plaster, had silently erected a formidable barrier for him. All assassins who had come, whether skilled or unskilled, had been reduced to mere sludge, absorbed into the earth surrounding the academy. Even after special treatment, no trace remained detectable by anyone. Within a loft of the Cui Lu Academy, Qin Chong had spent the night in restless wakefulness. As dawn broke, Qin Jingzhe abruptly awakened from a tenuous state of cultivation. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Qin Chong pacing anxiously before him. "Uncle, how did everything go?" He presumed that with the Qin family's capabilities, eliminating a cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement should have been a trivial task. Yet, Qin Chong's anxious demeanor filled him with an unsettling foreboding. His brows knitted in concern. As Qin Jingzhe concluded his cultivation, Qin Chong revealed a bitter expression and produced 5 shattered life tokens. "Jingzhe, perhaps we underestimated him. That fellow truly possesses confidence and contingencies. Last night, I expended considerable effort to enlist a few desperate individuals from the outskirts to infiltrate Taohua Alley. Before taking action, they entrusted their life tokens to me. However, merely an hour had passed before they all perished." Gazing at the 5 shattered tokens in my hand, Qin Chong still found it hard to believe, as if ensnared in a dream. It is worth noting that the 5 individuals I summoned were all at the late stage of qi refining, either at the 7th or even 8th level. This Su Jingzhe may not be as devoid of background as we had imagined. Qin Jingzhe's gaze was likewise fixated on the 5 fragmented tokens held by Qin Chong. After a prolonged silence, his countenance darkened as he inquired, "Uncle, did those 5 assassins have any direct contact with you?" Qin Chong shook his head. "Though I may be of little use, I would not commit such a fundamental error." Qin Jingzhe nodded solemnly, the complexity of his expression evident. "Very well, let this matter rest here. The Qin family knows nothing and has done nothing. We shall address all this after my nephew ascends as an inner disciple of Huayang's sect today. Now, Let us prepare to head to Huayang sect. Indeed, could it be that 5 late-stage qi refining assassins met their demise at the hands of merely a beginning-stage instructor? Even if his prowess is as it appears, there is likely a powerful protector concealed in the shadows. Cultivators are generally wary, and the Chun family duo is certainly not prone to reckless confrontation. Knowing when to retreat is the wisest course of action, allowing for the opportunity to arise later. Time remaining until the host's Dantian is irrevocably shattered, for 194 days. Daily fixed points. Zhangxiu, 4, Shuangjiang, 8, Fengqingya, 2. Remaining available points, 307, as the first rays of sunlight graced the eastern horizon. Jingzhe's eyes caught sight of a few lines of golden text flickering once more. The daily fixed points arrived as expected, now accompanied by an additional Fengqingya. Each dawn now brings him a total of 14 points, filling him with immense excitement. His secret reservoir at the Yongquan point has yet to be unlocked, and the additional points have already surpassed the 100 mark. At this moment, he could allocate the surplus 107 points to enhance other elemental roots. Contemplating this, his heart stirred with anticipation. The interface reappeared before him. Host, Su Jingzhe, empathy count, 3. Remaining available points, 307. Metal root, common 23 100. Wood root, profound 0 200. Water root, common 25 100. Fire root, common 89 100. Earth root, common 32 100. After examining the interface, he managed to hold back his impulses. Though points are now somewhat easier to obtain, they remain scarce. It is best to utilize each point on pressing needs. The profound wood elemental root is currently adequate, while enhancing his physical prowess is the most prudent choice at this juncture. Alchemy and physical cultivation stand as his foremost priorities. Perhaps in the future, when points are less constrained, he may also elevate his metal and fire elemental roots, thereby augmenting the attacking power of his black brick. Contemplating this, Su Jingzhe's mindset became significantly more tranquil. He kindled the fire and resumed cooking. By now, he had successfully instilled in Shuangjiang the commendable habit of having breakfast. Furthermore, little Ningyao also required nourishment. He refrained from rousing the 2 girls from their slumber as the delectable aroma of the meal wafted through the air. The silhouettes of a tall figure and a small one appeared at the kitchen entrance. Come, it's time for breakfast. After their morning repast, the day had brightened considerably. Su Jingzhe had initially intended to practice the python scale technique beneath the peach blossom tree a few times. However, before he could commence, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Mr. Su, we have arrived. Mr. Su, are you there? A chorus of playful children's laughter soon followed. Su Jingzhe had previously arranged with the children during class to take them to Huayang sect today. True to their word, the children appeared. Upon opening the door, he found more than 10 individuals waiting outside. Among them were the children who were to undergo spiritual awakening that day, accompanied by their parents. However, upon discreetly counting, he noted that a few less had come than expected. Only 8 children were willing to accompany him, including Ningyao. His budding academy now boasted a mere 9 students. Such a number was indeed pitiable. It was likely that the aftermath of last night's banquet had contributed to this outcome. The 8 children's parents were all at the initial stage of qi refinement, akin to Su Jingzhe, representing the true grassroots level. Perhaps they were the ones that Qin Chong deemed unworthy of recruitment, leaving him with these few. After all, the potential of these 8 children was rather lackluster, and even Su Jingzhe had little faith in them. Nevertheless, he was undeterred. Quality trumps quantity in warfare. He still held Ning Yao as his trump card. Everyone, please come inside. Shortly, we shall head to Huayang sect together. Su Jingzhe greeted the parents of the children. They clasped their fists in acknowledgement and followed him into the academy. Simultaneously, numerous cultivators throughout the streets of Linjiang City were making their way to Huayang sect. The annual spiritual awakening ceremony was considered quite a grand affair in Linjiang City. Even children not enrolled in the academy, or those like Yin Xia who had repeatedly failed to awaken their spiritual roots, could participate in the awakening tower at Huayang sect by offering a certain amount of spirit stones. History is replete with accounts of those who, despite numerous failures in awakening, persevered and eventually succeeded. The notion of late bloomers in the realm of cultivation is not merely a legend. Thus, each year during the awakening ceremony, the number of truly eligible children far surpassed those who had previously failed and were unwilling to accept defeat. On this day, Huayang sect would fully open its doors to the public. However, entry still required the payment of a certain quantity of spirit stones, akin to purchasing a ticket. In summary, in Linjiang City, one could not accomplish anything without spirit stones. The main street connecting Peach Blossom Alley and Suelio Alley ran north and south. Walking to the northern end of the main street led directly to the gates of Huayang Sect, which was situated in the northern part of Linjiang City. Nestled against the serene Qifeng Mountain, the expansive grounds of the Huayang Sect are complemented by several specialized cultivation sites that extend into the mountain's periphery. Today, the main thoroughfare is bustling with a multitude of individuals, all with a singular purpose, to reach the Huayang Sect. As Su Jingzhe and his companions arrived from the academy, they found the entrance to the sect already slightly congested. Notably, unlike previous years, a considerable number of attendees were clad in black robes and conical hats. However, the Huayang sect paid them no heed. Those who wished to shroud themselves in mystery were free to do so, as long as they complied with the regulations and paid their spirit stones. This indifference exemplified the confidence of the Huayang sect, unperturbed by any potential disruptions. At the end of the main street stood a formidable flight of 99 stone steps, leading to the grand entrance of the Huayang sect. Flanking the entrance were 4 towering white jade pillars, each reaching a height of 9 zhang. All who arrived here were required to queue and pay their spirit stones to gain entry. Su Jingzhe gazed up at the bold, vigorous characters inscribed at the top of the gate, Huayang sect. A subtle smile graced his lips. Today marked his 3rd visit to this place. His previous 2 visits had also been in the company of students, as the awakening effects at the Enlightenment Academy had proven quite favorable, bestowing him with a sense of pride. Yet this time, his mindset had transformed significantly. No longer concerned with the Academy's affairs, he felt liberated from the tension that had accompanied his earlier visits. Furthermore, with Shuangjung still by his side, he felt reassured regarding any safety concerns. The cost was calculated at 10 inferior spirit stones per person. As they approached the entrance, a Huayang sect disciple, expressionless, informed Su Jingzhe of the fee. Su Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. The price had indeed increased. In previous years, it had only been 5 inferior spirit stones per person. The sudden doubling of the fee was quite absurd, and the parents of the 8 children behind him displayed expressions of dismay. These parents were genuinely from the lower strata of society, and the spirit stones they had prepared were based on the previous year's standard. The unexpected price hike left them dumbfounded. "Mr. Su, we might not be able to enter. Please, could you take these little ones inside for their awakening? We are grateful to you, regardless of the outcome. You are our benefactor." In Su Jingzhe's eyes, these children might not possess exceptional talents, and the probability of awakening their spiritual roots seemed low. Nevertheless, they represented their parents' hopes for the year, and he was determined to ensure they had the opportunity to enter. With a smile, Su Jingzhe nodded, "They are my students. There is no problem at all." Although he had no shortage of spirit stones, he found no justification for covering the cost for these individuals. Besides attending classes at the academy, he had no connection with them. Su Jingzhe had no doubt that had Chen Chong interacted with them, these 8 students would likely not have accompanied him today. "Thank you, Mr. Su." After paying 10 low-grade spirit stones for their children, the parents could only stand silently at the entrance of Huayang sect, helplessly watching them enter. Meanwhile, in the adjacent courtyard of Luo Weibai, he remained clad in a flowing robe of moonlight white, his hair elegantly styled, and a folding fan gracefully in hand, exuding an unparalleled charm. It was nearly time. Such a grand event at Huayang sect warranted his participation. With a gentle flick of his fan, Luo Weibai stepped out of the door, making his way towards the Enlightenment Academy, eager to accompany Su Jingzhe. However, upon arriving at the academy's entrance, he discovered the gates firmly shut and locked from the outside. Su had acted with remarkable swiftness. With a wry smile, Luo Weibai shrugged off the disappointment and proceeded towards the main street. After his departure, a shadowy figure clad in black occasionally emerged from his courtyard, seamlessly blending into the dark corners before vanishing from sight. As Su Jingzhe and the 9 children entered the grand gates of Huayang sect, they made their way directly towards the central area. Within the confines of Huayang sect, Su Jingzhe and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The richness of the spiritual energy here was incomparable to the streets outside. Indeed, the disparity between Taohua Lane and this place was likely more than tenfold. Su Jingzhe even observed numerous individuals meditating amidst the bamboo groves and stones along the path, deeply engrossed in their cultivation. For many ordinary cultivators facing a bottleneck, paying 10 low-grade spirit stones could grant them an entire day of cultivation here, potentially leading to a breakthrough in their current realm. This was undeniably a lucrative opportunity. As Su Jingzhe walked, he observed silently. The number of people entering Huayang sect this time was greater than on their previous visit, primarily due to the influx of visitors from outside. The presence of those clad in black added a touch of tension to the atmosphere of Huayang's sect. After a leisurely stroll, they soon arrived at the heart of the sect, where a vast square lay before them. The square was paved with blue stone, and at its center stood a towering statue, 3 zhang high. The statue depicted a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, bearing a long sword on his back, exuding an air of vitality. This was the founder of Huayang's sect, the revered Huayang Zhenren. It was said that 1,000 years ago, Huayang Zhenren wielded the Tianhua Shangyang sword, earning great renown throughout the Jingzhe region. Every branch of Huayang's sect housed a statue in his honor. Adjacent to this statue was a slightly shorter ancient white tower, which appeared to have stood for quite some time. This was the ultimate destination of Su Jingzhe and his companions, the Qiling Tower. Embedded within the tower were Qiling stones, which could assess the innate talents of children of appropriate age who entered its confines. At that moment, a considerable crowd had already gathered in the square. Seating was limited to the vicinity surrounding the Qiling Tower, with only about 100 spots available. Although Su Jingzhe and his group represented an organization, they were not entitled to a seat and could only stand as close to the Qiling Tower as possible. As time passed, the crowd in the square continued to swell, with vacant spots gradually filling up with people. Soon, thousands had gathered in the square. Despite Su Jingzhe's remarkable display in Suelio Lane the day prior, he found that no one seemed to notice him today. "Su, my friend, you are indeed hard to find." A familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Turning around, he was greeted by none other than Luo Yuebai. "Luo, you have arrived as well," Su Jingzhe replied with a faint smile, though he felt a twinge of surprise. He suspected that Luo Yuebai had stumbled upon something significant and was now intent on attaching himself to Su Jingzhe's endeavors, akin to an unyielding adhesive. His curiosity regarding the identity of Luo Yuebai grew increasingly intense. Upon Luo Yuebai's arrival, Shuangjiang cast a fleeting glance in his direction, though she offered no further acknowledgement. After the passage of a little more than half an hour, as the sunlight fully bathed the square, numerous high-ranking members of Huayang's sect gradually emerged from the palatial confines, taking their seats in the center of the square. Among them were individuals of all ages, their demeanor exuding an air of distinction and ethereal grace. Notably, Chen Jinshi, whom he had encountered the previous night, was present, and thanks to his connections, Chen Chong also secured a position there. Beside Chen Chong stood a multitude of children, some of whom had once been students at Su Jingzhe's Enlightenment Academy. Even standing, their placement was far superior to that of Su Jingzhe and his companions. Although the number of attendees at this spirit awakening ceremony was considerably greater than before, it appeared that more than half of Huayang's sect's upper echelon was absent. It was rather fortuitous that the appearance of a secret treasure at Qingfeng Mountain had drawn the sect leader of the Jiang branch of Huayang's sect, along with numerous other cultivators, to that location. While the spirit awakening ceremony held significance, it paled in comparison to the opportunities presented at Qingfeng Mountain. The events at Qifeng Mountain were not solely reliant on the cultivators from the Jiang branch. It was rumored that many formidable figures from the main sect had also arrived. Several sects, not inferior to Huayang's main sect, had sent their own powerful representatives. That setting was undoubtedly the most perilous and lively place during this period. In contrast, those gathered here for the spirit awakening ceremony generally possessed considerably lower prowess. As the cultivators of Huayang's sect made their entrance, a flurry of discussions erupted across the square. Su Jingzhe had some understanding of this, having participated in 2 previous spirit awakening ceremonies. The high-ranking members of Huayang's sect he had encountered in those instances were indeed not the same as this current assembly. At the very least, he did not see the sect leader of the Jiang branch present. Frowning slightly, Su Jingzhe turned his gaze toward Qingfeng Mountain, where the view was limited to its periphery. At that moment, it appeared tranquil, leaving him unable to fathom the intensity of the conflicts occurring there or the nature of the secret treasure that had emerged. An inexplicable worry for Sister Zhang crept into his heart. Seeing that Su Dao seemed intrigued by the situation at Qifeng Mountain, Luo Weibai, noticing Su Jingzhe's gaze, smiled and remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe felt a stirring in his heart and turned his attention back to him. He ventured to probe. "I presume Taoist Luo Yue possesses some insights into the matters concerning Qingfeng Mountain?" In Su Jingzhe's eyes, Luo Yuebai was increasingly enigmatic, and it seemed plausible that he might glean some unexpected information from him. In response, Luo Weibai nodded, affirming, "I do possess some knowledge. Perhaps within the next day or 2, the situation at Qifeng Mountain will reach a definitive conclusion. It could very well be today." After a brief pause, he continued, "Thus, Today's spirit awakening ceremony may prove to be even more splendid than in previous years. However, this is merely hearsay, and its veracity remains uncertain. I, Luo, merely wish to enjoy the festivities for a brief moment. As his words fell, Luo Yuebai smiled, elegantly wielding a folding fan. His strikingly handsome appearance attracted the attention of several female cultivators nearby. Upon hearing his words, Jingzhe felt a stir in his heart once more. This enigmatic individual, while seemingly nonchalant, possessed a credibility that could not be easily dismissed. In fact, he sensed that Luo Yuebai's remarks bore an implicit caution directed at himself. Instinctively, he became more vigilant, and his concern for Sister Zhang deepened. When his gaze shifted to the side at Shuangjiang, she merely responded with a disdainful smile. Just as Jingzhe was about to say something, an unexpected commotion erupted in the square. Jingzhe and the others could not help but turn their gaze towards the source of the commotion. There, the crowd parted to reveal a tall figure gliding gracefully towards the center. The newcomer exuded an elegance intertwined with a hint of allure. It was none other than Feng Qingya. Today, she donned a flowing black gown that elevated her noble demeanor significantly. The dress, form-fitting yet sophisticated, accentuated her perfect figure to perfection. A professional smile adorned her face, while the elderly man with white hair who had appeared the previous night remained at her side, resembling her most loyal guardian. Could this be the newly appointed master of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion? Truly, as the rumors suggested, she was a peerless beauty. It was said that she had already made an appearance at the Chui Lu Academy in Chui Lu Alley the night prior, but regrettably, I had been at Qingfeng Mountain, hoping for fortune, and missed the chance to behold her visage. Upon witnessing her today, she certainly lived up to my expectations. I had never been one to concern myself with the beauty of female cultivators, for after all, a rose is but a skeleton. Yet, upon encountering this Mistress Feng, my previous notions were irrevocably altered. Should Mistress Feng bestow upon me her favorable regard, I would not hesitate to offer my specially cultivated ribs to concoct a nourishing broth for her. Indeed, wherever Feng Qingyao went, she became the focal point of attention, the center of discussion. At this moment, she smiled and nodded graciously to the surrounding crowd, captivating many with her charm, leading numerous early-stage qi-refining practitioners to indulge in unrealistic daydreams. Upon her arrival, an elderly man with white hair, the highest-ranking member of Huayang sect present, suddenly rose to his feet, respectfully clasping his fists in greeting. Mistress Feng, your esteemed presence is a great honor. I beg your pardon for not receiving you properly. Such formalities were unavoidable. Feng Qingya replied with a smile, Vice Sect Master Chao, you are too kind. Since Huayang sect is hosting such a grand event, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion naturally must come to show its support. The elder, known as Chao Qing, was indeed the vice master of the Jiaogling branch of Huayang sect, holding the highest status in the square in the absence of the sect leader. Feng Qingya took her seat right beside Chao Qing, positioned at the absolute center. After both she and her elderly companion settled, Chao Qing stood up once more. Suddenly, a greenish-black bracelet on his wrist flashed with brilliance, and an ancient long sword appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he performed a hand gesture, causing the sword to hover in midair. He then stepped forward, confidently standing atop the sword. In the next moment, he soared into the sky. Sword flight. Chao Qing's sudden display of sword flight astonished the majority of those present. Sword flight was the most elementary symbol of all Foundation establishment cultivators. Although it was well known that Chao Qing was a Foundation establishment practitioner, witnessing the act of sword flight still evoked unparalleled envy within countless qi-refining cultivators. For many fledgling cultivators, the ultimate aspiration of their lives is to one day soar through the skies on a sword. Observing Chao Qing, who stood firmly in the void, Jingzhe felt a twinge of envy in his heart. It is said that for physical cultivators, achieving flight on a sword is significantly more challenging than for those who cultivate qi. Thus, even if Jingzhe's physical cultivation were to reach the next realm, the flesh-spirit embryo stage, he might not be able to fly as freely as a Foundation establishment practitioner. As he beheld the numerous qi refinement cultivators below casting envious glances at him, Chao Qing's vanity was greatly satisfied. He then proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Today marks the annual spirit awakening ceremony of our Huayang sect. I noticed that this year, more participants have come to join us, which fills my heart with joy. I hope that all who enter the Spirit Tower will awaken their own unique spiritual roots. At every grand gathering, there is always a plethora of formalities to address." This old fellow, Chao Qing, began to reminisce about the origins of the Huayang sect, nearly tracing back to its founding master, the Huayang real person. After a barrage of trivial remarks, he gradually arrived at the crux of the matter. This year's Spirit Awakening ceremony bears some differences from those of the past. Recently, our Huayang sect's Linjiang branch has produced an exceptionally talented disciple. Taking advantage of today's ceremony, all friends from Linjiang City are gathered here as witnesses. The Huayang sect is willing to elevate this individual to the status of an inner disciple, who will then preside over the Spirit Awakening ceremony. A sense of dread washed over Su Jingzhe upon hearing Chao Qing's words. Although Chao Qing had yet to name him directly, who among them could be unaware that this soon-to-be elevated inner disciple was none other than Jingzhe? No one had anticipated that the Huayang sect would bestow such an honor upon him. To elevate him alone, they would even prioritize this before the ceremony. Previously, Su Jingzhe and the others had believed that Jingzhe's promotion to inner disciple would merely follow the ceremony as a formality. But they never expected it to be so official. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that after his promotion, this fellow would preside over the Spirit Awakening ceremony. Su Jingzhe could easily foresee that during the proceedings, should Jingzhe not take the opportunity to make things difficult for them, he would be utterly incredulous. Almost everyone directed either astonished or envious glances toward Jingzhe. Seated in the center, Jingzhe suddenly stood up, a warm smile gracing his face. Although his appearance did not compare to the striking beauty of Luo Yuebai, and was even less appealing than Su Jingzhe's, it did not hinder him from becoming the focal point of the crowd, nor did it diminish the vibrant glances many female cultivators cast in his direction. The honor bestowed upon him by Chao Qing, or rather the Huayang branch, was simply overwhelming. Indeed, Qin Daoyu is that radiant light, illuminating the long quiet and dark recesses of my heart in this fleeting moment. My ideal partner embodies the unparalleled genius of Qin Daoyu, and I fervently hope that upon his ascension, he will don golden armor and tread upon auspicious clouds to claim me as his own. At this moment, numerous female cultivators gaze at Jingzhe, their whispers beginning to take form. In response, Su Jingzhe and Luo Yuebai simultaneously curl their lips in disdain. Su Jingzhe, with a playful smile directed at Luo Yuebai, inquires, "Do you feel the pressure, Taoist Luo?" Luo Yuebai, momentarily taken aback, finds herself at a loss for words. Su Jingzhe continues with a knowing smile. Last night, it was evident to all that he holds profound admiration for Master Feng. The radiance surrounding him is indeed quite overwhelming. Once again, Luo Yuebai is left speechless, unable to retort. After basking in the intense attention of everyone in the square, Jingzhe, still wearing that warm smile, strides to the center of the square, beneath the statue of the esteemed Huayang Zhenren. Although he has attained the pinnacle of qi refinement, he has yet to establish his foundation, rendering him unable to soar through the skies on a sword. Otherwise, today, he could truly indulge in the pretense of grandeur. Standing quietly beneath the statue of Huayang Zhenren, the gentle smile remains on his lips, while his gaze softens as it rests upon Feng Qingya, seated directly before him. If his admiration for Feng Qingya last night could be deemed subtle, today, his fervent gaze is utterly unmasked. Yet, he refrains from uttering a word. Meanwhile, Su Jingzhe and Luo Yuebai exchange glances, both feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight of their rival's exuberance. "Taoist Luo, did you see? That fellow's gaze is utterly unabashed," Su Jingzhe remarks. With the prestige that Huayang sect is about to bestow upon him, which female cultivator could remain unenchanted? Luo Yuebai, with a resigned smile, responds, "It matters not, for Master Feng is no ordinary person." He unfurls his folding fan once more, seemingly evading the topic. As Su Jingzhe and Luo Yuebai converse, Chao Qing, who had been soaring through the skies on a sword, descends. His expression turns solemn as he addresses Jingzhe. "Jingzhe, disciple is here." Jingzhe replies, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a serious demeanor. Chao Qing continues, "Bow to our master." The process of ascending to an inner disciple is indeed rather intricate. Upon receiving Chao Qing's command, Jingzhe does not hesitate. He turns towards the statue of Huayang Zhenren and bows thrice, prostrating 9 times. He produces 3 long incense sticks from seemingly nowhere and respectfully places them in the incense holder before the statue. Chao Qing, with a grave expression, then gazes at all the disciples of Huayang sect and the other guests present in the square. "Today, I will act on behalf of the esteemed sect leader to exercise the authority of conferral and ascension. I hereby promote Jingzhe from outer disciple to inner disciple of Huayang sect. Is there anyone among the disciples of Huayang sect who dares to object?" With these words, a profound silence envelopes the gathering. You have all allowed Jingzhe to perform ancestral rites, and the entire process has been expedited by your actions. Then, you turn around and inquire if anyone has any objections? Is this not akin to removing one's trousers only to defecate? After a moment of silence, a faint smile graced Chao Qing's lips. At this juncture, Jingzhe had completed his ritual and returned to his original position. Chao Qing then produced a white token. Since no one has raised a meaningful objection, it is customary for all outer disciples to challenge Jingzhe at this moment. The victor shall take his place. Upon uttering these words, both Chao Qing and Jingzhe cast their gazes upon all the disciples of Huayang sect present. Most disciples were at Qifeng Mountain today, and those who could gather here were indeed few. Yet, still, none dared to respond. What a jest! By the time Jingzhe emerged from seclusion, he had already attained the pinnacle of qi refinement. Among the outer disciples, those who had reached the later stage of qi refinement were exceedingly rare. Who could possibly be his match? Chao Qing's query was merely a formality. Observing the silence among the disciples, Jingzhe wore an expression of arrogance. Given the circumstances, I hereby declare that, effective immediately, Jingzhe is promoted to an inner disciple of Huayang sect. A broader smile illuminated Chao Qing's face. His gaze then shifted away from the Huayang disciples to encompass all present. Today marks a significant event for Huayang sect. Any peer who wishes to showcase their skills may also challenge our inner disciple Jingzhe. Chao Qing was intentionally elevating Jingzhe's stature. Should no one dare to challenge him, his prestige would soar to unprecedented heights. Those of some capability had already ventured to Qifeng Mountain to test their luck. And those present for the awakening ceremony were, by nature, of a lesser caliber. Among peers, who could possibly rival Jingzhe? Moreover, many in the square discerned a chilling implication from Chao Qing's words. He referred to Jingzhe as an inner disciple of Huayang sect, rather than one from the Linjiang branch. While this may seem a trivial distinction, it signifies the main sect of Huayang. Numerous attendees had previously witnessed the promotion ceremonies of Huayang sect, where each title emphasized the Linjiang branch, clearly delineating it from the main sect. The status of an inner disciple from the Huayang main sect is indeed formidable. For non-Huayang peers to challenge Jingzhe would be an act of self-humiliation in the event of defeat. Winning would yield no reward, but rather offend an inner disciple of the Huayang main sect, rendering it an unwise endeavor. After all, once Jingzhe received that inner disciple token, his status would likely rival that of Chao Qing, the deputy sect master of the Linjiang branch. I initially believed that promoting Jingzhe prior to the awakening ceremony would suffice to bolster his reputation. Little did I anticipate that Chao Qing would employ such a stratagem. Even more surprising was Jingzhe's direct elevation to an inner disciple of the Huayang main sect. It seems the individual who arrived from the Huayang main sect a few days ago held his talent in high regard. This indeed is rather intriguing. A faint smile graced the lips of Luo Yubai, who stood beside Su Jingzhe. His musings inadvertently revealed a considerable amount of information to Su Jingzhe. He then looked at Su Jingzhe with a playful grin. Are you feeling anxious, Daoist Su? In response to this jest, Su Jingzhe found himself at a loss for words. While he wasn't truly anxious, a sense of helplessness lingered. After all, it was Jingzhe who was to preside over the forthcoming spirit awakening ceremony. The higher his prestige, the greater the power he would wield during the event. With a wry smile, Su Jingzhe remarked, whether I am anxious or not is inconsequential. Regardless, we still rely on the spirit awakening tower of Huayang sect. We can only take one step at a time. As he spoke, a sense of resignation was evident on his face, yet his heart remained profoundly tranquil. Shuangjiang remained his ultimate source of confidence. Should he be pushed to his limits, he was not devoid of courage. It would not be impossible to summon Shuangjiang to eliminate Jingzhe. At worst, he would no longer be able to navigate the affairs of Linjiang City. When lacking strength, he could bide his time and remain concealed. However, once he attained a certain level of power, Su Jingzhe's perspectives would inevitably shift. Moreover, even without resorting to Shuangjiang's might, merely hinting at his identity as an alchemist could prompt Feng Qingyu to offer assistance. After all, Feng Qingyu had developed an empathetic rapport with him, and once Shuangjiang departed, it would be prudent to seek her aid. Concealing his identity indefinitely was not feasible. In fact, even Luo Yubai, standing before him, might not fear Jingzhe. Previously, Shuangjiang had advised Su Jingzhe to maintain distance from Luo Yubai, to the extent of appearing as strangers. However, it seemed that such estrangement was no longer viable. Thus, he could only heed her alternative suggestion, to forge a friendship. As long as Luo Yubai continued to harbor interest in him, it was unlikely that he would stand idly by during Su Jingzhe's moments of desperation. In summary, Su Jingche's confidence was sufficiently fortified. Surprisingly, as he contemplated these relationships, a subtle thrill coursed through him, as if he were anticipating the forthcoming challenges posed by Chen Jingshi. As Su Jingzhe and Luo Yuebai engaged in their seemingly trivial conversation, no one from the central area dared to step forward and challenge Chen Jingshi. His ascension to the inner sect disciple of Huayang sect was utterly devoid of suspense. Immediately, all the disciples of Huayang sect present offered their heartfelt congratulations to Chen Jingshi. At that moment, Su Jingzhe felt a piercing gaze upon him. Following the direction of the gaze, he spotted Chen Chong among the crowd. If one were to identify the most exuberant individual at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Chen Chong, rather than Chen Jingshi himself. All of Chen Chong's previous endeavors had been made to pave the way for Chen Jingshi, and now he felt that he had not disappointed such expectations. With Chen Jingshi's successful promotion, the latter would no longer have to harbor excessive concerns in his future endeavors. Upon noticing Su Jingzhe's glance, Chen Chong's lips curled into a smug smile. He even involuntarily made a gesture across his throat. Such frivolity was beneath his usual composure. Yet he could hardly contain his excitement. Although the Chen family had regained their lost dignity from the previous night, their desire to eliminate Su Jingzhe remained unchanged. After all, one could not forget yesterday's humiliation simply because of today's glory. The events that had transpired could not be disregarded. In response, Su Jingzhe merely offered a faint smile. In this world, there are no troubles but those created by the idle. After a round of compliments, Chao Qing actively descended from the central area. He had previously stated that everything moving forward would be entrusted entirely to Chen Jingshi. Now, they had genuinely entered the day's main event. Chen Jingshi's gaze swept across the faces of all present. When it landed on Su Jingzhe in the corner, it lingered for just a moment. The warm smile returned to his face. Today, I am deeply grateful for the kindness of my esteemed elders in the sect, allowing me, Chen, to ascend as an inner disciple. I shall refrain from further idle chatter. Now, let me open the spirit tower of Huayang sect for all esteemed friends seeking enlightenment. The audience had initially anticipated that the newly promoted and spirited Chen Jingshi would deliver an elaborate speech, but they were taken aback by his straightforwardness. This honesty won him considerable favor among those present. After all, everyone valued their time and preferred not to waste it. Chen is truly different. Had it been one of those old fogies from Huayang sect, they might have droned on for half a day, regardless of the world. Admiration for the strong seems to remain universally consistent. There are many infatuated admirers. As his words concluded, Chen Jingshi proceeded toward the ancient white tower beside the statue. The entrance to the tower was tightly shut, and in an instant, the formidable aura of Chen Jingshi, at the pinnacle of qi refinement, surged forth. With a gesture of his hand, an invisible wave of spiritual energy touched the four corners of the tower's door. The crowd heard a thunderous roar as the entrance swung wide open. Surprisingly, a burst of colorful light flickered momentarily upon the surface of the tower. The entire Qiling Tower seemed to have been awakened by Chen Jingshi's recent actions. In truth, the process of activating the tower is not overly complex once opened. It merely requires those wishing to awaken their spirit roots to enter one by one. The spirit awakening stones within will automatically assess the aptitude of each individual's spiritual foundation. Thus, anyone with a modicum of cultivation capable of opening the tower can preside over this event. Chen Jingshi's involvement is primarily to elevate the occasion. After he opened the Qiling Tower, Chen Chong beckoned the children from the Chui Lu Academy behind him, who promptly queued up in anticipation. This exemplifies the adage. The one closest to the water gets the first taste of the moonlight. No one dared to voice any objections. As long as the powerful cultivators from Qifeng Mountain had not returned, the Chen family undoubtedly took center stage in the square today, before anyone officially entered the Qiling Tower. Several late-stage qi refining cultivators stood guard around the Qiling Tower. Although the awakening ceremony posed no inherent danger, caution is the default stance of all cultivators, always prepared for unforeseen circumstances. It was said that Chen, a fellow cultivator from Chui Lu Academy, had made a wager with Su Jingzhe from Taohua Alley the previous night. However, it appeared that such a competition might be unnecessary now. Indeed, if the awakening ceremony presided over by Chen Jingshi results in even one child from Taohua Alley's Enlightenment Academy awakening their spirit root, it would be a loss for me. Su Jingzhe truly seems a fool, his cultivation reportedly only at the early stage of qi refinement. To think someone of such insignificance could stand against Chen Jingshi is quite the elevation of his status. This sentiment, however, is misplaced. Suggesting that Chen is inferior to even a dog is rather harsh. Observing Chen Chong's actions, The crowd in the square began to murmur once more. Su Jingzhe felt inexplicably targeted. What the hell? It seems he has yet to do anything at all. Given the current developments, everyone is already aware of his unfortunate circumstances. How could he still attract so many scornful gazes? Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he observed his surroundings with a detached gaze. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily stunned. Glancing instinctively at Shuangjiang beside him, who remained expressionless, he hadn't anticipated that doing nothing would still earn him points from Shuangjiang. Su truly possesses a commendable mindset. At that moment, Luo Weibai surveyed the assembly and, after a brief pause, smiled at Su Jingzhe, a hint of playful teasing in her tone. Understanding her implication, Su Jingzhe offered a resigned smile. Let them mock. I remain carefree. Let them laugh. The sun still shines brightly. I cannot allow the derision of those around me to compel me to self-dissolve. Even though this was not the first time Shuangjiang had heard Su Jingzhe utter such words, she was once again moved. She felt the profundity of his statement could be appreciated repeatedly. Even Luo Weibai before her was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze towards Su Jingzhe taking on an unusual quality. The words left him profoundly unsettled. He was acutely aware that Su Jingzhe had spoken so naturally. Yet it was precisely this ease that underscored the extraordinary nature of his words. His curiosity towards Su Jingzhe intensified significantly. However, as Luo Weibai's perception of Su Jingzhe gradually shifted, it was Su Jingzhe who suddenly found himself struck with astonishment. For at that moment, a line of golden text reappeared before his eyes. Empathy with Luo Weibai is reached. Mutual non-hostility. Reward points. 10 level bonus. 1x cultivation bonus. 2x remaining usable points. 333. Su Jingzhe stood frozen, his gaze towards Luo Weibai filled with bewilderment and a hint of terror. Goodness, my orientation is perfectly fine. How could I possibly develop empathy with him? Fellow Taoist Su, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Initially, Luo Weibai, much like Shuangjiang, was still astonished, contemplating the implications of Su Jingzhe's earlier remarks. However, upon encountering the peculiar gaze directed at him by Su Jingzhe, his confusion deepened. He instinctively reached out to touch him. Yet, before Luo Weibai's hand could make contact, Su Jingzhe abruptly recoiled, retreating 2 paces. Do not approach me. Su Jingzhe's sudden action startled Luo Weibai, leaving even Shuangjiang and Ningyu beside them puzzled. Huh? Fellow Taoist Su, what is the matter? Luo Weibai was utterly baffled. Faced with the strange stares from those around him, Su Jingzhe felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he had overreacted. Nevertheless, he could not fathom any form of contact with Luo Weibai at that moment. Before the development of this empathetic bond, he felt no qualms about casual gestures. However, this newfound connection was a source of profound embarrassment for him, bordering on unacceptable. Even if Luo Weibai was extraordinarily handsome, that was irrelevant. He, Su Jingzhe, had his own principles and boundaries. Even without those additional points, he was unwilling to accept the emergence of this empathetic relationship. In fact, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Had Luo Weibai's recent fervor towards him stemmed from a mere infatuation with his striking visage and robust physique? This unsettling notion sent shivers down his spine. Fellow Taoist Su, what on earth is wrong with you? Why the sudden alarm? I am hardly a fearsome beast. To Luo Weibai, the situation was perplexing, leaving him increasingly anxious. Had Su Jingzhe unearthed some revelation? Surely not. No, it's nothing, fellow Taoist Luo Weibai. Please do not take it to heart. Su Jingzhe's tone gradually steadied. Although his reasoning was somewhat abrupt, it bore an air of plausibility. I merely feel that my current circumstances may be perilous. Given our proximity, the Huayang sect might unjustly hold you accountable. His recent actions can perhaps be explained solely by this rationale. Luo Weibai did not raise an eyebrow, her face bearing a hint of skepticism. Is that so? If that is indeed the case, then Taoists who need not harbor any concerns. Should they wish to vent their frustrations, let them do so. As she spoke, Luo Weibai maintained an air of nonchalance, even tinged with a trace of disdain. At this moment, Su Jingzhe noticed the golden characters shimmering before him once more. While the increase in points brought a fleeting sense of joy, the points from Luo Weibai were undeniably irksome. It was only then that he suddenly realized this individual's cultivation enhancement had astonishingly reached double. No wonder she was so audacious. To this day, he remained unaware of what the 2x cultivation enhancement on the panel corresponded to in reality. Based on Zhang Shou's deductions, doubling at least indicated foundation establishment. But there might be even loftier possibilities. As Luo Weibai spoke, Su Jingzhe had already approached Shuangjiang. At this moment, Shuangjiang wore a similarly puzzled expression, sensing that Su Jingzhe had just lied. Yet, she could not fathom what could provoke such a significant reaction from him, regardless of her own formidable cultivation. It was inconceivable for her to consider the existence of a system in this world. However, true to her nature, no matter how curious she felt, she would refrain from inquiring at this juncture. Noticing Su Jingzhe standing so close to Shuangjiang, Luo Yue by two harbored a sense of bewilderment. Though she did not linger on the matter, their gazes collectively turned towards the Qiling Tower ahead, where children had already begun to enter. The Qiling Tower had undeniably become the focal point of the gathering, the very purpose of their assembly. Su Jingzhe recognized that the first child to enter the tower was none other than Lin Feng, the son of Lin Ping, whom he had slain long ago. Lin Ping had transferred him to the Chui Luxiang Academy, and following his father's demise, it seemed Lin Feng had not been ill-treated by the academy. Now at the age of 12, he appeared to possess a certain poise. The boy was likely to awaken a spiritual root. After all, Lin Feng had received enlightenment at the Taohua Xiang Academy, and Su Jingzhe had a fair understanding of him. The boy exhibited exceptionally promising talents. Having been in this profession for over 2.5 years, Su Jingzhe possessed a modicum of experience. A child who exhibited intelligence in various aspects would inevitably yield favorable results during the awakening. However, exceptions existed, such as Yin Xia, who had been regarded by Yin Qixiong and his wife as the most exceptional child. They even went so far as to invest considerable resources in purchasing body-tempering liquids for her, yet she still failed to awaken her spiritual root. Remarkably, she was present once more this time. Su Jingzhe had caught a glimpse of her amidst the crowd. Returning to the matter at hand, as Su Jingzhe mused, he observed Lin Feng entering the tower with palpable tension. However, as time passed, the Qiling Tower remained devoid of any response. If one possesses a spiritual root, upon the activation of the spirit stone within the tower, the structure will manifest a variety of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, and blue. There are only 5 hues in total. The ability to evoke any one of these colors signifies the presence of a spiritual root, albeit a mere low-grade common one. Nonetheless, should one possess a single or even dual attributes among the common roots, it is regarded as quite commendable. In the realm of Linjiang City, such an individual might be considered a budding genius, with the prospect of foundational cultivation in their lifetime. However, if one possesses 3 or more attributes among the common roots, they are deemed nearly worthless, advised to seek a partner post-adulthood to attempt for a more promising progeny. When the tower illuminates with 2 colors, it indicates the emergence of a profound spiritual root. Such roots are rather rare within Linjiang City. Even a mixed 5-element root, if one element reaches the profound level, qualifies one as a disciple of the Huayang sect's inner circle. It is said that Qin Jinshi, during his awakening, manifested 2 roots, water as a common attribute. Yet his metal root achieved a profound rating. Focusing on the metal root, he accomplished such feats by his 20s. Thus, to witness the birth of an individual with a profound spiritual root in Linjiang City would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Should the awakening tower ignite 3 colors? It signifies the presence of a formidable earth-grade spiritual root. Such individuals, regardless of the number of attributes, are celebrated as prodigies, potentially being the esteemed heirs of the Huayang sect. As for a 4-colored illumination, representing a heavenly grade spiritual root, alas, such a phenomenon has not graced the Huayang sect or the Qingzhou realm for a millennium, thus it falls beyond the realm of discussion. This young man appears to be lacking potential. The protracted silence from the tower is indeed disheartening. It is said that Lin Ping, a friend, nearly sacrificed himself for this boy, a tragic fate devoid of merit. Observing Lin Feng within the awakening tower, the crowd could not help but shake their heads. Qin Cheng's expression darkened. He had hoped for Lin Feng to achieve a promising start. But this? He was about to reprimand him when, suddenly, the awakening tower exhibited a faint change. Something is amiss. The awakening tower is indeed beginning to transform. I always believed that Lin Feng possessed a certain cleverness. He should not be incapable of awakening a spiritual root. The previously mocking individuals have now shifted their tones, gazing towards the tower with a blend of astonishment and envy. After all, not every child of a cultivator can awaken a spiritual root. Even if Lin Feng were to awaken merely the lowest grade of common 5-element root, he would still be able to cultivate, at the very least allowing him to remain within the realm of immortality. Close to the awakening tower, Qin Cheng finally revealed a smile. As long as a spiritual root exists, Lin Feng could still be considered to have achieved a promising start. At that moment, A faint crimson light began to emanate from the tower's surface. Indeed, it was merely a single-colored common root. The ordinary spiritual root was not unexpected, however. One could not ascertain its specific nature. After all, Lin Feng was the first to awaken his spirit in this session, prompting renewed curiosity among the onlookers. In the distance, Su Jingzhe and Luo Yubai also cast their inquisitive gazes towards him, as the spirit awakening tower emitted a faint red glow. Unusual phenomena began to manifest in the void surrounding the tower. In an instant, everyone present in the square could sense a sudden surge of golden energy swirling in the space before the tower. The energy pulsating yet failing to take on a definitive form. This indicated that Lin Feng possessed a gold attribute within his spiritual root. Moments later, a vibrant energy emerged, still lacking a tangible shape. Subsequently, a wave of moistness followed, then a surge of heat, and finally, a dense energy made its presence known. All 5 elemental attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, were represented, albeit in their most feeble manifestations, suggesting that Lin Feng's roots were merely a step above a pseudo-spiritual root. Without extraordinary circumstances, he might struggle to progress beyond the mid-stage of qi refinement, regardless of the path he chose. As the spirit awakening tower returned to tranquility, Jingzhe, standing at the entrance, smiled and addressed Lin Feng. Congratulations on awakening your spiritual root. While it may not be exceptional, the mere fact of awakening is commendable. You may step out now. Jingzhe's face radiated warmth, and his voice was exceedingly gentle. Thank you, my lord, Lin Feng replied, invigorated. The tension that had previously overtaken him faded as the awakening of his spiritual root sufficed for his aspirations. Following Lin Feng, over 100 children of suitable age from the Cui Lu Academy entered the Spirit Awakening Tower in succession. However, the results for most of the subsequent children were less than Lin Feng's hopeful outcome. Approximately 2 hours later, all 107 children from Cui Lu Academy had completed their awakening. Including Lin Feng, only 5 children awakened their ordinary mixed spiritual roots. 14 others triggered only a faint red glow atop the Spirit Awakening Tower, with no further phenomena, indicating their roots were pseudo-spiritual, akin to Yin Xiao's experience. This outcome left Qinchong somewhat disheartened, accompanied by a tinge of concern. He had never anticipated that Lin Feng, whom he regarded with disdain for his ordinary mixed spiritual root, would emerge as the best result for Cui Lu Academy this time. While such circumstances were not unusual given the vastness of the world and its multitude of inhabitants, where couples intent on progeny often bore numerous children, if every child were to awaken their roots and become cultivators, the realm of cultivation would surely be overwhelmed. Though he understood the rationale, Qinchong found himself bound by a wager with Su Jingzhe. With such results, should Su Jingzhe's side possess even a slightly better spiritual root, merely a 4-element mixed root, they would lose. Qinchong was well aware that on Su Jingzhe's side, the child Ning Yao was exceptionally clever and gifted. It was a foregone conclusion that she would awaken her spiritual roots. Following the events of the previous night, where assassins were dispatched, they no longer perceived Su Jingzhe merely as a destitute scholar. He possessed a unique power, making it considerably challenging to eliminate him unnoticed. The ambition to fully unify the academies of Linjiang City would perhaps need to be shelved for the time being. A hint of unease flickered across Qinchong's face. At that moment, Jingzhe's gaze fortuitously fell upon him, his countenance still adorned with a warm smile as he nodded slightly, seemingly assuring him that all was well. Children, follow me, come closer. On this side, after taking a deep breath, Su Jingzhe led Ning Yao and the other 9 children towards the Spirit Awakening Tower. Regardless of the potential challenges posed by Jingzhe, it was an encounter they would ultimately need to face. This time, aside from the 107 suitable children from Cui Lu Academy, it was merely these 9 from Su Jingzhe's side. According to previous customs, although there would still be those who were reluctant to give up after past failures, they would have to wait behind the age-appropriate children. This was, fundamentally, an unspoken rule within the cultivation realm, as these were the vital sources of fresh blood for the community. Linjiang City was, after all, a small locale. I had initially hoped to witness the talents of these age-appropriate children. However, it turned out that there were only a few with mediocre 5-element mixed roots, which was quite disappointing. My fellow cultivators understood that this was merely a small place, and having 5 awaken their spiritual roots was, in my view, already commendable. After all, only a little over 100 were attempting to awaken this time, which was a relatively high ratio. However, wait, were there not a few more children arriving? Perhaps among them, there could be those capable of awakening their spiritual roots. This time, many outsiders had come to observe the spectacle. These individuals either had not yet made their way to Qifeng Mountain or had lacked the fortune to return from it. As they witnessed Su Jingzhe leading the group of children, the majority of the onlookers' attention converged upon them, embodying the last glimmer of hope for Linjiang City. Upon seeing Su Jingzhe's approach, Chen Jinshi's smile seemed to widen even further. Su Jingzhe sensed that this fellow would undoubtedly create difficulties for him. Nonetheless, he resolved to adopt a strategy of courtesy before confrontation. If he could smoothly facilitate the spirit awakening ritual for these children, it would be ideal. However, before he could utter a word, Chen Jinshi's gaze abruptly shifted away from them, completely disregarding their presence. He addressed those past participants who were prepared to attempt awakening once more, those who were unable to awaken their spiritual roots in the past but wished to try again. Please step forward. Upon surrendering 10 low-grade spirit stones, you may attempt to awaken once more. Individuals like Yan Xia, who had long been eager to try their hands, could hardly contain their excitement and promptly approached the spirit awakening tower. It was then that Chen Jinshe turned his gaze back, once again smiling at Su Jingzhe. Friend Su, the rules have undergone a temporary alteration. Perhaps you and Taohua Alley will need to wait a little longer. The recollection of Su Jingzhe's commanding presence at the Chui Lu Academy last night still irks Chen Jinshe. Today, within the confines of Huayang sect, he reigns supreme, dictating the rules. Naturally, he intends to maneuver Su Jingzhe as he pleases. Su Jingzhe paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing slightly. However, the other party did not explicitly refuse their attempt to awaken their spiritual essence. Should he insist at this juncture, he would find himself in an unreasonable predicament. Though Su Jingzhe felt a burgeoning confidence, he did not wish to act recklessly. Thus, he merely responded to Chen Jinshe with a faint smile and a nod, indicating his indifference. Some individuals must remain in their designated places. Any attempts at ostentation to attract attention would ultimately backfire. At that moment, a subtle voice of derision unexpectedly reached Su Jingzhe's ears. Following the sound, he discovered Yan Xia had approached him. However, after delivering her scornful remark, she offered no further attention. Consequently, his focus returned to Chen Jinshe and the Qi Ling Tower ahead. Su Jingzhe maintained his smile, choosing not to engage with Yan Xia. Having endured in the realm of cultivation for 2.5 years, he found no issue in remaining a cautious turtle for a while longer. His mindset was quite positive. Unbeknownst to him, his companion Luo Yuebai had refrained from teasing him in this situation. Luo Yuebai's gaze was directed towards the boundless Qifeng Mountain ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. For at that moment, perhaps only Shuangjiang noticed that beneath Luo Yuebai's folding fan, his right hand had captured an exceedingly swift and elusive unknown insect. A subtle wave emanated from it, indicating a rather unique method of communication. Shuangjiang's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced towards Qifeng Mountain, but he quickly withdrew his gaze, remaining inscrutable. Luo Yuebai took a step forward, regarding Su Jingzhe with a more serious expression. Friend Su, today's matters should be expedited rather than delayed. Otherwise, these children may have to wait until next year to awaken their spirits. A year's delay after reaching the appropriate age could result in significant losses. Once they attain the right age and awaken their spiritual roots, they will be able to cultivate. A year's delay indeed means missing out on much. Yet, Su Jingzhe failed to grasp the implications of Luo Yuebai's words. Despite their budding empathetic connection, he still found it somewhat challenging to adapt. However, he recognized that under this non-hostile bond, Luo Yuebai would not lead him astray. He understood that this was likely a reminder from Luo Yuebai, who surely did not come to Huayang sect merely for idle amusement. Su Jingzhe furrowed his brow slightly, yet his face revealed a hint of confusion as he inquired. Friend Luo, what do you mean by that? Luo Yuebai replied with a smile, the literal meaning, my friend Su. You still have a little time, but not much. It sounds ambiguous. He did not clarify his words. However, Su Jingzhe vaguely understood, his gaze instinctively shifting towards Shuangjiang beside him. The latter nodded slightly in response. At that moment, Su Jingzhe noticed that Li Yuebai's eyes frequently darted toward Qifeng Mountain ahead. A sense of foreboding washed over him once more. Could it be that something was about to unfold on Qifeng Mountain? With this thought, he turned his attention towards the Qiling Tower in front of him, where individuals were gradually entering. However, these were all past failures. Despite their reluctance, they were powerless to alter their circumstances. Essentially, none had been able to awaken their spiritual roots again, thus their pace was swift. After some contemplation, Su Jingzhe refrained from adopting any reckless approaches. After all, Lu Yuebai had mentioned he still had a bit of time, and he trusted that Lu Yuebai would not speak without purpose. Just as he was pondering, it was now Yinxia's turn at the Qilin Tower. She obediently handed over 10 low-grade spiritual stones to a disciple of Huayang's sect nearby. Then, she approached Jingzhe, respectfully bowing before him. Today, she was adorned in splendid attire, showcasing her many charms to Jingzhe during her greeting. What did this signify? Everyone understood without needing to say a word. Jingzhe smiled and nodded at her. "Miss Yin, please," he said. If Miss Yin could successfully awaken her spiritual roots, then perhaps some opportunities might still exist. Jingzhe spoke to Yinxia, his words laced with insinuation, although he harbored a passionate admiration for Feng Qingya. Even regarding her as his own, within the realm of cultivation, what harm was there in having a few more concubines for a powerful cultivator? Yinxia possessed notable beauty and had the allure of being a willing offering. Even if he took her without formalities, no one could reproach him. Upon hearing Jingzhe's words, Yinxia felt somewhat invigorated and stepped into the Qilin Tower. Soon, a faint red glow illuminated the tower. It was entirely normal for her, as a pseudo-spiritual root-bearer, to experience this phenomenon. However, she stood within for quite some time, allowing the energy of the awakening stone to probe her. Ultimately, the tower did not exhibit any further changes. She remained merely a pseudo-spiritual root-bearer, and no miracle occurred. Yinxia's face flushed with embarrassment. This marked her numerous attempts. The cost had already been substantial, and failing once more perhaps signified her destiny. Exiting the Qilin Tower, Yinxia still offered Jingzhe a charming smile before returning to Yin Qixing's side. Jingzhe's gaze lingered on her, sensing something amiss. If she were truly just a pseudo-spiritual root-bearer, then Yin Qixing, a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, would not need to expend such a significant cost on her. Resources invested in her would be better spent cultivating a group of exceptional offspring. Yet, he merely noted this thought and did not dwell further. In just a short while, these past failures had completed their attempts. As anticipated, none succeeded in awakening their spiritual roots this time. After all, this phenomenon is innate. If it is absent, it is simply absent. 100 attempts would yield no different outcome. Regrettably, none of you have awakened your spiritual roots. However, returning to nurture yourselves with spiritual essence may bring forth miracles by next year. Jingzhe offered words of consolation to Yinxia and the others, then warmly clasped his fists in gratitude to all present. Thank you for your attendance. It seems the spirit awakening ceremony may conclude here. With only 5 individuals possessing mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements, he felt hesitant to mention it, acknowledging the lack of impressive outcomes. For those genuinely interested in the spectacle, it had turned out to be a rather dull affair. Nevertheless, his abrupt declaration of the ceremony's end left Jingzhe bewildered. Overwhelmed by emotion, he stepped forward. Is it truly fair to deny them participation out of fear of failure? Chen Daoyu, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? The children from Taohua Alley have yet to awaken their spirits. Jingzhe's boldness prompted a gradual shift in Jingzhe's demeanor from warmth to mockery. How could I possibly forget you, Daoyu Su? After a brief moment of jest, Jingzhe feigned remorse, as if he had committed a grave error. Yet, it was merely a fleeting expression before he raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I sincerely apologize to the children of Taohua Alley. It appears they may need to wait until next year for their awakening. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Among these children, there certainly seemed to be those with exceptional potential. Why then had they not yet awakened? It seemed there were grievances at play. Nevertheless, what could elicit such animosity from an inner-sect disciple of the newly ascended Huayang sect? This was indeed intriguing. Observing the leader's aura, it seemed he was merely at the second level of qi refinement. Their statuses were vastly unequal, rendering the situation all the more fascinating. Most of the attendees were outsiders, unfamiliar with the inner workings of the Chui Lu Academy's banquet, and thus oblivious to the underlying circumstances. This individual truly seemed to court disaster. Jingzhe felt a sense of helplessness. From the outset, he had anticipated the challenges of this spirit awakening endeavor, but had not foreseen Jingzhe's refusal to allow them any opportunity to try. His eyes narrowed. He silently scrutinized Jingzhe, eager to discern his reasoning. Jingzhe, with an apologetic demeanor, continued, "The Huayang sect's spirit awakening tower has stood here for many years, and the energy of the awakening stones is nearly depleted. While it is unlikely that any errors would occur during the awakening after so many attempts, the energy within the stones can no longer be sustained. They require time to gradually recover." As he spoke, Jingzhe wore a look of genuine helplessness, as if he truly believed his words. Upon hearing this, The crowd fell into a stunned silence. How absurd, one might think. What nonsense is this? Even the most worthless spirit awakening stones could not possibly be depleted by more than 100 individuals. However, it is their possession, and the prerogative of explanation lies with them. Jingzhe has every right to articulate his perspective. Jingzhe let out a sigh, his gaze gradually sharpening. Are you certain, Taoist Chun, that you wish to provide me with this rationale? At this moment, the onlookers detected a hint of firmness in Jingzhe's words, which piqued their interest anew. Jingzhe raised an eyebrow. I believe I have made myself exceedingly clear, or perhaps Taoist Su did not catch my meaning. If so, I would not mind elucidating it once more. The Spirit Awakening Tower is inoperative today. Taoist Su may return whence he came. As he spoke, a mocking smile played upon his lips. This was his domain, and he was in command. What could anyone do about it? Although it appeared that Jingzhe's identity was perhaps more complex than it seemed based on yesterday's events, so what? Did he dare to confront Jingzhe here? If that were the case, with Jingzhe being merely at the second level of qi refinement, if he were to be accidentally defeated, who could fault Jingzhe? Thus, he rather anticipated Jingzhe's wrath and a potential confrontation. Ignoring Jingzhe's derision, Jingzhe directed his gaze towards Shuangjiang, who remained expressionless and unperturbed. Steady, Shuangjiang's silence indicated her support. With such a formidable ally at his side, Jingzhe felt emboldened. He stepped forward once more. What if I insist on utilizing this Spirit Awakening Tower today? The smile on Jingzhe's face deepened. If Taoist Su insists, it would be tantamount to undermining the foundation of my Huiyang sect. As an inner disciple of Huiyang, I have the duty to intervene. It seems you wish to spar with me, Taoist Su? At this moment, Jingzhe was astonished to find that Jingzhe indeed seemed inclined towards that direction. How splendid! In fact, Jingzhe's words bore an undercurrent of provocation. Taoist Su, your time is running short. At that juncture, the voice of Luo Yuobai suddenly resonated in Jingzhe's ear. She was transmitting her words with urgency and instinctively. Jingzhe turned to see a slight gravity etched on her face. A sigh escaped his heart once more. He understood that Jingzhe's target was himself. No one could fight on his behalf. Today, he could not avoid stirring up trouble, nor could he evade revealing certain truths. These children were brought by him. Hence they were his responsibility. Jingzhe's harassment stemmed from his actions. He could not allow the children to miss this opportunity at the Spirit Awakening. Thankfully, he had already prepared himself for the potential revelations. With no further hesitation, Jingzhe activated the subversion of his body refining cultivation. Body refining cultivation, open a secret treasure. Body level, body profound fetus, 5th layer, next secret vault to uncover, spring 0200, remaining points, 335, without a moment's hesitation. He expended 200 points to unearth the secret of the spring cavern. In an instant, the information displayed before him transformed. Refinement level, open 2 secret vaults. Body level, body profound fetus, 8th layer, next secret vault to uncover, spring, right, 0200, remaining points, 135 simultaneously. Jingzhe felt a sudden warmth radiating from the sole of his left foot, as if the vigor within him was converging towards it. Much like the previous experience of opening the labor palace in his right hand, a formidable force surged forth from the left foot spring cavern in a fleeting moment, invigorating his entire being. To an outsider, he appeared unchanged, yet he alone understood the torrents of power coursing through him, a wild and overwhelming tide. This was the inherent advantage of a genuine body-refining practitioner, to conceal one's strength, even with Shuangjiang's capabilities, without personally probing the energies. He would remain oblivious to the transformations within Jingzhe. The effect surpassed his expectations, elevating his body level to the 8th layer of body profound fetus. Jingzhe swallowed hard, exhilaration coursing through his veins. His earnest endeavor in body refining now matched, if not surpassed, that of orthodox qi practitioners. In fact, he was even stronger. This implied that, when unleashing his full physical power, he could reach the level of an 8th layer qi practitioner. All his efforts over the past days had been worthwhile. Trading 200 points for 3 layers of cultivation was indeed a worthy exchange. Moreover, another source of excitement stemmed from the fact that, since the spring caverns in both feet were identical points, the points required for unlocking them did not double as before. He still had a balance of 135 points remaining, and it seemed that soon he would have enough to unlock the right foot as well. If he were to fully activate the spring caverns in both feet, he surmised he could directly transcend to the level of body spiritual fetus, akin to the foundational stage. Stay calm, take it slowly. Jingzhe silently reminded himself, forcibly suppressing his excitement. He turned his gaze once more towards Jingzhe. Although Jingzhe was at the pinnacle of qi refinement, he was still merely in the qi stage. If he could catch him off guard, feigning weakness and then launching a surprise attack with the black brick, the opportunity might not be as slim as it seemed. In fact, the chances were quite favorable. At the moment when Jingzhe unlocked the secret of the Labor Palace acupoint, he had already astonished Shuangjiang. It was at that very moment that Shuangjiang firmly believed Jingzhe was a rare talent in body refinement, one that would only emerge once in a century. Thus, in Jingzhe's perspective, even if he were to reveal himself, even if Shuangjiang were to discern that he had already opened the secret of the Yongquan acupoint, he could still provide a plausible explanation. However, at this moment, Jingzhe did not dwell on such thoughts. His gaze was fixed intently on Jingzhe ahead. Friend Chen, earlier, Elder Chao mentioned that all present guests may challenge you, the newly initiated inner disciple of Huayang sect. I wonder, does this still hold true at this moment? As he spoke, an unusual battle intent surged within Jingzhe. Given that the situation had escalated to this point, a confrontation was inevitable. After all, Jingzhe was acutely aware that possessing a high realm without practical combat experience was insufficient. Upon uttering these words, not only did Jingzhe stand taken aback, but the surrounding Xinqiang and the other members of Huayang sect regarded him as if he were a curious anomaly. Was this young man truly intending to challenge senior brother Chen? He had not deliberately concealed his aura, and it was evident that his cultivation level was merely at the second layer of qi refinement. It seemed that he had indeed been cornered by senior brother Chen. How impatient he was! The nearby disciples of Huayang sect were momentarily stunned, subsequently revealing smirks. The Qi Ling ceremony had been rather mundane until Jingzhe's appearance infused a modicum of excitement. Even the distant Luo Yuebai wore a dazed expression. He had initially intended to subtly dissuade Jingzhe from challenging Jingzhe. Su, have you lost your mind? Luo Yuebai transmitted again. The Qi Ling ceremony is not exclusively for Huayang sect. There will be ample opportunities after today to bring these children back. Why cling so stubbornly? Although Luo Yuebai had an inkling that Jingzhe was the mastermind behind the night Danxiang incident, he did not believe his combat prowess could be formidable. Upon receiving Luo Yuebai's transmission, Jingzhe turned to him with a calm smile and nodded, his eyes still reflecting tranquility. Luo Yuebai was once again taken aback. He keenly sensed that something had changed in Jingzhe, yet he could not pinpoint what exactly. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the side, where Shuangjiang stood. He hoped Shuangjiang would persuade Jingzhe to reconsider. However, he soon realized that Shuangjiang's demeanor was even more composed than Jingzhe's. This couple. Luo Yuebai furrowed his brow once more. At this moment, he discreetly raised his folding fan and quietly caught a tiny insect from the void, evidently having received another message. His eyes hinted at urgency, yet curiosity prevailed in his heart. The unusual calm exhibited by Jingzhe and his spouse was perplexing, leading him to reconsider his earlier judgments. He was exceedingly curious about what surprise Jingzhe might unveil at this juncture. Nevertheless, Luo Yuebai quietly took a step forward. The folding fan in hand had already been closed, as if it could be wielded at any moment. On the other side, Jingzhe paused for a brief moment. Yet a smile gradually crept upon his lips. Indeed, if fellow Taoist Su wished to challenge Chen, the earlier statement would undoubtedly hold true. The excitement bubbling within him even imbued his words with a sense of urgency. Having spoken, Jingzhe turned his gaze towards the nearby Chao Qing, Uncle Master Chao. Would you not agree? Chao Qing was well aware of Jingzhe's intentions and nodded with a smile. Once I entrust this matter of awakening to you, you shall have the authority to make your own decisions. This is the greatest delegation of power. Upon hearing this, Jingzhe eagerly waved to the members of Huayang sect. The dozen or so disciples, who were positioned around the awakening tower, immediately stepped forward and drove the onlookers back 100 paces, seemingly clearing the battlefield for the two. This was also Jingzhe's preemptive move. Just moments ago, Jingzhe had only posed a question without explicitly declaring a challenge. However, with the area now cleared, Jingzhe had no choice but to engage. Jingzhe's heart swelled with ecstasy. Only moments prior, he had been contemplating the justification and opportunity needed to eliminate Jingzhe without arousing suspicion. Who could have anticipated that Jingzhe would deliver himself so willingly? Though he understood that slaying Jingzhe at this juncture would inevitably tarnish his reputation, branding him as a bully who preys on the weak, he deemed it inconsequential. In any case, Jingzhe must perish. Taoist, the field is cleared, you may commence. As the host, I shall allow you to make the first move, Jingzhe declared, his tone laced with disdain as he gazed at Su Jingzhe. In response, Su Jingzhe maintained his gentle smile. Indeed, we shall engage in battle. However, before we proceed, I have a condition. Jingzhe furrowed his brow, finding the demands excessive, yet considering that the other party would soon be a corpse. He smiled and said, "Pray, tell me your condition." Su Jingzhe gestured towards the 9 children standing at a distance, including Ningyao. "It is quite simple. Before we engage in combat, let them awaken. Is that all? Just that?" Upon witnessing Su Jingzhe's resolute reply, Jingzhe once again broke into a generous smile. "Friend Su, you truly remain steadfast in your original intentions. However, this is merely a trivial matter. Your satisfaction shall be my priority." For Jingzhe, all his hostility towards Su Jingzhe was merely a desire to see him perish. The children, in truth, were entirely innocent. Moreover, should he acquiesce to this condition, Su Jingzhe would have even less reason to retract his challenge. The question of whether these children could awaken their spiritual roots and what kind they might awaken would no longer pertain to Su Jingzhe. Jingzhe immediately signaled to a late-stage qi refinement disciple of Huayang sect in the distance. The latter understood and promptly escorted Ning Yao and her 9 companions to the entrance of the Qi Ling Tower. They were promptly arranged to enter the Spirit Awakening Tower to commence their awakening. Is the price of exchanging human lives for the awakening of 9 children of suitable age not a bit steep? Indeed, all of this merely serves as an excuse to target that individual. The notion that the Spirit Awakening stones require gradual recovery is nothing but a deceitful pretext. Many outsiders witnessing this scene could not help but mock. Looking at Su Jingzhe, one could see a flicker of pity in his gaze. They simply could not fathom how a cultivator at the initial stage of qi refinement could possibly triumph over one who had achieved the great perfection of qi refinement. Unless he were a complete fool, his courage would be truly commendable. "Frostfall, are you not worried at all?" At that moment, Luo Webai could no longer suppress his curiosity and inquired. Frostfall's lips curled into a slight smile. "It matters not. Someone will intervene." This response left Luo Webai at a loss for words, yet it also sent a thrill of surprise through him. Someone will intervene? Who? Frostfall? Or perhaps another? His curiosity about Frostfall deepened. He now found himself unable to discern the true nature of the person before him. Was this truly the so-called failure who had ventured to Qifeng Mountain and suffered a shattered Dantian? Previously, Luo Yuebai believed he knew everything there was to know about Lingjiang City, yet he never expected those beneath his very nose could suddenly become so enigmatic. He refrained from asking further and turned his gaze towards the silent standoff between Su Jingzhe and Jingzhe, then glanced at the 9 children undergoing their awakening. "Ha, Su. Is this truly the outcome you yearn to witness?" At this point, 3 children had consecutively entered the Spirit Awakening Tower. Yet none had elicited the slightest change in the tower. Jingzhe could not help but scoff. Ever since it was determined that a battle between him and Su Jingzhe was inevitable, his mood had significantly improved. He even found the awakening of the 9 children from the Enlightenment Academy intriguing. In response to Jingzhe's ridicule, Su Jingzhe's expression remained unchanged. He held no expectations for the other 8 children. His sole desire was to see the awakening results of Ningyao. Before long, the 8 children entered the Spirit Awakening Tower and emerged. Not a single one awakened their spiritual roots, nor was there even a pseudo-spiritual root among them. Ningyao was the last to stand there. As she entered, she glanced back at Su Jingzhe, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Su Jingzhe smiled and nodded at her, his gaze filled with anticipation. Even Frostfall, from a distance, bore an expression of curiosity. She had spent time alone with Ningyu and was privy to certain information. This girl must be the one you are most eager to see succeed, Su. If she fails her awakening, will you regret your decision today? Upon hearing this, a smile once again graced Su Jingzhe's lips. Regret? There is no question of regret. I am merely following my heart. At that moment, Jingzhe regarded Su Jingzhe as one would a corpse, and in turn, Su Jingzhe looked at Jingzhe in much the same way. As he contemplated his response, he was already strategizing where to strike for a decisive blow. In Su Jingzhe's view, having chosen to act today, it was imperative to cause a fatality. It was one thing to avoid provoking a genius like Jingzhe. But since the matter had escalated, it was essential to eliminate him. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Having read numerous novels in his past life, he understood, while that showing mercy to an enemy is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Su, being amiable with others and reluctant to instigate trouble, would not embody a benevolent figure in critical moments. At that juncture, Jingzhe was about to utter something more when suddenly his expression froze. A radiant red light had appeared atop the Qiling Tower, a phenomenon far more intense than the feeble glow caused by Lin Feng and his companion's earlier entrance. This light was overwhelmingly brilliant, almost blinding. Indeed, the girl possessed spiritual roots. I had noticed her potent aura earlier. Awakening a mortal-grade spiritual root was not surprising. The transformation of the Qiling Tower immediately sparked discussions among the onlookers. Even Feng Qingya, who had been seated in the central chair, displayed a hint of astonishment. After the probing the previous night, and concluding that Jingzhe was not a registered alchemist of their treasure pavilion, she had ceased to pay him any attention. Even when Jingzhe boldly stepped forward to challenge Jingzhe today, she dismissed it as the annex of a mere clown seeking attention. Now, witnessing the blazing red light atop the Qiling Tower, Feng Qingya turned her gaze to the white-haired elder who had been accompanying her. Elder Mu, what is your perspective? The elder raised an eyebrow, remarking, such a brilliant first light cannot merely signify a mortal-grade spiritual root, regardless of Jingzhe's capabilities. This young lady may indeed warrant some attention. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingya's expression shifted once more in surprise. The elder's endorsement of Ning Yao indicated his high regard for her awakening. Indeed, the next moment, gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the area. Following the red light, a powerful orange glow emanated from another corner of the Qiling Tower. Many in the square appeared momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with envy. The majority of onlookers possessed mortal-grade mixed spiritual roots, while Ning Yao's two colors signified a profound grade. This level was a dream unattainable in their lifetimes. A profound grade. Who would have thought that the Enlightenment Academy in Peach Blossom Lane would produce a student with such exceptional spiritual roots? Remarkable indeed. It was rumored that the past 2 sessions of this academy had yielded impressive awakening results. It seemed Jingzhe truly had remarkable abilities. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge Jingzhe. This upcoming battle might indeed hold considerable intrigue. This was the stark reality, as Jingzhe showcased something astonishing. The previously unified derision began to wane, shifting in tone. A faint smile graced Jingzhe's lips. Unintentionally, I stepped forward a few paces, positioning myself precisely between Jingzhe and the Qiling Tower. A fallen genius is rendered insignificant. I had already witnessed the character of the Qin family through this series of events. If they were to commit an act against Ning Yao, it would not come as a surprise. The blood and energy within me surged through my meridians. My hand discreetly rested upon the storage pouch at my waist, prepared to draw out a brick and strike at a moment's notice. Though I was aware that with Xuanzang present, there should be no issues. This precaution was merely a safeguard. After all, at present, Jingzhe and his companion were indeed the closest to the Qiling Tower. Jingzhe noticed Jingzhe's actions but paid them no mind. His gaze remained fixated on the Qiling Tower ahead. The second beam of orange light shone as brilliantly and resplendently as the first. This indicated that perhaps the dual-colored Xian-grade spiritual roots were not the limit of Ning Yao's potential. Jingzhe narrowed his eyes, his countenance darkening. Previously, his dual Xian-grade spiritual roots had maintained the best record in recent years at the Huayang sect's Linjiang branch during the Qiling ceremony. It now appeared that he had been surpassed by Ning Yao. While he could accept being eclipsed in records, today he aimed to eliminate Jingzhe, who was Ning Yao's mentor and Zhang Xiu's daughter. This posed a future threat. Just then, all discussions and gasps in the arena abruptly ceased. The entire square fell into silence. The cause was a new beam of yellow light shooting skyward from the Qiling Tower. Three colors? This is a terrestrial-grade spiritual root. Indeed, a terrestrial-grade spiritual root was sufficient to silence everyone present. In the Jingzhe region, such a spiritual root could be deemed a prodigious talent. Any individual with it could easily become a saint or saintess of a sect like Huayang. Even a 5-element mixed spiritual root within the terrestrial grade would be remarkable. Moreover, given the intensity of the red, orange, and yellow colors emanating from Ning Yao's Qiling Tower, it was evident that it could not possibly be a 5-element mixed root. This was even more terrifying. If she truly awakened such spiritual roots, she would be regarded as an unparalleled genius in any sect she joined. Consequently, Ning Yu and all her friends and family would ascend to greatness alongside her. This girl is astonishingly formidable? Have I misjudged her? The crowd remained in a state of shock, yet the first to regain composure was surprisingly Luo Yubai. Of course, Xuanzang beside him remained remarkably calm throughout. Apart from a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, she displayed no signs of astonishment. Luo Yubai muttered to himself as he gazed at the Qiling Tower, the light in his eyes burning with intensity, coupled with profound concern. Earlier, I hoped that you would not appear too soon. But now hurry. If it's too late, this little girl may be snatched away. After murmuring to himself, Luo Yubai directly retrieved a small insect he had received earlier from his storage pouch. After a mysterious wave surged forth, the insects instantly vanished into thin air, undetectable by ordinary cultivators. All of this transpired before Xuanjiang's eyes. Despite his awareness that Xuanjiang was likely not an ordinary individual, he could not afford to dwell on such considerations. Mere moments after the tiny flying insects had left his hand, shadowy figures clad in black robes and conical hats began to converge towards the Qiling Tower from various corners of the square, unnoticed by the surrounding cultivators. Most were still reeling from the shock that Ningyu possessed a low-grade spiritual root. At this moment, Su Jingzhe's expression was gravely serious yet relatively calm. A mix of excitement and concern stirred within him as he observed the brilliant yellow light illuminating the Qiling Tower, which seemed far from being the limit of Ning Yao's abilities. A bitter smile crept onto Su Jingzhe's face as a time traveler. He had started as an utterly mediocre cultivator with a mixed spiritual root, while his prized disciple turned out to be a peerless prodigy within the world of cultivation. How intriguing it was. As the light emanating from the Qiling Tower intensified, he pondered whether there might be further manifestations. Suddenly, in the void above the Qiling Tower, a damp aura materialized, with energy coalescing into a massive droplet shape. It manifested a complete anomaly of the water attribute. Would there be any other attributes to emerge? If it were truly a singular attribute, the implications would be astounding. The commotion surrounding a low-grade spiritual root with a single attribute was beyond imagination. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their faces alight with excitement, fully aware that they were on the verge of witnessing a miracle. Yet, as they engaged in fervent discussions, the water droplet anomaly above the Qiling Tower lingered, showing no inclination to dissolve or yield to the emergence of another attribute. Could this be a genuine single-attribute low-grade spiritual root? No, it might even be the fabled high-grade. The persistence of the droplet anomaly caused expressions among the onlookers to shift once more. Those like Chen Chong and Yin Xia, who held grudges against Su Jingzhe, turned pale, their hearts tumultuous with fear. Conversely, Chen Jinshi, standing opposite Su Jingzhe, began to tremble, his eyes tinged with a hint of red, betraying a flicker of madness while internally struggling. He understood that such a spiritual root would attract the utmost attention from the Huayang sect. Once the sect leader descended from Qingfeng Mountain, they would undoubtedly seek to claim her as part of their ranks, possibly even as a personal disciple of the sect leader himself. To claim he felt no jealousy would be a lie, and his desire to eliminate Ning Yao intensified with each passing moment. Yet he was also filled with trepidation, for if he proceeded with such actions, he too would face the wrath of the Huayang sect. His gaze fixated on Ning Yao within the Qiling Tower, then shifted to Su Jingzhe before him. Su Jingzhe's aura remained at merely the second level of qi refinement. Chen Jinshi was acutely aware that he could not possibly withstand him. This girl shared an exceptionally close bond with Su Jingzhe, and he was fated to stand on the opposing side. Should she rise to power, he would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. If she were to perish, with his innate talent, the Huayang sect would punish him, yet it would not be overly severe. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jinshi resolved himself. The truth remained, a dead genius held no value. Even if Ning Yao were to awaken a celestial-grade spiritual root, what of it? Once she was gone, the Huayang sect would not abandon him. They would still regard him as a genius worthy of cultivation. His position within the Huayang sect would remain secure. Realizing this, the aura of his perfected qi refinement erupted forth. He understood that if he did not act swiftly, he would soon find himself unable to move against Ning Yao at all. Come to me, death. Once his mind was made up, Chen Jinshi was not one to waver. The spiritual energy of his perfected qi refinement surged beneath his feet. With a powerful leap, he lunged towards Su Jingzhe like a great rock. The distance of 3 zhang between them vanished in an instant. Without the time to employ any spells, he gathered the full force of his qi refinement into his palm. Striking directly at Su Jingzhe's chest, confident in his prowess, he believed that with such force, Su Jingzhe, at the second level of qi refinement, would have no hope of withstanding it. However, Su Jingzhe was already on guard against Chen Jinshi's sudden assault. Observing Chen Jinshi, a qi refiner, daring to engage in close combat, Su Jingzhe felt a surge of delight. Such arrogance? Then Su would bestow upon you a surprise. Having unlocked 2 hidden treasures, Su Jingzhe's physique now possessed 2 core centers, akin to a qi refiner's dantian. At that moment, his blood qi converged within the labor palace point of his right hand. Faced with Jingzhe's palm strike, he did not flinch, instead countering with a palm of his own. Bang! The two palms collided, unleashing a resounding burst of energy. Jingzhe staggered, retreating 10 paces. His opponent was indeed a perfected qi refiner. Even a casual strike bore immense power. Jingzhe, too, stumbled back a dozen steps. Nearly losing his balance, his expression a mix of astonishment. This strike was intended to annihilate Jingzhe. Yet not only did it fail to achieve its intended effect, but he also felt a numbing sensation in his right arm, accompanied by excruciating pain at his wrist, as if a fracture had begun to form. In this exchange of blows, he could scarcely believe he had found himself at a disadvantage. This kind of power, was it from a body refiner? Even Jingzhe, despite his sluggishness, now comprehended the source of Jingzhe's strength. With a single strike, he could distinctly sense the force emanating from Jingzhe's palm. A stark contrast to the spiritual energy of a qi cultivator. That was the quintessential vitality of a body cultivator. Jingzhe's countenance darkened significantly. He was unaware of Jingzhe's level of body cultivation, yet the fact that a single blow could place him at a disadvantage was remarkable. Even though he had not exerted his full strength previously, this was still extraordinary, at least for the moment. It seemed that if Jingzhe merely wished to obstruct him, it would not pose a significant challenge. His current actions were already fraught with peril. The notion of annihilating both Jingzhe and Ning Yao in an instant was beyond possibility. As an inner disciple of Huayang's sect, such judgments were within his capacity. However, at this juncture, Jingzhe found himself faced with a rather straightforward decision. Despite Jingzhe's exceptional identity and capabilities, he paled in comparison to the manifest spiritual roots displayed by Ning Yao. As long as he eliminated Ning Yao first, Jingzhe would inevitably meet his demise in due time. With clarity of thought and being so far along, there was no turning back. Jingzhe then cast a sharp gaze at Jingzhe. I did not expect you to be so deeply concealed. I underestimated you. Though seemingly a reflection. Before his words fully escaped his lips, he swiftly formed a hand seal. An aura of golden sharpness suddenly materialized around him. In an instant, a phantom golden sword coalesced before him. Golden sword technique. This was an offensive spell, and combined with his consummate qi cultivation, the potency of this golden sword technique was formidable. The golden sword hurtled towards Jingzhe in an instant. Although body cultivators were scarce in the present world, Jingzhe understood that engaging a body cultivator directly, as he had done previously, was a grave mistake. Maintaining distance and employing such spell techniques was where his advantage lay. Yet at this moment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Jingzhe's eyes. The previous clash had allowed him to gauge his own level of strength. While that blow had caught Jingzhe off guard, Jingzhe was aware that in a genuine confrontation, he would likely still fall short of his opponent by a narrow margin. As always, his trump card remained unplayed. If given the opportunity, delivering a decisive strike should pose no great difficulty in vanquishing Jingzhe. The golden sword technique unleashed by Jingzhe was indeed fierce. However, Jingzhe remained wholly focused. Just before the sword reached him, he infused his blood vitality into the Yongquan acupoint of his left foot. With a powerful push, he executed a roll to the side to evade the attack. Though his movements might not have been particularly graceful, they were undeniably effective. Yet, upon regaining his footing, his expression abruptly shifted. Jingzhe wore a sinister smile. The moment he unleashed the golden sword technique, he had already redirected his target. His gaze fixed intently on Ning Yao within the Spirit Awakening Tower. Jingzhe's evasive maneuver had inadvertently cleared the way for Ning Yao. Jingzhe, channeling his spiritual energy into his feet, surged forward toward the Spirit Awakening Tower. This is bad. Witnessing this scene, Jingzhe's expression changed dramatically. Since the moment of his arrival in this realm, he has lived with utmost caution, leading his modest life without engaging in any conflicts. He has scarcely fought with anyone. The last encounter was merely a stealthy strike that resulted in Lin Ping's demise, which hardly qualifies as a genuine battle. Consequently, his combat experience pales in comparison to that of Jingzhe. During this confrontation, he felt a sense of distraction, entirely focused on Jingzhe while forgetting that Ning Yao was also a target of this individual. Within the Spirit Awakening Tower, Ning Yao remained with her eyes tightly shut, standing silently at the center, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Above the tower, the droplet-like phenomenon lingered in the void, its resplendent hues of red, orange, and yellow as brilliant as ever, with the faint emergence of a fourth light that astonished the onlookers. as Chen Chong charged toward the Spirit Awakening Tower. His murderous intent snapped everyone out of their shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Jingzhe, no. Chao Qing, positioned at a distance, felt a sudden surge of panic. He understood Jingzhe's vendetta against Su Jingzhe and his desire to eliminate him before Ning Yu completed her awakening. While this was justifiable, he could turn a blind eye, as Su Jingzhe had instigated the challenge against Jingzhe, and thus his demise could not be blamed on anyone else. However, Chao Qing never anticipated that Jingzhe would audaciously attempt to kill Ning Yao as well, just moments before. Upon realizing that Ning Yao possessed at least a single elemental spiritual root of the Earth grade, Chao Qing had been filled with immense joy. If he were to present Ning Yao to the main sect of Huaong, he would surely receive great accolades. Now, even as he flew on his sword, he found himself incapable of reaching her in time. Jingzhe was far too close to the Spirit Awakening Tower. Beside Chao Qing, Feng Qingya's expression also transformed dramatically. She glanced at the elderly man with white hair beside her, but before she could voice her thoughts, the old man had already risen, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he headed toward the Spirit Awakening Tower. Feng Qingya had just witnessed the clash between Su Jingzhe and Jingzhe, and with her discerning eye, she recognized Su Jingzhe as a body cultivator. Recalling the body refining liquid she had sold, she realized in that moment that her judgment the previous night had been flawed. Yet, like Chao Qing, she could not fathom the extent of Jingzhe's audacity. As the old man moved, dozens of mysterious figures clad in black robes and conical hats surged toward them from the square. Their speed was remarkable, and their auras were formidable. However, most of these figures did not seem to target the Spirit Awakening Tower. Instead, they aimed for the Huayang sect disciples stationed nearby, who had reached the late stage of qi refinement. As these black-clad individuals approached the Huayang disciples, their murderous intent erupted unexpectedly. The disciples, fixated on the happenings at the Spirit Awakening Tower, had not anticipated the lethal assault from the figures now closing in on them. Essentially, there was little resistance, and he was swiftly dispatched with a single cut to the throat. This was a meticulously orchestrated operation. The clash between Su Jingzhe and Jingzhe seemed merely to serve as a prelude to the ensuing chaos. However, the sudden and gruesome demise of the disciples from Huayang's sect failed to divert the attention of the crowd, who remained fixated on the advancing Jingzhe and Ning Yao within the Qiling Tower. Among those present, another individual who felt a sense of urgency was Luo Yuebai. Just as he was preparing to act without hesitation, he instinctively glanced at Shuangjiang beside him, only to be taken aback by her remarkably composed demeanor. He sensed that Shuangjiang was no ordinary person. Just as Su Jingzhe had managed to hold his ground against Jingzhe, Shuangjiang was likely equally formidable. He suddenly recalled Shuangjiang's earlier words, "It doesn't matter, someone will intervene." With this thought, Luo Yuebai forcibly suppressed his impulsive feelings and remained rooted in place, realizing that he would not arrive in time. While the crowd reacted in mere moments, Jingzhe had already closed in on the entrance of the Qiling Tower. Although there were simple prohibitive barriers in place, he was the one in charge of this Qiling event, rendering these constraints virtually meaningless to him. Meanwhile, Su Jingzhe was gathering his blood energy at the Yongguan point in his left foot. With a powerful push, he surged forward, chasing after Jingzhe. At the same time, he brushed his hand across his storage pouch, revealing an oddly shaped black brick. The appearance of this black brick elicited no reaction from the others, except for Feng Qingya, whose expression suddenly became serious. Indeed, it was him. At this moment, while Su Jingzhe felt the weight of the situation, he was not overly anxious. Simply because Shuangjiang was present, he held an unparalleled trust in her. Within their empathetic connection, Shuangjiang's fourfold enhancement in cultivation level was an enigma to Su Jingzhe, but he was confident that no one in the vicinity could rival her prowess. With Shuangjiang's support, he felt assured of Ning Yao's safety. His focus remained steadfastly on Jingzhe ahead. Gripping the black brick, he contemplated whether to strike the back of Jingzhe's head or his heart. The moment the crowd held their breath, Jingzhe had already breached the barrier at the entrance of the Qiling Tower. Observing Ning Yao, who stood there silently, a sinister smile crept onto Jingzhe's lips. What of this so-called prodigy? Before her eyes, she was no more than an insect. He was poised to deliver a devastating blow to her head, channeling all his refined energy into his palm. If that strike landed, Ning Yao's delicate head would be in grave peril. Yet, at the instant he unleashed his attack, an unfathomable force erupted from within the tower, sending a powerful shockwave that hurled Jingzhe away. Meanwhile, the entire Spirit Awakening Tower collapsed in an instant. The radiant phenomena emanating from the tower, along with all its brilliance, were extinguished in that fleeting moment. Jingzhe's gaze had been fixed on this scene, and as the tower underwent such a cataclysm, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a green light shimmering briefly at one corner of the tower. Yet, he could not ascertain whether it was merely an illusion. If it were indeed the case, could the four-colored radiance truly signify a celestial-grade spiritual root? However, in an ephemeral blink, Jingzhe cast aside those superfluous thoughts, his attention settling on the figure of Jingzhe, who was hurtling back towards him. A faint smile curved his lips. This was a divine opportunity. Muttering to himself, Jingzhe summoned the blood energy from his eighth-layer mystic embryo, channeling it into the labor palace of his right hand. "Receive my brick." With a powerful push of his foot, he swung the black brick with all his might. At that moment, Jingzhe was still reeling from the shock of the earlier events, and the energy he had been amassing had already dissipated under the overwhelming force emanating from the Spirit Awakening Tower. Suspended in midair, he found himself with no point of leverage. Perish. Suddenly, Jingzhe's calm voice pierced through the air, akin to a death warrant issued by the King of Hell. Instinctively, Jingzhe turned his head, his heart pounding with an intense fear. Within his storage bag were several defensive and offensive talismans. Yet he realized he would have no chance to utilize them in this lifetime. Before he could fully turn, a resounding crash echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a large watermelon plummeting from a great height and smashing upon impact. Indeed, his head met the black brick Jingzhe wielded with an unforgiving force. In that instant, his head shattered like the watermelon, scattering red and white matter across the ground, and even splattering onto Jingzhe himself. A wave of nausea washed over him. I was too forceful, too forceful. Amitba, good deeds, good deeds. Yet, as he beheld the lifeless body of Jingzhe grotesquely sprawled on the ground, Jingzhe couldn't help but reflect on how, had he struck with a lighter hand, he might have merely incapacitated him. After all, if others were to see this corpse, they might misconstrue him as a brutal individual. Misunderstandings were unwelcome, for he, was indeed of a benevolent nature. However, to his astonishment, he noticed that his hands were drenched in Jingzhe's blood, while the black brick remained pristine as if the head had never been obliterated by it. Without hesitation, Jingzhe stowed the brick back into his storage bag. Despite his appearance resembling that of a vengeful spirit, he endeavored to maintain the composure befitting a scholarly gentleman. His gaze remained tense, fixated on the now-collapsed Spirit Awakening Tower, where Ningyu still resided within its depths. However, he subconsciously believed that the force that had previously sent Jingzhe flying and caused the collapse of the Qiling Tower originated from Shuangjiang, thus he felt no particular concern. At that moment, Elder Mu unexpectedly arrived beside Jingzhe. Although his speed was exceedingly swift, he ultimately could not catch up, startling Jingzhe. After casting a glance at him, Elder Mu turned his gaze towards the Qiling Tower, his brows furrowing suddenly. In the place where the Qiling Tower once stood, clouds of dust billowed, yet a faint blue energy shield had emerged, protecting Ningyao within. Jingzhe's recent feat of defeating Jingzhe with a single strike was astonishing enough to captivate countless onlookers. Yet it seemed that only a small portion had witnessed the event. In that fleeting moment, nearly all eyes were drawn to the Qiling Tower. Even though Jingzhe lay grotesquely dead on the ground, the crowd's attention remained fixated on the tower. As the dust settled, they beheld a massive wine gourd hovering above the ruins of the Qiling Tower. Perched upon the gourd was an elderly man, reeking of alcohol, appearing utterly disheveled and nonchalant. His demeanor carefree. He was casually resting with one leg crossed over the other, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded the dazed Ning Yao below, who had just regained consciousness. This shabby-looking elder exuded an aura that belied his true strength, for none would doubt that he was an extraordinary master. While it was common for cultivators to fly on swords, knives, or spears, the sight of someone riding a gigantic wine gourd was indeed a rarity. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a saying, those who provoke individuals with peculiar weapons meet swift demise. Moreover, the recent collapse of the Qiling Tower had sent Jingzhe flying without resistance, indicating that this old man was the one safeguarding Ningyao. In that instant, the entire square fell into a hushed silence. Even the distant battles between the black-clad figures and the remaining disciples of Huayong's sect came to an unspoken halt. Ordinary spectators struggled to comprehend the origins of this peculiar old man. Meanwhile, Jingzhe felt a surge of anxiety. He had initially thought that Shuangjiang was responsible for all this chaos, only to discover it was an unfamiliar elder. His gaze instinctively shifted toward Shuangjiang, who remained composed, observing the scene with an impassive expression. Confusion filled his mind as he pondered the meaning behind Shuangjiang's demeanor. Nevertheless, as Shuangjiang was his formidable ally, Jingzhe chose to remain calm, silently watching the unfolding events, harboring unwavering faith in Shuangjiang, as all parties cautiously regarded the disheveled elder seated upon the wine gourd. Ningyu gradually regained her senses amidst the ruins of the Qilin Tower. Her expression mirrored the tension of the crowd as she too fixed her gaze on the elder above. However, before she could utter a word, the old man cheerfully inquired, "Little girl, would you care to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Ningyu was momentarily stunned, while the surrounding crowd was instantly struck with shock. The old fellow, upon his arrival, posed such a question, clearly having discerned Ning Yao's extraordinary talents. This reaction is, however, entirely understandable, for it has likely been many years since a singularly attributed Earth-grade spiritual root has graced the lands of Qizhou. Even the individuals present are uncertain whether Ning Yao's spiritual root is of Earth-grade or Heaven-grade. Such uncertainty is indeed terrifying, stirring the hearts of even the most powerful. Cultivators who have reached a certain level of attainment naturally aspire to pass on their legacies. To these formidable practitioners, every promising talent is akin to a rare treasure. As the old man spoke, Chao Qing, the vice-sect leader of the Huayang subsect, dared not even draw a breath. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, he could sense the old man's overwhelming presence. When the latter's aura was concealed, they could discern nothing, which indicated he was at least in the late golden core stage, if not a true nascent soul elder. Foundation establishment cultivators might reign supreme among the lower ranks in a small place like Linjiang City, yet before a nascent soul elder, they are but ephemeral insects, easily extinguished. If the old man truly was such an elder, not only would Chao Qing refrain from obstructing his intention to take Ning Yao as a disciple, but he would also strive to diminish his own presence. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ning Yao suddenly shook her head. "I beg your pardon, senior, but I already have a teacher." Upon uttering these words, the crowd that had been observing erupted in astonishment once more. Even if this old man were not at the nascent soul stage, he was at least a formidable golden core cultivator. This young girl, seemingly unafraid of tigers, actually dared to refuse such a person. How intriguing. Her audacity matched her spiritual root's brilliance. Yet, who could her teacher be? Could it be that Jingzhe, who was only at the second layer of qi refining? And at that level, were they blind to the pitiful state of Chen Jinshi on the ground? This individual had been masquerading as a fool all along. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, Jingzhe felt both relieved and anxious. He had no idea what level of cultivation the old man before him possessed. Nevertheless, with the Frost's arrival, he managed to maintain his composure. Sure enough, upon hearing Ning Yao's words, the disheveled elder raised an eyebrow, his smile seemingly frozen for a moment. Then, with a grin, he inquired, no matter. Who is your teacher? Once I take his head, you shall have no teacher left." At these words, Jingzhe's heart raced. This is unacceptable, he thought. There exists no rule in the cultivation world that permits only one master per disciple. Furthermore, what significance does an enlightening teacher hold? Even if it were so, it wouldn't prevent Ning Yu from taking on additional masters. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ning Yao's face turned ashen. Initially, in her nervousness, she instinctively considered approaching Jingzhe. Yet now, she dared not do so, fearing the old man might truly kill him. The young girl's heart was undoubtedly in turmoil. "How are you, little girl? Do you still have a teacher?" Ning Yao pursed her lips, remaining silent, though a hint of stubbornness flickered in her demeanor. "Elder Jiuqi, why must you make things difficult for a young girl? With your esteemed cultivation and reputation, I am certain that the talented disciples from the grand sects of Qizhou would line up to seek you as their mentor. Why come to this remote corner to find someone so inexperienced?" As the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly strange and oppressive, a voice suddenly broke through the tension. The crowd turned to discover that it was none other than the exceptionally handsome Luo Yubai, elegantly wielding a folding fan. As he spoke, he approached Ning Yao. Before the old man in the sky could respond, Feng Qingya, regaining her composure, gracefully made her way toward them as well. Indeed, the name of Elder Jiuqi is widely known. It would hardly be fitting to trouble a young girl. Such news would not reflect well on him. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 10 zhang from Ning Yao, both Luo Yubai and Feng Qingya halted. A gesture of respect towards the old man they referred to as Jiuqi, the disheveled elder squinted slightly. First regarding the alluring Feng Qingya before his gaze drifted to the white-haired elder following closely behind her, revealing a hint of a smile. "Jubao Pavilion," he remarked, his tone laced with a touch of disdain. "Why does Jubao Pavilion, instead of attending to its business, find the time to meddle in my affairs?" It was not surprising that the people from Jubao Pavilion recognized him. Yet, it appeared that Jiu Qi had no intention of showing any deference. Feng Qingya's expression shifted slightly upon hearing his words. She had indeed noticed a faint green glow before the chilling tower collapsed, suggesting the presence of a heavenly-grade spiritual root, which her pavilion would undoubtedly wish to pursue. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Qingya's sapphire ring gleamed as she produced an ancient, pitch-black token from her hand, etched with the character for wind. If the person represented by this token were to request a concession from you, would you oblige, elder? As she unveiled the token, Jingzhe felt a sudden jolt of surprise, though he did not fully grasp its significance. He recognized that she dared to use it as leverage against a potentially formidable elder. This token must possess considerable weight. It seemed that Feng Qingyu was not merely an ordinary manager of Jubao Pavilion. He mused to himself, shifting his gaze towards Luoyu by standing beside Feng Qingyu. He could comprehend why Jubao Pavilion would dare to confront this old man, yet he pondered the mysterious identity of his companion. During their initial encounter, Shuangjiang had remarked that this individual was extraordinary, and it appeared that some threads of truth would soon be revealed. His gaze instinctively sought Shuangjiang, who remained remarkably calm amidst the unfolding drama. With that, Jingzhe relaxed, silently observing the performance of Feng Qingya and Luo Yubai. If the two of them could retrieve Ning Yao from this drunken old man, it would indeed be most fortuitous. However, if they cannot, perhaps they would have no choice but to rely on Shuangjiang's intervention. He harbored a vague premonition that, despite the fact that this old man before him was an ancient Yuaning master, it should not pose too great a challenge for Shuangjiang. Su had developed a somewhat blind confidence in Shuangjiang, as there were no other viable options available to him in this situation. After all, it was not feasible for him, with his limited cultivation, to confront anyone head-on. As Jingzhe pondered this, the drunken man in the sky suddenly wore an expression of surprise. He had not anticipated that you possessed that fellow's token. There was a hint of astonishment in the drunken man's tone, but it was merely a fleeting reaction. As he soon resumed his laughter, if that fellow were to come in person, perhaps I would grant him a modicum of respect. However, little girl, you are but a junior and lack the qualifications and authority to threaten me. Upon hearing these words, Feng Qingya's expression shifted once more, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. At that moment, the nearby Luo Yuebai's demeanor also grew serious, yet he attempted to speak again. What if we were to add the junior's presence? As he spoke, a mysterious aura emanated from him. Upon sensing this, the drunken man's eyes narrowed once again. It seemed that the commotion on Qingfeng Mountain was indeed substantial, to the extent that even you had arrived. Nonetheless, little one, you still remain a junior. Even with your elder present, I am not intimidated, and you are even less of a threat. Depart now, in consideration of your elders. I have no desire to hold this against you. With the drunken man's words, Jingzhe felt a renewed heaviness in his heart. Indeed, neither Luo Yuobai nor Feng Qingya had managed to instill any fear in this drunken man. At that moment, Shuangjiang stepped forward to his side. Noticing that his thigh had finally moved, Jingzhe exhaled in relief. Shuangjiang, it appears this girl is not merely an ordinary earth-grade spirit root. He immediately expressed to Shuangjiang. I am aware, Shuangjiang replied with a mere nod. Jingzhe was taken aback. Was that all? Just 3 words, without any further elaboration? Before he could inquire further, Shuangjiang teased him. So what now? Will you keep the little girl by your side and teach her? Would you have her, with her water attribute earth-grade spirit root, or rather her water attribute heaven-grade spirit root, refine pills with you? Or perhaps temper her body? Shuangjiang's words rendered Jingzhe momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Well, Shuangjiang, I believe this girl is a promising talent. With your cultivation, finding her a suitable master, or even taking her as a direct disciple, should not be difficult, right? Shuangjiang's lips curled into a slight smile. I have no intention of taking disciples, and my inheritance is not suited for her. As for your suggestion of finding her a good master, that old man in the sky would be quite appropriate. After a brief pause, she continued. Do not doubt my judgment. This is also a means of leaving you a glimmer of hope. If I were to take her away, it would be quite difficult for you to see her again. When she spoke these words, Shuangjiang's tone was exceedingly solemn. Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could utter a word, Shuangjiang swiftly shifted the topic, her gaze fixed upon the shattered remnants of Qin Jinshi's head on the ground. Ultimately, she was moved. The expression on her face shifted, and her heart was tumultuous. Without hesitation, she grasped Jingzhe's right hand, and as she probed slightly, the astonishment in her eyes deepened. When did you unlock the second secret treasure? Although Ning Yao's spiritual root in the distance was indeed alarming, it was Su Jingzhe who truly astounded her. In just a few days, he had opened 2 secret treasures? To her, this seemed beyond mere talent and body refinement. At that moment, as Shuangjiang posed her question, a flurry of golden text flashed before Su Jingzhe's eyes. Empathy 8, Empathy 8, Empathy 8, remaining points, 159, a long-awaited triple hit. Su Jingzhe felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained his composure. If this continued, wouldn't he soon unlock the next acupoint? Yet, he scratched his head, a hint of shyness on his face, and replied, to be honest, I'm not entirely clear about these matters either. I just feel that by frequently practicing the Python scale technique and using the 2 body refining liquids, my physical strength seems to be continuously enhancing. This morning, after waking, my left foot felt a surge of heat, and my strength seemed to increase once more. That must have been when I unlocked another secret treasure. There was a trace of uncertainty in Su Jingzhe's tone, which made it sound all the more genuine. Regardless of whether Shuangjiang regarded him as a prodigy of body refinement or a favored child of destiny, she could hardly fathom the existence of such a boon. Upon hearing this, Shuangjiang furrowed her brow. Unlocking a secret treasure after sleeping? It's utterly incomprehensible. After a few seconds of silence, she resigned herself to believing it was simply fate. Empathy 8, remaining points, 167, however, before Shuangjiang could inquire further. Several streaks of light approached from the direction of Qifeng Mountain. Senior Jiuqi, I have heard there is a remarkable spiritual root here. I am in need of a worthy successor. Might you grant this to me? Senior Jiuqi, earlier atop Qifeng Mountain, I obtained a millennium-old purple ginseng, which would be perfect for brewing wine for you. Might that little girl be given to me? At that moment, 7 or 8 streaks of light descended from Qifeng Mountain, swiftly appearing in the square of the Huayang subsect. These individuals, both male and female, were adorned in splendid garments. Their auras formidable. Upon seeing them, Chao Qing's heart sank once more, fear spreading within him. For all these individuals were golden core cultivators, and not a single one belonged to his Huayang sect. As these individuals made their entrance, their gaze, intense and piercing, fixated upon the bewildered Ning Yao, as if she were some unparalleled treasure. Yet, they all seemed to harbor a degree of trepidation towards the inebriated figure languidly perched atop the wine gourd. These were none other than those who had descended from Qifeng Mountain. Su Jingzhe's expression grew solemn once more. The presence of a mere wine enthusiast had already posed a challenge for him, and now, with the appearance of 8 formidable cultivators, each at least at the golden core stage, he found himself truly at a loss, save for the prospect of Shuangjiang intervening. What troubles you? Sensing Su Jingzhe's tension, Shuangjiang's lips curled into a slight smile. Did you not wish for me to find a suitable master for that girl? Among these individuals, there are certainly options to consider. They are likely from some of the powerful sects of this generation. A short-term tutelage should suffice for her. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the newly arrived 8 formidable figures, but after surveying them, she gently shook her head, a hint of disappointment evident. A flicker of realization sparked within Su Jingzhe. He had caught the key term in Shuangjiang's words. Short term. Indeed, no matter how exceptional Ning Yao's spiritual roots might be, she had yet to embark on her cultivation journey. Progress is made step by step, and the sects in the Jingzhe region would certainly provide her with a solid foundation in a short span. Should he soar to great heights in the future, he could always bring her to explore broader horizons. With this thought, Su Jingzhe felt a sudden sense of liberation. As Shuangjiang had previously stated, could someone of Ning Yao's talent truly flourish by his side? What qualifications did he possess to instruct her? After all, he was merely a novice in the world of cultivation. Given Ning Yao's remarkable spiritual roots, regardless of the sect she joined, he need not worry about her being mistreated. For such a possibility was utterly unfathomable. In any sect, she would undoubtedly be revered like an ancestor. The major sects in the realm of cultivation cherish such prodigies because once they enter, a bond is formed. As their prowess grows, even if they do not remain within the sect, their legacy can bless it for many years to come. Furthermore, the concept of fortune dictates that a sect that has nurtured a peerless powerhouse will see its luck continually flourish, ensuring its prosperity. Thus, the shock that reverberated through the crowd when Shen Jinshi attempted to eliminate Ning Yao was entirely understandable. At that moment, everyone instinctively believed that she could choose to join Huayang's sect, even among rival factions in the cultivation world. It is rare for them to extinguish the nascent talents of their adversaries, as such actions are deemed disgraceful by all cultivators. While Jingzhe and Shuangjiang conversed, the 8 cultivators flying nearby on their flying devices continued to regard the wine enthusiast with intense curiosity. Elder wine enthusiast, should you wish to take on disciples, countless prodigies from the lands of Qizhou and beyond will surely flock to your esteemed name. In the realm of Linjiang City, a rare talent with commendable spiritual roots has finally emerged. Dear Senior Jiuqi, might I implore you not to vie with the younger generation? After all, the task of accepting disciples is not as effortless for us as it is for you. It is well known that Senior Jiuqi takes pleasure in nurturing the gifted. We are all in search of a worthy successor, so I humbly request that you allow the younger ones a chance. These 8 cultivators, each possessing an extraordinary demeanor, exhibit utmost humility in the presence of Jiuqi. Though they usually occupy positions of authority, they refrain from flattering Jiuqi at this moment. Their sect members have also received messages, hastening their arrival here. The potential of a single-element earthly spiritual root is remarkable, perhaps even celestial. Such talent, if taken under their wing, could lead to a flourishing sect for the next millennium. They are acutely aware that, provided no untimely demise interrupts their path, the future achievements of such roots will far surpass the nascent soul stage. A foundation-building cultivator in a modest place like Linjiang City could reign supreme, while a golden core cultivator could establish a foothold in higher realms such as Yunmeng City. As for a nascent soul elder, they could garner immense renown throughout the entire region of Qingzhou, much like the esteemed Jiuqi before them. As for those above the nascent soul stage, the out-of-body cultivators possess the power to command the very fate of Qizhou. Though there are indeed numerous formidable beings in the realms beyond, they are seldom encountered in Qizhou, thus remaining outside the scope of the current discourse among these individuals. At this moment, the 8 Golden Core cultivators find themselves regretting not having sent their sect leader to the recent events at Qifeng Mountain. Had their leader been present, they might have felt less apprehensive toward Jiuqi and could have more effectively contended for the young girl's favor. In response to their flattering remarks, Jiuqi produced a gourd of wine, taking a hearty swig before chuckling. What splendid spiritual roots are you referring to? Do not let the younger disciples of your sect deceive you. The Qiling Tower of the Huayang branch has long encountered issues, and the detection was erroneous. Have you not seen that I have already destroyed it? The girl's spiritual roots are merely average. She just happens to resonate with an old man like me. So, I advise you not to harbor any ambitions. The phrase "with me, there exists a connection" serves as the most profound explanation. The expressions of the 8 Golden Core cultivators darkened suddenly. Despite their attempts at flattery, it was clear that Jiuqi was unwilling to relinquish his claim. Just as they contemplated uttering more complimentary words or joining forces, Jiuqi interjected with a smile. Enough. This matter ends here. None of you shall lay claim to this girl. I arrived too late to partake in the festivities at Qingfeng Mountain, and any opportunities there shall not be surrendered to you. So do not even think about competing with me for her. As he spoke, an imposing aura began to emanate from Jiuqi. The underlying implication of this statement is clear. I shall not encroach upon your territory, and it is prudent for you not to harbor any intentions towards mine. With that said, the wine enthusiast chose to disregard the 8 Golden Dan cultivators. He patted the gourd beneath him, which promptly shrank and landed in his hand. Subsequently, he descended from the void, standing before Ning Yao. A sense of heightened tension flickered in Ning Yao's large eyes. At that moment, Jingzhe noticed that Shuangjiang's lips moved slightly, seemingly conveying a message. He understood that she was communicating with Ning Yao. Instinctively, Ning Yao cast a glance towards Shuangjiang and the others, her expression gradually settling into calmness. Little girl, have you made up your mind? The wine enthusiast inquired with a beaming smile. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of the 8 Golden Dan cultivators brightened once more. Previously intimidated by the wine enthusiast's imposing presence, they had refrained from speaking further, contemplating a long-term strategy. Yet, given the current situation, could there be a turning point? If Ning Yao were to utter a negative response, the wine enthusiast's attempt to forcibly take her away would be deemed discourteous. In their estimation, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they would ensure Ning Yao's safety. They believed that 8 Golden Dan cultivators combined possessed the strength to contend with her. Young lady, I am Li Nanshan, the Grand Elder of the Flowing Windsword sect. If you are being coerced, simply utter a word, and I shall risk my life today to ensure your justice. An elder with hair as white as snow, standing firmly with a gleaming longsword, suddenly addressed Ning Yao. There was an unmistakable sharpness about him, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Yet, his gaze upon Ning Yao was profoundly gentle. As Li Nanshan's words faded, Not far from him stood an equally aged woman in gray robes, her hair also white as snow. She looked at Ning Yao with kindness and said, "I am the vice leader of the Lingen Valley, and I too wish to advocate for your justice, young girl. The world of cultivation emphasizes following one's heart, nature, and destiny. If you are being forced, what future could there possibly be?" With these two leading the charge, the remaining 6 Golden Dan cultivators simultaneously regarded Ning Yao with benevolent expressions, their demeanor hinting at an unspoken understanding. Witnessing this scene, Jingzhe felt an unexpected urge to smile, reminiscent of certain scenes from dramas before his transmigration. If you are being coerced, just blink. He also noted that these Golden Dan elders subtly moved their lips after speaking, evidently attempting to communicate with Ning Yao as well. With a sigh, Jingzhe's heart lightened. The conduct of these individuals indicated that regardless of which sect Ning Yao ultimately chose, her treatment would undoubtedly be favorable. He found himself relieved concerning her future. However, his gaze instinctively drifted towards the direction of Qifeng Mountain. Ning Yao was destined for a promising future, yet he remained oblivious to the current situation of Sister Zhang. If she were present at this moment to witness the unfolding events, she would likely feel immense satisfaction. As Jingzhe quietly contemplated, he was suddenly interrupted by Ning Yao's voice once more. "I beg your pardon, senior. I must consult my teacher and my teacher's wife before making a decision." Jingzhe was unaware of what Frostfall had previously discussed with Ning Yao. At this moment, the young girl spoke with remarkable calmness. However, upon hearing her words, the wine enthusiast raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that despite his earlier threats, Ning Yao would still dare to assert that she had a teacher. He had thought that his previous remarks had sufficiently intimidated her. "Child, are you not afraid that I might truly take the head of your teacher?" The wine enthusiast inquired with a hint of curiosity. In response, Ning Yao offered him a sweet smile, saying, "I know you would not. Moreover, if it were truly the case, Ning Yao would never entertain the slightest possibility of becoming your disciple." The girl was astute and wise beyond her years. With newfound confidence, she no longer felt the instinctive fear she had harbored before. Her intelligence shone through more vividly. Upon her declaration, the wine enthusiast was indeed pleased. "Very well, go on, for I am curious to know what kind of person could teach a child as clever as you." Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Yao headed directly towards Jingzhe and Frostfall, respectfully greeting Feng Qingye and Luo Yubai along the way. She was aware that these individuals had been worried about her well-being. The wine enthusiast followed closely behind her, maintaining a distance of 3 steps. As she passed, the crowd parted to make way for him. Although this old fellow appeared quite disheveled, his presence undeniably commanded respect, suppressing the entire gathering. While still in the square, all previous conflicts involving the black-clad individuals and disciples of Huayang's sect came to a halt, seemingly unwilling to disturb the wine enthusiast. At this moment, the 8 golden core cultivators above had also retracted their magical artifacts, descending gracefully to the square, standing silently in 8 distinct positions, subtly encircling Ning Yao and the wine enthusiast. Despite having deduced that Ning Yao would likely choose the wine enthusiast, their intentions remained unscrupulous. Behind them, their sect also possessed nascent soul cultivators, who were not particularly fearful of the wine enthusiast at the sect level. Thus, they were unwilling to allow the wine enthusiast to seize such an advantageous opportunity today. As Ning Yao approached Jingzhe and Frostfall, her smile appeared noticeably lighter and more natural, a reflection of the comfort she felt in the presence of those close to her. However, upon nearing Jingzhe and catching sight of the blood staining his attire and the ghastly corpse of Chun Jinsher nearby, her body trembled, and her face instinctively paled. Having been sheltered by Sister Zhang all her life, she had never encountered such a scene before. Yet, she suppressed her discomfort and approached Jingzhe and Frostfall. Without uttering a word, she knelt down abruptly, her knees touching the ground with a soft thud. "Mr. Su, Madam Master, Yaoer has indeed lived up to expectations and awakened her spiritual roots." As these words were spoken, Jingzhe could distinctly perceive the joy blossoming in Ning Yao's heart. Shuangjiang hastily assisted her to her feet. At that moment, the 3 of them resembled a harmonious family unit. Onlookers observed the trio engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Every word Jingzhe uttered to Ning Yao was imbued with various admonitions, reminiscent of a doting father imparting final instructions to his daughter about to embark on a journey. Meanwhile, as Jingzhe conversed with Ning Yao, the inebriated man, feeling rather bored, glanced at the lifeless body of Chun Jinsher beside him. His expression shifted slightly, and he approached, casting a suspicious look at Su Jingzhe. Although most of his attention had been focused on Ning Yao upon his arrival, he had indeed witnessed Su Jingzhe striking down Chen Jinshi with a single blow, refining qi at the second level. No, it cannot be. If he were merely at the second level, it would be impossible to slay a perfected cultivator in one strike. Could it be that he is a body cultivator? Yet, he does not exhibit the characteristics typically associated with body cultivators. After all, he is an ancient nascent soul, and even if he hadn't paid much attention earlier, he could deduce certain things from the subtle clues now. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. He then stepped forward, directly seizing Su Jingzhe's right hand. Su Jingzhe silently lamented his misfortune, realizing that, as a nascent soul elder, he could not evade the grasp. Shuangjian chose not to intervene. Yet, within mere moments, the inebriated man released him, his expression transforming into one of utter peculiarity. His gaze fell upon Su Jingzhe, as if he were a creature of the extraordinary. The state of his dantian is astonishing, and yet he walks a wholly different path. Su Jingzhe understood that the inebriated man had likely discerned the entirety of his condition. While the man did not articulate his thoughts clearly, Su Jingzhe comprehended the implications. The inebriated man then regarded Su Jingzhe with a glint of intrigue. "You are indeed a remarkable individual, though it is somewhat regrettable." His tone carried a sense of wistfulness. But in the next breath, he abruptly shifted his focus. "However, I have always had a penchant for those of your peculiar nature. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" At this declaration, astonishment enveloped the room. How could this be? From threatening to take Su Jingzhe's head to offering to accept him as a disciple? Although the gathered crowd knew that the earlier threat had merely been a ruse to frighten Ning Yao, the leap from such a dire threat to acceptance as a disciple was indeed jarring. Even Su Jingzhe was momentarily at a loss for words. If his talent for alchemy had been revealed to the inebriated man, it would be one thing. But to be accepted as a disciple merely upon the realization that he had opened a secret vault seemed rather peculiar. After all, the inebriated man had no knowledge of how long Su Jingzhe had spent unlocking these two secret repositories. Considering this, Su Jingzhe stood his ground with a sense of dignity primarily because Shuangjian was by his side. Otherwise, he would be standing before a potential threat to his life in the form of an ancient nascent soul. Su Jingzhe found it difficult to maintain such tranquility. Upon seeing him frozen in place, Jiuqi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Young man, I am personally taking you as my disciple. Do you truly wish to decline?" At these words, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Su Jingzhe's mouth. Nevertheless, he replied with neither servility nor arrogance. "I beg your pardon, esteemed elder, but I am accustomed to my freedom." The intent to refuse was unmistakable, leaving Jiuqi momentarily stunned and the onlookers astounded. To them, Su Jingzhe, at over 20 years of age, was no longer in the prime of his cultivation. Even if he were not exhibiting the prowess of a second-tier qi refinement practitioner, he could still be considered a prodigy. Yet, to be personally accepted as a disciple by Jiuqi was an invaluable opportunity, and he had the audacity to refuse? This Su Jingzhe was quite unexpected indeed. Though I had not witnessed how he had slain Chen Jinshi, the very act itself was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Thus, any further astonishing behavior from him could be accepted without surprise. Without waiting for Jiuqi's response, Su Jingzhe continued, "Moreover, Ning Yao is my student, and I wholeheartedly support her in becoming your disciple. If I were to also take you as my master, would that not create a muddle in our ranks? Therefore, I must respectfully decline." What audacity! To stand before thousands and reject the personal offer of apprenticeship from Jiuqi without any regard. Although Jiuqi was not one to concern himself with matters of pride, he could not help but feel a twinge of anger. He then regarded Su Jingzhe with a teasing glint in his eye. "What if today I insist on taking you as my disciple?" Hearing this, a smile crept across Su Jingzhe's lips as he calmly replied, "Then perhaps today, esteemed elder, you would find yourself in an awkward position." Su Jingzhe's words, uttered with such composure, left those around him in astonishment. Most concerned were Feng Qingya and Luo Yuebai. Feng Qingya had understood Su Jingzhe's true identity the moment she laid eyes on the black brick in his hand. Upon registering as an alchemist, she had already considered him one of her own. Even if she could accept Jiuqi taking Ning Yao away, she could never condone him taking Su Jingzhe as well. To her, an alchemist with nearly a 100% success rate far surpassed the potential of a girl with a heavenly root. In some respects, he might even be more formidable. Thus, she felt it imperative to secure one of them for herself today. As for Luo Yuebai, his curiosity about Su Jingzhe had been piqued from the very beginning. He sensed that Su Jingzhe was extraordinary, and the recent display of power in vanquishing the fully realized Qin Jingshi only deepened his intrigue and astonishment. At this moment, Luo Yuebai's thoughts began to mirror those of Feng Qingya. They could hardly fathom that Su Jingzhe would dare to speak thus to a venerable figure of the nascent soul stage. To suggest that a nascent soul elder would find himself in a predicament? What nonsense are you uttering, Taoist Su? At this juncture, Luo Yuebai felt that even if his forces were to arrive in time, they might be unable to save Su Jingzhe from his predicament. Those acquainted with the wine enthusiast are well aware that this old fellow possesses an exceedingly peculiar temperament. He can forge friendships with anyone, regardless of their social standing. Yet he can also mercilessly eliminate any adversary, even high-ranking elders or science. Thus, individuals from prominent sects generally prefer to steer clear of him. Much like the 8 golden core cultivators earlier, they would undoubtedly prefer to achieve their objectives amicably rather than engage in combat with him. In their eyes, Su Jingzhe is indeed treading a path toward his own demise. Despite their apprehensions, Su Jingzhe, stained with blood, appeared remarkably nonchalant when facing the ancient Yuaning. This demeanor elicited an odd sensation in Feng Qingya and Luo Yuebai. As they grappled with these feelings, Su Jingzhe himself experienced an even stranger phenomenon. Before him, 2 lines of golden text suddenly materialized. Empathy 2, remaining points, 171. Su Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Feng Qingya and the others, accompanied by a bitter smile. This accumulation of 4 points was truly unexpected. Young man, are you aware of what you are uttering? As Su Jingzhe pondered, the wine enthusiast's voice darkened. The moment he spoke, Su Jingzhe felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. With his qi refinement at merely the 2nd level and his physical body at the 8th level of the mysterious embryo stage, how could he withstand the oppressive aura of an ancient Yuaning? At that moment, Frostfall's brows suddenly knitted together, her patience with the old fellow wearing thin. Leave. She uttered softly, a single word that only Su Jingzhe and the wine enthusiast could hear. As she spoke, Su Jingzhe distinctly sensed the same imposing force that had previously been exerted upon Feng Qingya at the 2nd floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion re-emerge. In an instant, the pressure that had been weighing upon him dissipated entirely. However, the wine enthusiast's expression changed dramatically, a profound fear spreading within his eyes. Without hesitation, he grasped Ning Yao's arm and hurled the wine gourd into the air once more, which instantly expanded to a size of 10 feet. My girl, we must depart, he urged, taking Ning Yao onto the gourd and commanding it to soar towards the distant sky, a scene reminiscent of a desperate flight for survival. You must diligently cultivate. I will return with your mother to seek you out in due time. At this sight, Su Jingzhe found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. It was only as the gourd ascended into the heavens that he managed to impart his admonition to Ning Yao. To the others, the wine enthusiast's sudden departure left them quite bewildered, including the 8 golden core cultivators, who were utterly perplexed by the recent events surrounding Su Jingzhe. What had prompted this abrupt action? Was there an urgent matter at hand, or was he deliberately attempting to catch them off guard to whisk away the girl? Should they pursue? If so, how could they? Could golden core practitioners chase after a Yuaning? Let us set aside the question of whether one can catch up. Even if one does, what difference does it make? Regardless of the reasons behind the wine enthusiast's hasty departure, the 8 golden core cultivators, although filled with regret and reluctance, ultimately relinquished their pursuit of Ning Yao. It is indeed a pity. At this moment, their gazes turned curiously towards Su Jingzhe and Shuang Jiang. A mix of bewilderment and trepidation reflected in their eyes. They vaguely sensed that the wine enthusiast had been frightened away by these 2 individuals. Who exactly are they? In their perception, Su Jingzhe remained merely a 2nd-level qi refinement practitioner, while Shuang Jiang exuded not a hint of spiritual energy, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Yet, the panicked flight of the wine enthusiast did not seem feigned. If there had not been something to instill such fear in him, he would never have acted thus. Now, the 8 golden core elites regarded Su Jingzhe and Shuang Jiang with a hint of awkwardness, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Meanwhile, Luo Yuebai and Feng Qingya, who were nearly side by side, exchanged involuntary glances. Luo Yuebai, puzzled and astonished, spoke up. It seemed as though Ms. Shuang Jiang said something to the esteemed wine enthusiast just now. Feng Qingya, typically unflappable, suddenly felt a dryness in her throat and replied. Though I did not catch the words, judging by her lips, it appeared she simply uttered one word: leave. Upon hearing this, Luo Yubai's expression shifted once more. He had indeed noticed this detail but found it hard to believe. After all, The wine enthusiast was a formidable nascent soul elder. To tell such an elder to leave, and for him to actually comply, what kind of strength would that require? Luo Yubai found it difficult to fathom. Feng Qingya, meanwhile, felt a renewed jolt within her. She recalled the mysterious powerhouse she had encountered alongside Su Jingzhe on the second floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion, and once again thought of the force that had been exerted upon her by this enigmatic figure. It suddenly dawned on her. Shuangjiang was that very mysterious powerhouse. How peculiar. She pondered that someone of such caliber would bear so many scars on her face. After arriving at this realization, Feng Qingya continued to muse. In her view, female cultivators should be concerned about their appearance. Master Feng, what will the treasure-gathering pavilion do next? Luo Yubai's question carried a hint of inquiry. Though the events of the day were astonishing, the treasure-gathering pavilion remained aloof, suffering no losses. Feng Qingya smiled lightly. What else can we do? We shall simply open our doors for business. What more could the treasure-gathering pavilion accomplish? Her demeanor retained an alluring charm. Having recognized Shuangjiang as the mysterious powerhouse from that day, she felt entirely at ease. She understood that even if the pavilion could not retain Ningyao, Su Jingzhe was not likely to escape. After all, it was Shuangjiang who had taken the initiative to bring Su Jingzhe to the pavilion to register as an alchemist. While that action might have appeared merely a means to obtain body-tempering liquid, it was not without the intent of securing a protector for Su Jingzhe. With the presence of that alchemist token, Su Jingzhe could indeed assert that he belonged to the gathering treasure pavilion. Furthermore, Feng Qingya had discerned Su Jingzhe's novice status in the realm of cultivation, and it was evident that Shuangjiang would not remain by his side indefinitely. Thus, she understood that the gathering treasure pavilion could simply remain inactive and still emerge as the victor in the unfolding events. There was no need for her to explicitly reveal Su Jingzhe's identity. They could maintain their tacit understanding. Observing that Feng Qingya appeared utterly unperturbed, Luo Yuebai grew increasingly perplexed. He sensed that Feng Qingya seemed to possess information of which he was unaware. He continued, revisiting the unfinished discussion from the previous night, perhaps I can collaborate with your pavilion. You are aware of the power that supports me, and I understand Miss Feng's current predicament. Although Linjiang City may be small, it could serve as a pivotal point for certain developments. It is high time to reconsider some long-standing conventions. What say you, Miss Feng? As he spoke, the light in Luo Yuebai's eyes shone brilliantly. Previously, he had addressed her as Manager Feng, but now he referred to her as Miss Feng, signifying a shift in their dynamic. Feng Qingya narrowed her eyes slightly. Her allure tempered, her demeanor growing more serious. She regarded Luo Yuebai intently. Can you, or rather the force behind you, truly withstand such pressure? Luo Yuebai smiled once more, gesturing towards the scattered disciples of the Huayang sect lying about. We are already acting in this manner, which indicates that we are well prepared. You need not worry about this. Miss Feng. After saying this, Luo Yuebai continued to gaze ardently at Feng Qingya. One might genuinely believe that even at such a critical juncture, Luo Yuebai remained infatuated with her. Upon hearing his words, Feng Qingya's expression grew increasingly grave. However, after a moment's contemplation, she slowly nodded. Very well. I shall trust you this once. I hope you do not disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Miss Feng. This will be the wisest decision you have made since assuming control of the Linjiang City branch. At that moment, the 8 golden core cultivators from various sects remained apprehensive, uncertain of their next course of action. Yet, amidst the tense atmosphere, Feng Qingya and Luo Yuebai reached an agreement. Luo Yuebai then added, henceforth, I ask that the gathering treasure pavilion refrain from involvement in any ensuing events. Simply regard it as if you're blind to it. Feng Qingya nodded once more. Fear not. The gathering treasure pavilion has always maintained absolute neutrality within the cultivation world. Luo Yuebai nodded again, choosing not to prolong the conversation, and headed directly towards Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang. Friend Su, you have truly kept me in the dark, he said, astonished and with a bitter smile as he approached. Su Jingzhe shrugged, responding helplessly, ultimately, I am merely acting out of self-preservation, compelled by the circumstances. This, too, was a genuine statement. If all could proceed smoothly. He truly did not wish to stir up such trouble. According to Su Jingzhe's original intentions, quietly cultivating strength was the true path. He had never envisioned becoming the focal point of attention in such a high-profile manner as today. As he spoke, before Luo Yuebai could respond, he sighed with a bitter smile. It seems I can no longer remain in Linjiang City, having inadvertently killed a talented disciple of the Huayang sect. I fear my days ahead will be spent in constant flight. Shuangjiang lingered, and Su Jingzhe's words felt like an elevated form of bravado. Yet only he understood that these were indeed the truth. Unless he were to eradicate the entire Huayang sect today, once Xuanzang departed, a reckoning would inevitably ensue. Jingzhe was acutely aware that someone of Xuanzang's caliber would not deign to strike at the ordinary disciples of the Huayang sect. Moreover, she had previously stated that unless faced with life-threatening danger, she would refrain from action. Jingzhe might be able to slay a Jingzhe and perhaps deal with some of the qi-refining disciples, but there were certainly many foundation establishment cultivators within the Huayang sect. At least for now, Su would likely meet a grim fate even with a sneak attack against a foundation establishment practitioner. However, upon hearing Su Jingzhe's words, Luo Yuebai's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. Su, my friend, are you truly concerned about this? Su Jingzhe let out another bitter laugh. What else could it be? If a loose cultivator does not reach a certain level of strength, how could they possibly compare to a sect? A broader smile spread across Luo Weibai's face. What if today the Huayang branch were to be utterly destroyed? The Huayang branch utterly destroyed? Su Jingzhe was certain he had not misheard. Luo Weibai had indeed said that. He was no fool. His gaze instinctively shifted to the lifeless bodies of Huayang sect disciples strewn about the edge of the square. In an instant, he realized that the assailants who had suddenly erupted in violence were all part of Luo Weibai's hidden power. Staring at Luo Weibai in shock, he exclaimed, Luo Dao, you. Seeing the astonishment on Su Jingzhe's face, Luo Weibai smiled once more. May I ask you, Su, if the Huayang branch were to fall today, would you be willing to join me in pursuing a grand endeavor? As he spoke, Luo Weibai's gaze was sincere and expectant. He understood that conversing with a clever person did not require laying everything bare. A mere hint would suffice for Su Jingzhe to comprehend. At the moment Luo Weibai's words fell, Xuanzang, standing nearby, also regarded Su Jingzhe with curiosity, since Luo Weibai had moved beside him. She had been aware of his identity and was now eager to see what choice Su Jingzhe would make. Yet, upon hearing Luo Weibai's proposition, Su Jingzhe firmly shook his head. No, I am accustomed to freedom and merely wish to be a leisurely loose cultivator. I do not desire to join any faction. His yearning for freedom was genuine, but was it truly the reason he rejected Luo Weibai? Was it not rather due to the empathy that had developed between them? Had Luo Weibai been a woman, he might not have been so resolute in his refusal. Even he himself, in this moment of high-profile ambition, harbors expectations of embarking on a venture, perhaps riding the favorable winds brought by Luo Weibai. This desire does not contradict his yearning for freedom. However, Su, as he is, possesses his own principles. If the two were to truly collaborate, and if Luo Weibai's affections for him ran deep, what would become of the situation? He finds great pleasure in occasionally indulging in the gentle company of the female cultivators at Huayu Tower, yet engaging in swordplay with others is utterly unacceptable to him. For this reason, he would rather forego the benefits that might come from Luo Weibai. In contrast, after Xuanzang's departure, he often refines elixirs to sell at the treasure pavilion, seeking more interaction with Feng Qinya, which he considers the rightful path. After all, even Feng Qinya's mere presence is a sight to behold, a sentiment that Su cannot feign disagreement with. Luo Weibai was momentarily taken aback. Not anticipating Su Jingzhe's resolute refusal, he nodded slightly, a smile of ambiguous meaning curling at the corners of his mouth. Each has their own aspirations. Luo does not expect Su Daoyu to acquiesce immediately. However, there remains ample time ahead. After a brief pause, the smile on his face vanished abruptly, replaced by an intense and chilling aura of murderous intent. That exquisitely handsome visage turned icy. Now, Luo shall address the very concern that troubles Su Daoyu. All disciples of the Huayang sect shall face no mercy. After uttering this to Su Jingzhe, Luo Weibai's voice, enveloped in energy, resonated throughout the entire square. The previously momentarily halted black-clad figures resumed their fierce momentum. As their murderous intent surged, they lunged towards the remaining disciples of the Huayang faction. In that instant, the true nature of these enigmatic figures was laid bare, their presence no longer concealed. Their aura transformed into something sinister and menacing, a palpable ferocity enveloping them. Many exuded a shroud of dark energy, reminiscent of the demonic cultivator Su had encountered on the bustling street. It was entirely possible that the very cultivator who had committed murder that day was among these black-clad individuals. Demons. This is a gathering of demonic cultivators, and in such overwhelming numbers. My heavens, is the demonic path staging a grand resurgence? Flee. In a small place like Linjiang City, the lower-tier cultivators were already wary of the demonic presence. The murder committed by a demon on the street had instilled fear in many, leading them to tread cautiously in recent days, ever fearful of an ill-fated encounter with a demon. They had never witnessed such a large-scale mobilization of demonic cultivators. The onlookers, who had merely sought to observe the spectacle, were thrown into disarray. Panic spread as everyone rushed to escape the square. Yet, just as they had taken a few hurried steps away, they found themselves inexplicably drawn back to the square. As the various edifices of the Huayang branch sect were besieged, an overwhelming number of demonic cultivators surged forth. Clearly, these palaces had just suffered a brutal massacre at the hands of these fiends. It was solely due to the command of Luo Yuebai that the situation transformed into this unforeseen calamity. Even Su Jingzhe, standing beside Luo Yuebai, felt a tempest of turmoil rising within him. Following Shuangjung's warning, he had already discerned Luo Yuebai's extraordinary identity, yet he had not anticipated that he was, in fact, the leader of the demonic cultivators. At this moment, the expressions of the 8 golden core cultivators shifted dramatically. The only one remaining composed amidst the chaos was perhaps Shuangjiang. Initially, the disciples of the Huayang branch were not a match for the demonic cultivators. Upon revealing their true identities, the disciples were left with nothing but dread in their hearts. Most of them, disheartened by the overwhelming odds, sought only to flee. The tide of battle had turned decisively against them. Although the Huayang disciples were numerous, they soon began to fall in droves. At that moment, a streak of light shot up into the sky from the crowd. It was none other than Chao Qing, the vice sect master of Huayang. During the earlier standoff between the 8 golden core cultivators and Zhou Qi, he had sensed something amiss. The presence of golden core cultivators from various sects was alarming. Yet there was none from Huayang. At that time, he had strived to render himself inconspicuous, slipping into the throng unnoticed. Now, the sudden onslaught of the demonic cultivators confirmed his unease. In the face of imminent danger, everyone sought to save themselves. Even as the vice sect master of Huayang, he had no intention of standing with his sect in its hour of peril. Cultivators are inherently selfish and indifferent. No sense of sect honor could outweigh the instinct for self-preservation. However, upon witnessing Chao Qing ascend on his sword, Luo Yuebai let out a sudden, chilling laugh. Thinking of escaping? It is too late. Before his voice had faded, Luo Yuebai cast his folding fan into the void. Then, stepping forward, he soared after it. Moving with a speed that surpassed Chao Qing's considerably, Su Jingzhe swallowed hard, acknowledging the truth of the situation, indeed, in terms of empathy and cultivation prowess. Luo Yuebai's strength was evidently far superior to that of Chao Qing. Crimson Moon Slash. Upon reaching the skies, Luo Yuebai abruptly formed a hand seal. A crimson crescent phantom swiftly sliced towards the fleeing Chao Qing. In response, the latter hastily produced a talisman, which instantly transformed into a yellowish shield that enveloped him. At this moment, Chao Qing was wholly focused on escape, with no intention of engaging Luo Yuebai. Boom. The instant the yellow shield materialized, Luo Yuebai's crimson moon slash collided fiercely with it, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The earth-toned shield shattered into fragments, and Luo Yuebai's attack dissipated as well. However, the energy from the clash destabilized Chao Qing's flight, causing his speed to diminish once more, and a growing panic became evident on his aged visage. The storage bracelet on his wrist flickered incessantly. One talisman after another was cast aside by him, as if they were worthless. Among them were offensive and defensive types. As long as they ensured his survival, he deemed it inconsequential to exhaust them all. From the earlier Crimson Moon strike, he had already discerned that the pursuer, Luo Yuebai, possessed far superior strength. Should he be caught or entangled, it seemed he would inevitably perish alongside the Huayang sect. 8 esteemed elders. How brazenly the demonic sects act. I implore you to lend a hand to the Huayang sect. Together, let us vanquish the demons. However, despite the multitude of talismans he had cast, none could impede Luo Yuebai in the slightest. The fear in Chao Qing's heart intensified. The shadow of death loomed ever closer. He could not help but cry out to the 8 golden core cultivators below for assistance. If they chose to heed his call, there might still be a glimmer of hope for him. Upon hearing Chao Qing's plea, the expressions of the 8 golden core cultivators soured once more. The sudden emergence of the demonic sect was entirely unexpected for them. They prided themselves on being the righteous path in Qizhou, tasked with the duty of exterminating evil. However, given the complexities of the current situation, they held little goodwill toward the Huayang sect. Moreover, it was the norm in the cultivation world to remain indifferent when one's own interests were not at stake. They were reluctant to intervene. Yet, with Chao Qing actively seeking their help, it would reflect poorly on them if they chose to ignore him. After a moment of silence, one among them finally spoke. Having searched for days on Qifeng Mountain without securing the greatest opportunity, they had encountered what seemed to be a girl with a heavenly grade spirit root. Only to have the drunken fool seize it first. The 8 were indeed feeling a tinge of frustration. With this thought, they felt justified in opting to remain spectators, abandoning any intent to take action. Not only that, but they had also prepared themselves to flee at any moment. After all, if the demonic sect dared to mobilize so brazenly to annihilate a branch of the Huayang sect, their strength was likely not limited to what was before them. Though they were golden core cultivators, they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of the demonic sect. When Luo Yubai had made his move earlier, they had already recognized his origins. They understood that the sects they represented, even individually, would not stand a chance against the forces backing Luo Yubai. Thus, it was wise to avoid entanglement in this perilous affair. While the 8 were lost in their thoughts, Luo Yubai's voice suddenly echoed from the void. Linan Shan, you 8 sects, if you do not wish for my Xiaoyu sect to pay you a visit, then remain there quietly. As soon as his words were uttered, a bitter expression resurfaced on the faces of Linan Shan and the other 8 golden core cultivators. Meanwhile, the hearts of all others present in the square quaked with renewed trepidation. The Evil Moon sect, the most formidable demonic sect in the territory of Jingzhe. It's over. It is indeed the Evil Moon sect. Rumor has it that the disciples of the Evil Moon sect are ruthless killers, leaving no survivors in their wake. I truly came merely to witness the awakening ceremony of the Huayang sect today. I never imagined I would risk my life here. The Huayang sect is doomed. We may be doomed as well, and the entire Linjiang city might not be spared. But why would the Evil Moon sect take an interest in such a trifling place? The onlookers in the square were engulfed in despair. The mere mention of the Evil Moon sect struck them with overwhelming fear. This sentiment was not limited to ordinary cultivators. Even Chao Qing, who was fleeing ahead, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing those 3 words. Though he was a foundation establishment cultivator, the mention of the Evil Moon sect instinctively instilled fear within him. Esteemed one, how has our Huayang subsect offended the Evil Moon sect? In response to Chao Qing's query, Luo Yu did not withhold her answer. You have not offended us. It is simply that someone from your Huayang sect has taken what does not belong to you. With her words hanging in the air, she executed a hand seal, launching another crimson moon slash towards Chao Qing. At that moment, all of Chao Qing's talismans had been exhausted, and he knew that the 8 golden core cultivators would not come to his aid. Continuing to expose his back to Luo Yu would only lead to swifter demise. Suddenly, his flying sword veered, choosing to confront Luo Yu head-on. He witnessed her hand seal move, summoning an ethereal palm print that coalesced to counter the crimson moon slash. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was undeniable. The moment Chao Qing's illusory palm met the red crescent, it was swiftly cleaved apart. The force of the crimson moon slash remained undiminished as it continued its assault. With a sharp sound, Chao Qing's right arm was severed at the shoulder, causing him to lose balance in an instant. His complexion turned pale, and he could no longer maintain his flight on the sword, spiraling downwards uncontrollably. Despair welled up within him once more. However, at that moment, he noticed that Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang were still standing not far from where he was about to fall. Previously, Chao Qing had sought to diminish his presence and had not realized that Jiuqi's departure was due to Shuangjiang. Yet, he understood well that Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang were allies of Luo Yu. Even after witnessing Qin Jinshi being killed by Su Jingzhe, he did not feel incapable of overcoming them. He remained confident that despite losing an arm, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator, forever distinguishable from Qi refinement cultivators. At this moment, in Chao Qing's eyes, Su Jingzhe represented his glimmer of hope. He knew that some fiends, despite their penchant for slaughter, held a strong sense of loyalty. If Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang were indeed friends of Luo Yu, perhaps he could take them hostage and secure his survival. Given the current circumstances, Chao Qing understood that he must attempt this, no matter what. With the remnants of his spiritual energy, Chao Qing swiftly approached Su Jingzhe, his aura locking onto him in an instant. Su Jingzhe was taken aback. Given his ostentatious demeanor today, how could anyone still view him as an easy target? Was the lifeless body of Qin Jinshi before him not sufficiently gruesome, not sufficiently conspicuous? At that moment, he noticed Shuangjiang quietly stepping back, positioning herself behind him, clearly opting to remain uninvolved. Su Jingzhe felt helpless. It seemed he was once again compelled to take action. A bitter smile crept across his lips, yet in his hand, he had already drawn forth the black brick. Chao Qing had already suffered the loss of an arm to Luo Yubai, and the wound continued to bleed profusely. His breath weakened considerably. Even in his current state, he was still stronger than the majority of Qi refining stage cultivators. However, Su Jingzhe was unperturbed. At this moment, Chao Qing seemed less formidable than the fallen Jingzhe. Even if an unforeseen event were to transpire, he still had Shuang Jiang, a reliable ally, at his back. It was merely a cornered dog desperate to leap over the wall. In an instant, Su Jingzhe discerned that Chao Qing was simply driven to desperation by Luo Yubai. Resorting to reckless measures. Kid, I advise you not to resist. It will only lead to more suffering. Su Jingzhe mused as Chao Qing rushed closer. Although Chao Qing's aura had locked onto him, there was little murderous intent behind it. To Chao Qing, Su Jingzhe and Shuang Jiang were his bargaining chips for survival. Should he inadvertently kill them, he would forfeit his own escape route. Thus, this fellow dared not unleash his full power. How absurd it was. Su Jingzhe's expression suddenly turned grave. He divided the blood energy within him, channeling half into the Yongquan acupoint beneath his left foot and the other half into the Laogong acupoint in his right palm. With a sudden push against the ground, he propelled himself towards Chao Qing. The black brick in his right hand swung forth with alarming speed. Though Chao Qing's cultivation was superior, in his severely injured state, he lacked the strength and agility to match Su Jingzhe. Their figures collided in the next moment. Chao Qing's remaining left hand reached out to capture Su Jingzhe, attempting to subdue him. However, what awaited his grasp was the unyielding brick in Su Jingzhe's hand. As their palms met, a sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed, and Chao Qing's left arm immediately drooped, blood and flesh a gruesome sight. Following this strike, Chao Qing's body faltered, staggering backward. On the black brick, numerous sharp protrusions contributed to its formidable lethality. As he retreated, astonishment flickered in Chao Qing's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he finally comprehended why Jingzhe had been slain by a single strike from Su Jingzhe. It was no mere coincidence. Chao Qing seemed to be perpetually lagging in his understanding. Only after the fact did he realize how ludicrous it was to consider Su Jingzhe and Shuang Jiang as easy prey. Yet, in this world, there are no remedies for regret. Sometimes, the price of a wrong choice is one's very life. Su Jingzhe's expression was as cold as ice. After shattering Chao Qing's left arm with a brick, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push, swiftly closing the distance to Chao Qing, who had yet to regain his footing. In the midst of Chao Qing's terrified gaze, a brick was thrust towards his chest. No. No. Spare me. Despite once holding a lofty position and having ruthlessly taken many lives for personal gain, the shadow of death cast a paralyzing fear within him. The instinct for survival compelled him to plead for mercy. Yet, if pleading for mercy were effective, perhaps the world would know no bloodshed. With a resounding thud, the brick struck true at the center of his heart. The overwhelming force shattered Chao Qing's organs into a gruesome pulp, extinguishing the flicker of life in an instant. As darkness enveloped him, Chao Qing collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. I overexerted myself again. Amitabha, may the Buddha be merciful. Watching Chao Qing's lifeless body, his chest utterly destroyed, Su Jingzhe began to murmur once more. The sight of death was no more appealing than that of Jingzhe. Yet, the black brick in his hand remained pristine and unblemished. He promptly stowed it away. In that moment, Su Jingzhe undoubtedly became the focal point of the entire square. Any hopes of maintaining a low profile were now rendered impossible. Well done, Taoist Su. At that moment, Luo Yuebai also folded his fan and resumed his elegant demeanor, approaching Su Jingzhe with a smile. As Luo Yuebai expressed his admiration, a line of golden characters appeared before Su Jingzhe once again. His points increased by 2. Yet a bitter smile crept onto his face. For, upon witnessing the change in points, he also noted the astonished, fearful, and subtly disdainful gazes of the onlookers. It was clear they had begun to perceive him as a practitioner of demonic arts. This situation seemed impossible to clarify with mere words. After all, for the past couple of days, he had frequently been seen alongside Luo Yuebai, appearing to share a close bond. Moreover, today, during the annihilation of the Huayang sect by the Shiyue sect, he had been involved in the deaths of both the newly promoted inner sect disciple Jingzhe and deputy sect master Chao of the Huayang branch, both significant figures. Even if he had sufficient justification for each of his actions, driven by necessity, would the onlookers care? The undeniable reality was that he was now associated with the demonic path. Suddenly, Su Jingzhe felt as though he had been ensnared by his companion, Taoist Luo. With Luo Yuebai's strength, he could have easily dispatched Chao Qing from the skies, deliberately forcing Su Jingzhe into a corner to ensnare him. It appeared that everything was merely an opportunistic maneuver by Luo Yuebai, effectively branding Su Jingzhe with the indelible mark of a practitioner of demonic arts. Noticing Su Jingzhe's lack of response to his enthusiasm, Luo Yuebai maintained his warm smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He once again took to the skies, surveying the entire square with an air of detachment. His breath turned once more into that previously chilling demeanor. Disciples of the Evil Moon sect, heed my command. Exterminate the cultivators of the Huayang sect, leave none behind. Enveloped in energy, his voice resonated throughout the entire square. In response, the cloaked figures of the Evil Moon sect swiftly sprang into action. Despite a significant number of these disciples having previously bloodied their hands in the palaces of the Huayang sect, they now resumed their orders to search. The branch of the Huayang sect by the river was destined for complete obliteration today. At this moment, the aura emanating from Luo Wei merely indicated he was at the foundation establishment stage, likely in its latter phase. Yet, as he issued commands, the 8 golden core cultivators standing in the square wore expressions of profound gloom, yet none dared to step forward. The situation was entirely under the control of the Evil Moon sect, rendering their presence awkward. Had they not been curious to discern the intentions of the Evil Moon sect, they might have departed long ago. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had deliberately come to witness the Huayang sect's awakening ceremony trembled in fear within the square. However, they refrained from fleeing aimlessly, as it was apparent from Luo Weibai's words that the Evil Moon sect was solely targeting the Huayang sect. Once the dust settled, they might still salvage their lives. Su Jingzhe returned to stand before Shuangjiang, who remained composed, even exhibiting the same indifference as before. Su Jingzhe sensed that Shuangjiang must have anticipated all of this, even being aware of Luo Weibai's true identity long before. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he inquired, "Miss Shuangjiang, you previously mentioned there were matters to attend to here. What exactly are they?" Su Jingzhe's inquiry was indeed anticipated by Shuangjiang. She replied softly, "I merely wish to reclaim that which rightfully belongs to me." Upon hearing this, Su Jingzhe's curiosity intensified, for he was aware that since Shuangjiang's return, she had not acted independently. Where could she possibly retrieve what was hers? As these thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Qingfeng Mountain. Su Jingzhe was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. Many matters could be deduced with just a nudge. From the outset, he had sensed a profound connection between Shuangjiang and the happenings on Qingfeng Mountain. Now, her assertion that she remained here to reclaim her belongings raised a troubling possibility. Could it be the very items that had incited contention among the people of Qingfeng Mountain? Before Su Jingzhe could pose further questions, Shuangjiang continued, "And now, I may have a clearer direction." As she spoke, Su Jingzhe distinctly perceived a subtle softness in her tone, suggesting that her departure was drawing near. Realizing the implication behind her words left Su Jingzhe momentarily taken aback, his emotions becoming rather complex. Although his time spent with Shuangjiang was not extensive, he had grown accustomed to her presence. Regardless of the circumstances, even amid such significant events, he felt no trepidation. This confidence stemmed entirely from Shuangjiang. He then inquired, "Miss Shuangjiang, you have long been aware of Luo Weibai's true identity, have you not?" To this, Shuangjiang nodded with composure. "Indeed, I discerned it the very night he moved in next door." With Shuangjiang's prowess, uncovering information in such a realm was virtually unimpeded by anyone. "And you?" Su Jingzhe's eyes flickered with confusion upon hearing her revelation. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Shuangjiang asked, "What do you perceive as the distinction between the demonic path and the so-called righteous path?" This question momentarily rendered Su Jingzhe speechless. He instinctively considered responding that the demonic path was synonymous with brutality and evil. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the Huayang sect, as the epitome of righteousness, did not invariably embody absolute justice. When it came to personal interests, the methods employed by so-called righteous cultivators could indeed be more ruthless than those of the demonic path. He had witnessed this firsthand in recent days. While they appeared noble and dignified, there were many who smiled while wielding daggers behind the scenes. To him, the Huayang branch sect in Linjiang City resembled a mere gang. This nature was not exclusive to the Huayang sect or Linjiang City. Thus, in a certain light, the demonic path and the righteous path bore no significant difference. A bitter smile graced his lips as he glanced at Shuangjiang, stating, "The powers employed may differ, and the styles of action may vary, yet fundamentally, there seems to be little distinction. All actions undertaken are merely a pursuit of resources in the quest for longevity." Upon hearing Su Jingzhe's response, a trace of astonishment flickered in Shuangjiang's eyes. She had initially assumed that someone as seemingly innocent and harmless as Su Jingzhe would express disdain towards the demonic path. It was unexpected to discover such a perspective. Su Jingzhe, too, was taken aback that his words elicited a double response from Shuangjiang. Amidst his excitement, he felt a twinge of surprise. Zhuangjiang nodded slightly, stating that if there was no fundamental difference, then whom one associates with is merely a matter of personal conviction. I previously mentioned the individual known as Luo Yubai. If you cannot maintain absolute distance from him, then it is best to strive to befriend him, for that would be your wisest choice. It seems now that you are left with no option but the latter. This is merely a balance I have left for you. Your alchemical talent is your greatest advantage at present, but how you choose to wield it lies solely in your hands. As she spoke, Zhuangjiang's tone unexpectedly softened, marking the first time she had engaged in such an extensive conversation with Su Jingzhe. To Su Jingzhe, her words carried the weight of a final admonition. He quickly grasped the essence of her message. Balance? This merely referred to maintaining equilibrium between Luo Yubai and Feng Qingya. Luo Yubai was a figure from the demonic sect, while Feng Qingya represented a neutral entity from the treasure pavilion. Observing today's events, it was evident that both individuals were formidable within their respective factions, and both held him in high regard. If he could adeptly navigate between the two, he would likely evade total domination by either side. However, the empathetic connection he had formed with Luo Yubai was something he found difficult to accept. Unable to overcome his psychological barrier. Before Su Jingzhe could respond, Zhuangjiang continued, "You are remarkably talented, yet your fatal flaw renders you tragic. If one day you can stand before me once more, having transcended the path of physical cultivation that no longer aligns with the Grand Order, I might grant you a chance at transformation." As she uttered these words, her gentleness persisted, marking the first instance of such direct praise towards Su Jingzhe. Previously, Zhuangjiang would have never believed she could express such sentiments to anyone. Ultimately, she felt a sense of gratitude for the bond that had developed during their time together, and their empathetic connection had reached a level of slight fondness. Thus, certain actions came to her naturally. The points once again fluctuated, edging closer to the 200 mark, causing Su Jingzhe's heart to tremble anew. He realized that he was merely 3 points away from unlocking the right foot's Yongguan acupoint. Simultaneously, his emotions grew increasingly complex. He understood that given Zhuangjiang's character, after sharing such words with him, she would likely take her leave. As the two conversed, the practitioners of the demonic path gradually emerged from the various edifices of the Huayang subsect, once again gathering in the square. A resounding boom echoed through the air. The statue of the venerable Huayang, which had stood for countless years in the square, was unceremoniously toppled by the multitude of demonic cultivators, shattering into fragments. The collapse of the statue served as an unequivocal testament to the complete demise of the Huayang sect's Linjiang branch. Luo Yubai, wielding his folding fan, hovered in the void, casting his gaze across the entire Huayang sect square, eventually resting upon the 8 golden core cultivators, whose expressions were decidedly unnatural. From this day forth, our Xie sect shall reign supreme over Linjiang City and its surrounding 100-mile radius. Should any of you or your sects have objections, we shall personally pay you a visit. As these words left Luo Yuabai's lips, an unsettling silence enveloped the square once more. The faces of the 8 golden core cultivators fluctuated between expressions of anxiety and anger. Yet, at that moment, they could finally ascertain one undeniable truth. The Xie sect could no longer suppress its ambitions and had embarked on a path of expansion. Linjiang City was merely the first, but assuredly not the last. Neither Li Nanshan nor the deputy master of Lingyin Valley dared to immediately reveal their stances. The 8 exchanged glances, then ascended into the sky on their flying devices. The Huayang sect had sown the seeds of its own demise upon Qingfeng Mountain, and today it was reaping the bitter fruits of its actions. The deeds of the Xie sect would be reported in full to their respective sections. Indeed, while the Huayang sect had brought its downfall upon itself, the Xie sect's rampant disregard for order would not be so easily tolerated. At this juncture, each of the 8 golden core cultivators cast a final harsh remark before departing into the distance. Though they appeared reluctant, they had effectively distanced themselves from the situation with their words. By asserting that the destruction of the Huayang subsect was self-inflicted, they offered a justification for their passive stance. Despite their reluctance to voice objections to the Xie sect's claim over Linjiang City, they felt compelled to express their stance that righteousness and evil could not coexist. These seasoned individuals, now fully aware of the Xie sect's ambitions, resolved to report the truth upon their return. Whatever decisions their sects made would not concern them, and they would incur no personal losses. In response to the 8 golden core cultivators' departure, a cold smile graced Luo Yuebai's lips. He merely watched them leave, knowing he could not detain them, for they were, after all, 8 golden core masters. Once the 8 cultivators departed, the remaining non-demonic individuals in the square, aside from Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang, displayed increasing trepidation. With all disciples of the Huayang subsect annihilated, their fate seemed to rest solely within the whims of Luo Yuebai. At that moment, Luo Yuebai approached Su Jingzhe once more. "Fellow Taoist Su, the concern you harbored has been thoroughly resolved by me. No one shall come to settle accounts with you. Now, how do you propose we deal with these individuals?" Luo Yuebai spoke to Su Jingzhe with his usual tone. However, Su Jingzhe's heart was ablaze with indignation. How dare they come to me with such a matter? It appeared as though they were entrusting him with the power over life and death of these individuals, yet in reality, it bound him irrevocably to the demonic path. Su Jingzhe was convinced that if he uttered the word kill, Luo Yuebai would not hesitate to order the slaughter of everyone present by these demonic practitioners. The demons were merciless and not to be trifled with. Conversely, if he chose to spare them, Luo Yuebai would surely grant their release with generous abandon. In the eyes of the onlookers, it seemed as though Su Jingzhe was the one issuing commands. "Luo Daoyu, you jest. This matter pertains to your evil moon sect. What concern is it of mine?" Su Jingzhe attempted to resist further. Luo Yuebai laughed again. "You are mistaken. The reason I annihilated the Huayang branch was solely because you expressed fear of their retaliation. In essence, all of this was for your sake." Without allowing a response, Luo Yuebai continued, "If you truly refuse to make a choice, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate them all, lest they harbor resentment towards you in the future." Su Jingzhe could hardly contain his astonishment. Has he just placed all the consequences upon my shoulders? Yet, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. At that moment, he genuinely felt as though he were powerless against the overwhelming force of circumstance. Beside him, Shuangjiang remained impassive, indifferent to the unfolding drama. "Su Daoyu, for the sake of our past as neighbors, please spare us. Mr. Su, though we have had little acquaintance, we harbor no enmity, do we? Su Daoyu, grant us mercy." Luo Yuebai had not lowered his voice, and the surrounding crowd had heard every word. Undoubtedly, they regarded Su Jingzhe as their lifeline, their pitiful expressions evoking a sense of compassion within him. Ultimately, these individuals were indeed innocent, most of them mere lowly cultivators struggling along the arduous path of immortality. Su Jingzhe sighed. He bore no grudge against these people before him. While cultivators could be selfish and indifferent, he could be decisive in matters of life and death. Yet he could not bring himself to indiscriminately slay the innocent. If possible, Luo Daoyu, please release them, for they are merely innocents. Upon hearing Su Jingzhe's words, the smile upon Luo Yuebai's lips grew ever more radiant. With a gentle snap of his fingers, several individuals were brought forth by a group of demonic cultivators. Luo Yuebai teased, "And what of these few? Shall they also be set free?" Su Jingzhe's gaze fell upon Chen Chong and several gentlemen from the Cui Lu Academy. Fear was evident in their eyes. Upon seeing Su Jingzhe, they immediately beseeched, "Su Daoyu, you are magnanimous. Please treat us as insignificant and let us go. Dear Su Dao, there were some misunderstandings between Chun and you previously. Chun is willing to offer his utmost sincerity in hopes that you might show some leniency. Under the shadow of death, all that was once pursued has become trivial. Chen Chong's reliance now lies lifelessly on the ground, and his fate rests solely in the whim of Su Jingzhe. What then remains to be clung to?" In response, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Su Jingzhe's mouth. Indeed, he would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, nor would he embody a merciful saint. Were it not for the presence of Shuangjiang, he might have already met his end at the hands of Chen Chong's hired assassin. He does not instigate trouble, but he will not easily relinquish his grievances. As for these individuals, the burden now falls upon you, Taoist friend. This statement was tantamount to delivering a death warrant to Chen Chong and his companions. Having reached this point, Su Jingzhe has come to terms with his predicament. He can no longer escape the label of the demonic path. He might as well relish the conveniences that this label affords him. Luo Yuebai smiled and exchanged glances with the demonic cultivators, prompting Chen Chong and his companions to be taken away, awaiting an inevitable conclusion. "Su Jingzhe, even in death, I will not spare you. Su Jingzhe, I will await you below. You shall not meet a good end." The pleas for mercy were in vain, swiftly followed by a torrent of curses. Su Jingzhe, feeling helpless, wondered what he had done wrong from the beginning. It seemed that he had done nothing. However, he was indifferent to it all. His gaze turned once more to Luo Yuebai, his expression growing serious. "Taoist Luo, you must be well aware of the situation on Qifeng Mountain. I wish to know what has transpired there. Could you assist me in locating someone?" Since Luo Yuebai had bound him to the demonic path, he currently found himself unable to resist. Therefore, it was only natural for him to utilize the other party's strength to accomplish something. Upon hearing Su Jingzhe's words, Luo Yuebai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Though he was unsure why, he sensed that Su Jingzhe held some unspoken reservations towards him, maintaining a noticeable distance. Since Su Jingzhe had now sought his assistance, Luo Yubai felt compelled to take it seriously. What person does Taoist wish to find, and where might they be located? As long as my Xiaoyu sect is capable, we will certainly make every effort. Although Luo Yubai recognized Su Jingzhe's exceptional nature, he remained unaware of the latter's specific background until this moment. Yet, this was the typical manner of the demonic cultivators. Once a matter was confirmed, they seldom inquired about the reasons behind it. Such was the case with killing and forming friendships alike. Luo Yubai wished to deepen his connection with Su Jingzhe but would not pry into the latter's boundaries. Without hesitation, Su Jingzhe stated, Zhangxiu. She is the mother of Ningyao. Recently, she accompanied the main forces of Huayang sect to Qifeng Mountain and has yet to return. I am uncertain of the specific circumstances on Qifeng Mountain. Have the disciples of Huayang sect been completely annihilated there? As Su Jingzhe spoke, an underlying tone of concern pervaded his words. Upon hearing this, Luo Yubai's expression abruptly solidified, a pang of unease striking his heart. He was familiar with Zhangxiu, yet had never taken the initiative to understand or regard him closely. After all, Zhangxiu was not a figure of significant importance, and the Xiaoyu sect would not have paid him any particular attention. However, even if it were not for the purpose of befriending Su Jingzhe, simply due to his connection with Ningyao, he would feel compelled to offer his utmost support upon learning of this matter. With Ningyu possessing such formidable spiritual roots, forging a bond in this circumstance could yield unforeseen advantages in the future. Luo Yubai's countenance darkened. Su Taoist, please do not be hasty. I shall dispatch someone immediately to investigate, though I must advise you not to harbor overly optimistic expectations. He paused momentarily before continuing. Surely you are aware that the Huayang sect emerged as the principal beneficiary of this Qifeng Mountain incident. A late-stage golden core powerhouse named Long Yunfei, who came from the main sect, allied with Qiutonghua, the subsect leader, to seize the majority of the treasures. Even amidst the siege by golden core cultivators from various sects, they managed to escape without a care for the lives of other disciples within the sect. By the time I ordered our forces to act, the disciples of the Huayang sect on Qifeng Mountain had practically all perished. Hearing Luo Yubai's words, Su Jingzhe's heart sank once more, yet a flicker of hope lingered within him. I beg your assistance, Taoist Luo. When Ning Yao departed, I had promised the young girl that I would bring Zhangxiu's sister-in-law to find her in the future. If Zhangxiu has indeed fallen on Qifeng Mountain, I would be at a loss on how to face Ning Yao thereafter. Initially, he had acknowledged the perilous nature of Qifeng Mountain but believed that, given Zhangxiu's late-stage qi refining strength, as long as she exercised caution, she would be fine. He never anticipated that matters would devolve into the current dire situation. If this situation ultimately culminated in the regrettable outcome he dreaded, could he truly blame the Xiaoyu sect? It seemed unlikely. Rest assured, Taoist Su, I cannot guarantee that she remains alive, but we shall either see her alive or find her remains. Just as he concluded his statement, Luo Yubai retrieved a peculiar insect from his storage bag, the same one he had previously employed for communication. Following an enigmatic wave of energy, the insects took flight from his hand, heading directly towards Qifeng Mountain. Given that the Xiaoyu sect had brazenly annihilated the Huayang subsect and seized control of Linjiang City, it was likely that their forces now occupied Qifeng Mountain as well. Thank you. Su Jingzhe expressed his gratitude to Luo Yubai with a cupped fist, maintaining a respectful distance. In response, Luo Yubai merely smiled, unperturbed. He held steadfast to the belief encapsulated in the phrase, there is ample time ahead. Intrigued by the prospect of forging connections, Luo Yubai had yet to encounter failure in his endeavors. After dealing with the necessary adversaries, Luo Yubai signaled to his fellow cultivators from the Xiaoyu sect, who did not hinder the departure of the other innocent individuals present in the square, allowing them to leave unscathed. As these individuals departed, they each bowed in gratitude towards Su Jingzhe, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Taoist Su, for sparing our lives. Should you find the time to visit the Listening Rain Alley in the future, I shall surely prepare a warm welcome. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. And from this day forth, you shall be regarded as my reborn parents. At this moment, these people had firmly aligned Su Jingzhe with Luo Yubai and his companions, directing their gratitude solely towards him. However, there remained a number of individuals who feigned appreciation while harboring disdain within. After all, in the realm of cultivation, it was exceedingly difficult for those who prided themselves on their righteousness to suddenly accept the ways of demonic practitioners. Su Jingzhe felt a sense of resignation. At least within the confines of Linjiang City and the surrounding areas, he could not escape the identity of a demonic cultivator. Yet, for him, it mattered little. Linjiang City had now become the domain of the Shiyue sect, and he had no intentions of departing anytime soon. With Luo Yuebai and the more formidable cultivators of the Shiyue sect to shield him, he could indulge in the leisurely life he had long coveted. After all, once Shuangjiang departed, his source of points would likely shift to Fengqingya. At this juncture, among the departing crowd, two gazes filled with complexity were fixed upon Su Jingzhe. They belonged unmistakably to Yin Qixiong and his daughter Yinxia. How infuriating! Why did he not reveal himself as such a formidable body cultivator from the outset? Even with a shattered dantian, his prowess and body refinement is nothing to scoff at. Yinxia bit her lip, the turmoil and regret in her eyes akin to a torrent of rushing waters. Yet, she dared not approach Su Jingzhe again, choosing instead to follow the throng as they exited the Huayong branch. Before long, the plaza of the Huayong branch was left solely with the cultivators of the Shiyue sect. Along with Fengqingya, the elderly white-haired man, Su Jingzhe, and Shuangjiang. With the Huayong branch's recent demise, many areas remained battlegrounds, requiring thorough cleansing. For the Shiyue sect, it was a time of rebuilding, necessitating the handling of numerous matters. Luo Yuebai turned to Su Jingzhe and said, "Daoist Su, the matter you entrusted to me may require some time before I can provide you with a response. The scenery here is quite pleasant, and the spiritual energy is abundant. You and your companions should find a place to rest for the time being. I shall inform you once there are developments." Su Jingzhe nodded gently, "Daoist Luo, please attend to your affairs." Yet, concern lingered in his eyes. Observing this, Luo Yuebai nodded and departed. Just after Luo Yuebai's exit, Fengqingya approached Su Jingzhe gracefully. "Greetings, Daoist Su, and esteemed Shuangjiang. I am Fengqingya," she said, her smile imbued with a natural allure. However, when her gaze shifted to Shuangjiang, a solemnity flickered deep within her eyes. After all, one who could easily banish a drunken fool with a mere word deserved the utmost respect. As Frostfall maintained her impassive demeanor, Su Jingzhe's lips curled into a faint smile. He was acutely aware of his identity, having been discerned by Fengqingya the moment he revealed that black brick. At this juncture, he had no intention of further concealing the truth. After all, once he established an empathetic connection with Fengqingya, he never anticipated how long he could retain his aura of mystery. At times, meeting with sincerity and transparency facilitates matters considerably. From Frostfall, Su Jingzhe learned that authenticity is the most potent weapon one can wield. With a smile, Su Jingzhe remarked to Fengqingya, "Miss Feng, your elegance today surpasses that of the past." With a light chuckle, Fengqingya responded, "Thank you, Su Daoist, for your kind words." Yet, her tone shifted to one of seriousness as she suggested, "Shall we find a place to converse?" She glanced at the still-present corpses of Chen Jinshi and Chao Qing, her brow furrowing slightly in distaste. Su Jingzhe nodded in agreement. The four of them made their way to a pavilion at the edge of the square, where a stone table awaited them. Once seated, Fengqingya gazed at Su Jingzhe with curiosity and inquired, "Are you planning to ally yourself with the Shiyue sect?" Fengqingya could clearly discern that Su Jingzhe's previous actions, beginning with the slaying of Chao Qing, were all part of Luo Yuebai's calculated maneuvers. She had conversed with Luo Yuebai the previous night and had secured a partnership today. Aware of Luo Yuebai's formidable nature and recognizing that Su Jingzhe was but a novice in the ways of cultivation, she felt a twinge of concern, fearing that Su Jingzhe might be led astray by the Shiyue sect. After all, the alchemist token he registered with the Jubuoj allowed him to bypass affiliations with the alchemist guilds, but it offered little constraint in other matters. Jubuoj is a neutral merchant faction, unconcerned with whether their clients belong to righteous or demonic paths. Thus, they bore no particular interest in Su Jingzhe's alignment with either side. Well aware that the distinctions between righteous and demonic paths are merely labels, what truly weighed on Fengqingya's mind was the might of the Shiyue sect. She pondered whether Luo Yuebai could provide Su Jingzhe with the same advantages she could. She feared that Su Jingzhe might merely register as an alchemist under them without reaping any benefits, thus squandering the potential of such a gifted alchemist. Upon hearing her words, Su Jingzhe recalled Frostfall's earlier mention of the path of balance. With a smile, he replied, "I am but a wandering cultivator. My only aspiration is freedom. At present, I have no intentions of joining any sect." His words hinted at his future plans, as he would primarily rely on Fengqingya for points. Aside from his daily fixed income, although acquiring points from Luo Yuebai would not pose a significant challenge, he felt a sense of discomfort regarding crossing his own boundaries. Empathy level 2, remaining usable points, 199, As soon as he uttered these words, a line of golden text flickered before him once more. Feng Qingya's empathy level had increased by 2 points. Upon hearing Su Jingzhe's response, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With a smile, she remarked, "There is nothing inherently wrong with being a carefree wanderer. With Master Su's alchemical prowess, acquiring any resources through my treasure pavilion is entirely feasible. It is arguably no less advantageous than joining any sect. Furthermore, as previously promised, whenever Master Su conducts transactions at my treasure pavilion, purchases will be at the base price, and sales will be at the premium price." At this moment, Feng Qingya's address to Su Jingzhe had transitioned from Taoist friend Su to Master Su, indicating a closer affinity to her pavilion. In response, Su Jingzhe merely smiled, choosing not to comment. Having lived 2 lives, he understood well the nuances of maintaining such relationships and recognized that a subtle reassurance to Feng Qingya was sufficient. Moderation was key. Everything must unfold gradually. After discerning the desired outcome, Feng Qingya engaged in casual conversation with Su Jingzhe for a while longer before rising to depart with the white-haired elder behind her. After all, regardless of the location, the treasure pavilion maintained absolute neutrality. Prolonged presence could become somewhat inappropriate. "Mulao, how do you feel?" On the way back to the treasure pavilion, Feng Qingya's previously alluring demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by a serious expression. Upon hearing her words, the elder Mulao also bore a solemn look. Even up close, I still sense no aura from her. Conversely, when she gazes at me, it feels as though all my secrets are laid bare. If what the young lady claims is true, that she merely needed a single word to deter a wine enthusiast, then her cultivation must be extraordinary. As Mu Lao's words fell, Feng Qingya's pupils abruptly constricted, but her lips quickly curled into a smile. Fascinating. Regardless of her purpose for being here, given her evident regard for Su Jingzhe, it is likely that her interest extends beyond his alchemical talent. It is possible that Su Jingzhe's orthodox body refinement skills stem from her influence. The thought exhilarated Feng Qingya further. After all, a place as small as Linjiang City could hardly retain her presence. Moreover, it was unlikely she would take Su Jingzhe with her upon departure. Thus, if they maintained goodwill towards Su Jingzhe and deepened their relationship, there might come a day when they could leverage her power. While lost in thought, Feng Qingya's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness as she regarded Mu Lao with a hint of authority. "Mu Lao, regarding Su Jingzhe and the matter of Frostfall. Regardless of their true identities, I do not wish for a third party within my treasure pavilion to be privy to this knowledge. From now on, Su Jingzhe shall be under my exclusive care. In light of this, I implore you, Mu Lao, to swear an oath by the great Tao." Seeing Feng Qingya's sudden gravity, Mu Lao's expression shifted slightly, yet he nodded in agreement, standing firm. One hand pointed to the heavens, the other to the earth. "I, Mu Sun, swear by the great Tao, as the protector of Miss Feng Qingya, to remain loyal to her for all my life. Moreover, regarding the matters of Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang, they shall remain etched in my heart, never to be disclosed to a third party. Should I violate this oath, may I be struck down by the wrath of heaven." Feng Qingya nodded in satisfaction. She placed great importance on this matter and would not let her guard down simply due to his so-called trust. In the pavilion, Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang sat facing each other. Though words were not exchanged, there existed an unspoken understanding that resonated louder than speech. Shuangjiang had already expressed her concerns to Su Jingzhe in the square. She was not one to fuss unnecessarily, nor did she intend to bestow upon him any further skills or techniques, despite possessing many. Shuangjiang understood that many prodigies who had dominated their eras emerged from humble beginnings. If she were to arrange everything for Su Jingzhe, it might inadvertently undermine his own resolve to strive and succeed. As time passed in silence, Su Jingzhe felt a twinge of awkwardness and deliberately sought to initiate conversation. "Miss Shuangjiang, when do you plan to retrieve the items you lost on Qingfeng Mountain?" This inquiry was indeed a matter of curiosity for him. Previously, Luo Yuebai had mentioned that during the recent events on Qingfeng Mountain, the strongest forces from Huayang's sect had garnered the most rewards, most of which likely belonged to Shuangjiang. Thus, if she wished to reclaim her possessions, she would naturally need to visit Huayang's sect. He could not predict the manner in which Shuangjiang would approach this task, but he sensed that Huayang's sect might soon face misfortune. Upon reflecting on certain matters, Su Jingzhe realized that the exorbitant costs expended by various factions on Qifeng Mountain were merely a harbinger of calamity for them. Shuangjiang raised an eyebrow and replied casually, "Anytime I wish." Su Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback, yet he understood that Shuangjiang's current cultivation was still quadrupled. However, The formidable presence she had previously exhibited was not something an ordinary Yuan could withstand. In the realm of Qishou, even the strongest from Huayang sect would likely only be at the Yuan stage. Shuangjiang could indeed come and go as she pleased. Once again, Su Jingzhe sought to fill the silence. In truth, with your prowess, Miss Shuangjiang, you could have gone to Qifeng Mountain ahead of them to reclaim your belongings. The commotion on Qifeng Mountain had been considerable, and various sects experts had been ascending the mountain for several days. Yet, Shuangjiang had chosen to remain with him in Taohua Alley. Su Jingzhe did not harbor the self-importance to think that Shuangjiang had stayed behind solely for his company. In response, Shuangjiang rarely allowed a smile to grace her lips. Qifeng Mountain is vast. My belongings are scattered far and wide, and I am disinclined to collect them one by one. Su Jingzhe found himself at a loss for words once more. It seemed she was deliberately waiting for others to gather her items before she made her move. Nonetheless, this approach was quintessentially Shuangjiang. One could not help but wonder how long Yunfei of Huayang's sect would react upon learning of this situation. Would his heart be shattered? The pavilion once again fell into silence. The last time Shuangjiang departed, Su Jingzhe had already presented her with a jade pendant. This time, there was nothing of value to offer, as the items on him were likely considered mere refuse by Shuangjiang. At that moment, however, Shuangjiang took the initiative to speak. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from exposing your physical cultivation in public. Concealment can provide you with a significant advantage. Su Jingzhe adhered to the orthodox path of physical cultivation, making it impossible to discern his abilities merely from his physical characteristics. When the critical moment arose, his explosive power, akin to his previous defeat of Qin Jinshi, would catch opponents unawares and be difficult to defend against. Shuangjiang was reassured, for Su had always practiced a low-profile approach. She glanced at him but chose not to elaborate further. At that instant, a sound of rushing wind echoed through the void. Luo Yuebai arrived, riding his fan. With the need for disguise now dispensed, he openly revealed his late-stage foundation establishment aura. Observing Su Jingzhe, a hint of excitement flickered across his face. Su, we have a lead. Hearing this, Su Jingzhe's heart jolted. Luo's expression did not bear the weight of sorrow. Could it be that Sister Zhang Xiaojia was still fortunate enough to be alive? He too rose in excitement. Yet, before he could inquire further, Luo Yuebai continued. The number of disciples from the Sheyue sect still remaining on Qifeng Mountain is considerable. Upon receiving my message, they have all abandoned their tasks and are diligently searching for Sister Zhang. They have also brought forth the bodies of all female disciples from Huayang sect who perished in battle for identification. Fortunately, none of them resembled Sister Zhang. At these words, a glimmer of joy involuntarily appeared in Su Jingzhe's eyes. No corpse meant there was still hope. However, Luo Yuebai added, regrettably, they have yet to locate Sister Zhang's whereabouts. They have only discovered some clues deep within Qifeng Mountain, which should have been left by her. Su Jingzhe was momentarily taken aback and inquired, what kind of clues? May I see them? This matter may require you, Su, to personally visit the site to ascertain the truth. As he spoke, Luo Yuebai's gaze towards Su Jingzhe held a peculiar intensity, further fueling Su's curiosity and urgency. Nonetheless, since Luo had suggested it, he felt compelled to journey to Qifeng Mountain. Zhang Xiaojia was his savior. Since his arrival in the world of cultivation, he would have perished countless times without her. This alone rendered him incapable of turning a blind eye. Even Shuangjiang, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. Luo, please guide us. Nodding, Luo Yuebai promptly cast aside his folding fan. He performed a hand gesture, and the fan suddenly expanded to about 10 feet in diameter. Su, Shuangjiang, please step aboard. Given the urgency of the situation, Su Jingzhe hardly hesitated, stepping onto the fan alongside Shuangjiang. Luo Yuebai then directed the fan towards the direction of Qifeng Mountain behind the Huayang branch, moving at an astonishing speed. Su Jingzhe felt a surge of novelty. It was his first experience of flight. Although I have boarded numerous aircrafts in my past life, the experience pales in comparison to the true art of flying. The towering mountains rushed by beneath them, while Su Jingzhe observed as Luo Yuebai captured an array of peculiar insects in the void, deftly altering their flight path. Soon, they arrived deep within Qifeng Mountain. Here, Su Jingzhe noticed a subtle shift in the expression of Shuangjiang, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. This was the place. At that moment, however, Luo Yuebai had already descended from the void, wielding a folding fan. The area was shrouded in mist, likely the heart of Qifeng Mountain. Deep within the forest lay a profound gorge, where a dozen or so demonic cultivators from the Xie Yu sect stood on one side. Greetings, Moon Sovereign. Upon Luo Yubai's arrival, the demonic cultivators bowed respectfully. "Where are we?" Luo Yubai inquired with a gentle nod. "Please follow me, Moon Sovereign." One of them replied, drawing a long sword and taking flight towards the gorgeous depths. What an impressive feat! Is every one of them a Foundation establishment cultivator? Luo Yubai furrowed his brow at this revelation but chose not to voice his concerns. Once again, he summoned the fan, guiding Su Jingzhe and Shuangjiang to follow. Upon reaching the gorge's base, Su Jingzhe detected a distinct scent of blood, which stirred a sense of dread within him. Despite the veil of mist, it was evident that traces of blood marred the stones and vegetation, seemingly extending from the gorge's exterior. A heavy weight settled in Su Jingzhe's heart. If these bloodstains were indeed the only clues, the situation could be dire. At that moment, Shuangjiang spoke. "These bloodstains still carry a faint essence." Unmistakably belonging to Zhang Shou's sister, Shuangjiang's words deepened Su Jingzhe's foreboding. He had never ventured this deep into Qifeng Mountain. Yet he understood well that countless ferocious beasts lurked in these regions. Zhang Xiao, although a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, would find it challenging to contend with formidable monsters. If she were to arrive in this gorge injured, even if she managed to survive, she would be utterly exhausted. The thought of stumbling upon Zhang Shou's lifeless body filled him with trepidation. "Moon Sovereign, just ahead." The earlier Foundation establishment cultivator addressed Luo Yubai with renewed reverence. Leading the way, although Luo Yubai was somewhat aware of the circumstances, he remained unfamiliar with this terrain. They proceeded roughly 100 meters forward, and the bloodstains along the way became increasingly abundant. Upon reaching this point, Su Jingzhe noticed that many of the plants in the gorge had been snapped as if a struggle had transpired here. At this juncture, Shuangjiang's brow furrowed once more as her gaze shifted towards the cliffside of the gorge. The Foundation establishment cultivator had also positioned himself at the base of the cliff, where two qi refinement cultivators stood guard. "Su Daoist, we have arrived." Upon reaching this point, Luo Yubai's gaze towards Su Jingzhe grew increasingly peculiar. He then gestured towards a corner of the cliff before them. There, the rock appeared to have been deliberately smoothed by a sharp instrument, revealing a surprisingly even surface. Upon it were inscribed delicate characters, meticulously carved with the same precision, some even stained with traces of blood. Su Jingzhe's heart jolted at that moment. Having known Zhang Xiu for over 2 years, he was naturally familiar with her handwriting. However, upon comprehending the content of those inscriptions, Su Jingzhe found himself utterly stunned. Beside him, Shuangjiang raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The cliff bore the inscription, "Mr. Su, this letter serves as a face-to-face meeting. I do not know if you can see these words I have left behind, nor when you might come across them. Should these characters erode with time, let it be known that they were written for the mountain spirit. Before meeting you, my desires were simple, a life untroubled by time, and a serene existence for Yao Yao. Yet after encountering you, my heart yearns for much more. I long for time to linger, for joyous nights to be cherished, for the moonlight above to illuminate the peach blossoms in my courtyard, and for the ties of your heart to remain unbroken. But alas, dear sir, though my words are few, their meanings run deep. Now, I find myself gazing longingly, unable to behold your intoxicated eyes in the azure robes, and my longing halts amidst these countless mountains. I am fully aware that this journey is far and treacherous, nearly insurmountable, and our future encounters may be few. A myriad of words cannot be contained within a single letter. I merely wish to convey, the path of cultivation is fraught with hardship, and I sincerely hope for your well-being." After silently reciting these words, Su Jingzhe was engulfed in a whirlwind of complex emotions. He could undoubtedly affirm that these were indeed left by Zhang Xiu. In truth, he had been aware of her feelings for him for quite some time. Moreover, the empathy level displayed on his interface regarding Zhang Xiu's affection was quite telling. Zhang Xiu had hinted at her sentiments on numerous occasions, while he had chosen to feign ignorance. This was partly due to his own weakened state at that time, unwilling to burden her, and partly because Zhang Xiu had remained steadfast in her commitment to her path, which evoked his deep respect. Thus, he had been reluctant to confront the matter directly. However, he never anticipated that the final clue left by Zhang Xiu would be such a subtly profound message. Su Jingzhe was unaware of what Zhang Xiu had endured atop Qifeng Mountain, yet he understood that when she inscribed these words, her heart must have been laden with despair. She likely feared that these sentiments hidden within her heart would never find the opportunity to be expressed in him. When she ascended Qifeng Mountain, he was still merely a frail teacher at the second level of qi refinement. Perhaps from the moment she began carving these characters, Zhang Xiu had not truly believed that Su Jingzhe would ever see them. The act of inscribing them was perhaps her way of alleviating the lingering regrets within her heart. Sometimes, voicing certain thoughts brings a sense of peace, regardless of whether the other party hears them or not. Sister-in-law, you sigh. After a long silence, Jingzhe finally exhaled a deep sigh from within. In that moment, he understood why Luo Weibai had previously regarded him with such an unusual expression. It seemed that this sister-in-law Zhang Xiu had long harbored profound feelings for him, a sentiment deeply rooted in her heart. It merely resulted in a poignant sentiment of unrequited affection, akin to falling blossoms besotted, yet carried away by indifferent waters. Luo Weibai reflected upon this with a heavy heart. His words bore no trace of mockery. None could fathom the circumstances surrounding Zhang Xiu as he inscribed these characters, nor the emotions that accompanied him. Yet, one could distinctly sense the bitterness and lingering attachment to Jingzhe within these phrases. What else could it be? If not a profound entanglement of feelings? Jingzhe chose not to respond to Luo Weibai's statement, instead surveying the surroundings. He then inquired, Luo, is this the only clue we have? Are there no others? At that moment, Jingzhe's heart remained laden with worry, and he instinctively opened the empathy interface with Zhang Xiu. Empathy with Zhang Xiu reached mutual affection. Level bonus. For X, cultivation bonus. 1x, this interface remained stable, showing no signs of change. Jingzhe pondered whether this indicated Zhang Xiu was also safe and sound. At the very least, it served as a small consolation. Upon hearing his words, Luo Weibai shook his head. They were now nearing the deepest part of Qifeng Mountain, where the beasts dwelling here had mostly reached the second level, comparable to foundational cultivators. Further ahead, there were no traces of blood or signs of anyone passing by. With that, Luo Weibai contemplated and added, she managed to escape here and exerted effort to leave numerous inscriptions on this cliff face. Perhaps there is some other extraordinary fate at play. Su, you might take a closer look at the words etched upon the cliff. You may discover something else. Hearing Luo Weibai's suggestion, Jingzhe's gaze returned to the inscriptions on the cliff. His heart stirred once more. Suddenly, certain keywords caught his attention. This journey leads far, unscalable. Where has Sister Zhang Xiu gone? She was aware of her departure, and that the destination was distant, with no hope of return. Upon reading this, Jingzhe felt a slight alleviation of his worries. Zhang Xiu clearly understood she was leaving when she inscribed these words. Even if, at that moment, she had no choice but to leave, it at least confirmed that she was still alive. To be alive signifies hope. Sister, I promised Yao that I would take you to see her. Such promises made to a child must not be broken, Jingzhe murmured to himself. Just then, he noticed Shuangjiang approaching the cliff where the inscriptions were carved, seemingly having discovered something. Observing Shuangjiang's actions, Jingzhe followed suit. Given Shuangjiang's formidable prowess, it was entirely reasonable for her to uncover clues that others might overlook. At that moment, Shuangjiang furrowed her brow, gently touching the rock beside Zhang Xiu's inscriptions, as if to sense the wear of time. Yet, a flicker of astonishment shone in her eyes as she cast her gaze towards the depths of the canyon, in the direction from whence they had come. What a remarkable sword scar! As the frost descends, it whispers softly, yet Jingzhe's brow furrows once more. Frost. What do you mean by that? Frost merely shakes her head. It's nothing. Perhaps you truly need not worry about Sister Zhang. As I suspected, she must have found her own destiny. As she spoke, Frost ventured deeper into the misty depths of the canyon. Jingzhe felt a stir in his heart and followed closely behind. Luo Weibai instinctively wished to join them, but suddenly sensed a chilling aura enveloping him. Observing the retreating figures of Frost and Jingzhe, a bitter smile crept onto Luo Weibai's lips, and he wisely halted his steps. The aura emanated from Frost, a clear indication that she wished for him to remain behind. The foundational magic cultivator gazed at Luo Weibai, then glanced at the carvings on the cliff face. Luo Weibai shook his head. There's no need to concern ourselves with that. Let us not disturb it, but rather wait here. As Jingzhe followed Frost into the depths of the canyon, the temperature seemed to drop significantly. He had lost track of how far he had walked. The surroundings blurred in obscurity, yet he sensed a fierce intent permeating the void around him. The mist brushing against his body imparted a sensation akin to being sliced. A painful sting on his skin. Frost, what on earth is this place? The deeper he ventured, the more alarmed he became. The fierce intent in the void appeared to intensify, and he felt the spiritual energy here grow increasingly rich, even surpassing that of the plaza in Huayang's branch. Frost did not directly respond to his inquiry, instead scanning the area with her gaze. To her astonishment, within the dense wilderness of this untamed land, such a marvel lay hidden. After her musings, her attention returned to Jingzhe. If you can practice the Python scale technique here daily, your physical cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. And when you uncover the secrets of this place, you may even attain a considerable fortune. Frost's words stirred a mix of excitement and confusion in Jingzhe. Frost, what exactly is this place? If it is a natural paradise, how has the Huayong branch, established here for many years, failed to discover it? Though Qifeng Mountain is perilous, for cultivators of a certain level, it is merely a challenge. I believe that even at its deepest point, many cultivators must have explored it. Given the richness of spiritual energy here, if it were truly found by those powerful practitioners, they would have long since driven away all the beasts and established their own sect. A hint of disdain flickered across Frost's lips. Once, a mighty being casually struck a sword here, thus carving out this canyon abyss. The chaotic energies colliding here have formed a natural barrier. The cultivators of this realm are yet unworthy to discover this place. Even if one were to traverse the outermost canyon, there would be no way to enter. After a brief pause, Shuangjiang smiled again, saying, "Initially, I too did not perceive it, believing this to be a naturally formed canyon. However, upon closer inspection, I sensed an almost imperceptible sword aura emanating from the rock walls, which sparked a realization within me. Consider this a stroke of fortune bestowed upon you." It was evident that Shuangjiang felt a hint of excitement. In her view, although Jingzhe had uncovered 2 hidden treasures, the act of unveiling such secrets was ultimately a matter of chance rather than something one could rely upon to enhance their physical cultivation. In Shuangjiang's understanding, the refinement of the body could never surpass that of the spirit. Yet now she unexpectedly discovered this extraordinary place, seemingly tailored for Jingzhe. Meanwhile, Jingzhe was astounded. A casual sword strike had carved such a vast and profound canyon? What level of prowess must one possess to achieve that? As Jingzhe remained in shock, Shuangjiang's aura remained steady, appearing to casually grasp at the void before her. A wisp of mist coalesced in her hand, from which Jingzhe felt an overwhelming sword aura. This mist instantly transformed in Shuangjiang's palm into an ethereal sword. To Jingzhe's astonished gaze, Shuangjiang pressed this sword aura into his brow with a gentle touch. He felt a sharp pain at his forehead, nearly believing he was on the brink of death. "I have left a trace of this place's essence on you, which may serve as a key for your entrance and exit," she explained. "In the future, you should be able to come and go freely. As I mentioned earlier, if you can fully comprehend this place, you should be able to ensure your own safety here." After saying this, Shuangjiang clasped her hands behind her back and smiled. Yet Jingzhe detected a hint of farewell in her tone. The excitement he felt began to fade, replaced by a complex swirl of emotions. Before he could utter a word, Shuangjiang suddenly approached him, patting his shoulder with a sense of camaraderie. "You are quite remarkable. I look forward to our next encounter." Upon hearing these words, Jingzhe's heart tightened once more. The feeling of loss grew ever more intense. A torrent of emotions surged within him, yet before he could speak, Shuangjiang had already turned to move toward the depths of the misty canyon. He could still feel the lingering warmth of her touch on his shoulder. But her figure gradually faded into the fog. Jingzhe understood all too well that this time, Shuangjiang would indeed not return. He had not anticipated that their parting would come so suddenly, so swiftly. "Shuangjiang, where shall I go to find you?" he pondered. "You need only continue to grow stronger. The day we meet again will come." Hearing that ethereal voice, a bittersweet smile appeared on Jingzhe's face. Yet before he could fully reflect, golden characters materialized before him. Empathy level with Shuangjiang reached. Kindred spirits. Reward points. 50 level bonus. 3 cultivation bonus. 5 remaining usable points. 249. Upon witnessing this change in level, Jingzhe stood in stunned silence. Had he truly reached the 3rd level of kindred spirits at this final moment of parting? Upon the elevation of his rank, the one-time reward of 50 points perhaps constituted the final gift bestowed upon him by Frostfall. The level enhancement surged directly to 3-fold. To his astonishment, the cultivation bonus astonishingly escalated once more. Witnessing the quintuple enhancement, Jingzhe felt a tremor of excitement ripple through his heart. What level of cultivation had been attained? Furthermore, as Frostfall departed, Jingzhe observed the intricate scars still etched upon her visage, a testament to the fact that her cultivation had yet to return to its zenith. His heart quaked anew. What realm had Frostfall reached at her pinnacle? Yet, a sense of regret lingered within him. If only Frostfall could have lingered a few more days during this period of enhancement, wouldn't that have propelled him to new heights? In such an instance, each increment would have amounted to a remarkable 15 points. Alas,